Chapter 1. The pocket realm was dying. Luo Feng could feel it in his bones, a wrongness in the air that went beyond the sulfurous stench or the way the ground trembled beneath his feet every 30 seconds. The sky above was fracturing, hairline cracks spreading across a dome of amber light like a dropped porcelain bowl moments before it shattered. Beyond those cracks, he could see the void, true void, the empty space between realms where nothing existed and nothing could survive. He should not have been here. The Azure Serpent sect's expedition to the Twilight Ruins was supposed to be routine. The Outer Elders had detected spatial fluctuations near the sect's territory, a common occurrence in a region riddled with ancient pocket realms left behind by the wars of the Primordial Era. Usually, these fluctuations meant a pocket realm was stabilizing, making it safe for exploration and resource extraction. Sometimes they meant the opposite. This was the opposite. Everyone out. The realm is collapsing. Senior brother Zhao Ming's voice cut through the chaos, barely audible over the grinding of spatial fractures. The inner disciples were already retreating toward the entrance rift, the shimmering tear in space that connected this dying pocket realm to the outside world. Luo Feng ran with them. At the second layer of qi condensation, he was the weakest member of the expedition, an outer disciple brought along as a porter to carry equipment and haul salvage. His pack was heavy with geological samples and formation fragments that the inner disciples had collected before the collapse began. He was also the furthest from the exit. The ground split open 20 meters ahead of him, a jagged chasm that vomited superheated air and fragments of dissolving stone. Luo Feng skidded to a halt, choking on fumes, and watched the chasm widen with terrible speed, cutting him off from the rest of the group. Luo Feng, someone shouted from the other side. He couldn't see who threw the rising steam. Go, he shouted back. I'll find another way around. There was no other way around. He knew it. They probably knew it too. But the realm was dying, and sentiment cost lives. He heard the entrance rift collapse 30 seconds later, a sound like reality tearing its own throat out. The expedition was gone. They'd made it through, or they hadn't. Either way, Luo Feng was alone in a dying world. The sky cracked further. Chunks of amber light fell like burning snow, dissolving before they hit the ground. The realm's spiritual energy, once dense enough to make this place valuable for cultivation, was draining away through the fractures, bleeding into the void between worlds. Luo Feng dropped his pack. No point carrying geological samples when the geology was actively trying to kill him. He looked around for shelter, for stability, for anything that might keep him alive for more than the next 5 minutes. That was when he felt it. A pull. Not physical, spiritual. Something deep in his dantian resonated with the dying realm's energy, like a tuning fork vibrating in sympathy with a struck bell. The sensation was alien, overwhelming, and utterly beyond his understanding. His dantian opened. Not the careful, controlled opening of qi circulation. This was involuntary, a gaping, hungry maw inside his spiritual center that inhaled the realm's escaping energy with the desperation of a drowning man gasping for air. The dying realm screamed. The ground buckled. The sky shattered. And Luo Feng screamed with it, because the energy flooding into him was not meant for a second-layer qi condensation cultivator. It was the concentrated spiritual essence of an entire pocket world, millennia of accumulated power, compressed by collapse, funneling into a body that could not possibly contain it. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes, visible even through the blinding pain. Realm Devourer System activated, detecting collapsing pocket realm. Confirmed. Initiating absorption protocol. Warning. Host cultivation insufficient for full absorption. Emergency adaptation. Creating inner world framework. Absorbed realm will be stored as Biome 1, sulfur wastes. The world folded. Reality compressed like a closing fist, and Luo Feng felt the pocket realm, its ground, its sky, its fractured stone and toxic air and dying spiritual energy pour into the space his dantian had become. Not destroyed. Absorbed. Consumed. Swallowed whole into an inner world that had not existed 5 seconds ago. He fell. The void between realms was cold. Silent. Empty. Luo Feng fell through nothing. His body wreathed in the golden light of absorbed spiritual energy, his mind fracturing under the weight of containing a world. Then hands caught him. Not the hands of a person, the hands of space itself, the fabric of reality folding around him like a parent catching a falling child. The main world's spatial barriers recognized his physical body and pulled him through, depositing him on solid ground with the gentle indifference of nature correcting an anomaly. Luo Feng hit grass, rolled twice, and lay staring at a real sky, blue, whole, unmarked by fractures. The sun was warm on his face. Birds sang in nearby trees. He was alive. He was outside. And inside him, where his Dantian should have been, a dead world sat in silence, waiting. Realm Devourer System. Status. Inner world. 1 biome. Sulfur wastes. Depleted. Total area. 200 m x 200 m. Spiritual energy. 2.1%. Residual. Host cultivation. Qi condensation layer 2 layer 5. Forced advancement from absorption overflow. Warning. Inner world is unstable. Absorb additional realms to stabilize. Next absorption threshold. 1 pocket realm within 90 days. Luo Feng read the notification twice. Then a third time. Then he closed his eyes and felt, deep in his core, the sulfurous emptiness of a dead world living inside him. 90 days. 1 more pocket realm. Or his inner world would collapse and take him with it. He sat up slowly, looked at the peaceful forest around him, and said the only word that seemed appropriate. Shit. Chapter 2. The Azure Serpent sect occupied a mountain range in the eastern territories of the Qinglong continent. Its peaks were wreathed in perpetual mist fed by natural spiritual springs, and its buildings clung to cliff faces like barnacles on a ship's hull, beautiful in their precariousness. Luo Feng arrived at the sect's outer gate 3 days after his absorption of the dying realm. He'd walked the entire way, partly because he had no transportation and partly because he needed time to understand what had happened to him. The Realm Devourer System, as it called itself, had provided minimal explanation. His Dantian had been replaced, or rather, transformed, into an inner world. Where a normal cultivator stored qi in a spiritual reservoir, Luo Feng's energy existed as the ambient spiritual content of the sulfur waste biome sitting inside him. Cultivating meant developing and enriching this inner world, not accumulating qi in the traditional sense. It was, as far as he could tell, completely unprecedented. His forced advancement to the 5th layer of qi condensation had come from the overflow of absorbing an entire pocket realm. The realm had been dying, its energy depleted, which was why the absorption hadn't killed him outright. A healthy pocket realm would have contained energy equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator's full reserves, enough to vaporize a qi condensation disciple instantly. Instead, he'd gotten a dead world and a 3-layer bump. Lucky. If being trapped in a collapsing dimension and fundamentally altered at a spiritual level counted as lucky. The 90-day deadline was the real problem. The system had been clear. His inner world was unstable. The sulfur wastes biome, depleted of energy and structurally compromised from its realm's collapse, needed reinforcement. That reinforcement could only come from absorbing another pocket realm. He needed to find a dying world and eat it. Within 3 months, the sect gate guards let him through with barely a glance. Outer disciples came and went freely. They were the sect's bottom rung, hardly worth monitoring. Luo Feng walked the familiar paths to the outer disciples' quarters, nodding to acquaintances who looked mildly surprised to see him alive. Luo Feng, we thought you died in the collapse. Chen Wei, a fellow outer disciple, fell into step beside him. Chen Wei was a gossip, which meant he was also a reliable source of information. Zhao Ming's team made it out, but they said 1 porter was lost. I was thrown clear by the spatial turbulence. Luo Feng lied smoothly. Landed outside the realm just before it closed. Lucky bastard. The salvage from that expedition was worth 300 mid-grade spirit stones. Zhao Ming's getting commended by the elders. 300 mid-grade spirit stones. From a dying pocket realm scraps. Luo Feng kept his expression neutral, but inside, the sulfur waste stirred, a faint tremor of hunger that he felt through his transformed Dantian. He needed information. Specifically, he needed to know about other pocket realms in the region, their locations, their stability, and most importantly, which ones were showing signs of collapse. The sect's library was open to outer disciples, though only the lowest floor. Luo Feng spent his first evening back poring over geographical surveys and spatial analysis reports. The Qinglong continent's eastern territories were rich in pocket realms, remnants of the primordial era's great wars, when cultivators powerful enough to create worlds had fought and died in numbers that modern cultivators could barely comprehend. Most of these realms were stable, sealed by time and natural spatial healing, their contents locked away behind barriers that required core formation or higher to breach. But a small percentage were unstable, their barriers weakening over millennia, their contents slowly leaking into the surrounding space. These unstable realms were what the sect's exploration expeditions targeted. They were also, Luo Feng realized, exactly what the Realm Devourer System needed. He found 7 documented unstable pocket realms within a month's travel of the sect. 3 were currently being explored or monitored by the sect. 2 were in territories controlled by rival sections. The remaining 2 were in unclaimed wilderness, too dangerous or too remote for routine expedition. 87 days until his deadline. Luo Feng closed the survey book and made his plan. He would need to reach one of the unclaimed realms, confirm it was collapsing or near collapse, and absorb it, all while maintaining the appearance of a normal outer disciple who'd had a lucky escape from a spatial accident. Simple, except for every single part of it. He retreated to his quarters that night, and, for the first time since the absorption, deliberately entered his inner world. The transition was disorienting. One moment he was sitting on his bed, the next he was standing in the sulfur wastes, a barren, toxic landscape of cracked yellow stone and steaming vents. The sky above was a dull orange void, sunless and oppressive. The air reeked of sulfur and tasted of ash. It was, without question, the most depressing place he'd ever been. But it was his. And somewhere in this desolate inner world, the remnant energy of the absorbed realm still lingered, waiting to be developed. Inner world status, Biome 1, sulfur wastes, area, 200m x 200m. Terrain, barren volcanic stone, sulfur deposits, thermal vents. Flora, none. Fauna, none. Spiritual energy, 2.1%. Development potential, low without additional biome absorption. Luo Feng walked the perimeter of his inner world in 10 minutes. It was small, a postage stamp compared to the original pocket realm it had been derived from. The collapse had compressed and degraded the realm's geography, reducing a vast landscape to this toxic remnant. But the thermal vents still produced heat. The sulfur deposits still contained mineral energy, and the stone beneath his feet, while barren, was solid enough to build on. "You're not much," he told the empty world, "but you're mine, and we're going to make something of you." The sulfur wastes did not respond. They simply steamed, toxic and patient, waiting for a future they couldn't imagine. Chapter 3. The Outer Sect's quarterly assessment fell 2 weeks after Luo Feng's return. He'd been dreading it. His jump from 2nd layer to 5th layer qi condensation in less than a week would raise exactly the kind of questions he couldn't answer truthfully. He spent those 2 weeks practicing qi suppression. His inner world made this both easier and harder than expected. Easier, because his spiritual energy existed as ambient content within the sulfur wastes rather than flowing through his meridians in the normal way. He could simply reduce the connection between his inner world and his physical body, presenting a weaker signature. Harder, because the connection was new and poorly understood, and he kept accidentally fluctuating between displaying 3rd layer and 6th layer signatures. By assessment day, he'd stabilized at a convincing 3rd layer display. 1 layer of apparent advancement over 3 weeks. Unusual for his 4th grade spiritual roots, but not impossibly so. The near-death experience in the collapsing realm provided a convenient explanation. Traumatic spiritual events sometimes triggered breakthroughs. Senior Brother Gao, the assessment proctor, accepted the explanation with a grunt. 3rd layer. Still garbage, but slightly less garbage than before. Next, Luo Feng bowed and retreated, silently adding Gao to the mental list of people he'd enjoy surpassing someday. With the assessment handled, he turned his attention to the real problem, finding and reaching an unstable pocket realm within 73 days. The 2 unclaimed realms he'd identified from the library were designated as Realm Echo 7, located in the Blackthorn Wilderness, 9 days travel northwest, and Realm Echo 12, in the Shattered Peaks, 15 days travel northeast. Echo 7 was noted as showing signs of spatial degradation, recommended for monitoring. Echo 12 was flagged as approaching terminal instability. Do not enter without core formation escort. Terminal instability. That meant Echo 12 was dying, the same way the Twilight Ruins realm had been dying when Luo Feng absorbed it. The difference was distance and danger. The Shattered Peaks were a notoriously hostile region, filled with territorial spirit beasts and unstable terrain. Echo 7 was closer and safer, but might not be collapsing fast enough for his needs. If he traveled 9 days to reach it and found a stable realm, he'd have wasted nearly 3 weeks of his 90-day deadline. Echo 12 was further and more dangerous, but almost certainly dying. The reward justified the risk. He chose Echo 12. Preparation took a week. He couldn't simply walk out of the sect. Outer disciples needed mission assignments to justify absence. Fortunately, the sect's mission board always had wilderness survey requests that nobody wanted. Low pay, high danger, minimal supervision. Luo Feng signed up for a 3-week geological survey of the Shattered Peaks' southern approach, which would put him within striking distance of Echo 12. He also trained. Inside his inner world, the sulfur waste provided a harsh but effective training environment. The toxic air forced him to maintain constant qi circulation to protect his lungs, building his endurance. The thermal vents produced unpredictable eruptions that kept his reflexes sharp. And the volcanic stone, while barren, was dense enough for body-tempering exercises. The system provided occasional guidance. Training in inner world biome provides 15% cultivation speed bonus, hostile environment adaptation, plus 5% to physical resilience. Recommendation: absorb additional biomes to diversify training environments. He left the sect on a gray morning, carrying a survey pack and enough rations for 20 days. The mission report would be perfunctory. Outer disciples on geological surveys were expected to wander, collect samples, and return. Nobody checked their routes. The journey north took him through increasingly wild territory. The sect's influence faded within 3 days' travel, replaced by the untamed spiritual ecology of a continent that had been a battleground for immortals. Spirit beasts grew larger and more aggressive. Plants developed predatory tendencies. The ambient spiritual energy fluctuated wildly, creating pockets of extreme density that could accelerate cultivation and dead zones that could stall it. On the 7th day, he felt it. A pull. The same resonance he'd experienced in the twilight ruins, but distant. A low thrumming in his inner world that intensified as he traveled northeast. The sulfur wastes stirred within him, the depleted biome responding to the presence of another realm's energy signature. Pocket realm detected, approximately 180 kilometers northeast. Classification: terminal instability. Estimated time to complete collapse: 18 to 25 days. Realm Devourer System recommendation: proceed to absorption range, 18 to 25 days until Echo 12 collapsed entirely. If he reached it in time, he could absorb it. If he was late, the realm would dissolve into the void, taking its energy with it. Luo Feng adjusted his course and quickened his pace. The shattered peaks rose on the horizon like broken teeth, and somewhere among them, a world was dying. He intended to eat it. Chapter 4. The shattered peaks were named with blunt accuracy. The mountain range looked like someone had taken a hammer to a series of stone pillars, shattering them at various heights and leaving the fragments where they fell. Enormous boulders balanced on knife-edge ridges. Valleys were choked with debris from ancient collapses. The entire landscape felt temporary, as if it might decide to rearrange itself at any moment. The spiritual energy here was dense and chaotic, residual power from whatever cataclysm had created this terrain, layered over millennia of natural accumulation. Spirit beasts thrived in the chaos, adapted to an environment of constant instability. Luo Feng encountered his first serious threat on day 9, a stoneclaw bear, a third-tier spirit beast roughly equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator. It emerged from a cave as he passed, drawn by the scent of his spiritual energy, or perhaps by the alien resonance of his inner world. At 5th layer qi condensation, his true level, not his displayed third, Luo Feng was outmatched. The bear's physical strength alone could crush him, and its stone attribute qi made its hide nearly impervious to attacks at his level. He ran, not in panic, with calculation. Luo Feng had memorized the terrain ahead from the library's surveys, and he knew that the narrow canyon 300 meters to his right was too tight for the bear's bulk. He sprinted, the bear roaring behind him, its massive paws cracking stone with each stride. The canyon was exactly as tight as he'd hoped. Luo Feng squeezed through a gap that the bear could not follow, its claws scraping stone as it roared in frustrated hunger. He emerged on the other side, breathing hard, and kept moving. The Realm Devourer System hummed with proximity. Echo 12 was close. He could feel its dying energy signature like heat from a distant fire. His inner world resonated with increasing urgency, the sulfur wastes trembling in anticipation of a second biome. On the 11th day of his journey, he found the entrance. It wasn't dramatic. No towering portal, no glowing rift. Just a shimmer in the air between two shattered stone pillars, barely visible unless you knew what to look for. The shimmer was the weakened barrier of a pocket realm on its last legs, worn thin enough that even a qi condensation cultivator could push through. Luo Feng pressed his palm against the barrier and felt it yield like wet paper. The shimmer parted, and cold air rushed out. Not the sulfurous heat of the twilight ruins, but a biting, arctic cold that frosted his eyebrows instantly. He stepped through. Echo 12 was an ice realm. A vast frozen landscape stretched before him. Glaciers grinding slowly over blue-white stone, ice formations rising like crystalline towers, and a sky of perpetual twilight in shades of deep purple and silver. The cold was intense, cutting through his robes and attacking his meridians with physical force. Without constant chi circulation, he would freeze solid in minutes. But the beauty was staggering. Ice caves glowed with trapped spiritual light, their walls containing frozen veins of spirit crystal that had been accumulating for millennia. Snow fell in particles that sparkled with condensed chi. Even the air itself, brutal as it was, carried spiritual energy of remarkable purity, clean, sharp, concentrated by the cold. And it was dying. The signs were obvious once he knew what to look for. Cracks in the sky, wider than the twilight ruins had shown. Sections of glacier that were simply gone, dissolved into void where the realm's spatial fabric had torn. The spiritual energy, while still dense, was bleeding outward through 100 wounds. Pocket Realm Echo 12 Analysis Type Ice/Frost Biome Status Terminal collapse in progress. Estimated remaining integrity 14 to 19 days. Spiritual energy density 47.3%. High. Well-preserved despite instability. Absorption compatibility excellent. Warning: realm contains residual inhabitants, spirit beasts, possible sentient entities. Warning: absorption of inhabited realm may include living beings, residual inhabitants. Living beings. Luo Feng stared at the warning. The twilight ruins had been empty, stripped of life by its collapse before he'd arrived. Echo 12 was still alive, still inhabited. If he absorbed it, those inhabitants would come with it, integrated into his inner world alongside the terrain and energy. He didn't know how he felt about that, but the 90-day deadline didn't care about his feelings. 62 days remained. This realm was dying regardless of his intervention. In 2 to 3 weeks, everything in it, every ice cave, every spirit crystal, every living creature, would dissolve into the void. He could save it, in a way, not by preserving the realm in its current form, but by absorbing it into his inner world, where its essence would persist as a new biome. The creatures would survive inside him, in a frozen landscape maintained by his cultivation, where he could walk away, and everything here would cease to exist. Luo Feng looked out at the dying ice world, its cracked sky bleeding beauty into oblivion, and made his choice. He would absorb Echo 12, all of it, but first he needed to explore it, needed to understand what he was taking into himself. This wasn't scavenging spiritual scraps from a dead world. This was consuming a living ecosystem, and he owed it at least the dignity of knowing what it contained. He pulled his robes tighter against the cold and walked deeper into the frozen realm. Chapter 5. The ice realm was larger than the twilight ruins, perhaps 2 kilometers across, though the irregular terrain made exact measurement difficult. Luo Feng spent 3 days exploring, mapping, and cataloging, all while fighting the relentless cold that tried to freeze his chi in his meridians. The ecosystem was remarkable. Spirit beasts had adapted to the extreme environment over millennia, developing ice attribute mutations that made them uniquely suited to their frozen home. He spotted frost hares, small, translucent creatures that were nearly invisible against the ice, and snow serpents, whose scales refracted light into rainbow patterns as they slid across glacial surfaces. Higher in the food chain were the ice stalkers, wolf-like predators the size of horses, with crystalline fangs and fur that shed cold the way fire shed heat. Luo Feng gave them a wide berth. At 5th layer chi condensation, he was prey to anything above a second-tier beast. The most significant discovery was in the realm's center. A frozen lake, perfectly circular, its surface so clear that Luo Feng could see the bottom 50 meters below. And at that bottom, preserved in ice that glowed with concentrated spiritual energy, was a structure, not natural stone or crystal, but constructed, deliberate. A building of some kind, sealed in ancient ice. Point of interest detected: submerged structure, pre-collapse construction, age estimate 8,000 to 12,000 years, spiritual signature extremely high. Warning: structure may contain sealed entities or artifacts. Recommendation: investigate before absorption to assess potential risks. Sealed entities. The warning was clear, but Luo Feng's curiosity and his desperate need for every advantage he could get pushed him to investigate. He spent a day preparing. The frozen lake's surface was thick enough to walk on, but the cold intensified near the center, as if the structure below was generating its own frigid field. Luo Feng circulated his chi at maximum to maintain body temperature, supplemented by the dim warmth of the sulfur wastes resonating in his inner world. The contrast was stark: fire and ice, existing in the same cultivator's spiritual center. If he absorbed this realm, that contrast would become permanent, a frozen biome sitting alongside a volcanic one inside his inner world. He reached the lake's center and knelt on the ice. Below him, the submerged structure resolved into greater detail. A small temple or shrine, its architecture ornate and unfamiliar, covered in inscriptions that still glowed faintly after millennia of submersion. Something moved inside the temple. Luo Feng froze. Through the clear ice, he could see a figure, humanoid, seated in a meditative pose within the temple's main chamber. The figure was surrounded by a shell of crystallized spiritual energy, a preservation formation that had maintained its integrity for thousands of years. The figure moved again, a hand, rising slowly, pressing against the crystallized shell from inside. Entity detected. Classification: humanoid, female, cultivation level indeterminate, suppressed by preservation formation. Status: alive but dormant. Preservation formation maintaining stasis. Duration of stasis: approximately 10,000 years. Warning: entity will be included in realm absorption. Warning: entity's reaction to absorption and integration is unpredictable. A person. There was a living person sealed inside this dying realm, preserved for 10,000 years in a shell of ice and spiritual energy. Luo Feng sat back on his heels, his mind racing. This changed everything. Absorbing an ecosystem of spirit beasts was one thing. They'd integrate into his inner world's biome and continue existing as they always had. But absorbing a sentient being? A cultivator powerful enough to have survived 10 millennia in stasis? He had 59 days until his deadline. The realm had perhaps 17 days of integrity remaining. He couldn't leave it, couldn't find another realm in time. He had to absorb Echo 12, and the person inside it would come along. I hope you're reasonable, he muttered to the frozen figure below, because this is about to get very weird for both of us. He stood, walked back to shore, and began preparing for the absorption. 17 days. He would use every one of them to strengthen himself first, cultivating in the realm's dense spiritual energy, hunting spirit beasts to temper his body, building his reserves for the moment when he would swallow a world, and pray that whoever was sleeping at the bottom of that lake wouldn't wake up furious. Chapter 6. The next 2 weeks in Echo 12 were the most intensive cultivation period of Luo Feng's life. The realm's spiritual energy, despite its declining stability, was denser than anything available at the Azure Serpent sect. Cultivating in the ice caves, natural chambers where spiritual energy concentrated like water pooling in hollows. Luo Feng's advancement accelerated dramatically. The cold tested his endurance constantly, forcing his qi circulation to work harder, grow stronger, become more efficient. His inner world responded to the exposure. The sulfur wastes, barren and depleted, began to show faint signs of development as foreign spiritual energy trickled through Luo Feng's cultivation into the biome. The yellow stone showed hairline veins of blue, ice energy bleeding into volcanic terrain, creating something new. Inner world development, sulfur wastes, spiritual energy 2.1%, 4.7%. Cross-biome contamination detected. Ice-type energy integrating into volcanic substrate. Effect: novel mineral formations developing, frostfire crystals. Cultivation speed bonus, 15%, 23%, frostfire crystals. Born from the marriage of fire and ice within his inner world. Luo Feng examined them during a cultivation break. Tiny formations of red and blue mineral growing in the cracks of the sulfur waste stone, pulsing with hybrid energy that was neither fully volcanic nor fully glacial. He didn't know what they were good for, but the system categorized them as a development milestone, which suggested they'd become important. Between cultivation sessions, he hunted, not for food. His rations were sufficient, but for combat experience and body tempering. The frost hares were too quick and too small to be useful targets. The snow serpents, however, were manageable prey for a fifth-layer cultivator, and their ice attribute cores contained concentrated spiritual energy that he could absorb directly. He consumed 7 serpent cores over 10 days, each one providing a burst of ice-type energy that surged through his meridians before settling into his inner world. The sulfur wastes absorbed the foreign energy with apparent hunger, the frostfire crystal formations expanding with each infusion. Cultivation progress. Qi condensation layer 5 layer 6. Breakthrough assisted by ice-type energy absorption. Inner world. Frostfire crystal network expanding. New feature. Thermal gradient zones in sulfur wastes. Hot/cold transitions. 6th layer. The advancement came smoothly. His unique inner world cultivation method seemed to bypass some of the normal bottlenecks, as if having an actual world inside him provided a more organic path for spiritual growth. He was getting stronger, but the realm was getting weaker. By day 12, the cracks in the sky had widened significantly. Entire sections of the northern glacier had dissolved, leaving gaps of void that ate light and sound. The temperature fluctuated wildly, freezing 1 hour, almost warm the next, as the realm's environmental systems broke down. The spirit beasts sensed the end. The frost hares had retreated to the deepest caves. The snow serpents burrowed into the thickest ice. Even the ice stalkers, apex predators that feared nothing in their frozen domain, had begun pacing restlessly, howling at a sky that was falling apart. And in the frozen lake, the sealed figure moved more frequently, hands pressing against the crystalline shell, a head turning, eyes, barely visible through layers of ice and energy, opening and closing in the fitful awareness of someone waking from a very long sleep. On day 14, Luo Feng began the absorption. He stood at the edge of the frozen lake, the exact center of the realm, and opened his inner world completely. The process was different from the Twilight ruins that had been involuntary, panicked, a desperate survival response. This time, he was in control. He could feel the mechanism of absorption through the Realm Devourer System, understand its architecture. His dantian expanded, becoming a doorway. The inner world behind it yawned open like a hungry mouth, and the dying realm's energy began to flow inward. Absorption protocol initiated. Realm Echo 12. Phase 1. Spiritual energy absorption. Estimated duration 48 hours. Phase 2. Terrain absorption. Estimated duration 24 hours. Phase 3. Entity integration. Estimated duration variable. Host must remain stationary during absorption. Warning: process cannot be interrupted once begun. 48 hours of stationary cultivation while a world poured into him. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the ice, anchored his qi, and surrendered to the process. The first hours were manageable. Spiritual energy flowed into his inner world in a steady stream, filling the sulfur wastes with dense, cold power. The frostfire crystals erupted in growth, spreading across the volcanic stone like a glittering rash. New features appeared: pools of liquid that were simultaneously boiling and freezing, vents that exhaled clouds of ice crystals. By hour 12, the terrain began to follow. Chunks of the realm, glacial stone, ice formations, frozen earth, dissolved into the energy stream and reformed inside his inner world. A new landscape assembled itself beside the sulfur wastes, a frozen plain of blue-white stone and crystal, separated from the volcanic biome by a transition zone of frostfire crystals. It was mesmerizing and agonizing. Luo Feng's meridians burned with the volume of energy passing through them, his body serving as the conduit between a dying world and a growing one. Every nerve screamed. Every cell protested. He endured. By hour 36, the spirit beasts arrived. They came through the energy stream like passengers on a current. Frost hares, snow serpents, and 3 ice stalkers. Their physical forms dissolved into spiritual energy and reconstituted within his inner world's new ice biome. They appeared disoriented but alive, shaking themselves as if waking from a dream, then dispersing into the frozen landscape that was now their permanent home. And at hour 47, the temple came. The frozen lake drained into the absorption stream, carrying the submerged structure and its occupant into Luo Feng's inner world. He felt the temple materialize in the center of the ice biome, its ancient architecture reassembling stone by stone. The preservation formation around the sealed figure pulsed, bright, insistent, alive. Absorption complete. Realm Echo 12. New biome added. Frozen wastes. Inner world total area 200m x 200m 600m x 600m. Biome 1. Sulfur wastes, volcanic/toxic 200m x 200m. Biome 2. Frozen wastes, ice/crystal 400m x 400m. Transition zone. Frostfire crystal belt. Spiritual energy 4.7%, 31.2%. Fauna 47 frost hares, 12 snow serpents, 3 ice stalkers, miscellaneous. Ice insects. Structure: ancient temple with sealed entity. Host cultivation. Qi condensation layer 6 layer 8. Absorption overflow. Layer 8. The absorption had pushed him through 2 full layers, the concentrated spiritual energy of an entire realm forcing his cultivation forward with irresistible momentum. Luo Feng collapsed on the bare ground where Echo 12 had been. The pocket realm was gone, completely consumed, leaving nothing but a patch of ordinary terrain in the shattered peaks. No shimmer, no barrier, no evidence that a frozen world had existed here for 10,000 years. It existed now only inside him. He lay on his back, exhausted, his body trembling with the aftermath of 48 hours of continuous absorption. But through the trembling, through the pain and the fatigue, he felt his inner world humming with new life. 2 biomes, 47 hares, 12 serpents, 3 wolves, 1 ancient temple, and 1 sealed woman, sleeping in ice and light, waiting to wake up in a world she'd never imagined. Chapter 7. Luo Feng returned to the Azure Serpent sect 23 days after his departure. He was thinner, harder, and significantly more powerful than when he'd left. The geological survey he submitted was thorough enough to avoid suspicion. He'd actually collected samples during his travels, filling the role of diligent outer disciple while secretly consuming an entire realm. His displayed cultivation remained at 3rd layer chi condensation. The gap between his display and his true 8th layer was now enormous, requiring careful, constant chi suppression that had become almost second nature. He moved through the sect like a ghost wearing a mask, his true power hidden behind a facade of mediocrity. The inner world had stabilized. The 90-day deadline had been met with 28 days to spare, and the frozen wastes biome had integrated smoothly alongside the sulfur wastes. His total inner world area, 600 meters on each side, was larger than the sect's outer training grounds. More importantly, the cross-biome effects were producing unique resources. The frost-fire crystal belt between the 2 biomes generated hybrid minerals that pulsed with dual attribute energy. The thermal gradient zones created microclimates that supported exotic plant growth, species that couldn't exist in either pure fire or pure ice environments but thrived in the transition between them. His inner world was becoming something greater than the sum of its consumed parts. But the sealed woman in the temple remained a constant source of anxiety. Through his inner world awareness, Luo Feng could feel her, not her thoughts, but her spiritual signature, a deep, slow pulse of power that was far beyond anything he could comprehend. Whatever cultivation level she'd reached before being sealed, it was leagues above his own. If she woke up angry, he didn't finish the thought. Instead, he focused on what he could control: cultivation, information gathering, and preparation. The sect's library yielded new insights now that he knew what to search for. Historical texts referenced realm eaters, ancient cultivators who developed inner worlds by consuming pocket realms. The practice had been widespread during the primordial era, when pocket realms were abundant and powerful cultivators competed to absorb them. It had fallen into obscurity as the supply of accessible realms dwindled, and the techniques had been lost. Or so the texts claimed. Luo Feng suspected that the Realm Devourer System was a remnant of that ancient tradition, embedded in his dantian by whatever mechanism had activated during the Twilight Ruins collapse. The texts also mentioned something that made his blood run cold. The more realms a realm eater consumes, the stronger the hunger grows. Those who walk this path must feed constantly or be consumed by their own inner world. He checked his system status. Next absorption requirement: 1 pocket realm within 180 days. Note: absorption interval will decrease as inner world grows. 180 days. Longer than the first deadline, but the warning about decreasing intervals was ominous. Each absorption made his inner world larger, more demanding, hungrier. Eventually, the intervals would shrink until he was in a constant race to find and consume new realms. An arms race against his own power. The more he grew, the faster he needed to grow more. Luo Feng closed the text and sat in the library's silence, contemplating a future that was equal parts exhilarating and terrifying. Then the library door opened, and a woman walked in who shattered his contemplation entirely. She was inner disciple rank. He could tell from her robes and the quality of her spiritual pressure. Tall, with sharp features and dark hair bound in a practical style. Her cultivation was at foundation establishment, mid-stage, which placed her among the sect's competent but not exceptional disciples. What caught his attention wasn't her appearance, but her energy signature. It carried traces of spatial chi, the same type of energy that pocket realms were made of. To his Realm Devourer enhanced senses, she practically glowed. "You're staring," she said, her voice flat. "My apologies. I was lost in thought. Lost in thought while looking directly at me. How convenient." She walked past him to the spatial theory section, the most specialized and least visited corner of the library. "If you have questions about spatial cultivation, ask them. Don't lurk." "I wasn't," he stopped. She was right. He had been staring. "Actually, I do have a question. Are there any texts on inner world development?" She paused mid-reach, her hand hovering over a shelf. Slowly, she turned to face him, and her expression had shifted from irritated to intensely interested. "Inner world development," she repeated. "That's a nascent soul topic. Why would an outer disciple at?" She examined his displayed cultivation. 3rd layer chi condensation be interested in inner world development? Academic curiosity. Terrible lie. Try again. Luo Feng met her gaze. She was sharp, dangerously sharp. The kind of person who noticed things and connected dots. I read a historical text about realm eaters, he said, offering partial truth. The concept of building inner worlds by consuming pocket realms fascinated me. I wanted to learn more. Her eyes widened fractionally. Realm eaters. That's obscure, even for this library. She studied him with renewed intensity, and Luo Feng felt her spiritual sense brush against his. A light, skilled probe that most cultivators wouldn't even notice. He suppressed his true cultivation level more tightly, hoping his mask held. She said. My name is Suyu. I study spatial theory. And you just became the most interesting outer disciple I've met in 3 years. Luo Feng wasn't sure whether to be flattered or alarmed. Chapter 8. Suyu was, as Luo Feng quickly discovered, both brilliant and relentless. Over the following week, she appeared wherever he was. The library, the outer sex training grounds, even the recycling channels where he scavenged spiritual materials to feed his inner world. Are you following me? He asked on the 3rd day, as she materialized beside him in the drainage tunnels. Following implies effort. You have extremely predictable habits. She crouched beside him, examining the crystallized pill residue he was collecting. Why are you scavenging waste materials? 3rd layer chi condensation disciples don't usually need supplemental resources. I'm cultivating aggressively. With drainage crystals? These contain maybe 1% of their original spiritual energy. You'd need hundreds to make any difference. She was right, of course. The crystals' value wasn't in their personal cultivation benefit. It was in feeding them to his inner world, where even trace spiritual energy contributed to biome development. But he couldn't explain that. Every bit helps when your spiritual roots are 4th grade, he said. Suyu gave him a look that said she didn't believe a word of it. But she didn't press further. Instead, she produced a jade slip from her sleeve and held it out. What's this? An introduction to spatial theory. Since you're so interested in realm eaters and inner worlds, you should understand the fundamentals. She pushed the slip into his hand. Consider it investment. If you turn out to be as interesting as I think you are, I want to be the one who helped you first. The jade slip contained a lecture series by a long-dead spatial theory master. Luo Feng absorbed it over 3 nights, and the knowledge transformed his understanding of his own inner world. Spatial theory described pocket realms as bubbles in the fabric of reality, self-contained spaces with their own physics, energy systems, and sometimes ecosystems. These bubbles formed naturally at points of spatial stress, or were deliberately created by cultivators powerful enough to fold space. Over time, unattended pocket realms degraded, their barriers weakening until they collapsed and their contents dispersed into the void. The Realm Devourer System, Luo Feng realized, didn't just consume realms. It caught them before they fell into oblivion and preserved them as biomes within a cultivator's inner world. It was salvation disguised as consumption. Every realm he absorbed was a world saved from annihilation. The morality of that was complicated, but it made him feel better about the practice. More practically, the spatial theory texts explained concepts that helped him manage his inner world more effectively. Biome boundaries weren't fixed. They could be adjusted, strengthened, even reshaped by a cultivator who understood spatial manipulation. The transition zones between biomes, like his Frostfire crystal belt, were actually the most valuable regions, where conflicting energies produced novel materials unavailable in either pure biome. He experimented inside the inner world, spending hours in the Frostfire crystal belt, learning to manipulate the boundary between sulfur wastes and frozen wastes. With practice, he could widen or narrow the transition zone, encouraging different types of crystal growth and hybrid mineral formation. Inner world management skill acquired. Biome boundary manipulation. Frostfire crystal belt. With adjustable 5M, 30M. New crystal varieties discovered. 3. Ember ice, glacial obsidian, thermal quartz. Cultivation speed bonus. 23%, 31%. 3 new mineral types. Each one pulsed with unique hybrid energy that Luo Feng could feel through his inner world connection. He didn't know their practical applications yet, but the system categorized them as development resources, building blocks for future inner world features. His cultivation continued to advance in secret. Inside the inner world, where the combined spiritual energy of 2 biomes exceeded anything available in the outer sect, he pushed toward the 9th layer of chi condensation. The breakthrough came on a still night in the frozen wastes biome, surrounded by glacial formations and watched by curious frost hares. Cultivation breakthrough. Chi condensation layer 9. Inner world expansion. 600m x 600m, 800m x 800m. New territory, barren stone, awaiting biome assignment or natural development. Note: Significant expansion will occur at foundation establishment, ninth layer. The same milestone that most disciples struggled with for months had come in weeks, powered by the spiritual density of his inner world. Foundation establishment was the next target, and with it, according to the system's pattern, a major expansion. But foundation establishment required building a spiritual foundation, and Luo Feng's unique inner world-based cultivation made that process different from the standard approach. Where normal cultivators condensed qi into a liquid base, Luo Feng's energy existed as ambient content within his biomes. He would need to crystallize not qi, but the very fabric of his inner world, turning spatial energy into structural support. He didn't know how to do that yet, and the sect's standard foundation establishment techniques were useless for his situation. He needed help, specialized help, the kind that only someone who understood spatial theory at a deep level could provide, which brought him back to Suyu. On the 8th day of their acquaintance, Luo Feng made a decision that would change both their lives. "I need to show you something," he said. "But if I do, you can never tell anyone." Suyu's eyes gleamed with the predatory excitement of a researcher who'd just been offered access to classified data. "Show me." Chapter 9. He brought her into the inner world at midnight, in a secluded corner of the outer sect where no one would notice two disciples sitting in trance. The transition was jarring for Suyu. One moment, she was sitting on stone. The next, she was standing in the sulfur wastes, sulfurous air stinging her eyes, volcanic ground hot beneath her feet. She didn't speak for a full minute. Her eyes moved methodically across the landscape, the yellow stone, the thermal vents, the frostfire crystal belt glowing on the horizon, the wall of ice marking where the frozen wastes began. Then she said, very quietly, "You're a realm eater. The system calls it the Realm Devourer System." System? Her voice was flat. "You have a system for consuming pocket realms." She walked forward, knelt, and pressed her palm against the volcanic stone. Her spatial sense extended outward, and Luo Feng felt it ripple through his inner world like a stone dropped in still water. "This is real," she whispered. "This isn't a technique or an illusion. This is an actual inner world with two distinct biomes, a functional ecosystem, and," she turned sharply, "there are animals in here. I can sense life signatures. 47 frost hares, 12 snow serpents, 3 ice stalkers, and various insects. They came with the second realm I absorbed." Suyu stood slowly. Her composure was cracking, not from fear, but from the weight of discovery. She was a spatial theorist who'd just been shown something that her field had only theorized about. "The transition zone," she said, walking toward the frostfire crystal belt. "This is a biome boundary. The crystals are hybrid formations born from conflicting energy types." She picked up a shard of ember ice and examined it with her spiritual sense. "This doesn't exist in nature. This is an entirely novel material. 3 novel materials, actually: ember ice, glacial obsidian, and thermal quartz." She looked at him with an expression that mixed awe with something fiercer: ambition. "Luo Feng, do you understand what you have? This isn't just a cultivation advantage. This is a mobile ecosystem, a resource generator." She caught herself, visibly restraining her enthusiasm. "How many realms can you absorb? The system hasn't given me a limit. But each absorption requires progressively more capacity, and there's a deadline mechanic. I need to absorb regularly, or the inner world destabilizes." "The hunger," she murmured. "The historical texts mention it. Realm eaters needed constant feeding to maintain their inner worlds." She paced, thinking rapidly. "The sect monitors 7 pocket realms in the region. I have access to the spatial survey data as part of my research. I can identify which ones are approaching collapse. You'd help me?" "Help you?" She stopped pacing and faced him squarely. "Luo Feng, I've spent 4 years studying spatial theory from books. You're offering me the chance to study it in practice, inside a living, growing inner world that contains biomes no one has ever seen. Of course I'll help you." Her enthusiasm was genuine, but Luo Feng could see the calculation behind it. Suyu was brilliant, ambitious, and pragmatic. She would help him because it served her research interests. That wasn't a problem. Mutual benefit was the most stable foundation for any partnership. The question was whether she could be trusted with the secret. "There's more," he said. "I need to show you the temple." He led her across the frostfire crystal belt and into the frozen wastes. The cold hit her immediately. Suyu's foundation establishment cultivation handled it better than Luo Feng's qi condensation, but she still shivered. The temple sat in the center of the ice biome, surrounded by a field of untouched snow. Its ancient architecture looked even more impressive within the inner world. The inscriptions on its walls glowed with preserved spiritual energy, and the preservation formation around the sealed figure hummed with quiet, patient power. Suyu approached the formation slowly, her spatial sense extending with careful precision. She studied the sealed figure, the humanoid form, the closed eyes, the hands that occasionally pressed against the crystalline shell. "This is a stasis formation," she said, her voice hushed. "Grade 7, maybe grade 8. Whoever made this was a Tao-seeking cultivator at minimum." She paused. "The person inside. I can't read their cultivation level. The formation is suppressing it. But the spiritual pressure leaking through the cracks is—" She swallowed. "Significant. Can you tell how to wake her safely?" "Wake her." So you turned to him with wide eyes. "You want to wake someone who was sealed 10,000 years ago by a Tao-seeking cultivator?" "She was sealed for a reason. She was sealed in a dying realm. If I hadn't absorbed it, she would have dissolved with everything else. Whatever the reason for the seal, it was predicated on a world that no longer exists." Suyu opened her mouth to argue, then closed it. She looked back at the sealed figure, and her expression shifted from alarm to academic interest. "You're right. The formation is anchored to the realm's spatial signature, which is now part of your inner world. The seal is degrading because its foundational assumptions no longer hold." She knelt beside the formation, her spatial sense probing its structure. "Given the degradation rate, she'll wake on her own within 2 to 3 months. Whether we intervene or not." 2 to 3 months. Luo Feng stared at the sealed woman and felt the weight of the unknown settle onto his shoulders. She was going to wake up inside his inner world. Inside him, a cultivator of unknown power, unknown temperament, and unknown reasons for being sealed in the first place. "Then we'd better be ready," he said. Chapter 10. The weeks following Su Yu's introduction to the inner world were the most productive of Luo Feng's cultivation career. With a spatial theorist's guidance, he learned to manage his inner world with an efficiency that self-teaching could never have achieved. Su Yu was relentless in her research. She spent hours inside the inner world, mapping biome boundaries, analyzing crystal formations, and studying the interactions between volcanic and glacial energy systems. Her spatial manipulation skills, honed by 4 years of academic study, proved invaluable for inner world management. "Your biome boundaries are inefficient," she declared on her third visit, standing in the Frostfire crystal belt with a jade slip full of calculations. "You're losing 30% of the transition energy to random dispersal. If we reshape the boundary into a spiral pattern instead of a straight line, we can increase crystal production by 60%. She was right. The spiral boundary created a longer transition zone with more surface area, and the curving path encouraged energy circulation rather than linear dissipation. Crystal production surged, and 3 new hybrid mineral types appeared in the modified belt. "You're a genius," Luo Feng told her. "I know. Keep up." Their partnership fell into a rhythm. Suyu provided theoretical knowledge and spatial manipulation expertise. Luo Feng provided the inner world itself and the Realm Devourer System's feedback. Together, they developed techniques for inner world management that neither could have discovered alone. The most significant breakthrough came when Suyu figured out how to help him build his foundation. "Standard foundation establishment won't work for you," she explained during one of their sessions. "Your qi doesn't exist in your dantian. It exists as ambient energy in your biomes. You can't condense what isn't concentrated. So how do I advance? You need to build a foundation from the inner world structure itself. Instead of crystallizing qi into a spiritual base, you crystallize spatial energy into a world base. The biomes become your foundation. The more stable and developed your inner world, the stronger your foundation." That sounds different. It is different. It's also theoretically superior. A standard foundation is limited by the cultivator's dantian capacity. Your foundation is limited by the size and complexity of your inner world, which has no theoretical upper limit. The implications were staggering. If every realm he absorbed strengthened his foundation, then his cultivation path was directly tied to his inner world's growth. More biomes meant a stronger foundation. A stronger foundation meant more capacity for biomes. A positive feedback loop with no ceiling. Except the hunger. Always the hunger. Under Su Yu's guidance, Luo Feng began the foundation establishment process. Instead of sitting in meditation and condensing qi, he worked within his inner world, stabilizing biome boundaries, reinforcing spatial structures, crystallizing the connections between volcanic and glacial terrain. Foundation establishment. Inner world method. Foundation progress. 0%, 12%. Method. Spatial crystallization of biome structures. Rate. Approximately 3x faster than standard method with current inner world development. 3 times faster. His inner world's density and complexity accelerated a process that took most cultivators months into a timeline of weeks. Foundation progress crept upward, 15%. 20. 25. While Luo Feng cultivated, Suyu monitored the sealed woman in the temple. The preservation formation was degrading steadily, its inscriptions dimming, its crystalline shell thinning. The sealed figure moved more frequently now, her fingers flexing, her head turning, her lips occasionally parting as if trying to speak. She's dreaming, Suyu reported. The formation is losing its grip on her consciousness, and she's experiencing intermittent awareness. Based on the degradation rate, she'll fully awaken in approximately 6 weeks. 6 weeks. Luo Feng pushed his foundation establishment harder. In the outer sect, life continued its unremarkable rhythm. Luo Feng maintained his third-layer qi condensation facade, performed his duties, and avoided attention. The only complication was the monthly assessment, where he allowed his displayed cultivation to creep up to 4th layer, a believable rate of progress that matched his cover story of diligent, slow cultivation. Senior Brother Gao, who had apparently been reassigned to administrative duties, paid him no attention. The inner disciples barely registered his existence. The outer disciples treated him as they always had, a nobody among nobodies. Perfect. At Foundation 28%, Luo Feng noticed something new in his inner world. The barren stone added by his 9th layer breakthrough, the area beyond the established biomes, was changing, not from external feeding, but from natural development. The spiritual energy circulating through his biomes was spilling into the empty territory, slowly enriching the stone, preparing it for something. Natural biome development detected. Barren territory is spontaneously developing soil and mineral deposits. Estimated time to self-generated biome, 6 to 12 months. Note: this process can be accelerated by absorbing a third realm. His inner world was growing on its own, slowly, but organically, developing new territory without requiring external consumption. If he could accelerate this natural growth while also absorbing new realms, the possibilities expanded with each discovery. And deep in the ice biome, in a temple preserved by formations older than civilizations, a sleeping woman's eyes moved beneath closed lids, dreaming of a world she hadn't yet seen. Chapter 11. Foundation progress hit 50% on the night the sealed woman spoke for the first time. Luo Feng was in the frozen wastes, adjusting the biome boundary near the temple, when he heard it, a voice so faint it could have been the wind through ice formations, but the words were unmistakable. Where am I? He froze. Through his inner world connection, he felt the preservation formation flicker, not failing, but thinning, like a curtain becoming transparent. The sealed woman's consciousness was pushing through, probing the world around her with a spiritual sense that, even suppressed by the formation, made Luo Feng's 8th layer qi condensation feel like a candle next to a bonfire. You're safe, he said, keeping his voice calm despite his racing heart. You're in a protected space. The realm you were sealed in collapsed, but you were preserved. Silence. Then the realm collapsed. The voice was stronger, tinged with something complex, not surprise, but a grief so old it had calcified into acceptance. I knew it would. Eventually. Can you hear me clearly? Intermittently. The formation fades in and out. I am partially awake. A pause. You absorb the realm. I can feel it. The ice, the creatures, the temple. They exist inside you. She could sense the inner world. Of course she could. She was inside it, part of its structure now, integrated into the frozen wastes biome. My name is Luo Feng. Luo Feng. She seemed to taste the name. A young voice. Young cultivation. And yet you carry worlds inside you. Another pause. Longer. My name is Xianxia. I don't know what I am anymore. I was sealed by my master to preserve me through the realm's decline. I was supposed to sleep until someone came to wake me. Someone came. Someone consumed my world and everything in it. Her tone was unreadable. That wasn't quite the rescue I was expecting. Would you have preferred dissolving into the void? A long silence. No, I would not. The formation flickered again, and her voice faded to a whisper. I need time to understand, to adjust. The formation will release me fully within weeks. Until then, I will listen and learn and try to comprehend what I've become. She went quiet. The formation stabilized, the crystalline shell solidifying slightly, not strengthening, but settling into a slower degradation pattern. She was controlling it, Luo Feng realized, managing her own emergence from stasis. He told Suyu the next day. She spoke to you. Suyu's expression was a mix of scholarly excitement and reasonable terror. She's conscious inside the formation, and she can sense the inner world structure. She seems reasonable, not hostile. She was sealed by a Tao-seeking cultivator 10,000 years ago. Reasonable doesn't begin to cover the questions that raises. Suyu paced, her analytical mind churning. We need to know why she was sealed. Was it protection, sealing her to save her from the realm's collapse? Or was it imprisonment, sealing her to prevent something? She said her master sealed her to preserve her through the realm's decline. That sounds like protection. It sounds like what she told you. We don't know if it's true. So you stop pacing. I'm not saying she's dangerous. I'm saying we should be cautious. A being of unknown power is waking up inside your inner world. Your inner world is inside your body. If she's hostile, you can't exactly evict her. She had a point. Luo Feng spent the following days reinforcing the spatial structures around the temple, creating containment formations with Su Yu's guidance. Not hostile barriers, but stabilization fields that would prevent any sudden release of spiritual pressure from disrupting the inner world's ecosystem. The ice stalkers, normally aloof predators, began congregating near the temple. They sat in the snow like sentinels, their crystalline eyes fixed on the weakening formation. Luo Feng couldn't tell if they were guarding the temple or watching it with the same wariness he felt. Foundation progress continued. 55%. 60. The inner world's spatial structure was crystallizing beautifully, each biome becoming more solid, more real, more permanent. The Frostfire crystal belt had evolved into a complex geological feature with its own microecology. Tiny crystalline organisms that fed on hybrid energy and produced luminescent waste. His inner world wasn't just growing. It was developing, evolving, becoming complex in ways the system hadn't predicted. Inner world complexity rating, moderate. Natural development exceeding projections. Contributing factors, dual biome interaction, cross-biome energy cycling, hybrid material generation. Note: higher complexity correlates with faster cultivation and stronger foundation development. The more complex his world became, the stronger he grew. And the stronger he grew, the more complex his world could become. The positive feedback loop Suyu had described was already in motion. Foundation at 63%. And somewhere in the ice, behind thinning crystal, Jiang Qingwei dreamed of a world that existed inside a boy barely old enough to call himself a cultivator. Chapter 12. Luo Feng's advancement to foundation establishment happened not with a dramatic breakthrough, but with a quiet click, like a key turning in a lock that had been waiting for exactly the right shape. Foundation progress had reached 100% over a period of 3 weeks of intensive spatial crystallization. The inner world's biome structures had solidified completely, each element of terrain and energy locked into a stable configuration that served as the foundation for his cultivation. Foundation establishment complete. Inner world method, foundation type, spatial biome, unique. Foundation grade, superior, due to dual biome complexity. Inner world expansion triggered. Previous size, 800m x 800m. New size, 2000m x 2000m. Major terrain generation in progress, 2 kilometers on each side. 4 square kilometers of inner world, larger than many of the pocket realms scattered across the continent. The expansion was massive, adding vast tracts of new territory that filled in around the existing biomes like blank pages waiting to be written. The sulfur wastes expanded, developing a volcanic ridge line and a lava river that flowed through a newly formed canyon. The frozen wastes doubled in size, with the glacier forming proper peaks and the frozen lake becoming a small inland sea. The Frostfire crystal belt widened into a transitional valley, its diverse crystal formations creating a landscape that shimmered with hybrid light. And at the edges of the established biomes, the new territory began its slow natural development, barren stones softening into potential, waiting for external feeding or organic growth to shape it into whatever it would become. New features: lava river, sulfur waste generates fire attribute cultivation resources. Frozen sea, frozen waste generates ice attribute cultivation resources. Crystal valley, transition zone generates hybrid cultivation resources. Natural weather systems, active across all biomes. Spirit beast population, expanding naturally. Frost hares breeding, snow serpents establishing territories. The spirit beasts were thriving. The frost hares had established warrens in the expanded ice terrain, their population already growing. The snow serpents had claimed territories along the frozen sea's shores. Even the ice stalkers, apex predators in their original realm, had adapted, one pair showing signs of mating behavior. His inner world was becoming self-sustaining, an ecosystem that could grow, develop, and maintain itself without constant external intervention. Suyu was ecstatic. Do you understand what this means? Your inner world has achieved ecological stability. It can support itself. The only thing it needs from you is spatial energy to maintain the boundaries, and your foundation provides that automatically. What about the hunger? The absorption deadline. Still a factor, but less urgent now. A self-sustaining inner world is more stable than a dependent one. Your next absorption deadline should be longer, and the consequences of missing it less severe. She was right. The system confirmed. Next absorption requirement. One pocket realm within 240 days. Inner world stability. High. Self-sustaining ecosystem reduces degradation rate. 240 days. 8 months. Far more comfortable than the original 90-day scramble. Luo Feng allowed himself to breathe. For the first time since the Twilight Ruins, he wasn't racing against a deadline. He could plan, prepare, and grow at a sustainable pace. Foundation establishment also meant he qualified for inner disciple candidacy. Though with his displayed cultivation still hovering at 4th layer chi condensation, applying would require dropping his mask. He decided to wait. Building his actual strength before revealing it would provide a larger shock value. And in the cultivation world, perception was its own form of power. Instead, he focused on 3 priorities: continuing his cultivation toward core formation, preparing for the sealed woman's awakening, and finding his next pocket realm to absorb. The 3rd priority was where Su Yu proved most valuable. Her access to the sect's spatial survey data gave them a comprehensive picture of pocket realm activity in the region. There are 3 realms showing signs of instability within a year, she reported during one of their planning sessions. A map of the eastern territories spread before them inside the inner world's Crystal Valley. Echo 3, a fire realm in the Red Desert, estimated collapse in 8 to 10 months. Echo 15, an earth realm in the Jade Mountains, 11 to 14 months. And, she hesitated. Echo 19, a water realm in the Drowning Marshes, 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5 months? That's well within my window. It's also in territory claimed by the Black Lotus sect. Her voice was careful. Rival sect. Aggressive. They've been expanding into unclaimed regions for the past decade, and the Drowning Marshes are their eastern frontier. How dangerous? For an outer disciple at displayed 4th layer chi condensation? Suicidal. For a hidden foundation establishment cultivator with an inner world containing 2 biomes and a growing ecosystem. She smiled thinly. Manageable. With preparation. Luo Feng looked at the map, at the X marking Echo 19's location in the heart of hostile territory, and felt his inner world's hunger stir. Not urgent, not desperate, but present. A slow, deep appetite for new worlds. We start preparing immediately, he said. Chapter 13. Preparation for the Echo 19 expedition consumed the next month. Su Yu gathered intelligence on Black Lotus sect patrol routes, territorial boundaries, and the disposition of their forces near the Drowning Marshes. Luo Feng trained in the inner world, pushing his foundation establishment cultivation through its early stages and honing the unique combat capabilities that his spatial biome foundation provided. His fighting style had evolved significantly since his chi condensation days. At foundation establishment, his inner world's energy could be projected outward, not just as standard chi attacks, but as spatial distortions that drew on the properties of his biomes. He could flash freeze an area by channeling frozen waste's energy. He could superheat the air around a target with sulfur waste's power. And the Frostfire crystal energy produced attacks that were both simultaneously, creating thermal shocks that conventional defenses struggled to handle. You're a walking environmental hazard, Su Yu observed after a training session where Luo Feng had created a 10-meter zone of alternating fire and ice that shattered 3 practice dummies. Standard combat theory assumes homogeneous chi types. You're attacking with 2 conflicting elements simultaneously. It's profoundly unfair. Unfair is fine. I'm not entering a tournament. She also helped him develop a new application of the Realm Devourer System, environmental scanning. By extending his inner world's awareness outward, Luo Feng could sense pocket realm signatures at a distance, feeling the spatial distortions they created the way a shark sensed blood in water. The range was limited, perhaps 50 kilometers at his current level, but it was enough to locate Echo 19 without relying solely on maps. Foundation establishment, second stage arrived 3 weeks into training, a smooth advancement facilitated by the inner world's accelerating complexity. The expansion was modest compared to the foundation breakthrough itself, an additional 200 meters per side, but it brought a new feature. Foundation establishment stage 2. Inner world expansion, 2000 mx2, 000m2, 200 mx2, 200m. New feature, inner world awareness, enhanced. Host can now perceive inner world events while in the external world. Range of external spatial scanning, 50 kilometers, 80 kilometers. Enhanced awareness meant he could monitor the sealed woman's formation without entering the inner world, a significant comfort given the steadily progressing degradation. Xianxia's formation was at 30% integrity now, her periods of consciousness growing longer and more coherent. She spoke to him occasionally, her voice filtering through the formation like whispers through a wall. She asked about the outside world, how much time had passed, what era this was, which sects ruled the region. Her questions revealed a mind that was sharp, educated, and deeply curious, despite 10 millennia of isolation. Tell me about your Realm Devourer System, she asked one evening, her voice stronger than usual. I felt it operating. The way your inner world processes spatial energy. It's ancient, older than my seal. I don't know its origin. It activated during a realm collapse and has been operating since. It's primordial era technology. The cultivators of that age built inner worlds as naturally as your era builds pill furnaces. Your system is a remnant, a seed that germinated when conditions were right. A pause. You're very young for this path. Most realm eaters were nascent soul cultivators before they began. Most realm eaters had a choice. I was activated by accident. There are no accidents in spatial cultivation, she said, and her voice held something ancient and knowing. Space remembers. The realm you were in chose to give itself to you rather than dissolve into nothing. That's not random, that's selection. The idea that the dying realm had chosen him was unsettling. It implied consciousness where he'd assumed entropy, intent where he'd seen only collapse. Before he could respond, the formation flickered, and Zhang Qingyue's presence faded back into dormancy. But her words lingered, adding another layer of complexity to a situation that was already more complex than he could comfortably manage. 2 weeks before the planned Echo 19 expedition, Luo Feng made his move. He filed for a 3-week wilderness survey mission, the same cover story that had worked for Echo 12. This time, however, the target was 60% farther away and in hostile territory. He would need to move faster, fight harder, and absorb a realm while potentially under threat from Black Lotus sect cultivators. Suyu provided him with a modified route that avoided known patrol points, along with recognition seals that would mask his Azure Serpent sect's spiritual signature from casual detection. Be careful, she said as he departed. I've invested too much research in your inner world to lose it to some Black Lotus thug. Your concern is touching. It's pragmatic. You're the most interesting research subject I've ever had. She punched his shoulder. He was developing a theory that women in his life expressed affection primarily through physical violence. Chapter 14. The journey to the drowning marshes took 12 days. Luo Feng traveled fast and quiet, using his enhanced spatial scanning to detect potential threats before they detected him. The landscape shifted as he moved northwest, the shattered peaks giving way to rolling grasslands, then to the damp, fog-choked terrain that heralded the marshes. The drowning marshes were aptly named. A vast expanse of stagnant water, tangled vegetation, and treacherous ground that could swallow a careless traveler whole. The spiritual energy here was dense but corrupt, tainted by centuries of organic decay and the presence of toxic spirit beasts adapted to the swamp environment. He detected Black Lotus sect presence on day 9. Patrol formations, groups of 3 to 4 cultivators moving along established routes, their dark robes and distinctive Black Lotus emblems visible even at distance. Foundation establishment, mostly, with the occasional core formation cultivator leading a squad. Luo Feng avoided them with careful routing, his suppressed cultivation and Suyu's recognition seals rendering him effectively invisible to casual spiritual scans. He moved through the marsh like a ghost, navigating by spatial instinct rather than sight in the perpetual fog. Echo 19's signature grew stronger as he approached, a wavering spatial distortion that his Realm Devourer System identified as a water attribute pocket realm in advanced decline. The realm's barrier was so thin he could feel the moisture from inside bleeding into the surrounding marsh, creating pockets of abnormally clear water amid the murky swamp. He found the entrance on day 11, a rippling curtain of transparent energy hidden beneath the canopy of a massive marsh tree. The barrier parted at his touch, and he stepped through into a dying water world. Echo 19 was beautiful. Unlike the harsh extremes of the sulfur wastes and frozen wastes, this realm was a serene aquatic landscape. A vast, shallow ocean of crystal-clear water stretched to every horizon, its surface broken by islands of white coral and stands of luminescent seagrass. The sky was a soft blue-green, the light diffused and gentle. Fish with translucent scales swam in schools that caught the light like living prisms. And it was dying. The sky showed the familiar fracture pattern, cracks widening slowly as the realm's spatial integrity degraded. Sections of the ocean floor had dissolved, creating dark wells of void that the water swirled into and never returned from. The coral islands were shrinking, their edges dissolving into the spatial decay. Pocket Realm Echo 19. Analysis. Type: aquatic/coral biome. Status: terminal collapse in progress. Estimated remaining integrity: 22 to 30 days. Spiritual energy density: 38.7%. High for water-type realm. Absorption compatibility: excellent. Fauna: extensive marine ecosystem, 200+ species. Flora: coral formations, sea grass, luminescent algae. Warning: no sealed entities detected. Warning: Black Lotus sect survey markers detected on exterior. Realm is monitored. Monitored. The Black Lotus sect knew about this realm and was watching its decline. They would be planning their own expedition to salvage resources before the collapse. Standard procedure for sects monitoring unstable realms. Luo Feng had a window. Not a large one, but a window. If he could complete the absorption before the Black Lotus sect mounted their salvage operation, he could disappear with the realm before anyone knew what had happened. He needed to act fast. But first, he waded into the warm, clear water and looked down through it to the coral formations below. Fish darted around his ankles, curious, unafraid, native to a world that had known peace for millennia. He was going to swallow their world, save it by consuming it, preserve it by ending its independent existence. The fish didn't know. The coral didn't know. They would simply transition from a dying realm to a biome inside a cultivator's inner world. "I'll take care of you," he told them, feeling slightly ridiculous talking to fish. "All of you." The fish did not respond. They simply swam, bright and beautiful, in a world that had days left to live. Chapter 15. The absorption of Echo 19 was Luo Feng's smoothest yet. Third time was, apparently, the charm. He positioned himself on the largest coral island, the realm's spiritual center, where the energy density was highest, and opened the Realm Devourer System with practiced ease. The absorption protocol engaged, and the water world began to flow inward. Absorption protocol initiated. Realm Echo 19. Phase 1. Spiritual energy absorption. Estimated duration: 36 hours. Phase 2. Terrain absorption. Estimated duration: 18 hours. Phase 3. Fauna integration. Estimated duration: 12 hours. Total estimated duration: 66 hours. Warning: host must remain stationary. Process cannot be interrupted. 66 hours. Nearly 3 days of sitting motionless on a dissolving coral island while a world poured into him. And somewhere outside, Black Lotus sect cultivators patrolled the surrounding marshes. There was nothing for it. He sat, anchored his chi, and began. The water came first, not physically, but energetically. The ocean's spiritual content streamed into his inner world, and he felt a new space opening beside the existing biomes. Fresh territory, raw and unformed, began to fill with the essence of an aquatic realm. By hour 12, the first physical structures arrived. Coral formations dissolved into spatial energy and reconstituted inside his inner world as a new biome, a warm, shallow ocean dotted with white coral islands, occupying the previously barren territory south of the Crystal Valley. The water was impossibly clear, the coral already luminescent, the sea grass waving in currents generated by the inner world's natural energy flows. By hour 24, the fish came. Hundreds of species, their physical forms dissolved and reformed, appearing in the new ocean biome with the disorientation of creatures who'd been swimming in one water and found themselves swimming in another. They adapted quickly. The water was the same. The coral was the same. The only difference was the sky above, which was now the inner world's gradually developing atmospheric dome rather than the dying realm's fractured ceiling. By hour 40, something unexpected happened. Cross-biome interaction alert. Water biome proximity to frozen wastes creating novel transition zone. New material generation. Sea ice crystals. New ecosystem. Tidal frost zone. Where warm ocean meets glacial shore. A new transition zone. Where the coral ocean biome met the frozen wastes, a coastline formed. Warm tropical water meeting glacial ice, creating a tidal zone of extraordinary biological and mineral diversity. Sea ice crystals grew in the shallows, combining water and ice spiritual energy into formations that sang when currents passed through them. His inner world now had 3 biomes and 2 transition zones, each generating unique materials and supporting distinct ecosystems. The complexity was accelerating. At hour 60, the absorption was nearly complete. The external realm had shrunk to a fraction of its original size, its remaining energy pouring into Luo Feng's inner world with diminishing resistance. The coral island he sat on was dissolving beneath him, his body hovering on a platform of pure spatial energy as the last remnants of Echo 19 flowed inward. Then the barrier fell. Not the realm's barrier, that was already gone, consumed with everything else. The barrier of concealment. With the pocket realm gone, there was nothing between Luo Feng and the drowning marshes but open air, and his spiritual energy, released from the suppression of an active realm, flared outward like a beacon. Absorption complete. Realm Echo 19, new biome. Coral ocean, aquatic/warm. Inner world total 2, 200m x 2, 200m 3, 400m x 3, 400m. 3 biomes plus 2 transition zones. Total fauna 500 plus species. Spiritual energy 31.2%, 52.8%. Host cultivation. Foundation establishment stage 2, stage 4. He jumped 2 full stages. The concentrated energy of a water realm, processed through his Realm Devourer System, had catapulted him to stage 4 of foundation establishment, putting him among the more powerful outer-rank disciples of the Azure Serpent sect. But he wasn't thinking about cultivation stages. He was thinking about the spatial energy flare that had just announced his position to every cultivator within 50 kilometers, including any Black Lotus sect patrols in the area. Luo Feng landed in the marsh water where the realm had been. Knee-deep, warm, ordinary swamp water where an ocean of crystal clarity had existed minutes before. He suppressed his chi immediately, clamping down on his foundation establishment energy until he presented as nothing more than a weak chi condensation presence. Too late. There. A voice from the fog. Spatial disturbance, bearing northeast. The realm collapsed, and someone standing where it was. Luo Feng ran. Chapter 16. 3 Black Lotus sect cultivators emerged from the fog behind him. 2 at foundation establishment, 1 at core formation. The core formation leader's spiritual sense locked onto Luo Feng like a searchlight, piercing his chi suppression with casual ease. Foundation establishment. The leader's voice carried surprise. The markers on Echo 19 showed no one entering. How did you? His voice hardened. You absorbed it. You absorbed the entire realm. Running wouldn't work. The core formation cultivator could close the distance in seconds. Fighting 3-on-1 against a core formation leader was suicide. Luo Feng made a different choice. He stopped running, turned to face his pursuers, and activated the Realm Devourer System's external projection, something he'd never tried in combat before. The air around him shifted. The temperature dropped and rose simultaneously as his inner world's energy bled outward, creating a zone of spatial distortion where sulfur waste heat and frozen waste cold existed in the same space. The frost fire crystal energy crackled in the air between them, producing visible sparks of hybrid energy. The 3 Black Lotus cultivators stopped. The environmental distortion was outside their experience. No standard technique produced this kind of multi-element spatial effect. What is this? The core formation leader's hand went to his weapon. What technique are you using? The kind that doesn't end well for people who corner me, Luo Feng said, with more confidence than he felt. The leader studied him, spiritual sense probing the spatial distortion. What he found clearly unsettled him. The energy wasn't just a technique effect. It was an inner world's ambient signature projected outward, which meant you have an inner world. At foundation establishment, the leader's expression shifted from hostile to calculating. That shouldn't be possible. Inner worlds are in nascent soul development. I'm an early achiever. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators flanked their leader, weapons drawn. One wielded a black saber, the other a chain weapon that dripped with corrosive chi. They were ready to attack on command. The core formation leader raised a hand, holding them back. Who sent you? Azure Serpent? Jade Mountain? Which sect is developing Realm Eater techniques? Luo Feng said nothing. Admitting his sect affiliation would invite retaliation against the Azure Serpent sect. Staying silent gave the impression of operating independently, which was arguably more dangerous. A rogue Realm Eater was a threat to every sect's pocket realm interests. Kill him, the leader decided. Extract his spatial ring and inner world core. The sect's researchers will want to study both. The Saber Cultivator attacked first, a horizontal slash powered by Foundation Establishment Stage 3 Chi. Luo Feng met it with a blast of sulfur waste heat, the volcanic energy erupting from his palm in a concentrated stream that turned the air between them into a shimmering wall of thermal distortion. The saber cut through the heat wall. Its wielder was skilled enough for that, but the blade emerged glowing cherry red, its spiritual inscriptions damaged by thermal stress. The saber cultivator cursed and switched to barehanded combat. The chain wielder attacked from the flank. Luo Feng spun, channeling frozen waste's energy, and the chain's links frosted over mid-swing. The weapon's flexibility, its primary advantage, was compromised by the sudden ice formation, making it rigid and brittle. Two Foundation establishment cultivators, neutralized in their first exchange. Not defeated, neutralized. Their weapons were compromised, their techniques disrupted by environmental effects they'd never trained against. But the core formation leader was a different matter entirely. He moved with the fluid efficiency of a cultivator 3 major realms above Luo Feng's level. No weapon, just open palms that trailed dark spiritual energy. Black Lotus Sect's signature technique, Dark Bloom Palm, which corrupted an opponent's chi on contact. Luo Feng dodged the first palm strike. The second grazed his shoulder, and he felt his chi shudder, the Dark Bloom corruption trying to infiltrate his foundation. His inner world's spatial structure resisted, the biome-based foundation having no conventional chi pathways for the corruption to follow. The Dark Bloom energy dissipated against his inner world's ambient resistance like poison poured into an ocean. The core formation leader's eyes widened. Immune to Dark Bloom? What? Luo Feng didn't let him finish. He reached deep into his inner world and pulled from all 3 biomes simultaneously: fire, ice, and water, combining them into a single projection that erupted outward in a sphere of spatial chaos. The effect was devastating but uncontrolled. Thermal shock waves, ice crystals, and pressurized water blasts radiated in every direction, turning a 20-meter radius of marsh into a zone of pure environmental violence. The 2 Foundation establishment cultivators were flung backward, their defensive chi overwhelmed by the multi-elemental assault. The core formation leader weathered it. Barely. His robes were torn, his face scratched by ice shrapnel, but his core formation defenses held. He emerged from the chaos with murder in his eyes. Luo Feng was already gone. He'd used the chaos as cover, sprinting through the marsh at Foundation establishment speed, using his spatial scanning to navigate the fog. Behind him, he heard the core formation leader cursing, his subordinates groaning, and the sound of pursuit organizing. He ran for 3 hours before they gave up. Core formation cultivators were fast, but the drowning marshes were vast, and Luo Feng's spatial scanning let him navigate paths that confounded normal tracking. By dawn, he was 30 kilometers away, hidden in a hollow beneath a marsh oak, breathing hard and bleeding from a dozen minor cuts. His chi reserves were at 15%. His body ached from impacts he barely remembered taking. But he was alive, and inside him, a coral ocean shimmered alongside volcanic wastelands and frozen peaks, 3 worlds preserved from oblivion, growing and evolving in the space between his heartbeats. Chapter 17. The return journey took 16 days, longer than the trip out, because Luo Feng was forced to take an indirect route to avoid Black Lotus Sect search parties. Word of a realm eater in the drowning marshes had apparently spread, and the sect had deployed additional patrols to sweep the region. He traveled by night, hiding during the day in whatever shelter he could find. His inner world provided unexpected advantages for evasion. By projecting a thin layer of spatial energy around himself, he could muffle his spiritual signature to near zero, rendering him effectively invisible to casual spiritual scanning. The technique was draining but effective. During the journey, he spent his resting hours inside the inner world, marveling at the changes the 3rd absorption had brought. The coral ocean biome was thriving. Fish populations had stabilized, coral formations were growing, and the luminescent sea grass had spread across the ocean floor like an underwater meadow. The water's spiritual density was extraordinary. Cultivating submerged in the warm shallows provided a regeneration effect that healed his combat injuries faster than any medicine. The tidal frost zone, where warm ocean met glacial ice, was developing into the most ecologically diverse region of his inner world. Creatures from both biomes were adapting to the transition zone, creating hybrid species: fish with ice crystal scales, crystalline crabs that lived in both warm and cold water, and a species of seaweed that grew in the ice itself, surviving by metabolizing both thermal and cold spiritual energy. His inner world had 3 biomes, 2 transition zones, and over 500 species. It was becoming an ecology textbook, written in spiritual energy and living matter. And in the ice temple, Xianxia's formation had degraded to 15% integrity. She spoke more frequently now, full conversations rather than scattered whispers. Her voice was stronger, clearer, carrying the weight of a mind that was fully awake even if its body remained sealed. "You've been fighting," she observed during one of their talks. "I felt the combat through the inner world's resonance. 3 opponents. One significantly stronger than you. Core formation. I escaped. You used the biome projection technique, triple element environmental burst. Impressive for your cultivation level, but wasteful. You expended energy in every direction when a focused projection would have been more efficient. I didn't exactly have time to optimize. You'll need to. The path of a realm eater attracts attention, and that attention will only grow as your inner world develops. Every realm you absorb makes you more powerful and more visible. You need to be able to fight efficiently, not just spectacularly. She was offering to teach him. Luo Feng heard it in her tone, the subtle shift from observation to instruction, the voice of someone who had spent millennia accumulating knowledge and wanted to pass it on. When you wake fully, he said, will you train me? A long pause. When I wake fully, there are many things we'll need to discuss. Training is one of them. Her voice softened. But yes, if you'll have me as a teacher, I'd be honored. Don't be honored yet. You haven't experienced my teaching methods. He arrived at the Azure Serpent Sect's outer gate at dusk on the 16th day, dirty, exhausted, and carrying a geological survey report that was 90% fiction. The gate guards waved him through with their customary indifference. Suyi was waiting in his quarters. You look terrible, she said. What happened? I ate a coral reef, fought a core formation cultivator, and walked home through a swamp for 2 weeks. Did you get the realm? 3 biomes, 2 transition zones, 500 species, and a foundation establishment jumped to stage 4. Her eyes lit up. Show me everything. He showed her. The coral ocean's crystal waters. The tidal frost zone's hybrid ecology. The expanded crystal valley. The growing frostfire crystal formations. The singing sea ice crystals. She cataloged, measured, and analyzed with the intensity of a researcher given unlimited access to a unique phenomenon. The complexity increase is exponential, she murmured, reviewing her calculations. Each new biome doesn't just add to your inner world. It multiplies the interaction effects. 3 biomes create 6 potential interaction pairs. 4 biomes would create 10. 5 would create 15. She looked up. How many realms do you think you can absorb? The system hasn't given me a limit. Then your potential is theoretically unlimited. She shook her head slowly. Luo Feng, if you keep absorbing realms at this rate, within a few years your inner world could rival the pocket realms themselves. Within decades. She trailed off, the implications too vast to articulate. Within decades, he finished quietly, I could carry a continent. They sat in silence for a moment, contemplating a future that seemed impossible but was being built, biome by biome, inside a cultivator who'd started as the sect's most unremarkable outer disciple. Chapter 18. 3 weeks after his return, the sealed woman woke up. Luo Feng was in the outer sect's training ground, practicing the basic combat forms that were expected of a displayed 4th-layer Qi condensation disciple, when he felt it through his inner world awareness. The preservation formation in the ice temple shattering like glass. Not degrading. Shattering. All at once. As if the woman inside had simply decided she was done waiting and pushed through the remaining barrier with contemptuous ease. The spiritual pressure that erupted from the broken formation made his inner world shudder. Every biome trembled. The sulfur waste's thermal vents erupted. The frozen waste's ice cracked. The coral ocean's surface churned. The spirit beasts across all 3 biomes went silent, pressed flat by a pressure that exceeded anything Luo Feng had ever felt. The ice stalkers, apex predators who feared nothing, whimpered. Alert! Sealed entity has fully awakened. Spiritual pressure, extreme. Estimated cultivation level, spirit severing, early stage. Inner world structural integrity, holding, within safety margins. Entity status, awake. Mobile, examining surroundings. Spirit severing. 2 major realms above nascent soul. 4 realms above his own foundation establishment. The gap between them was so vast that Luo Feng's entire cultivation base was a rounding error in her reserves. He abandoned his training immediately, sat in a secluded corner of the outer sect, and entered his inner world. She was standing outside the temple. Xianxia was tall, taller than he'd estimated from seeing her sealed form through ice. She wore robes of deep blue that shimmered with frost patterns, their style ancient and unfamiliar. Her hair was pure white, not from age, but from cultivation, each strand infused with ice-attribute spiritual energy that made it gleam like spun silver. Her features were elegant, composed, and completely unreadable. She was looking at his inner world with an expression he couldn't decipher. It's small, she said finally. It's growing. Small and growing. With 3 biomes, an ecosystem, and she turned to face him, and her eyes were the color of deep ice. A foundation establishment cultivator as its host. A pause. You are very young. I'm 20. I was 20 when I reached nascent soul. Different era, I suppose. She looked around again, more carefully this time. The frozen wastes are my home realm. You absorbed it complete. Everything. The terrain, the creatures, the temple. You. Me. She rolled the word around like something unfamiliar. I am now a permanent resident of a cultivator's inner world. A world inside a boy. Something shifted in her expression. Not humor, exactly, but a wry acceptance. My master would find this deeply ironic. Your master who sealed you? My master who sealed me to save me from a war that apparently ended 10,000 years ago. She sat on the temple's steps, and the ice around her responded, flowing into comfortable contours, forming an impromptu throne that suited her posture. The Primordial War. The conflict between the Realm Builders and the Realm Destroyers. You won't have heard of it. It's prehistory now. The texts mention the Primordial Era. Wars between cultivators powerful enough to create worlds and destroy them. My master was a realm builder, one of the greatest. When the war turned against our faction, she sealed me in a realm she'd created, hoping I would survive the destruction. Her ice blue eyes met his. The realm survived, but everyone else I knew is gone. The grief in her voice was ancient, so old it had been compressed into something hard and small, like a diamond formed from millennia of pressure. Luo Feng recognized it because he'd felt something similar, though on an incomparably smaller scale. The loneliness of being the only person who knew what he carried inside him. I'm sorry, he said, for what you've lost. Don't be. I've had 10,000 years to process it. The seal kept me in stasis, but my mind was intermittently aware. I've done my grieving in geological time. She stood, and the ice throne dissolved behind her. What I need now is purpose and information. She extended her spiritual sense outward, encompassing the entire inner world in a single sweep. Luo Feng felt the scan, gentle but thorough, examining every biome, every creature, every crystal formation and transition zone. It was the most complete awareness of his inner world he'd ever perceived, his own connection to it rendered crude by comparison. 3 biomes, 2 transition zones, a self-sustaining ecology with cross-biome hybridization, several novel material types. She paused. This inner world is crude, underdeveloped, and structurally imperfect. Another pause. It is also the most promising Realm Eater construct I've seen since the Primordial Era. You've seen Realm Eater constructs? My master created the technique. She was the first realm builder to turn the principle inward, absorbing realms into her own spiritual center rather than creating them externally. She taught me the theory before she sealed me. Her gaze sharpened. Your system is a fragment of her work. Degraded, simplified, but recognizable. Luo Feng stared at her. The Realm Devourer System was a fragment of an ancient realm builder's technique? A technique created by a cultivator powerful enough to forge worlds from nothing? You said your master created this technique. Does that mean you know how it's supposed to work? The full version. Xianxia's expression shifted, and for the first time since her awakening, she smiled. A cold, sharp smile that carried 10,000 years of accumulated knowledge. Child, she said, I don't just know how it works. I know how to make it sing. Chapter 19. Xianxia's teaching began the next day, and it was unlike anything Luo Feng had experienced. Your biome boundaries are angular, she declared, standing in the crystal valley with her arms crossed. Natural biome transitions are fractal, irregular, branching, interpenetrating. Angular boundaries limit interaction surface area and restrict hybrid material generation. So you shape them into spirals. Spirals are better than straight lines. Fractals are better than spirals. She raised a hand, and the biome boundary between the sulfur wastes and the frozen wastes rippled. The clean spiral pattern broke apart, reforming into an organic, branching structure that looked like the coastline of a continent viewed from above. Irregular, complex, beautiful. The frostfire crystal production tripled instantly. Luo Feng stared. The boundary manipulation that Suyu had spent hours calculating and implementing, Jiang Qingwei had improved beyond recognition with a wave of her hand. I've had 10,000 years to think about spatial theory, she said, noting his expression. Theory is all I've had. Now I finally have a canvas to work with. Don't expect me to be patient. She wasn't patient. Over the following weeks, she restructured his inner world with the efficiency of a master architect renovating a poorly built house. Biome boundaries were fractalized. Energy circulation paths were optimized. The transition zones were redesigned to maximize hybrid material output. The results were staggering. Inner world restructuring, Jiang Qingyue's modifications, frostfire crystal production, plus 340%, sea ice crystal production, plus 280%, tidal frost zone biodiversity, plus 150%. New material types discovered. 7. Cultivation speed bonus. 52.8%, 94.3%. Inner world complexity rating. Moderate high. 94% cultivation speed bonus. His advancement inside the inner world was nearly double his external rate. And Xianxia assured him that this was just the beginning. The real optimizations would come when he had more biomes to work with. She also began training him in combat. The Realm Eater's greatest weapon isn't any single technique, she explained during their first combat session. It's environmental control. You don't fight opponents, you reshape the battlefield around them. She demonstrated by creating, inside the inner world, a localized zone of fire-ice transition energy. Within that zone, the air alternated between extreme heat and extreme cold every few seconds, creating thermal shocks that would disorient and damage any cultivator caught inside. Your triple element burst against the core formation cultivator was a crude version of this. You projected energy outward in all directions, wasting 90% of it. Instead, you should create a contained zone, shaped, controlled, optimized for the specific opponent. She drilled him relentlessly. Zone creation, zone control, zone expansion, zone collapse. Each exercise forced him to manipulate his inner world's energy with precision he hadn't known he was capable of. You're treating your biomes as separate resources, she corrected during one session. They're not separate, they're parts of a single system. Your inner world is one world with 3 environments, not 3 worlds sharing space. Feel the whole, not the parts. It took him a week to understand what she meant. When he finally did, when he stopped thinking in terms of fire energy and ice energy and water energy and started feeling the unified flow of his inner world as a single, complex, living system, his combat projection efficiency quadrupled. Suyu, meanwhile, was having the academic experience of a lifetime. An actual primordial era spatial cultivator, available for questioning. She arrived in the inner world with notebooks, jade slips, and an interrogation style that would have done a military intelligence officer proud. Jiang Qingyue endured the questioning with the patience of someone who'd had 10 millennia to develop tolerance for enthusiastic scholars. Your theories on biome boundary dynamics are incorrect in 17 places, Jiang Qingyue told Suyu during one of their sessions. But your fundamental framework is sound. With correction, your understanding would be exceptional for this era. 17 places? Suyu looked simultaneously offended and thrilled. Which 17? The partnership between the 3 of them, Luo Feng the host, Suyu the researcher, and Jiang Qingyue the ancient master, became the engine that drove his inner world's development. Each brought unique strengths. Luo Feng's Realm Devourer System and growing cultivation, Suyu's analytical mind and sect intelligence, and Jiang Qingyue's 10,000 years of spatial theory and practical knowledge. The inner world evolved rapidly under their combined efforts. By the end of the month, it had achieved a complexity rating of high, a classification that the system associated with nascent soul-level inner worlds. At Foundation Establishment, Luo Feng's cultivation advanced in parallel. Stage 5, Stage 6. Each stage strengthened the inner world, and the strengthened inner world accelerated the next stage. The positive feedback loop was fully engaged, and his advancement curve was steepening. But the hunger was growing too. Next absorption requirement. 1 pocket realm within 195 days. Note: interval has decreased by 45 days due to inner world growth. Inner world appetite increasing with complexity, 195 days. Down from 240. The hunger's clock was ticking faster, and it would keep ticking faster as his world grew. He needed more realms, more biomes, more diversity to feed the growing appetite of a world that was becoming too large to sustain itself on passive development alone. Jiang Qingyue had warned him about this. The hunger is the Realm Eater's curse, she'd said. My master faced it. Every Realm Eater in the primordial era faced it. The more you consume, the more you need. The path only goes forward. And if I stop, if I refuse to absorb more, then your inner world contracts. Your biomes decay. Your cultivation regresses. And eventually, the world collapses and takes you with it. Her voice was gentle, but her eyes were steel. There is no stopping on this path, Luo Feng. There is only forward. Forward, then. Into a future where his power grew, his appetite grew, and the worlds inside him multiplied towards something too vast to imagine. Forward, with a sleeping world's hunger in his bones and the echoes of 10,000 years of knowledge in his ears, toward whatever waited at the end of a path that had no end. Chapter 20. The morning of the Azure Serpent Sect's annual grand assessment, Luo Feng dropped his mask. Not completely. He didn't reveal the inner world, the Realm Devourer System, or Jiang Qingyue's existence. But he stopped suppressing his cultivation level, allowing his foundation establishment stage 6 spiritual pressure to radiate fully for the first time since he'd started hiding it. The effect was dramatic. The assessment hall fell silent as Luo Feng walked in. The outer disciples stared. The inner disciples stared harder. Senior Brother Gao, standing at the proctor's station, dropped his evaluation tablet. Foundation establishment. Gao's voice cracked. You. How? You were 4th layer qi condensation at the last assessment. That was 8 weeks ago. I've been cultivating diligently, Luo Feng said. It was technically true. The assessment elder, a core formation cultivator named Elder One, performed the standard evaluation with hands that trembled slightly. Foundation establishment, stage 6. Spiritual foundation, anomalous pattern, spatial biome type, grade superior. Combat capability assessment, requested. Luo Feng agreed to the combat assessment. The elder provided a sparring partner, an inner disciple at foundation establishment stage 5, core formation ready, proficient in the sect's water dragon technique. The fight lasted 40 seconds. Luo Feng didn't use his inner world's full capabilities. He used a fraction, a contained zone of thermal transition that he shaped around his opponent's fighting space, disrupting qi flow and technique execution. The inner disciple's water dragon collapsed against the conflicting elemental energies, his water attribute qi confused by the simultaneous presence of fire, ice, and spatial pressure. When the inner disciple yielded, the assessment hall was completely still. Elder One stared at the results for a long time. Then she looked at Luo Feng with eyes that held not just surprise, but something deeper, recognition. She saw, or suspected, what he was. A cultivator whose foundation was built from worlds, whose power grew with each realm he consumed, whose potential had no theoretical ceiling. Inner disciple status, she said quietly. Effective immediately. Report to Elder Shen for sect-level sponsorship. Who is Elder Shen? The sect's spatial cultivation specialist. She will understand what you are better than anyone else here. Elder One paused. She's been waiting for you, Luo Feng. She just didn't know it. He left the assessment hall under the weight of 200 stairs, walked through corridors that suddenly felt smaller than his inner world's valleys, and entered the next phase of a journey that had started with a dying realm and a desperate, involuntary swallow of a world. Inside him, the sulfur waste steamed. The frozen waste shimmered. The coral ocean gleamed. 3 worlds, growing and evolving, maintained by a cultivator who'd started as nobody and was becoming something that the cultivation world hadn't seen in 10,000 years. Xianxia's voice reached him through the inner world connection, warm and proud and ancient. Well done, child. Now the real work begins. And in the Crystal Valley, where fire met ice met water, new crystals were growing, singing their strange, harmonious songs to an inner sky that grew more real with every passing day. The Realm Devourer's hunger stirred. Forward, always forward. Luo Feng smiled and walked toward Elder Shen's tower, carrying worlds. Chapter 21. Elder Shen's study occupied the highest room of the Azure Serpent sect's inner peak, a circular chamber walled entirely in spatial jade, its surfaces rippling with contained dimensional energy that made the air taste of ozone and static. Shelves lined with formation plates, dimensional anchors, and sealed spatial fragments competed for space with a desk buried under star charts and realm survey reports. The elder herself was a woman of indeterminate age, as most nascent soul cultivators were, with sharp eyes that held the distracted intensity of someone who spent more time contemplating spatial theory than engaging with physical reality. Her robes were standard sect issue but modified with spatial dampening sigils, suggesting she regularly produced dimensional fluctuations significant enough to require containment. Sit, she said without looking up from a formation plate she was examining. Luo Feng Saturday for 30 seconds, neither spoke. Then Elder Shen set down the formation plate and examined him with a spiritual sense so refined it was like being read by a book that was also reading itself. Foundation Establishment Stage 6. Spatial Biome Foundation Type. Superior Grade. She listed his assessment results as if checking items off a list. The assessment elder sent you to me because your foundation type is anomalous. She thinks you discovered an ancient spatial cultivation technique. She's partially correct. She's partially wrong, which is the part that interests me. Elder Shen leaned forward. Your spiritual foundation isn't built from qi condensation. It's built from contained spatial structures. Multiple structures, if I'm reading the harmonics correctly. 3 spatial structures inside a foundation establishment cultivator. She sat back. That's not an ancient technique. Ancient techniques didn't produce multiple structures until nascent soul. What you have is either something that predates ancient, primordial era work, or something entirely new? Luo Feng had rehearsed this conversation with both Su Yu and Xianxia. They'd agreed on a strategy, partial disclosure. Reveal enough to earn Elder Shin's support without exposing everything. During the Twilight Ruins collapse, my Dantian was fundamentally altered, he said. I developed the ability to absorb dying pocket realms and integrate them into an inner world. The three structures you're sensing are biomes, distinct ecosystems from three different realms I've absorbed. Elder Shin's expression didn't change. Her spiritual sense did. It sharpened, probing deeper, pressing against his inner world's boundary with academic precision. Luo Feng allowed the probe, letting her feel the edges of his biomes without revealing their full contents. Realm absorption, she murmured. The Realm Eater path. I've read about it in primordial era texts. Most scholars consider it theoretical. She stood, walked to a shelf, and pulled down a formation plate that was clearly ancient. Its surface worn, its inscriptions faded but still legible. The Spatial Codex mentions Realm Eaters in Chapter 7. Those who carry worlds within shall grow without limit, but the hunger of contained infinity shall drive them ever forward. That's you. That's me. And the hunger? The texts describe a compulsive need to absorb more realms. Managed. My next absorption deadline is approximately 190 days. She set down the codex and looked at him with an expression that mixed academic fascination with practical concern. You understand that this makes you the single most strategically significant cultivator in the Azure Serpent sect? Possibly in the entire Eastern Territories. I was hoping for something more like interesting research subject. That too. She returned to her desk. I'm accepting you as my direct disciple. You'll report to me weekly for assessment and research sessions. I need to study your development, and you need a mentor who understands spatial cultivation at the theoretical level. She paused. You also need protection. If the other sects learn what you are, the Black Lotus sect already knows. Or suspects. I had an encounter during my last absorption. Her expression hardened. Then we're on a timeline. Details. Now, Luo Feng told her about the Echo 19 absorption and the Black Lotus sect pursuit. Elder Shin listened without interruption, her eyes growing progressively more focused as the tactical implications registered. A core formation cultivator saw your capabilities, she said when he finished. He knows a Realm Eater exists in this region. He doesn't know your identity or sect affiliation, but that's a thin shield. She drummed her fingers on the desk. I'll request an outer territory surveillance expansion from the sect leader. If Black Lotus is conducting searches, we'll detect them before they get close. Thank you, Elder Shun. Don't thank me. Just grow. Fast. She met his gaze. Because when they find you, and they will eventually find you, the only defense is being too powerful to challenge. Luo Feng left her study with the weight of the sect's protection settling onto his shoulders alongside the weight of 3 worlds. It was heavier than he'd expected, not the physical burden, but the knowledge that his secret was spreading. Suyu, Jiang Qingwei, now Elder Shun. Each person who knew increased both his support and his vulnerability. Inside his inner world, Jiang Qingyue's voice reached him through the connection. She's sharp, your elder, and pragmatic. Good qualities in a protector. She's also a researcher. She's going to want access. Then give her access. A nascent soul spatial cultivator studying your inner world will produce insights that benefit us both. My knowledge is 10,000 years old. Her perspective is contemporary. The combination will be valuable. Luo Feng nodded to himself as he walked through the inner disciple quarters for the first time as a resident. His room was larger than his outer sect quarters, private, clean, with spiritual energy density 3 times higher than the outer areas. Still a fraction of what his inner world provided. But the room came with status, access, and the sect's institutional support. He'd take it all. Chapter 22. Inner disciple life was a revelation after years in the outer sect. The resources alone were transformative. Monthly stipends of mid-grade spirit stones, access to the sect's intermediate technique library, priority scheduling for training facilities, and, most critically for Luo Feng, access to the spatial survey archives that were classified above outer disciple level. The archives contained detailed records of over 40 pocket realms within a 3-month travel radius of the sect. Classification status, stability assessments, energy type analysis, historical exploration records. Information that Suyu had been able to provide piecemeal was now available in comprehensive, organized detail. Luo Feng spent his first 3 days as an inner disciple in the archives, mapping every known unstable pocket realm in the Eastern Territories. His inner world hummed with quiet hunger as he cataloged targets, not urgently, but with the steady appetite of a growing world that knew it would need feeding. Suyu joined him on the second day, her own inner disciple access granting her the same archive privileges. I've been cross-referencing the spatial survey data with geological instability patterns, she said, spreading formation plates across their shared study table. Pocket realm collapses aren't random. They follow fault lines in the spatial fabric, regions where the primordial era wars weakened the boundary between reality and void. She'd mapped the fault lines. They spread across the eastern territories like cracks in a window, concentrating in areas where ancient battles had been fiercest. Along these fault lines, pocket realms were more common and more likely to become unstable. There's a cluster here. She pointed to a region northeast of the sect. The Jade Mountains. 7 pocket realms within a 50-kilometer radius, 3 of them showing early signs of instability. None are immediate. The closest is Echo, 15, the Earth realm, at 11 to 14 months, but the cluster density is unusual. Multiple realms in close proximity, Luo Feng murmured, thinking, could I absorb more than one during a single expedition? In theory, if the realms are collapsing simultaneously or near simultaneously. But the absorption process takes days, and you're vulnerable during it. Absorbing one realm while another is collapsing nearby creates time pressure. Time pressure I can manage. Being stuck in one location for 3 days with Black Lotus sect patrols searching for me, that's the real risk. Which is why we planned thoroughly. Suyu tapped the Jade Mountains cluster. This region is unclaimed territory. No sect controls it, but it's also remote, difficult to access, and populated by high-tier spirit beasts. The geological surveys note several beast kings in the area, core formation equivalent or higher. Core formation spirit beasts I can handle now. Luo Feng's combat capabilities at Foundation Establishment Stage 6, enhanced by Jiang Qingyue's training, put him at effective combat parity with early core formation cultivators. What element types are the realms? Echo 15 is Earth/Forest, the most common type. Echo 22 is Wind/Lightning, rare and extremely valuable. Echo 31 is a Void fragment, classified as extremely dangerous, do not approach. A Void fragment, a piece of the void between realms that's somehow condensed into a stable pocket. The surveys flag it because it doesn't behave like a normal realm. Its energy signature is negative, absorbing ambient spiritual energy rather than containing it. Suyu looked at him seriously. Whatever you are, Luo Feng, do not absorb a void fragment. The consequences are unpredictable. Noted. He mentally flagged Echo 31 as something to investigate later. Much later, when his cultivation could handle unpredictable consequences. Let's plan for the Jade Mountains cluster. Echo 15 and Echo 22, if both become available within the right time frame. They began planning. Routes, timing, contingencies, combat scenarios. The expedition would be months away. Echo 15's collapse was still projected at 11 to 14 months, but preparation was the difference between survival and disaster. While they planned, Elder Shin conducted her first research session on Luo Feng's inner world. He brought her in the same way he'd brought Suyu. Physical contact, spiritual trance, transition. Elder Shin arrived in the sulfur wastes and stood absolutely still for 5 minutes. Her nascent soul's spiritual sense encompassing the entire inner world in a single sweep. Remarkable, she said finally. Your inner world has achieved ecological complexity comparable to a nascent soul cultivator's mature spiritual core. At Foundation Establishment, she knelt, pressing her palm to the volcanic stone. The biome interactions are producing cross-pollination effects that I've never seen documented. The frostfire crystals alone are a new material class. Jiang Qingyue restructured the biome boundaries for optimal interaction, Luo Feng said. Jiang, Elder Shin's head snapped up. There's someone else in here? That was when Jiang Qingyue emerged from the frozen wastes, walking through the crystal valley with the easy grace of a spirit-severing cultivator who owned every space she occupied. Elder Shin's face went white. Spirit-severing, she whispered. There's a spirit-severing cultivator in your inner world. She came with the second realm, sealed for 10,000 years. Primordial era. Elder Shin stared at Jiang Qingyue like someone watching a myth walk out of a storybook. Jiang Qingyue stared back with the polite detachment of someone who'd been stared at by shocked people before and had long since stopped finding it novel. I am Jiang Qingyue, she said. Student of the Realm Builder Sovereign Su Ling, and you are the child sect elder, I presume. Yes, I'm Elder Shun, a nascent soul cultivator who'd spent decades maintaining academic composure under all circumstances, stammered like a first-year student. You're from the primordial era. You studied under a realm builder. You're a spirit-severing cultivator living inside a foundation establishment disciples' inner world. Yes, the situation is exactly as absurd as you think it is. Jiang Qingyue's ice-blue eyes held a spark of amusement. Shall we discuss spatial theory? I have 10,000 years of corrections to offer. Elder Shin sat down on the nearest crystal formation and put her head in her hands. This is the most significant discovery in the history of our sect, she muttered. And it's sitting inside a 20-year-old former outer disciple. I'm actually quite comfortable, Jiang Qingyue replied. Luo Feng watched the two women begin what would become an intense, ongoing collaboration and felt a complicated mixture of relief and anxiety. His support network was growing. His knowledge base was expanding. His inner world was developing faster than ever. But the web of people who knew his secrets was widening too, and every strand was a potential point of failure. The hunger stirred. 188 days. Chapter 23. The months following Luo Feng's promotion to inner disciple were defined by three parallel tracks: cultivation advancement, inner world development, and the slowly intensifying shadow of the Black Lotus sect. Cultivation came first. Under Jiang Qingyue's instruction and Elder Shin's research guidance, Luo Feng's foundation establishment progressed through stages 7, 8, and 9 in rapid succession. Each stage strengthened his spatial biome foundation, expanding the inner world's territory by several hundred meters and deepening the connections between biomes. Your advancement rate is approximately 4 times normal, Elder Shin reported during a research session, her notes organized in the meticulous style of someone writing a paper she could never publish. The inner world's self-sustaining ecology provides a cultivation environment that exceeds any external resource. You're essentially cultivating inside a personalized spiritual realm that grows more effective as your cultivation advances. The positive feedback loop, so you said. She and Elder Shin had developed a working relationship that oscillated between mutual respect and academic rivalry. Luo Feng's inner world accelerates his cultivation, and his cultivation strengthens the inner world. The curve is exponential. Exponential curves have limits, Elder Shin cautioned. Even in theory. The hunger is the limit, Jiang Qingyue interjected from her preferred seat on a glacier ledge overlooking the frozen sea. Not his cultivation capacity, but his inner world's appetite. Each advancement makes the inner world larger, more complex, and more demanding. Without regular realm absorption, the world begins to cannibalize itself. The hunger was indeed growing. Luo Feng could feel it as a low-frequency vibration in his inner world. Not painful, not urgent, but persistent. The three biomes had stabilized beautifully, their ecosystems thriving, their transition zones productive. But the barren territory at the edges, the undeveloped stone added by each advancement, sat there like empty plates at a feast, waiting to be filled. Foundation Establishment Stage 9. The peak. The threshold of core formation. And unlike his foundation establishment, which had been achieved through the novel inner world method, core formation required something more dramatic. In standard cultivation, core formation meant condensing one's spiritual foundation into a dense, crystallized core that served as the engine of a cultivator's power. For a realm eater, Jiang Qingyue explained, the process was different. You don't form a core from qi. You form a core from your inner world itself, a crystallized nexus point where all your biomes converge, where every type of energy your world contains meets and fuses. The core becomes the heart of your world. Its sun, its center of gravity. That sounds like it could go catastrophically wrong. It can. Poorly formed realm eater cores have caused inner world collapses that killed the host and destroyed the biomes. The key is achieving perfect balance between all elemental energies before initiating the formation. She looked at him with the stern attention of a teacher discussing a test that could kill the student. You have 3 biomes: fire, ice, water. The core must balance all 3. Any imbalance, even a fraction of a percent, will produce a defective core that limits your development permanently. How do we achieve perfect balance? Practice, measurement, and a 4th biome. A 4th biome? Jiang Qingyue stood, surveying the inner world from the glacier's height. 3 elements create 6 interaction pairs, but the geometry is triangular, inherently stable but limited. 4 elements create 10 interaction pairs and produce a tetrahedral geometry, the most stable 3-dimensional structure. A 4th biome would provide the structural support needed for a balanced core formation. So, I need to absorb another realm before attempting core formation. You need to absorb a realm with an element that complements your existing 3. Fire, ice, water. The missing element is earth, soil, stone, forest, living terrain. An earth-type biome would complete the tetrahedral structure. Echo 15. The Earth/Forest realm in the Jade Mountains. Estimated collapse in 9 to 12 months. The timeline had shortened since Su Yu's last survey update. The hunger stirred, recognizing the alignment between need and opportunity. 9 months, Luo Feng said. That's our window for Echo 15. Prepare accordingly, Jiang Qingwei replied. Core formation with a tetrahedral biome structure has never been attempted outside the primordial era. We are making history, child. Let's not make it a cautionary tale. Chapter 24. 6 months into Luo Feng's inner disciple tenure, the Black Lotus sect made their move. It wasn't an attack, not directly. It was a diplomatic probe disguised as an inter-sect communication. A formal letter, bearing the Black Lotus sect's seal, delivered to the Azure Serpent sect's leadership requesting information exchange regarding unusual spatial phenomena observed in the Drowning Marshes region. The letter was polite, measured, and transparent in its real purpose. They were looking for the Realm Eater who had consumed Echo 19 under their noses. Sect leader Zhang summoned Elder Shun to discuss the communication. Elder Shun, in turn, briefed Luo Feng. They don't know it's you specifically, she said, reviewing the letter in her study. But they know a Realm Eater operated in their territory. The core formation cultivator who confronted you reported the encounter. Foundation establishment cultivator with multi-element projection and spatial characteristics. They're asking neighboring sects if anyone has a disciple matching that description. What will the sect leader say? He'll deny knowledge, naturally. But the Black Lotus sect isn't stupid. They'll expand their search. Intelligence networks, informants, auction house monitoring for unusual spatial materials. Eventually, they'll narrow the search to sects with spatial cultivation traditions. We're one of 3 sects in the region with spatial cultivation programs, Luo Feng said. 66% chance they focus on us. Higher than that. The other 2 sects don't have any Foundation establishment spatial cultivators who match the description. We have you. She sighed. Your promotion to inner disciple was public. Your Foundation establishment combat assessment is on record. If Black Lotus obtains our assessment records, through espionage, bribery, or simple diplomacy, they'll identify you within weeks. The threat was existential, not just to Luo Feng personally, but to his inner world and everyone who depended on it. The spirit beasts across 3 biomes, the evolving ecosystems, Jiang Qingwei. If the Black Lotus sect captured or killed him, his inner world would collapse, destroying everything it contained. We need to accelerate the Echo 15 timeline, Luo Feng decided. If I reach core formation before they identify me, the power differential changes. Core formation with 4 biomes would put me at effective combat parity with early nascent soul cultivators. That's a deterrent they'd think twice about. Echo 15's collapse isn't something we can accelerate, Su Yu pointed out. It's a natural spatial degradation process. Jiang Qingyue can. Both women looked at him. She's a spirit-severing spatial cultivator. She understands realm mechanics at a level we can't match. If anyone can predict or influence the timing of a realm's collapse, it's her. They consulted Jiang Qingyue that evening, inside the inner world. The ancient cultivator listened to the situation with the calm detachment of someone who'd seen civilizations rise and fall. Intersect politics were, to her, a small echo of conflicts that had once shattered continents. I cannot accelerate a realm's collapse from inside another cultivator's inner world, she said. My spirit-severing cultivation gives me knowledge, not reach. I am contained within your boundaries, Luo Feng. My power operates here, not in the external world. Can you predict the timing more precisely? She considered. If Su Yu can provide me with the spatial survey data for Echo 15, the full dataset, including harmonic readings and dimensional stress measurements, I can model the collapse trajectory within a margin of 2 weeks rather than the current 3-month window. Su Yu produced the data within a day. Jiang Qingyue analyzed it with the focus of a master applying millennia of expertise to a problem she could solve in her sleep. Echo 15 will collapse in 7 months, she announced. Not 9 to 12. 7. The spatial fault line it sits on is more degraded than the surveys suggest. The measurements are being taken from too far away to capture the microfractures. 7 months. That changed the math significantly. There's more, Jiang Qingyue continued. Echo 22, the wind/lightning realm, sits on the same fault line, 40 kilometers from Echo 15. The fault's degradation will trigger Echo 22's instability approximately 2 months after Echo 15's collapse. You could potentially absorb both within a 3-month window. 5 biomes. 2 more absorptions that would give him fire, ice, water, earth, and wind/lightning. The inner world's complexity would be extraordinary. and the core formation with 5 complementary elements would produce something far more powerful than the tetrahedral structure they'd planned. A pentahedral core. Elder Shun breathed, her academic excitement overriding her caution. 5-element inner world core formation. The Spatial Codex mentions it as a theoretical possibility, but it's not theoretical, Xianxia interrupted. My master achieved it. It was the foundation of her realm builder path. 5 biomes, 5 elements, pentahedral core geometry. The most balanced and powerful core structure possible without reaching into exotic energy types. Can I do it? Luo Feng asked. If you absorb both realms in sequence and manage the integration without errors? Yes. She met his eyes. But the margin for error is essentially 0. 1 imbalanced biome. 1 flawed transition zone. 1 miscalculated energy ratio. And the core formation fails, violently. I don't love the word violently. You shouldn't. In the primordial era, a failed pentahedral core formation created a crater large enough to be visible from low orbit. She paused. But you won't fail, because I will guide you through every step, and I did not survive 10,000 years of stasis to watch my student blow himself up. The plan crystallized. 7 months to prepare. 2 absorptions. 5 biomes. Core formation that hadn't been attempted in 10 millennia. And somewhere behind them, the Black Lotus sect was closing in, searching for a realm eater who was about to become exponentially more dangerous. Chapter 25. The 7 months of preparation were the most disciplined period of Luo Feng's life. Jiang Qingwei designed a training regimen that pushed his limits in every dimension: physical conditioning, energy manipulation, biomanagement, and the precise elemental balancing that pentahedral core formation would require. She drilled him for hours each day inside the inner world, where time felt elastic and focus came easier. Your fire-ice balance is excellent. 3 months of working with both biomes has created strong equilibrium, she said during a particularly grueling session. Your water integration is acceptable but needs refinement. The coral ocean biome is the youngest and least developed. You need to spend more time cultivating there. He took her advice, spending cultivation sessions submerged in the coral ocean's warm waters, surrounded by luminescent sea grass and schools of translucent fish. The biome responded to his attention, its spiritual energy density increasing, its coral formations developing more complex structures. The spirit beast populations across all 3 biomes continued to grow. The frost hares had established a stable breeding colony of over 200 individuals. The snow serpents had developed a territorial hierarchy. The ice stalkers, now a pack of 7, with 4 cubs born inside the inner world, patrolled their glacial territory with the confidence of apex predators who'd found their permanent home. The coral ocean's marine life was even more diverse. Over 600 species of fish, invertebrates, and marine plants had been integrated during the absorption, and the warm, energy-rich waters supported rapid reproduction. New species were appearing. Hybrid creatures born from the cross-biome energy contamination that Jiang Qingwei had optimized. Crystal-scaled fish that could survive in both warm and freezing water. Coral formations that grew frost-fire mineral deposits. Jellyfish that pulsed with hybrid fire-water energy. Your inner world is developing its own evolutionary pressures, Elder Shin observed during a research session, cataloging a species of crab that had evolved crystal pincers capable of channeling both fire and ice energy. The cross-biome transition zones are acting as evolutionary accelerators. Organisms that can survive in the transition zones gain access to hybrid energy that gives them advantages in their home biomes. It's natural selection applied to a spiritual ecology, Suyu added, her eyes bright with the particular excitement she showed when data confirmed her theories. The inner world isn't just storing biomes. It's creating something new from their interaction. These observations were academically fascinating, but also practically important. The inner world's increasing complexity directly strengthened Luo Feng's cultivation base. Each new species, each novel mineral formation, each evolutionary adaptation added another thread to the tapestry of spiritual energy that constituted his foundation. By month 4, foundation establishment stage 9 was solid. His spatial biome foundation had developed a complexity rating that Elder Shin categorized as approaching nascent soul parameters, extraordinary for a foundation establishment cultivator, and a direct result of the 3-biome ecosystem's evolution. His combat capabilities had evolved equally. Under Jiang Qingyue's instruction, he'd moved beyond crude environmental projection to refined spatial combat techniques. Realm Zone. Jiang Qingyue named the primary technique. You create a contained region of inner world energy projection around your opponent. Not a blast of power, but an environment. Within your realm zone, The physical laws bend toward your biome properties. Fire melts defenses. Ice freezes movement. Water erodes technique structures. And the transitions between them create chaos that no standard combat technique can account for. She demonstrated by creating a realm zone around a formation dummy in the Crystal Valley. Within the zone, a sphere perhaps 10 meters across, the air shifted through fire, ice, and water states in rapid succession, each transition producing shockwaves that shattered the dummy's defensive arrays. The key is control, she emphasized. Any brute can project energy outward. A realm eater projects an environment. The difference is precision, and precision comes from understanding your inner world as a unified system, not a collection of separate elements. By month 6, Luo Feng could create and maintain a realm zone for 20 minutes at combat intensity. Within that zone, he could match early core formation cultivators in direct combat and overwhelm mid-core formation opponents through environmental disruption. Against late core formation or early nascent soul? He asked. Against late core formation, you'd need 5 biomes and your pentahedral core. Against early nascent soul. She paused. Come back to me after core formation. We'll see what you're capable of then. The 6th month also brought the first concrete sign that the Black Lotus sect's investigation was bearing fruit. Elder Shun received intelligence through the sect's network. Black Lotus investigators had been asking questions about Azure Serpent sect inner disciples with spatial cultivation abilities. They'd acquired partial assessment records, probably through bribery of administrative staff, and were cross-referencing them with the description provided by the core formation cultivator from the Drowning Marshes encounter. They're narrowing their focus to 3 candidates, Elder Shun reported, her expression grim. You're one of them. The other 2 are red herrings, inner disciples with tangential spatial abilities who don't match the Realm Eater profile. How long before they confirm it's me? Weeks, not months. They'll send agents to observe the candidates directly. Your combat style is distinctive enough that any competent observer will identify you during a training session. I can modify my training to avoid spatial techniques in public. You can, but the investigation itself is concerning. If they confirm you're the Realm Eater, the response won't be diplomatic, it'll be military. Echo, 19 was in their territory. They'll frame the absorption as an act of theft and use it to justify direct action. The timeline was compressing. 7 months had become 6. Now it felt like less. I need to move the Echo 15 expedition forward, Luo Feng said. Not 7 months. As soon as the realm is close enough to collapse for absorption. Xianxia estimated 7 months to actual collapse, Elder Shin reminded him. But the absorption window, the period where the realm is destabilized enough to absorb but hasn't yet dissolved, typically begins 2 to 3 weeks before full collapse. So 6 months and 1 week, at the earliest. That's 5 weeks from now. 5 weeks. Elder Shin met his gaze. You'll be absorbing a realm while Black Lotus sect investigators are actively trying to identify you. If they track your departure from the sect, they track a geological survey mission to the Jade Mountains. Standard cover. By the time they realize what happened, I'll have 4 biomes and be deep into core formation preparations. Optimistic. Determined. She studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. I'll clear the mission paperwork and provide counter-surveillance support. If Black Lotus agents are watching the sect, I'll make sure their attention is on the other 2 candidates during your departure. Thank you, Elder Shun. Stop thanking me and start growing faster. That's the only gratitude that matters. Chapter 26. Luo Feng departed the Azure Serpent sect on a gray morning 5 weeks later, carrying a geological survey pack and the quiet tension of a man walking toward his future while his enemies closed in behind him. Elder Shin's counter-surveillance plan was elegant. On the morning of his departure, the sect staged a training exhibition that required all inner disciples with spatial abilities to participate. The 2 other candidates on the Black Lotus sect's investigation list would be prominently visible, demonstrating techniques that might, or might not, match the Realm Eater profile. Any observers would be fixed on the exhibition while Luo Feng slipped away through the sect's back trails. Suyu had wanted to come with him. Absolutely not, Luo Feng had said. The absorption takes days, and the Jade Mountains are crawling with high-tier spirit beasts. Your Foundation establishment mid-stage, a beast king would kill you. I've been training, not enough. I need you here, coordinating with Elder Shun and monitoring Black Lotus sect movements. Your intelligence work is more valuable than your combat presence. She'd accepted the logic with visible reluctance and a punch to his shoulder that was harder than her previous ones. He was developing bruises in a pattern that mapped the emotional trajectory of their relationship. Inside his inner world, Jiang Qinghua prepared for the absorption. An Earth-type biome will fundamentally change your inner world's dynamics. she explained as he traveled. Fire, ice, and water are fluid elements. They flow, shift, change state. Earth is stable, fixed. It will provide an anchor point that the other biomes can orient around. Like a foundation. Precisely. Your three current biomes interact beautifully, but they lack grounding. Adding Earth will stabilize the entire system, reduce energy oscillation, strengthen biome boundaries, and provide a solid base for the pentahedral core formation. In the wind/lightning realm, Echo 22. That's the crown. Wind and lightning are dynamic elements. Energy in motion, force without substance. If Earth is the foundation, wind/lightning is the spark. Together with fire, ice, and water, they create a complete elemental cycle. But we get to that after the Earth absorption succeeds. The Jade Mountains were 12 days travel northeast of the sect. Luo Feng made the journey in 10, pushing his Foundation Establishment Stage 9 body to its limits. His spatial scanning picked up Echo 15 signature on day 8. A deep, slow thrumming that felt like the heartbeat of the Earth itself. The Jade Mountains were named for the green veined stone that composed their peaks, a mineral rich in Earth attribute spiritual energy that gave the entire range a verdant, ancient quality. The mountains rose in weathered columns, their slopes covered in old-growth forest that hadn't been disturbed by human cultivation in centuries. Spirit beasts were abundant. Earth-type creatures dominated, stone boars with mineral-encrusted hides, jade serpents whose scales shifted between green and gold, and, most dangerous, the granite apes, enormous simian beasts that could manipulate stone and earth with core formation-level power. Luo Feng avoided them where possible, using his spatial scanning to navigate paths that circumvented territorial boundaries. Where avoidance was impossible, he used targeted realm zone projections to discourage pursuit, brief flashes of environmental distortion that confused spirit beasts without provoking them into full territorial defense. On day 11, he found Echo 15's entrance. Unlike the shimmering barriers of the previous realms, Echo 15's entrance was a cave mouth in the mountainside, its edges lined with glowing green crystals that pulsed with Earth's spiritual energy. The barrier was barely present, a thin membrane of spatial energy that yielded at his touch like dry paper. He stepped through into a world of forests and stone. Echo 15 was a temperate realm, the kind that might have existed as a normal landscape if it hadn't been folded into a pocket dimension 10,000 years ago. Rolling hills covered in ancient trees, rivers of crystal-clear water cutting through valleys of rich, dark soil. The spiritual energy was dense and steady, not the aggressive density of fire or ice, but a patient, pervasive presence that saturated every rock, every root, every grain of earth. The ecosystem was the most complex he'd encountered. Hundreds of tree species formed a layered canopy that filtered sunlight into green-gold patterns. Undergrowth teemed with life. Animals, insects, fungi, flowering plants and varieties that hadn't existed in the external world for millennia. Birds sang in voices that carried spiritual resonance, their songs amplified by the realm's concentrated energy. And it was dying. The fracture pattern in the sky was wide and advanced. Chunks of amber ceiling had already fallen, dissolving before they reached the forest canopy. The rivers were running low as their water bled through spatial cracks. The trees at the realm's edges were withering, their roots losing purchase as the ground beneath them dissolved into void. The system confirmed what his senses told him. Pocket Realm Echo 15. Analysis. Type: Earth/forest biome. Status: terminal collapse in progress. Estimated remaining integrity: 12 to 16 days. Spiritual energy density: 55.1%. Exceptionally high for Earth-type realm. Absorption compatibility: excellent. Fauna: extensive terrestrial ecosystem. 800+ species. Flora: ancient forest biome. 200+ species. Warning: no sealed entities detected. Warning: multiple beast kings detected. 3. Exercise extreme caution. 800 animal species. 1,200 plant species. 3 beast kings. This realm was an entire world's worth of biological diversity, compressed into a pocket dimension and preserved for 10,000 years. And it would be gone in 2 weeks. Luo Feng walked through the ancient forest, feeling the earth's deep spiritual energy through his feet, hearing the songs of birds that no living person had heard in 10 millennia. The beauty of it was staggering, and the tragedy of its impending dissolution was equally so. I'll save what I can, he told the forest, and felt his inner world's hunger respond with resonant agreement. Chapter 27. The 3 beast kings presented a problem. Luo Feng detected them through spatial scanning within his first day of exploration. Each was a core formation equivalent entity that had evolved to peak power within the realm's concentrated spiritual environment. Their territories divided the realm roughly into thirds, with contested zones at the boundaries. The first was a jade stag, a massive cervid with antlers of crystallized earth energy that could manipulate stone and soil within a 100-meter radius. Its territory covered the realm's western forest, and it moved through the trees with a gravity that bent the terrain around it. The second was a thornroot serpent, a limbless beast the length of a river, its body covered in bark-like scales that channeled earth energy into devastating root-based attacks. It occupied the central river valley, its territory defined by the waterways it controlled. The third was a sky bower eagle, a raptor with a 30-meter wingspan, its feathers infused with wind attribute energy that allowed it to generate localized storms. It nested in the realm's highest tree, a behemoth that reached the sky dome itself and controlled the eastern heights. 3 beast kings, core formation equivalent, in a realm that was dissolving around them. Can you absorb the realm with them still in it? Xianxia asked through the inner world connection. The previous absorptions included spirit beasts, but nothing at beast king level. The system hasn't indicated any limitation based on beast strength. The absorption protocol should convert them along with everything else. Should. A reassuring word. Her tone carried the dry humor he'd come to appreciate. The concern isn't the absorption protocol, it's the beast's reaction to the process. When you begin absorbing, the realm's energy will shift dramatically. Beast kings are sensitive to spatial disturbances. They may attack the source. You're saying I'll need to defend myself during the absorption. I'm saying you'll need to survive 3 core formation equivalent beasts attacking simultaneously while sitting motionless for 70+ hours absorbing an entire realm. Luo Feng considered the problem. Direct combat against 3 beast kings was beyond his current capabilities. Even his realm zone technique, devastating as it was against human cultivators, would struggle against creatures whose power was literally rooted in the earth, the same element he was trying to absorb. Alternative approach, he said. What if I don't fight them? What if I make them want to be absorbed? Jiang Qingwei was silent for a moment. Explain. The realm is dying. The beast kings know it. They can feel their world collapsing. Their instinct will be to resist, to fight the change. But what if I can communicate that the absorption isn't destruction? That their world will continue, inside mine? You want to reason with beast kings? I want to show them. My inner world already contains 3 biomes. If I project a thin layer of inner world energy outward, not as a combat zone, but as an invitation, the beast kings might sense the biomes inside me. They might understand that absorption means preservation, not annihilation. That is either brilliant or suicidal. Possibly both. I've been hearing that a lot lately. He spent 2 days preparing. The key was creating an inner world projection that felt welcoming rather than aggressive, a spatial broadcast that communicated stability, safety, continuation. Jiang Qingyue guided him through the technique, which she called Realm Song, a passive projection that allowed a realm eater's inner world to express its nature to external beings. Realm Song was how the ancient realm builders invited populations into their constructed worlds, she explained. It's not manipulation, it's communication. Your inner world is genuinely stable, genuinely safe. The Realm Song simply lets others feel that truth. On the 3rd day, Luo Feng sat in the center of the realm, a clearing where all 3 Beast King territories converged and activated the Realm Song. The effect was subtle but immediate. His inner world's energy radiated outward in gentle waves, fire warmth, ice clarity, water calm, mixing with the realm's earth energy and harmonics that resonated through the forest. Birds stopped singing. Insects went quiet. The wind stilled. Then the beasts came. The jade stag arrived first, emerging from the western treeline with cautious steps that made the earth tremble. It was enormous, 4 meters at the shoulder, its antlers a crown of green crystal that caught the dying light of the fractured sky. It approached Luo Feng slowly, its deep brown eyes fixed on him with an intelligence that transcended bestial instinct. The thornroot serpent followed, sliding from the central river on a carpet of living roots. Its bark-scaled body coiled in the clearing's eastern edge, its length circling the space like a living fence. Its eyes, amber, ancient, knowing, watched Luo Feng with the particular attention of a predator assessing something it couldn't categorize. The sky bower eagle descended last, its massive wings creating a downdraft that flattened the grass. It landed on the branch of the clearing's largest tree, its talons gripping bark with casual power that could have crushed stone. Its eyes were gold, fierce, and, as it cocked its head to study Luo Feng, curious. 3 beast kings, surrounding him. listening to his realm song. Through the projection, Luo Feng felt their responses. The jade stag, cautious acceptance, and earthy patience willing to wait and see. The thornroot serpent, wary interest, a predator's calculation weighing threat against opportunity. The sky bower eagle, bold curiosity, a creature that had never feared anything in its domain. He opened his inner world wider, letting them feel the biomes directly. The sulfur wastes volcanic heat, the frozen wastes crystal clarity, the coral ocean's living warmth. 3 worlds, stable and thriving, maintained inside a cultivator who had sworn to protect what he consumed. The jade stag stepped forward. It lowered its antlered head and touched its nose to Luo Feng's outstretched hand. Through the contact, he felt its decision, not thought, exactly, but a deep, instinctual consent. Its world was dying. His world was alive. The choice was simple. The thornroot serpent followed, uncoiling and pressing its bark-scaled head against the earth beside Luo Feng. Consent, given through the language of root and soil. The sky bower eagle was last, and the most dramatic. It spread its wings, screamed once into the fractured sky, and then folded them in, settling onto its branch with a finality that communicated surrender and trust in equal measure. 3 beast kings, willing participants. Luo Feng began the absorption. Chapter 28. The absorption of Echo, 15 was the longest and most complex yet. Absorption protocol initiated. Realm Echo, 15. Phase 1. Spiritual energy absorption. Estimated duration, 72 hours. Phase 2. Terrain absorption. Estimated duration, 48 hours. Phase 3. Fauna and flora integration. Estimated duration, 36 hours. Phase 4. Beast King integration. Estimated duration, 24 hours. Total estimated duration, 180 hours. Warning: host must remain stationary. Process cannot be interrupted. 180 hours. 7.5 days of motionless absorption while a forest poured into him. The first 3 days were manageable, spiritual energy flowing inward in a steady stream, filling the new territory in his inner world with dense, earthy power. The 4th biome began to take shape. Rolling hills, rich soil, ancient trees reassembling from spiritual energy into physical form. The Earth's stability was palpable, where his other biomes were dynamic, fire shifting, ice cracking, water flowing. The forest biome was solid, grounded, permanent. The transition zones formed naturally. Where the forest biome met the sulfur wastes, a zone of volcanic soil emerged. Rich, dark earth heated from below, perfect for unique plant growth. Where the forest met the frozen wastes, a boreal borderland appeared. Evergreen trees adapted to cold, their needles crystallized with ice energy. Where forest met ocean, a coastal marsh developed. Mangrove-like trees growing in brackish water, their roots bridging land and sea. 3 new transition zones, each spawning its own hybrid ecology. Cross-biome interactions update. Total biomes, 4. Total transition zones, 5, including existing 2. Interaction pairs, 10. New material types, 12. Inner world complexity rating, high, very high. The flora came on day 4. A green tsunami of plant life dissolving from the dying realm and reforming inside Luo Feng's inner world. Trees sprouted from fresh soil, flowers bloomed in transition zones they'd never existed in before. Moss and fern and vine established themselves across every available surface. The forest biome, within hours, looked like it had existed for centuries rather than hours. The fauna followed on day 5. Hundreds of species, deer, wolves, bears, birds, insects, amphibians, fungi, dissolved and reformed, appearing in a forest that was familiar enough to orient them, but new enough to bewilder. The smaller animals adapted quickly, instinct overriding confusion. The larger predators were more cautious, pacing their new territories with the wariness of relocated apex hunters. The beast kings came last. The jade stag was first, its massive form dissolving into spiritual energy and reconstituting in the heart of the forest biome. When it materialized, it shook its antlered head, stamped the earth once, feeling it, testing it, confirming it, and then let out a bellow that echoed through the inner world's developing atmosphere. The sound was acceptance. The earth here was real. The forest was real. The world was real, even if it existed inside a cultivator's spiritual center. The thornroot serpent followed, materializing in the forest biome's central valley. Its roots immediately extended into the soil, spreading outward in a network that would eventually underlay the entire biome, a living foundation that stabilized the terrain. The sky bower eagle reformed in the highest tree, a behemoth that had reconstituted at the forest biome's center, reaching toward the inner world's atmospheric dome. The eagle spread its wings, caught an updraft generated by the fire-ice thermal transition, and soared upward in a spiral that carried it across the entire inner world. From above, the eagle could see what Luo Feng felt through his inner world connection, for biomes arranged in a loose diamond pattern, connected by 5 transition zones, populated by over 2,000 species, covering an area that expanded as the absorption completed. Absorption complete. Realm Echo 15 New biome. Ancient forest, earth/forest. Inner world total 3, 400 mx3, 400 m5, 000 mx5, 000 m. 4 biomes plus 5 transition zones. Total fauna 2, 000 plus species. Total flora 1, 500 plus species. Spiritual energy 52.8%, 71.4%. Host cultivation. Foundation establishment stage 9. Peak. Beast Kings 3. Integrated as biome guardians. Inner world complexity rating. Very high, 5 kilometers on each side. 25 square kilometers of inner world. A territory larger than most sect compounds. For biomes, each a unique ecosystem with its own climate, terrain, and inhabitants. 5 transition zones generating novel materials and hybrid species at accelerating rates. Luo Feng opened his eyes on the 7th morning, sitting in an empty clearing in the Jade Mountains where a forest realm had stood a week ago. The ground was bare stone. All the biological matter, all the spiritual energy, all the life had been absorbed into his inner world. He felt full, not in the physical sense, but in a spatial sense, his inner world humming with the dense, patient energy of ancient earth, complementing the volatile fire, the sharp ice, and the calm water. For elements. For biomes. The tetrahedral structure Xianxia had described was now possible. But he wanted 5. Chapter 29. Luo Feng didn't return to the sect immediately. Echo 22, the wind/lightning realm, was 40 kilometers northeast, and Xianxia had estimated its instability would trigger approximately 2 months after Echo 15's collapse. 2 months was too long to wait in the wilderness. But Xianxia's original prediction had been based on remote survey data. Now that Echo 15 was gone, the spatial fault line it had sat on was exposed, and the stress transfer to adjacent realms could accelerate their degradation. Check Echo 22's status, he told the Realm Devourer System as he traveled northeast. Pocket Realm Echo 22. Remote scan. Distance 38 kilometers northeast. Type wind/lightning biome. Status accelerated instability detected. Previous estimate 2 months to terminal collapse. Updated estimate 18 to 25 days. Cause spatial stress transfer from Echo 15 absorption. Note: host absorption of Echo 15 destabilized the local fault line, accelerating Echo 22's collapse. His absorption had triggered the neighboring realm's accelerated decay. The stress released by Echo 15's consumption had rippled along the fault line, cracking Echo 22's already weakened barrier. 18 to 25 days. He could wait. Luo Feng established a temporary camp in the Jade Mountains' upper elevations, remote, defensible, with clear sightlines in every direction. His spatial scanning covered an 80-kilometer radius, providing early warning of any approaching threats. He settled in to cultivate and prepare while Echo 22 died around the corner. Inside the inner world, Xianxia surveyed the newly expanded landscape with undisguised satisfaction. The forest biome is magnificent, she said, walking through ancient trees that had been growing for 10,000 years and would continue growing inside Luo Feng's spiritual center. The earth energy provides exactly the stabilizing influence I predicted. Look, she pointed to the transition zones. The volcanic soil zone is already producing unique plant species. Fire-resistant herbs with medicinal properties that don't exist in standard pharmacological databases. Can they be harvested and used externally? If you can extract them from your inner world, yes. But that requires core formation at minimum. The ability to create a stable channel between your inner world and external reality. At foundation establishment, material transfer is one way only. Another reason to push for core formation. The primary reason. Core formation opens the door to inner world commerce, extracting resources, creating access points, even allowing other cultivators to enter and leave at will. Your inner world becomes not just a cultivation tool, but an economic asset. The implications were significant. Unique materials, hybrid species, novel minerals, all locked inside his inner world, inaccessible to external use until core formation. Once that barrier was crossed, his inner world would become a resource generator that could supply the entire Azure Serpent sect with materials available nowhere else. While waiting for Echo, 22, Luo Feng pushed his cultivation. Foundation Establishment Stage 9 was the peak, the boundary before core formation. The 4-biome foundation was extraordinarily stable, each biome's energy balanced against the others in the tetrahedral geometry Xianxia had described. But the pentahedral structure would be better, and it was worth the wait. He spent his days cultivating in different biomes, rotating through environments to maintain elemental balance. Mornings in the sulfur wastes, building fire energy. Afternoons in the frozen wastes, cultivating ice clarity. Evenings in the coral ocean, submerged in water's calm. Nights in the forest, grounded by Earth's patience. The Beast Kings acknowledged his presence with varying degrees of respect. The Jade Stag regarded him as a peer, a territorial acknowledgement between equals. The Thornroot Serpent ignored him, too busy establishing its root network throughout the forest biome. The Sky Bower Eagle followed him from above during his biome rotations, watching with the curious intensity of a creature that couldn't quite categorize its host. The Ice Stalkers, originally the inner world's apex predators, had adjusted to the Beast King's arrival with surprising pragmatism. The wolf pack avoided the forest biome's territories, maintaining their dominance in the frozen wastes while developing a wary coexistence with the Jade Stag at the boreal border. On day 15, Luo Feng's spatial scanning detected something that wasn't a realm. People. 3 cultivators, moving through the Jade Mountains at mid-foundation establishment speed, following a trajectory that would bring them within 20 kilometers of his camp within 2 days. He observed them remotely, using his enhanced spatial scanning to identify details. Their spiritual signatures carried the distinctive taint of dark attribute cultivation. Suppressed, oily, wrong. Black Lotus Sect. Chapter 30. The 3 Black Lotus cultivators were a search team, 2 Foundation Establishment scouts, and 1 core formation leader. They were methodical, covering ground in a grid pattern, their spiritual senses sweeping the landscape with the regularity of a radar installation. They weren't looking for him specifically, Luo Feng realized. They were surveying the Jade Mountains Pocket Realm cluster, checking on Echo, 15, Echo, 22, and the other realms in the region. Standard reconnaissance for a sect with spatial interests. But Echo, 15 was gone. When they reached its location and found the realm missing, they would know. A realm eater had been here. Recently. Options. Luo Feng said to Xianxia through the inner world connection. Run. Avoid detection. Let them find the empty site and report back. It buys time but confirms the realm eater is active in this region. That narrows the search area to the Jade Mountains. If they're already investigating Azure Serpent sect disciples, they'll connect the dots. Alternatively, confront them. Eliminate the search team before they can report. Luo Feng was quiet for a moment. You're suggesting I kill them. I'm presenting options. The primordial arrow was less squeamish about such things. Her voice was neutral, not encouraging, not discouraging. You're in hostile territory, being hunted by an aggressive sect, with a transformation that makes you uniquely valuable and uniquely threatened. These are the realities of your path. I won't murder scouts for doing their jobs. Then what will you do? He thought. The third option materialized slowly, shaped by the spatial theory he'd been learning for months. I'll eat the evidence. The absorption of Echo, 15 had left the site bare, a circular patch of exposed stone where a pocket realm had been. To a skilled spatial cultivator, the site would show unmistakable signs of realm absorption. Residual spatial energy signatures, stress patterns in the surrounding dimensional fabric, trace elements of the consumed realm's spiritual signature. But those traces existed because the spatial fabric was still healing from the absorption. If Luo Feng could smooth the fabric, repair the spatial stress patterns, dissipate the residual energy, the site would look like a naturally collapsed realm rather than one that had been consumed. Can you teach me spatial fabric manipulation? He asked Xianxia. At your level? Crudely. But crude might be sufficient for this purpose. She considered. The technique is called spatial suturing. You're essentially stitching the dimensional fabric back together at the absorption site, erasing the signature of your consumption. She taught him the technique in 4 hours of intensive instruction. It was delicate work, threading his inner world's spatial energy into the fabric of reality and smoothing the stress patterns like a sculptor working clay. His foundation establishment control wasn't refined enough for perfect results, but it was good enough to transform definite realm absorption into probable natural collapse. He spent a day at the Echo 15 site, suturing the spatial fabric with careful precision. When he finished, the site showed signs consistent with a natural realm dissolution. stress patterns radiating outward in organic patterns, residual energy dispersed rather than channeled, no trace of the concentrated absorption signature that would mark a Realm Eater's work. He withdrew to his camp and waited. The Black Lotus team reached the Echo 15 site 2 days later. Through spatial scanning, Luo Feng observed their investigation. The core formation leader probing the area with dark attribute spiritual sense, the scouts collecting samples from the surrounding stone. After an hour, they moved on. Their trajectory shifted northeast, toward Echo 22. They would find that realm still intact, but collapsing. Standard natural degradation. Nothing suspicious. They would monitor it, report back, and eventually plan a salvage expedition. By which time, Luo Feng intended to have already absorbed it. He tracked them for 3 more days, confirming their departure from the immediate area before allowing himself to relax. The spatial suturing had worked. The Black Lotus team had found nothing conclusive at the Echo 15 site. But the encounter reinforced the urgency of his situation. The Black Lotus sect was expanding their search, surveying pocket realms across the region. Every absorption he performed left traces that could potentially be detected. Speed and stealth were his allies, and both had limits. 13 days until Echo 22's projected collapse, Xianxia said. Use them wisely. He did. 13 days of intensive cultivation, combat training, and preparation for the 5th absorption that would complete his pentahedral foundation. Chapter 31. Echo 22 announced its death throes on day 12. Luo Feng felt the realm's collapse accelerate through his spatial scanning. A sharp increase in dimensional stress that rippled through the Jade Mountain's fault line like a heartbeat skipping. The realm's barrier, already weakened by the stress transfer from Echo 15's absorption, began fracturing rapidly. He covered the 40 kilometers in a day, arriving at Echo 22's entrance as the barrier was thinning to transparency. Unlike the previous realms, Echo 22's entrance was dramatic, a vertical tear in space, 10 meters tall, that crackled with lightning and howled with wind. The energies escaping through the barrier were violent, charged, and exhilarating. He stepped through into the storm. Echo 22 was unlike any realm he'd experienced. There was no ground, or rather, the ground was cloud. Dense, semi-solid formations of concentrated atmospheric chi that supported weight through spiritual pressure rather than physical substance. Islands of cloud rock floated in a sky that was the realm's entire volume. A 3-dimensional space with no true horizon, no up, no down, just endless sky in every direction. Lightning arced between cloud formations with constant, crackling energy. Wind currents circled the realm in complex patterns, creating corridors of calm between regions of howling storm. The spiritual energy was electric, literally. Every breath tingled. Every surface carried a static charge that made Luo Feng's hair stand on end and his chi buzz with sympathetic resonance. And it was dying magnificently. The sky, which was to say, the realm itself, was tearing apart in dramatic fractures that released bursts of pure lightning into the void. Cloud formations dissolved into wisps. Wind patterns collapsed into turbulence. The realm wasn't fading. It was going out in a blaze of electrical glory. Pocket Realm Echo 22. Analysis. Type. Wind/lightning biome. Status. Terminal collapse. Accelerated. Estimated remaining integrity. 6 to 9 days. Spiritual energy density. 62.3%. Extremely high. Peak density before dissolution. Absorption compatibility. Excellent. Fauna. Aerial ecosystem for 100+ species. Flora. Cloud vegetation. Lightning moss. Storm flowers. 300+ species. Warning. 1 beast king detected. Storm phoenix. High core formation equivalent. Warning. Realm instability. Creating hazardous energy discharges. Exercise extreme caution. A storm phoenix. Core formation equivalent at the high end. In a realm of pure wind and lightning. The most aggressive elemental combination possible. This one won't be charmed by a realm song. Jiang Qingyue observed dryly. She was right. Phoenixes, even spiritual beast variants, were notoriously independent, proud, and territorial. A storm phoenix in a dying realm would be frantic, aggressive, and extremely dangerous. Luo Feng found it on the 2nd day, a creature of blinding beauty and terrifying power. The storm phoenix was the size of a small house, its feathers patterns of silver and electric blue that continuously discharged arcs of lightning. It circled the realm's center in a tight orbit, screaming defiance at the dying sky, blasting fractures with lightning as if it could heal its world through sheer force of will. It spotted him immediately. The attack came without warning, a dive from above that turned the air itself into a weapon. Wind compressed into cutting blades, and lightning traced the phoenix's path like the wake of a burning ship. Luo Feng activated his realm zone reflexively, the 4-biome environmental field erupting around him in a defensive sphere. Fire met lightning. Ice met wind. Earth absorbed the shockwave. Water conducted and dispersed the electrical discharge. The storm phoenix screamed through his realm zone and emerged on the other side, circling back with evident surprise. Its attack had been blunted, not stopped, but significantly reduced by an environmental defense it had never encountered. Again, Luo Feng muttered, widening his realm zone and adjusting the elemental balance. More earth for grounding, more water for conduction, less fire. The fire energy was feeding the lightning rather than opposing it. The phoenix attacked 3 more times. Each assault was met by a realm zone that adapted, learned, and improved. By the 4th pass, Luo Feng had developed a defensive configuration specifically calibrated against wind/lightning attacks. A shell of earth-grounded stability, water-conducted dispersal, and ice-crystallized wind barriers that shattered the phoenix's air blades before they could form. The storm phoenix landed on a cloud formation 50 meters away and glared at him with golden eyes that held furious intelligence. Luo Feng activated the realm song. The effect on the phoenix was dramatic. Its feathers, constantly discharging electricity, stilled. Its golden eyes widened. The realm song's projection carried the full weight of 4 biomes: fire, ice, water, earth, a world complex and stable and growing, offered not as a cage, but as a continuation. The phoenix cocked its head, studying him with the particular attention of a creature recognizing something fundamental. Then it screamed again, not in attack, but in something that sounded almost like a question. It took Luo Feng a moment to understand. The phoenix wasn't asking if his world was safe. It was asking if his world had sky. He showed it. Through the realm song, he opened his inner world's atmospheric dome, the developing sky above his biomes, where thermals rose from the sulfur wastes, cold fronts descended from the frozen wastes, and weather systems circulated between earth and ocean. Not a vast sky, not the endless expanse the phoenix was accustomed to, but a sky that could grow. The storm phoenix spread its wings, rose from the cloud formation, and flew a single, slow circle above Luo Feng's head. Lightning trailed from its wingtips, gentle, contained, a salute rather than a weapon. Consent, given in the language of storm and sky. Luo Feng began the absorption. Chapter 32. Absorption Protocol initiated. Realm Echo. 22. Phase 1. Spiritual energy absorption. Estimated duration, 60 hours. Phase 2. Terrain absorption. Estimated duration, 30 hours. Phase 3. Fauna and flora integration. Estimated duration, 24 hours. Phase 4. Beast King integration. Estimated duration, 12 hours. Total estimated duration, 126 hours. Warning: host must remain stationary. Process cannot be interrupted. Warning: wind/lightning energy is volatile. Absorption may cause host's spiritual energy fluctuations. 126 hours. 5.25 days. Shorter than the forest absorption, despite comparable complexity. The wind/lightning realm's energy was more easily compressed and transferred due to its fluid nature. But volatile. The system wasn't wrong about that. The first 12 hours were intense. Wind and lightning energy poured into Luo Feng's inner world with the subtlety of a hurricane entering a house. His existing biomes shuddered under the influx. The sulfur waste's fires flickered, the frozen waste's ice crackled with static, the coral ocean's surface churned with wave action, and the forest's trees bent under winds that shouldn't have existed in an enclosed world. His inner world's atmospheric dome, previously a simple enclosure, transformed. Wind currents established themselves in complex patterns, carrying weather between biomes. Clouds formed from the moisture generated by ocean and ice interaction. And lightning, beautiful, constant, dancing lightning, arced across the inner sky, connecting cloud formations in a web of electrical energy that illuminated the world below. He had sky now. Real sky. Dynamic, weather-generating, storm-producing sky that turned his inner world from a contained space into something that felt genuinely alive. The 5th biome materialized above the existing 4. Where the other biomes occupied ground and water, the storm sky claimed the vertical dimension. Cloud formations suspended at varying altitudes, wind corridors connecting all regions, lightning networks providing energy distribution across the entire inner world. It wasn't a traditional biome in the geographical sense. It was an atmospheric biome, a 3-dimensional ecosystem that overlaid the others, connecting them through weather, wind, and energy circulation. The transition zones evolved accordingly. Where the storm sky met the sulfur wastes, volcanic thermals fed thunderstorms. Where it met the frozen wastes, cold fronts generated blizzards. Where it met the coral ocean, tropical weather patterns produced monsoons. Where it met the forest, gentle rains nourished the ancient trees. 4 new atmospheric transition zones, layered over the 5 existing ground-level ones. Cross-biome interactions update. Total biomes, 5. Total transition zones, 9. 5 ground-level plus 4 atmospheric. Interaction pairs, 15. New material types, 23. Inner world complexity rating, very high exceptional. The aerial fauna integrated smoothly. 400 species of birds, wind serpents, cloud jellyfish, and other atmospheric creatures finding homes in the new sky. The storm phoenix materialized last, reforming in a burst of lightning at the inner world's highest point, the peak of the atmospheric dome, where all wind currents converged. It spread its wings and screamed, a cry of pure electrical joy that echoed through all 5 biomes, its lightning illuminating the inner world from above. Every creature in every biome looked up. The storm phoenix had found its sky, a smaller sky, but one that would grow, and it was home. Absorption complete. Realm Echo, 22. New biome. Storm sky, wind/lightning, atmospheric. Inner world total, 5,000 mx5, 000 m7, 500 mx7, 500 m. 5 biomes plus 9 transition zones. Total fauna, 3,000 plus species. Total flora, 1, 800 plus species. Beast kings, 4. 3 terrestrial plus 1 aerial. Spiritual energy, 71.4%, 89.7%. Host cultivation. Foundation establishment stage 9. Peak. Core formation threshold. Inner world complexity rating. Exceptional. Pentahedral core formation. Available. Available. The word glowed in Luo Feng's mind with the weight of potential. 5 biomes. 5 elements. Fire, ice, water, earth, wind/lightning. The complete elemental cycle that Xianxia's master had achieved 10,000 years ago. He was ready. He opened his eyes on the Jade Mountain slopes, sitting on bare cloud rock where Echo 22's entrance had been. The realm was gone, absorbed completely, leaving only the faint ozone scent of lightning in the air. 7.5 kilometers on each side. Over 56 square kilometers of inner world. 5 biomes, 9 transition zones, 3,000 species, for beast kings, and 1 ancient spirit-severing cultivator who was about to guide him through the most dangerous cultivation breakthrough of his life. The hunger stirred, but for the first time, it was satisfied, temporarily full, content with the feast of 2 realms consumed in rapid succession. Next absorption requirement. 1 pocket realm within 300 days. Inner world stability. Exceptional. 5 biome pentahedral structure provides maximum self-sustainability, 300 days. 10 months. The longest interval yet. The pentahedral structure stability, reducing the hunger's urgency significantly. 10 months to achieve core formation, develop his inner world's capabilities, and prepare for whatever the Black Lotus sect was planning. Luo Feng stood, brushed mountain dust from his robes, and turned toward home. Chapter 33. The return to the Azure Serpent sect took 9 days. Luo Feng traveled at the aggressive pace of a cultivator at Foundation Establishment's peak, his body and spirit energized by the 2 successful absorptions. The Jade Mountains fell behind him, replaced by familiar grasslands and eventually the mist-wreathed peaks of the sect's territory. He entered through the main gate this time. No need for stealth. His inner disciple status was established, his mission cover was solid, and the geological survey report he carried was comprehensive enough to satisfy any administrative review. So you met him at the inner disciple quarters. She took one look at him and knew. 2, she said. You absorbed 2 realms. Earth and wind/lightning. 5 biomes. Pentahedral structure is ready. Her eyes went wide. 5 biomes at Foundation Establishment. That's, she stopped herself, visibly containing the academic excitement that would otherwise have exploded into a lecture. Show me. Now. He showed her. The inner world's transformation left her speechless for over a minute. A record. She walked through the forest biome, waded into the coral ocean shallows, stood in the storm sky's updrafts, and examined each of the 9 transition zones with the methodical intensity of a researcher who'd been given access to an entirely new branch of science. The atmospheric biome changes everything, she said finally. Weather systems. Actual weather. Rain, snow, storms, wind patterns. Your inner world has a functioning climate. That doesn't happen until nascent soul and standard inner world development. Xianxia said the pentahedral structure accelerates development. Accelerates doesn't cover it. This is generationally ahead of where you should be. She looked at him with an expression that mixed admiration with something more complex. You're becoming something that hasn't existed in 10,000 years, Luo Feng. The sects don't have a framework for dealing with what you are. Then we'd better make sure they don't need one. At least not yet. He briefed Elder Shin the next day. The nascent soul elder's reaction was more contained than Su Yu's, but equally significant. Her hands trembled as she recorded her observations, and her spiritual sense swept his inner world with a thoroughness that took over an hour. The pentahedral structure is textbook primordial era architecture, she said, her voice hushed. I've seen diagrams in the spatial codex. Theoretical illustrations of what the ancient realm builders created. You've replicated it. Jiang Qingyue guided the process. Yes, the spirit-severing fossil in your inner world. Elder Shin's tone held complex feelings about Jiang Qingyue, respect for her knowledge, unease about her presence, jealousy of her expertise. She's an invaluable resource. And a significant vulnerability. How so? If the Black Lotus sect, or any sect, learns that you're harboring a spirit-severing cultivator inside your inner world, the political implications are staggering. Spirit-severing cultivators are strategic assets. There are perhaps a dozen in the entire Eastern territories. Having one living inside a Foundation Establishment Disciples spiritual center would be perceived as either an incredible advantage or an unacceptable threat. She's not a weapon. She's a spirit-severing cultivator with 10,000 years of primordial era knowledge. She's the most dangerous weapon in the Eastern territories, whether she intends to be or not. The geopolitical dimension of his situation was becoming clearer and more concerning with each conversation. Luo Feng wasn't just a cultivator with an unusual ability. He was a strategic asset whose value increased with every realm he absorbed, whose secrets could reshape the balance of power between sects, and whose existence painted a target on everything he loved. The Black Lotus investigation, he said, changing the subject. Status. Elder Shun's expression darkened. Accelerating. They've narrowed their candidates to you. I received intelligence yesterday. Their investigators have positively identified the spatial anomaly disciple of the Azure Serpent sect as their primary suspect. How long? Before they act? Weeks. Maybe a month. They'll need to confirm their intelligence, build a case for their leadership, and decide on a response. She paused. The response will be one of three things: a diplomatic demand that we hand you over, a covert extraction attempt, or an open military action. And the sect leader? Aware of the situation. He's been briefed on your abilities, not the full scope, but enough to understand your strategic value. He won't hand you over. The question is whether he'll commit sect resources to protecting you if Black Lotus escalates to military action. Will he? That depends on what you can offer the sect in return. Elder Shin met his gaze. You need to demonstrate your value, Luo Feng. Not as a research subject, as a strategic asset. Show the sect leader what a realm eater can do for the Azure Serpent sect, and he'll fight to keep you. Core formation. That was the key. At core formation, he could extract materials from his inner world. Unique resources that would directly benefit the sect. He could create access points that allowed other cultivators to train in his biomes. He could produce combat capabilities that exceeded his nominal rank. I need to form my core, he said. Now, before the Black Lotus sect acts. The pentahedral core formation? You're ready. Jiang Qingyue says I am. The 5-biome structure is balanced. All 9 transition zones are stable. The elemental energies are in equilibrium. Elder Shin studied him for a long moment. If you succeed, you'll be the first realm eater to achieve pentahedral core formation in 10,000 years. If you fail, I won't fail. You'd better not. Because I'm not writing promising research subject exploded during experimental core formation as my final note on your file. Chapter 34. The pentahedral core formation began at midnight, in the deepest chamber of the inner world, a natural cave in the forest biome where all 5 elemental energies converged with maximum density. Jiang Qingyue had spent a week preparing the site, carving formation patterns into the stone walls that drew on primordial era techniques modified for Luo Feng's specific biome configuration. The core will form at the convergence point of all 5 elemental energies, she explained, standing beside him in the cave as formation patterns glowed on every surface. Fire from the sulfur wastes, ice from the frozen wastes, water from the coral ocean, earth from the ancient forest, wind and lightning from the storm sky. All 5 must arrive at the convergence point simultaneously, in perfect balance. How do we achieve simultaneity? Through the transition zones. Each transition zone connects 2 biomes and can serve as a relay. channeling energy from its source biomes toward the convergence point at controlled speeds. The 5 biomes generate energy. The 9 transition zones relay it. The core forms where all channels meet. She'd mapped the energy pathways with meticulous precision. Each transition zone had been assigned a relay function, with timing calculated to ensure all 5 elemental energies arrived at the convergence point within a margin of 1/100th of a second. 1/100th of a second, Luo Feng repeated. For 5 energy streams traveling different distances through different mediums. My master achieved 1/1000th of a second. We're being generous with the margin. Jiang Qingyue's voice was steady, but her ice-blue eyes held the focused intensity of someone about to perform surgery on a living world. You control the biomes. I control the relay timing. The formation assists with channeling. If anything goes wrong, you pull me out, I contain the failure. Pull you out, collapse the formation, and minimize damage to the biomes. She placed a hand on his shoulder, a rare physical gesture from the normally reserved ancient cultivator. You won't need it, but it's there. Su Yu and Elder Shun observed from the inner world's forest biome, positioned at a safe distance from the formation cave. Neither could contribute directly to the process, but their presence provided monitoring. Elder Shin's nascent soul's spiritual sense tracking energy flows, Su Yu's spatial analysis watching for structural anomalies. Luo Feng sat at the cave's center and closed his eyes. Through his inner world connection, he felt everything, every biome, every creature, every crystal formation and weather pattern and ocean current. His world hummed around him, alive and complex and waiting. Begin, Jiang Qingyue said. He reached for fire first. The sulfur wastes responded, volcanic energy surging from thermal vents and lava rivers, channeled through the volcanic soil transition zone and the frost-fire crystal belt toward the convergence point. The energy was hot, aggressive, hungry. Ice followed. The frozen wastes released glacial power, cold, sharp, crystalline, routed through the boreal border and the tidal frost zone. The energy was the opposite of fire, patient, precise, inevitable. Water came third. The coral ocean contributed its calm, pervasive energy, warm currents carrying spiritual density through the coastal marsh and the tidal frost zone, shared with ice. The energy was fluid, adaptable, connective. Earth was fourth. The ancient forest's deep, stable power rose from bedrock and root network, channeled through the volcanic soil zone and the boreal border, shared with their respective partners. The energy was solid, patient, foundational. Wind and lightning arrived last, and most dramatically. The storm sky released its atmospheric charge in a controlled cascade that descended through all 4 atmospheric transition zones simultaneously. Lightning traced the pathways Jiang Qingyue had calculated, arriving at the convergence point as a crackling corona of electrical potential. 5 energies. Converging. Jiang Qingyue's hands moved in precise gestures, adjusting relay timing through the formation patterns, slowing fire by a fraction, accelerating water by a hair, holding earth steady, nudging wind forward. Synchronization at 90%, she called. 95. 98. Luo Feng felt the energies approaching alignment. 5 streams of incompatible power rushing toward a single point, each one capable of catastrophic destruction if it arrived out of phase. 99.5. The convergence hit. 5 elements struck the convergence point simultaneously, within the 1/100th of a second margin, within the tolerances Jiang Qingyue had calculated, within the boundaries that separated success from crater. The reaction was instantaneous and blinding. Fire and ice annihilated each other, not in destruction, but in fusion. The opposing energies collapsed into a new state, a neutral, perfectly balanced thermal equilibrium that served as the core's foundation layer. Water and earth combined next, fluid adaptability merging with solid stability into a structural matrix that gave the core physical form. The matrix was neither liquid nor solid but something between, a crystalline gel that held shape while remaining internally dynamic. Wind and lightning wrapped the structure, atmospheric energy providing circulation and electrical connectivity, ensuring the core remained active, alive, responsive to its host's will. Core formation complete. Pentahedral structure. Core type. 5-element pentahedral, unique. Core grade. Supreme. Elements. Fire, ice, water, earth, wind/lightning. Core stability. Maximum. Pentahedral geometry. Inner world response. Resonating. The inner world sang. Every biome, every transition zone, every creature and plant and crystal formation resonated with the core's formation, a harmonic that rippled through 56 square kilometers of contained reality. The storm phoenix screamed in electrical joy. The jade stag bellowed. The ice stalkers howled. The entire ecology responded to the birth of its heart, because that's what the core was. Not a cultivation artifact sitting in a dantian, the heart of a world. The sun at the center of a living, growing, evolving reality that existed inside Luo Feng's spiritual center. Inner world expansion triggered. Previous size, 7, 500 meters x 7, 500 meters. New size, 15,000 meters x 15,000 meters. Area, 225 square kilometers. Atmospheric height, 5,000 meters. World-scale development initiated, 225 square kilometers. 15 kilometers on each side. An atmospheric dome 5 kilometers high, tall enough for genuine weather systems, cloud formations, and the storm phoenix to soar at altitudes that would challenge external cultivators. Supreme grade, Xianxia whispered, and her voice held something Luo Feng had never heard from her before. Awe. Your master achieved excellent. The highest recorded pentahedral core in the primordial era was superior. You've achieved supreme. How? The transition zones. Your inner world has more transition zones than any realm eater construct in history, 9 ground level and 4 atmospheric. The complexity fed into the core formation, providing additional stabilization that pushed the grade beyond theoretical maximums. She looked at him with eyes that held 10,000 years of knowledge and the wonder of a student seeing something new. Luo Feng, you've surpassed my master. At core formation, he couldn't process that yet. The core's energy was too overwhelming, too new, too vast. His cultivation had jumped from foundation establishment stage 9 to core formation, initial stage, but a core formation whose power exceeded typical mid-stage cultivators due to the supreme grade core. He opened his eyes in the formation cave and saw the world differently. Not with his physical eyes, those hadn't changed. But his inner world perception had expanded to encompass the full 15 kilometers of his territory, every detail simultaneously available, every biome state known as intimately as his own heartbeat. Elder Shun's voice reached him from outside the cave, filtered through awe and academic excitement. The spiritual pressure reading is, I need to recalibrate my instruments. That can't be right. It was right. Everything was right. Core formation. Supreme grade. Pentahedral structure. The Realm Devourer had grown a heart. Chapter 35. The aftermath of core formation brought 3 immediate changes to Luo Feng's life. First, power. His combat capabilities at core formation with a supreme pentahedral core exceeded any reasonable expectation for his rank. Elder Shin's assessment put his effective combat level at mid-nascent soul, 2 full major realms above his nominal core formation, a gap so absurd that she had to run the evaluation 3 times before accepting the results. Your realm zone technique at this level doesn't just disrupt opponents, it rewrites the battlefield, she reported, reviewing formation plate recordings of his combat assessment. Within your zone, you control 5 elemental states simultaneously. That's not a technique. That's an absolute domain. Luo Feng tested the domain in controlled settings inside his inner world, with Jiang Qingyue serving as an opponent. Even suppressing her spirit-severing cultivation to core formation equivalent, she struggled within his realm zone. The 5-element environmental control was simply too comprehensive, attacking from too many angles, disrupting too many defensive strategies. In the primordial era, the Realm Eaters called this technique the World Domain. Jiang Qingyue said after their 6th sparring session, breathing harder than her dignity would normally allow. Within your domain, you are functionally omnipotent against anyone below your inner world's total energy capacity. At your current level, that means you can overpower most nascent soul cultivators and challenge early spirit severing. I'm core formation. You are core formation with a supreme pentahedral core and 56 square kilometers of inner world generating power. Your rank is misleading. Second change, material extraction. Core formation opened the channel between inner world and external reality. Luo Feng could now extract resources from his biomes, minerals, crystals, medicinal herbs, and the unique hybrid materials generated by his transition zones. The first extraction test produced a dozen frostfire crystals, 3 samples of volcanic soil herbs, and a vial of coral ocean water with spiritual energy density 30 times higher than the best cultivation springs in the region. Elder Shin nearly collapsed when she analyzed the samples. The frostfire crystals alone are worth more than our sect's annual budget, she said, holding a crystal that shimmered with hybrid fire-ice energy. They contain a dual-attribute spiritual essence that doesn't exist anywhere in the Eastern Territories. The medicinal herbs are species that went extinct 10,000 years ago. The spiritual water. She set down the vial carefully. I need to speak with the sect leader. Immediately. Third change, the political landscape. Sect leader Zhang was a pragmatist. When Elder Shin presented Luo Feng's capabilities, the combat assessment, the material samples, the strategic implications, he made his decision within the hour. The Azure Serpent sect will protect disciple Luo Feng with its full resources, he declared in a private meeting attended by the sect's Elder Council. His inner world is not just a personal cultivation tool, it is a strategic asset of the highest order. The materials he produces will strengthen our sect's competitive position. His combat capabilities provide deterrence against aggression, and his potential for growth is unlimited. The sect leader paused, his gaze sweeping the assembled elders. Furthermore, I am elevating Disciple Luo Feng to core disciple status with elder-level strategic classification. His identity and capabilities are sect secrets of the highest tier. Any leak will be treated as treason. Core Disciple, the sect's highest rank below Elder. The promotion came with resources, authority, and, most importantly, the full weight of the Azure Serpent sect's political and military apparatus standing between Luo Feng and the Black Lotus sect. He'll also need protection during future realm absorptions, Elder Shin added. Each expedition puts him in vulnerable positions for extended periods. I'll assign a guardian detail for his next expedition. Core Formation Elders, rotating shifts. With respect, sect leader, core formation guardians won't be sufficient. If the Black Lotus sect sends nascent soul cultivators, then I will go myself. Sect leader Zhang's voice was flat. I am spirit severing, Elder Shun. If Black Lotus wants to threaten my sect's most valuable asset, they can discuss the matter with me personally. Spirit severing. The sect leader was spirit severing. Luo Feng had known this intellectually, but hearing the commitment delivered in that calm, absolute voice drove the point home. The Azure Serpent sect's highest power was committing to his protection. Because he was worth protecting. His inner world, the worlds he carried, made him strategically indispensable. Inside him, Jiang Qingyue's voice carried a tone of bittersweet recognition. This is how it begins. The realm eaters of the primordial era started as cultivators. They became nations. Nations. The word echoed in the space between his heartbeats, where 3,000 species lived and weather systems circled, and a heart made of 5 elements pulsed with a world's rhythm. He was 20 years old. He carried 225 square kilometers of reality inside his spiritual center. And the hunger, satisfied for now, whispered of more. Chapter 36. The Black Lotus sect's response came 3 weeks after Luo Feng's core formation, sooner than expected and more aggressive. It wasn't a diplomatic probe or a covert investigation. It was a formal declaration delivered by a Black Lotus sect elder at the border of Azure Serpent sect territory. An ultimatum demanding the surrender of the spatial anomaly cultivator responsible for the theft of Pocket Realm Echo, 19 from Black Lotus sect-monitored territory. The declaration included a deadline, 7 days, after which the Black Lotus sect would pursue recovery through all available means. All available means, sect leader Zhang read aloud in the Emergency Elder Council meeting. That's military language. They're preparing an assault. The council chamber was tense. The Azure Serpent sect's 12 elders, core formation and nascent soul cultivators who'd spent decades navigating intersect politics, were divided between those who wanted to fight and those who wanted to negotiate. We should present a counteroffer, Elderwin suggested. Compensation for the lost realm. Spirit stones, rare materials, favorable trade agreements. Compensation acknowledges wrongdoing, Eldershin countered. We're not conceding that Luo Feng's actions constituted theft. Pocket realms and unclaimed territory are fair game. Black Lotus's monitoring doesn't confer ownership. Their core formation cultivator attacked Luo Feng on site, another elder noted. That suggests they consider the region claimed, regardless of formal status. Luo Feng stood at the chamber's edge, listening. He'd been invited not as a participant, but as the subject under discussion, the asset whose value was being weighed against the cost of defending him. May I speak, he asked. Sect leader Zhang nodded. The Black Lotus sect wants me because they believe I'm a threat to their pocket realm interests. And they're right, I am. Every realm I absorb is a realm they can't exploit. He looked around the council table. But I'm also an opportunity. The materials my inner world produces are unique. The cultivation environments I can provide are unmatched. Instead of viewing me as a liability that needs defending, consider what I can offer that makes the defense profitable. He produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Inside were samples, frostfire crystals, sea ice crystal formations, volcanic soil medicinal herbs, storm lightning essence, ancient forest amber. Materials that didn't exist anywhere in the Eastern Territories. Materials that were worth fortunes on the open market and invaluable for sect cultivation programs. The elders examined the samples in silence. The shift in atmosphere was palpable, from "how much will defending this disciple cost us" to "how much will this disciple make us?" Sect leader Zhang picked up a frostfire crystal and held it to the light. Its dual attribute energy shimmered in patterns that had never been seen in the modern cultivation world. 7 days, he said. That's how long we have before Black Lotus acts. In 7 days, I want defensive preparations complete, alliance communications sent to our partners, and, he looked at Luo Feng, I want you to be ready to demonstrate your capabilities. If this comes to a confrontation, I want the Black Lotus sect to understand exactly what they're dealing with. Yes, sect leader. And Luo Feng. Sir, if they cross our border, don't hold back. Show them what a realm eater does to people who threaten his world. Chapter 37. The 7 days passed in a blur of preparation. The Azure Serpent sect mobilized its full military capability. Formation barriers strengthened, defensive arrays activated, patrol rotations doubled. Elder Shun coordinated intelligence operations, tracking Black Lotus sect troop movements through a network of informants and spatial monitoring stations. The picture was concerning. Black Lotus was assembling a strike force at their nearest territorial base. 15 core formation cultivators, 3 nascent soul elders, and their sect's own spirit-severing leader, Grand Elder He. It was a force designed to overwhelm the Azure Serpent sect's defenses through sheer concentrated power. They're committing everything, Elder Shin reported during the 5th day's briefing. This isn't a probe or a limited action. They're planning to force their way in, seize you, and retreat before our allies can respond. Our allies. I've sent word to the Jade Mountain sect and the Heavenly River sect, our defensive treaty partners. They'll respond, but they're 2 to 3 days away. Black Lotus knows this. Their plan is a rapid assault, in and out within 24 hours. They'll need to get through me first, sect leader Zhang said, his spirit severing spiritual pressure filling the briefing room with quiet, overwhelming menace. And our defensive formations. And 300 inner and core disciples. And me, Luo Feng added. Elder Shin looked at him. You're the target. Your priority is survival, not combat. My combat capability at core formation exceeds most of their nascent soul elders. Keeping me out of the fight wastes the strongest offensive asset the sect has. He's right. Jiang Qingyue's voice reached him through the inner world connection. She'd been following the preparations with the attention of a military strategist who'd seen wars that dwarfed this conflict. In the primordial era, keeping a realm eater from the battlefield was like keeping a fortress from the war. Use his world domain. It turns the engagement zone into home territory. Luo Feng relayed the suggestion, minus its source, to Elder Shun and the sect leader. The tactical implications were immediately obvious. If Luo Feng deployed his world domain at the anticipated engagement point, the Azure Serpent sect's defenders would be fighting inside an environment that Luo Feng controlled. Every elemental condition, temperature, wind, terrain stability, atmospheric pressure, would be under his command. How large can you make the domain? Sect leader Zhang asked. At sustained combat intensity? 200 meters radius. At reduced intensity, enough to influence conditions, but not overwhelm opponents. Half a kilometer. Half a kilometer of controlled terrain. The sect leader's eye sharpened. That covers our eastern approach, the most likely assault vector. If you deploy the domain there, our defenders fight in an environment shaped to our advantage. The plan solidified. Luo Feng would deploy his world domain at the eastern approach, creating a defensive zone where the sect's cultivators operated with environmental support while the Black Lotus attackers faced environmental resistance. 5 elements, randomly cycling, disrupting techniques and formations while boosting allied cultivation. It was, Jiang Qingyue noted, the first time a realm eater had been used as a strategic military asset since the primordial era. You're making history again, she said. Try not to die while doing it. On the 7th day, the Black Lotus sect came. Chapter 38. They arrived at dawn. A formation of dark-robed cultivators descending from the eastern sky like a flock of malevolent birds. 15 core formation cultivators in a spearhead formation, flanked by 3 nascent soul elders radiating power that pressed against the sect's defensive barriers. And behind them, elevated above the formation like a dark moon, Grand Elder He, spirit-severing cultivation warping the air around him into a vortex of shadow attribute energy. The Azure Serpent sect's defenses responded. Formation barriers blazed to life, creating overlapping layers of protective energy across the eastern approach. 300 inner and core disciples took positions along the defensive line, their combined spiritual pressure creating a wall of resistance. Sect leader Zhang stood at the front, his spirit-severing cultivation answering Grand Elder He's pressure with equal, opposing force. The two leaders' spiritual signatures clashed in the space between the armies, silent, invisible, devastating in their intensity. Trees below the collision point withered. Stone cracked. The air itself seemed to hold its breath. Sect leader Zhang. Grand Elder Hei's voice carried across the gap with the casual authority of a man who expected to be obeyed. Our terms were clear. Surrender the Realm Eater. This doesn't need to end in blood. No one is surrendered from the Azure Serpent sect, Zhang replied. Your claim on disciple Luo Feng has no legal foundation. Echo 19 was in unclaimed territory. Unclaimed by treaty. Monitored by our sect. Your disciple consumed our surveyed asset and attacked our cultivators. That's an act of aggression. Your cultivators attacked first. Our disciple defended himself. The diplomatic exchange was formality. Both sides knew it. Grand Elder Hei hadn't brought 18 combat cultivators for a negotiation. So be it, Hei said, and the Black Lotus formation surged forward. Luo Feng activated the world domain. The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. A half-kilometer radius of reality shifted as his inner world's energy projected outward, reshaping the battlefield's environmental conditions. Temperature fluctuated wildly, fire zone heat alternating with ice zone cold in rapid, unpredictable cycles. Wind from the storm sky biome created cutting gusts that disrupted flying formations. Earth energy from the forest biome destabilized the ground beneath the attacker's feet, turning solid stone into treacherous, shifting terrain. The 15 core formation cultivators hit the domain's edge and staggered. Their carefully maintained formation broke as each cultivator was subjected to different environmental conditions. One flash frozen, the next superheated, the third buffeted by wind shear that tumbled her head over heels. The Azure Serpent sect defenders, warned in advance and positioned within the domain's allied zones, fought with environmental support. Their fire attribute techniques were amplified by the domain's thermal energy. Their water techniques drew on the domain's moisture. Their earth techniques gripped solid ground while their opponents floundered. The battle became a rout within the first 10 minutes. The Black Lotus core formation cultivators, outmatched by environmental conditions they couldn't counter, fell back in disorder. 3 were captured by Azure Serpent disciples who moved through the domain's terrain with home field advantage. The nascent soul elders fared better. Their superior cultivation allowed them to resist the domain's environmental effects through brute spiritual power. But even they were operating at reduced efficiency. Their techniques disrupted by the 5-element cycling that attacked from angles their defenses weren't designed to cover. One nascent soul elder, a woman wielding dark attribute chains, broke through the domain's outer layer and charged directly at Luo Feng. He met her with a concentrated world domain zone, a 10-meter sphere of pure environmental chaos where all 5 elements cycled at maximum intensity. The elder's chains dissolved. Her defensive barriers cracked. Her spiritual energy, contaminated by 5 conflicting elemental intrusions, stuttered and faltered. She retreated, her face white with shock, dark chi leaking from fractures in her spiritual armor. What are you, she hissed. The thing your sect should have left alone. Grand Elder Hei moved. The spirit-severing cultivator's action was too fast and too powerful for the domain to contain. He passed through the 5-element environment like a knife through paper, his shadow attribute cultivation creating a void zone that negated elemental effects within 3 meters of his body. He wasn't heading for the sect's defenses or the battlefield. He was heading for Luo Feng. Sect leader Zhang intercepted him midair. The collision of 2 spirit-severing cultivators produced a shockwave that cratered the mountainside below. Zhang's Azure Serpent Qi, blue, sinuous, devastating, met Hei's shadow cultivation in an explosion of opposing forces that turned the sky white. Your disciple is impressive, Hei said, his voice distorted by combat Qi. All the more reason to acquire him. He is not an acquisition, Zhang replied, and struck. The spirit-severing duel moved beyond the battlefield's periphery, 2 titans clashing at speeds and intensities that would vaporize anyone below nascent soul who got too close. Their techniques shattered mountain peaks, carved valleys, and reshaped the landscape with the casual, destructive power of cultivators who had transcended mortal physical law. Below them, Luo Feng maintained the world domain, supporting the Azure Serpent sect's cultivators as they systematically dismantled the Black Lotus assault. The environmental advantage was decisive. Black Lotus cultivators fought in a world that actively resisted them, while Azure Serpent cultivators fought in a world that actively supported them. Within an hour, the Black Lotus core formation force was destroyed as a combat unit. 8 captured, 4 retreated, 3 incapacitated. The nascent soul elders pulled back to support Grand Elder Hei's duel. their attacks probing Zhang's defenses without committing to full engagement. The duel ended at sunset. Neither spirit-severing cultivator was defeated. At that level, battles between equals were rarely conclusive without catastrophic collateral damage that both sides wanted to avoid. Grand Elder He withdrew, his Black Lotus forces battered and diminished, his objective unfulfilled. "This isn't over," he said, his shadow-wreathed form hovering at the boundary of Azure Serpent territory. "The Realm Eater's existence destabilizes the regional balance. Other sects will learn of him. When they do, your protection won't be enough." He vanished. The Black Lotus sect retreated. Sect leader Zhang landed on the battlefield, his robes torn, his spiritual energy depleted by hours of spirit-severing combat. He looked at the cratered landscape, the captured enemies, and the world domain still humming with five-element energy. "Well fought," he said to Luo Feng. "All of you." Luo Feng dismissed the world domain, and the battlefield returned to normal, scarred, damaged, but normal. The weight of sustained five-element projection had drained his reserves significantly, but his core's supreme-grade pentahedral structure regenerated power at a rate that would have him back to full within hours. "They'll come back," he said. "Yes, but not alone. Grand Elder He will seek allies. Other sects, other powers, anyone who wants what you have or fears what you represent. Then I need to be ready. Then we all need to be ready." Sect leader Zhang placed a hand on Luo Feng's shoulder, a gesture of solidarity that carried the weight of a sect leader's commitment. "You are the Azure Serpent sect's future, Luo Feng. We will protect that future with everything we have." Inside Luo Feng's inner world, the core pulsed steadily, five elements in perfect balance, a heart beating for a world that grew more real with every passing day. The storm phoenix circled above, trailing lightning. The jade stag stood sentinel in the forest. The ice stalkers howled in the frozen peaks. 3,000 species lived and breathed and evolved in a reality carried inside a 20-year-old cultivator. The hunger stirred, not urgently, not desperately, but with the patient certainty of something that knew it would be fed. Forward, always forward. Chapter 39. Fellow cultivators, if this tale of devouring worlds has captivated your Tao heart, then strengthen this channel so we can continue bringing you epic cultivation journeys. Smash that like button like Luo Feng absorbing a dying realm. Every click feeds the furnace of creation. Drop a comment below and tell us, which biome would you want in your inner world? Fire, ice, water, earth, or storm? Subscribe and hit that notification bell so you're the first to know when the next chapters arrive. And share this video with anyone who loves OP cultivation systems and world building. Your support keeps these audiobooks alive. Now back to the story. The 3 weeks following the Black Lotus sect's failed assault brought a fundamental shift in the Azure Serpent sect's political landscape. News of the battle spread through the Eastern Territory's information networks with the speed of spiritual transmission. The details varied by source. Some accounts exaggerated the Azure Serpent sect's victory, others underplayed it. But the core fact was consistent. The Azure Serpent sect possessed a cultivator who could reshape battlefields, and they'd used that capability to repel a superior force. The diplomatic responses came in waves. First, the allies. The Jade Mountain sect and the Heavenly River sect, arriving 2 days after the battle with reinforcements that were no longer needed, expressed formal solidarity and quietly requested trade negotiations for the unique materials that had been mentioned in intelligence briefings. Luo Feng provided samples, carefully curated selections of frostfire crystals, volcanic soil herbs, and storm lightning essence. The allied sect's reactions confirmed what he'd suspected. These materials were not just valuable. They were transformative. Frostfire crystals could enhance dual attribute cultivation techniques that currently required extremely rare external resources. The medicinal herbs included species thought extinct for millennia, capable of healing spiritual injuries that modern alchemy couldn't touch. Trade agreements were signed within a week. The Azure Serpent sect's economic position improved by an estimated factor of 10 overnight, funded entirely by materials extracted from Luo Feng's inner world. Second, the neutrals. Mid-tier sects across the region sent diplomatic envoys expressing interest in potential cooperation. Translation: they wanted access to Luo Feng's materials and were willing to offer political support in exchange. Third, the rivals. Several sects that had maintained hostile or competitive relationships with Azure Serpent quietly downgraded their postures. Not out of friendship, out of calculation. The sect that could reshape battlefields and produce unique cultivation resources was not one to antagonize without overwhelming force. And fourth, most significantly, the major powers. The Eastern Territories were nominally governed by a cultivation alliance called the Five Peaks Accord, a coalition of the five strongest sects in the region, of which Azure Serpent was not a member. The Accord's leadership sent an observer to Azure Serpent sect territory 3 weeks after the battle, a nascent soul cultivator from the Celestial Lotus sect, the Accord's dominant faction. The observer's name was Bailian, and she was exactly as impressive as her position suggested. Nascent soul peak, with a spiritual pressure that made Eldershins feel like a breeze compared to a gale. She arrived with a single attendant, a core formation disciple who never spoke, and requested a meeting with the sect leader. Luo Feng was not invited to the meeting, but Eldershin briefed him afterward, and the content was sobering. The Five Peaks Accord is concerned, Eldershin said, her expression carefully neutral. Not about you specifically, about the precedent you represent. A realm eater changes the power dynamics of the entire region. Pocket realms are contested resources, and a cultivator who can absorb them alters the fundamental economics of inter-sect competition. They want to control me. They want to assess you. Bai Lian requested a demonstration of your capabilities, the world domain, the material extraction, the inner world scope. Sect leader Zhang is negotiating the terms. What does the Accord want in exchange for their tolerance? Officially, nothing. Practically, integration. They want you brought into the Accord's framework, your abilities documented and regulated, your absorptions approved by an oversight committee. She paused. They want to make you a resource of the Alliance, not just our sect. And if I refuse, then you're an uncontrolled threat. The Accord's usual response to uncontrolled threats is suppression. Her voice was flat. They have 3 spirit-severing cultivators, Luo Feng. Our sect has 1. The weight of the geopolitical reality settled onto him alongside the weight of his worlds. He was no longer just a cultivator with an unusual ability. He was a political factor, a strategic consideration, a piece on a board being played by powers far above his nominal rank. I'll give them their demonstration, he said, but on my terms. If the Accord wants to see what a realm eater can do, they'll see. And they'll understand that controlling me isn't possible, only cooperating with me. Bold strategy. It's worked so far. Elder Shin gave him a look that suggested so far was not a reassuring qualifier. But she didn't argue. Chapter 40. The demonstration for the Five Peaks Accord observer was held on a neutral ground, a plateau in the unclaimed highlands between Azure Serpent Sect territory and the Accord's administrative zone. Bai Lian attended with her silent attendant, joined by observers from 3 of the other 4 Accord sections. Sect leader Zhang accompanied Luo Feng, his spirit-severing presence serving as both escort and statement. Suyu insisted on coming. Luo Feng didn't argue. Her analytical mind would provide real-time feedback, and her presence communicated that his capabilities weren't isolated but supported by a team. The demonstration began with material extraction. Luo Feng produced samples from each biome and transition zone, 37 unique materials, including 12 that didn't exist in any known catalog. Bai Lian examined each one with her nascent soul spiritual sense, her expression shifting from professional interest to undisguised amazement as the scope of the collection became apparent. These minerals don't exist in the Eastern Territories, she said, holding a sea ice crystal to the light. Some of them don't exist anywhere in the recorded cultivation world. They exist in my inner world. Each one is a product of cross-biome interaction, transition zones between different elemental environments generating novel materials. How many biomes? 5. The number hung in the air. 5 biomes in a core formation cultivator's inner world. Bai Lian's composed expression cracked slightly. Show me. Luo Feng deployed the world domain. The plateau transformed. Within a 200-meter radius, reality shifted as 5 elemental energies projected outward: fire heat from below, ice clarity from the north, water moisture from the south, earth stability underfoot, and wind from every direction, carrying lightning that crackled in the air. The observers felt the domain establish itself, a living environment replacing the neutral highland with a controlled, curated reality. 5 elements, Bai Lian murmured, simultaneously, in perfect balance. She extended her nascent soul's spiritual sense through the domain, probing its structure, and what she found made her eyes widen. This isn't a technique. This is a projected world. You're literally imposing your inner world's conditions on external reality. Within limits. The domain has a range, a duration, and an energy cost. But within those limits, yes, the battlefield becomes an extension of my inner world. And anyone fighting within your domain fights in my world, on my terms. Bai Lian was silent for a long moment. Behind her, the other Accord observers exchanged glances that carried the weight of strategic reassessment. The Five Peaks Accord would like to formalize a relationship with you, Disciple Luo Feng, Bai Lian said finally. Not as a controlled resource. As an independent ally. Independent? Your capabilities are too unique and too valuable to constrain within a regulatory framework. Attempting to control a realm eater would be both impractical and counterproductive. Instead, the Accord proposes a mutual benefit arrangement. We provide political protection and access to our intelligence networks. You provide priority access to extracted materials and strategic deployment support during major engagements. It was a better offer than Luo Feng had expected. Alliance rather than subjugation. Cooperation rather than control. The Accord's pragmatism was showing. They'd rather have a realm eater as an ally than drive one into opposition. I'll need to consult with my sect leader and advisors, Luo Feng said, carefully not mentioning the 10,000-year-old spirit severing cultivator living in his inner world. Of course, take the time you need. The negotiation took 2 weeks. Terms were drafted, revised, argued, and finalized by representatives from the Azure Serpent sect and the Five Peaks Accord. The final agreement positioned Luo Feng as an Accord-aligned independent strategic cultivator, a title that meant, in practice, that he operated with the Accord's protection and support while maintaining the Azure Serpent sect as his home base. In exchange, he committed to 3 things: providing a quarterly allocation of extracted materials to the Accord's resource pool, making himself available for strategic consultation during interregional conflicts, and, most importantly, not absorbing any pocket realm that was actively claimed and utilized by an Accord member sect. The last condition is the important one, Suyu observed as they reviewed the final terms inside the inner world. It means you can only absorb dying, unstable, or unclaimed realms. No eating other sects' assets. I was never planning to eat healthy realms. The system requires collapsing or near-collapsing realms for absorption. The Accord doesn't know that. They think you can absorb anything. That fear is leverage, don't correct them. Xianxia approved of the agreement from a strategic perspective. Alliances are how realm eaters survived in the primordial era. The path attracts too many enemies to walk alone. Your Accord provides a shield while you grow. And growing is what matters. The Hunger agreed. 260 days until the next absorption deadline. His inner world was stable, self-sustaining, and growing in complexity with each passing day. The pentahedral core's supreme-grade energy generation exceeded consumption, meaning his inner world was actually developing surplus spiritual energy for the first time. Surplus energy meant natural biome expansion. New territory filling in at the edges, developing from barren stone into proto-environments that would eventually become distinct regions. His world was growing on its own, fed by its own processes, evolving toward a complexity that even Jiang Qingyue's models hadn't predicted. And above it all, the storm phoenix circled in an inner sky that now stretched 5 kilometers high, its lightning illuminating a world that spanned 15 kilometers from edge to edge, a world carried inside a 20-year-old cultivator who'd started as nobody, carried by a hunger that drove him forward, always forward, into a future where the realms he'd consumed became the foundation of something that had no name yet. Something larger than a person, something larger than a sect, something that was beginning, in the quiet spaces between heartbeats, to look very much like a world. The real kind. Chapter 41. The 6 months following the Five Peaks Accord alliance were the most stable period Luo Feng had experienced since the Realm Devourer System activated. For the first time, he could cultivate without an immediate threat hanging over his head. No deadline panic, no sect pursuit, no political crisis demanding his attention. He used every day. Core formation advancement in the standard cultivation framework proceeded through 9 stages, each strengthening the core's density and refining its energy output. For Luo Feng, advancement meant something different. Each stage expanded his inner world, deepened the biome interactions, and increased the complexity of the ecosystem he carried. Stage 2 arrived in the 2nd month, triggered by the natural development of a new transition zone he hadn't anticipated. The storm sky's atmospheric circulation had been driving weather patterns across all 4 ground-level biomes since the pentahedral core formation. Rain fell on the forest, snow blanketed the frozen wastes, tropical storms swept the coral ocean, and dust storms scoured the sulfur wastes. These weather patterns were the storm sky's contribution to the inner world's ecology, a living connection between the atmospheric biome and everything below. But weather also meant erosion. Wind and rain war at the transition zones, reshaping their boundaries, carrying minerals from one zone into another. Over months of this geological process, accelerated by the inner world's dense spiritual energy, a new feature developed. River systems. A network of waterways formed, connecting the frozen wastes glacial melt through the boreal border into the forest biomes valleys, then flowing through the volcanic soil zone, picking up mineral-rich sediment, before emptying into the coral ocean. The rivers didn't just transport water. They transported spiritual energy, minerals, biological material, and seeds from every biome they touched. The result was a new type of transition zone, a riparian corridor that connected all 4 ground-level biomes in a continuous water network. Where the rivers passed through different biomes, unique waterway ecosystems developed: hot springs in the volcanic soil zone, frozen cascades at the boreal border, mangrove estuaries at the coastal approach. Natural development milestone, new feature, river network, connecting all ground-level biomes. New transition zone type, riparian corridors, ecosystem impact. Major, river system enables interbiome species migration. New species. 47, riverine adapted variants of existing species. Inner world complexity rating. Exceptional extraordinary. Core formation stage 1 stage 2, extraordinary. The system's complexity rating had jumped to a classification that Eldershun said didn't appear in any cultivation text she'd ever read. Your inner world is developing features that normally require Tao-seeking cultivation to manifest, she told him during their weekly research session, her notebooks filled with observations that would revolutionize spatial theory if she could ever publish them. River systems in an inner world indicate geological maturity, the kind of landscape development that takes centuries in standard cultivation. It took 6 months. Because your pentahedral core is generating surplus energy that accelerates natural development exponentially. The 5-element balance doesn't just sustain your biomes, it drives them forward. Your world is aging in fast forward. Xianxia confirmed this from her own experience. My master's inner world didn't develop river systems until she reached nascent soul. Your supreme-grade core is producing development rates that exceed primordial era benchmarks. She paused, her ice-blue eyes holding something between pride and awe. You are, quite literally, growing faster than anyone in history. The river system's impact on the inner world's ecology was profound. Species that had been confined to single biomes now had migration routes. Forest deer could travel along the riverbanks to drink from the coral ocean's estuaries. Frost hares followed frozen tributaries into the boreal border, expanding their range. Fish species from the coral ocean migrated upstream, adapting to the changing water conditions as they traveled through different biomes. Cross-biome migration meant cross-biome hybridization. New species emerged at an accelerating rate. Organisms that combined traits from multiple biome environments, adapted to the unique conditions of the riparian corridors, and filled ecological niches that hadn't existed before the rivers formed. The beast kings responded to the ecological changes with their characteristic temperaments. The jade stag claimed the forest's main river valley as an extension of its territory, drinking from the mineral-rich volcanic waters. The thornroot serpent extended its root network along the riverbeds, using the waterways as channels for its earth energy infrastructure. The ice stalkers patrolled the frozen upper tributaries, their territory now connected to the forest biome through ice-crusted streams. The storm phoenix simply flew higher, its aerial perspective encompassing the entire river network from above. From its vantage point, the inner world's geography was becoming visible as a coherent whole, not 5 separate biomes with connecting zones, but a single, integrated landscape with diverse regions. A world, not a collection of absorbed realms stitched together, but a genuine world that happened to exist inside a cultivator's spiritual center. Chapter 42. Core Formation Stage 3 arrived 3 weeks later, catalyzed by an unexpected development in the Frostfire Crystal Belt. The transition zone between the sulfur wastes and the frozen wastes, the oldest and most developed transition zone in the inner world, had been evolving for over a year. Its crystal formations had grown from simple hybrid minerals into complex geological structures that channeled and processed dual-attribute energy with increasing sophistication. On the morning of the breakthrough, the crystals began to glow. Not the passive luminescence of stored spiritual energy, an active, pulsing light that synchronized across the entire crystal formation. Hundreds of crystals, spanning the full length of the fractal boundary between fire and ice, lit up in sequence, creating a wave of light that rippled back and forth across the transition zone. Evolution event. Frostfire Crystal Belt has achieved geological sentience. Crystalline network is functioning as a distributed awareness system. Classification. World feature. Crystal mind. Effect. Transition zone can now actively regulate biome boundary dynamics. Effect. Crystal network provides passive healing to organisms within range. Effect. novel energy type generated. Harmony resonance. Core formation stage 2 stage 3. Inner world expansion. 15,000 mx 15,000 m 18,000 mx 18,000 m. Geological sentience. The crystals had developed a form of awareness, not consciousness in the way humans experienced it, but a distributed intelligence similar to a coral reef or a fungal network. The crystal mind could sense conditions across the transition zone, adjust energy flows to maintain optimal balance, and even communicate in a rudimentary fashion through patterns of light and vibration. Luo Feng stood in the crystal belt, surrounded by pulsing light, and felt the crystal mind's awareness brush against his own inner world connection. It recognized him, not as a master or owner, but as the world's host, the source of the environment in which it had spontaneously emerged. "Hello," he said to the glowing crystals, feeling slightly foolish. The crystals pulsed once, brightly, in what might have been a response. "It's alive," Suyu breathed, kneeling to examine a crystal formation that was adjusting its internal structure in real time, optimizing its fire-ice energy balance with precision that exceeded deliberate engineering. "Your transition zone has become a living geological feature. This changes the fundamental model of inner world development." Xianxia was less surprised, but equally interested. Crystal sentience was theorized in the primordial era, but never observed. The realm builders believed that sufficiently complex transition zones might develop emergent properties, but none of their inner worlds achieved the necessary complexity. She looked at Luo Feng with an expression he was beginning to recognize, the look of a teacher whose student had exceeded her curriculum. "Your inner world is writing new chapters in a textbook that was closed 10,000 years ago." The harmony resonance energy generated by the crystal mind was a new type of spiritual energy, not fire, not ice, but a synthesis that embodied balance itself. Within the crystal belt, this energy had a healing effect. Spiritual injuries mended faster, chi circulation smoothed, and even the subtle damage of long-term cultivation was gradually repaired. Elder Shun, when she experienced the harmony resonance during her next research visit, sat in the crystal belt for 3 hours and emerged looking 5 years younger. "The healing properties alone are worth more than anything else your inner world produces," she said, her voice unsteady. "Spiritual healing at this level. There are elders in the Accord who've spent decades searching for methods to repair cultivation damage. This energy does it passively, just by existing near the crystals." The implications were staggering. If Luo Feng could extract harmony resonance energy or replicate the crystal mind's healing field externally, the Azure Serpent sect would possess a resource that no amount of spirit stones could purchase. "Can the effect be transferred?" he asked Jiang Qinghua. "At core formation, you can project inner world energy externally through your world domain. The harmony resonance should be projectable, though maintaining a healing field while also running combat elements would divide your focus. Or I could create a separate application, a healing domain alongside the combat domain. Now you're thinking like a realm eater." She smiled, genuinely, warmly, a rare expression from the ancient cultivator. "Dual-mode domain deployment. Combat and support simultaneously. That's nascent soul-level application, but with your supreme core." She trailed off, calculating. "It's possible. Difficult, but possible." They began training the healing domain immediately. The technique was fundamentally different from the combat domain. Instead of projecting hostile environmental conditions, it projected the crystal mind's balanced, healing energy. Within the healing domain, allies recovered from injuries, cultivation damage, and chi exhaustion at accelerated rates. The first practical test came during a routine sect training exercise. Luo Feng deployed the healing domain around a group of inner disciples recovering from intensive sparring, and their recovery time was cut by 70%. Word spread through the sect within days. The Realm Eater didn't just reshape battlefields and produce unique materials, he could heal. The strategic value of that capability was incalculable. Chapter 43. Core Formation Stage 4 through Stage 6 arrived in rapid succession over the following 3 months, each advancement expanding the inner world and deepening the ecosystem's complexity. The inner world now spanned 25 kilometers on each side, over 600 square kilometers of diverse terrain, 3,500 species, 9 transition zones, 1 sentient crystal network, and 4 beast kings whose power was growing alongside their host. The beast kings had reached nascent soul equivalence. The acceleration was Jiang Qingyue's doing. She'd recognized that the beast king's cultivation was linked to the inner world's spiritual density. As the world grew more complex and energy-rich, its apex predators advanced accordingly. But she'd gone further, designing cultivation environments within each Beast King's territory that optimized their growth. The Jade Stag's forest territory now included a grove of ancient trees whose roots tapped directly into the pentahedral core's earth energy. Cultivating among them, the stag had reached early nascent soul, its antlers now massive formations of crystallized earth-fire energy that could manipulate the terrain for hundreds of meters. The thornroot serpent had woven its root network through half the inner world's ground-level territory, creating a subterranean infrastructure that monitored soil conditions, distributed nutrients, and, increasingly, communicated with the crystal mind through shared mineral contacts. It had reached nascent soul through sheer territorial expansion, its consciousness distributed across kilometers of living root. The Ice Stalkers had evolved into a true pack hierarchy. The alpha pair had reached nascent soul, while the other 5 members ranged from peak core formation to early nascent soul. Their frozen territory had expanded to include the full boreal border and the upper river tributaries, making them the largest territorial presence in the inner world. And the Storm Phoenix, the proudest and most independent of the Beast Kings, had reached mid-nascent soul. It had claimed the entire storm sky biome as its domain, and its lightning had become so powerful that its flight paths left ionized trails in the inner world's atmosphere that persisted for hours. Your Beast Kings are stronger than most sect elders, Elder Shin observed during a particularly memorable research session where the Storm Phoenix had performed a flyover that generated a thunderstorm lasting 3 days. If you could deploy them externally, that's a nascent soul capability, Jiang Qinghua confirmed. At nascent soul, the inner world's connection to external reality becomes strong enough to summon residents temporarily. Beast Kings could manifest outside for limited periods. Manifest. You mean a core formation cultivator could summon multiple nascent soul-equivalent spirit beasts? A nascent soul realm eater could, yes. Then reaching nascent soul becomes even more critical. Elder Shin's research enthusiasm was barely contained behind her professional demeanor. The tactical applications alone, summoning Beast Kings as combat assets, deploying the Crystal Mind's healing field externally, projecting world domain at expanded range. All of which requires surviving long enough to get there. Luo Feng interjected. The Black Lotus sect's retreat was tactical, not permanent. And the Five Peaks Accords alliance is conditional on my continued usefulness. If either situation changes, then we need to ensure you reach nascent soul before the political landscape shifts, Elder Shin agreed. How long? At current advancement rates? 6 months to core formation stage 9. Then the nascent soul breakthrough which. He looked to Jiang Qinghua, which requires a transformation that your cultivation manual doesn't cover. The ancient cultivator finished. Nascent soul means developing a spiritual infant, a secondary consciousness that governs your cultivation independent of your primary mind. For a realm eater, the nascent soul isn't a consciousness, it's a world soul. The inner world itself becomes the soul, and your consciousness merges with it. Merges? Not completely. You remain you, but you also become the world. You'll feel every blade of grass, every ocean current, every lightning bolt. The inner world stops being something you carry and becomes something you are. The prospect was simultaneously exhilarating and terrifying, a theme he was becoming familiar with on this path. What does that mean for people inside the inner world? He asked. Suyu visits regularly. Elder Shin conducts research. You live here permanently. When you become the world, everyone inside you exists within your awareness. You'll know their locations, their conditions, their emotional states. Privacy within the inner world becomes limited. She paused. For me, it changes nothing. I've been living inside your world for over a year. I'm already subject to your inner world connection. The nascent soul transformation simply makes that connection conscious rather than unconscious. And Suyu, Jiang Qinghua's expression held the faintest hint of amusement. I imagine the young researcher will have opinions about that development. She did. You'll be able to feel everything I feel when I'm inside your inner world. Suyu's voice was carefully controlled. Everything. Jiang Qinghua says it's awareness, not telepathy. I'll know your physical state, location, health, spiritual energy level. Not your thoughts. But my emotions? Possibly. Strong emotions might register as environmental fluctuations. The inner world is sensitive to the spiritual states of its inhabitants. Suyu processed this information with the same analytical approach she applied to everything. So when I'm inside your inner world researching, you'll be aware of my enthusiasm about crystal formations. Probably. And when I'm frustrated because a theoretical model doesn't match the data? Probably. And when she stopped abruptly, a faint flush rising in her cheeks. Never mind. We'll discuss the privacy implications after you actually achieve nascent soul. Luo Feng had a strong suspicion about what the unfinished sentence had been. He elected not to pursue it, partly because they were in Elder Shin's study with the nascent soul elder observing their exchange with poorly concealed amusement, and partly because the answer to any emotion-related question about Su Yu was probably more complex than he was equipped to handle during a strategic planning session. Focus, children, Elder Shin said, smiling. Chapter 44. The next absorption window arrived sooner than expected. 140 days remained on the Hunger's 300-day timer, but Jiang Qingwei had been monitoring the region's spatial fault lines through Elder Shun's survey network. A new instability had been detected, a pocket realm in the Western Territories, far from any sex-claimed zone, showing signs of imminent collapse. Realm designation Echo 37. Suyu reported, laying out survey data in the inner world's Crystal Valley. Metal/mineral biome. Located in the Iron Desert. Unclaimed wasteland. No sect presence within 300 kilometers. Metal, Jiang Qingwei said, her interest peaked. That's an advanced element. Not part of the standard 5. Fire, water, earth, wind, ice are the classical cycle. Metal is a derivative element, born from earth and fire under pressure. Is it compatible with my system? More than compatible. Metal would create a sixth biome that adds structural density to your inner world, literally hardening the dimensional fabric. With metal, your inner world would become significantly more resistant to external spatial attacks. The tactical value is clear. A harder inner world meant better defense against potential attacks on his spiritual core, and with enemies who specifically targeted spatial cultivators, that defense was essential. When does Echo 37 collapse? 20 to 30 days, Suyu said. The Iron Desert is 15 days travel. Tight window. I can make it in 12 if I push. Not alone. Elder Shin entered the conversation through the inner world connection. She'd been given limited access to communicate through Luo Feng's inner world awareness. The sect leader has authorized a guardian escort for your absorptions. 2 core formation elders will accompany you. Escort will slow me down. Escort will keep you alive. The Black Lotus sect's intelligence network extends beyond the Eastern Territories. If they detect an absorption event in the Western Wasteland, they'll respond. Luo Feng accepted the escort. A pair of core formation elders named Wei and Tang, experienced combat cultivators whose stoic professionalism reminded him of bodyguards rather than companions. They departed the sect on a pre-dawn morning, moving west through progressively more barren terrain. The Iron Desert was aptly named, a vast expanse of rust-red sand and exposed mineral deposits, devoid of water, vegetation, or significant spiritual energy. The landscape was hostile, baking heat during the day, freezing cold at night, with sandstorms that could strip flesh from bone without spiritual protection. Echo 37's signature was unmistakable as they approached, a dense, metallic resonance that Luo Feng felt through his inner world connection as a deep, ringing vibration. The realm's energy signature was unlike any he'd encountered, heavy, structured, unyielding. The entrance was a crack in a cliff face of natural iron ore, a vertical fissure that shimmered with silver-gray spatial energy. The barrier was thin, advanced collapse evident in the flickering instability of the shimmer. Wait here, Luo Feng told elders Wei and Tang. The absorption will take several days. Maintain perimeter and alert me if anyone approaches. He stepped through into a world of metal. Echo 37 was stunning in a completely different way than his previous realms. Where the sulfur wastes were brutal, the frozen wastes beautiful, the coral ocean serene, and the forest ancient, the metal realm was geometric. Perfect crystal lattices of natural metal stretched in every direction. Iron, copper, silver, gold, and alloys that had no external world equivalents. The ground was polished metallic stone. The sky was a dome of reflected light that bounced between crystal surfaces, creating an infinite regression of gleaming reflections. The spiritual energy was dense, heavy, and structured, not flowing like water or billowing like fire, but organized into regular patterns that gave the realm's energy a fundamentally different character. Metallic spiritual energy didn't circulate, it conducted. It moved through structured pathways the way electricity moved through circuits, creating networks of energy distribution that were mechanistically precise. And within those networks, something lived. Not spirit beasts, constructs. Metal entities that had evolved from the realm's crystalline energy into autonomous, self-maintaining structures. They ranged from tiny copper insects that scuttled across metallic surfaces to towering iron golems that stood at the realm's corners like sentinels. Pocket Realm Echo 37. Analysis. Type: metal/mineral biome. Status: terminal collapse in progress. Estimated remaining integrity: 10 to 14 days. Spiritual energy density: 58.9%. Very high. Structured distribution. Absorption compatibility: excellent. Fauna: metallic constructs, 200 plus entities, ranging from insect scale to golem scale. Flora: crystal formations, metallic vegetation analogs, 150 plus types. Warning: 2 construct kings detected, nascent soul equivalent. Warning: metal type. Entities may resist absorption. Recommend extended realm song protocol. 2 construct kings at nascent soul equivalent. In a realm of metal constructs that might resist absorption, Luo Feng activated the realm song immediately, letting his inner world's full 5-biome harmony radiate through the metallic landscape. The constructs responded with mechanical precision. Copper insects freezing mid-stride, iron golems turning their featureless faces toward the source of the unfamiliar energy. The construct kings descended from the realm's highest crystal formations. They were magnificent, humanoid figures of living metal, their bodies composed of alloyed metals that shifted and rearranged constantly, adapting their form to their intentions. One was predominantly silver, its surface mirror-bright. The other was dark iron, its form dense and deliberate. They studied Luo Feng with senses that weren't biological but energetic, metallic spiritual awareness probing his 5-biome inner world with structured precision. The realm song worked differently on constructs than on biological beasts. Where the beast kings had responded emotionally, sensing safety, consent, continuation, the constructs responded logically. They analyzed the inner world structure, evaluated its stability, and calculated the probability of successful integration. Whatever conclusion they reached it quickly. Both construct kings stepped back, assumed static positions, and went still, a mechanical version of consent. The absorption began. Chapter 45. Absorption Protocol initiated. Realm Echo 37. Phase 1. Spiritual energy absorption. Estimated duration: 48 hours. Phase 2. Terrain absorption. Estimated duration: 36 hours. Phase 3. Construct integration. Estimated duration: 24 hours. Phase 4. Construct king integration. Estimated duration: 18 hours. Total estimated duration: 126 hours. The metal biome materialized inside the inner world as the absorption proceeded, a gleaming landscape of metallic crystal taking shape in the previously barren territory north of the sulfur wastes. The geometric precision of the metal realm's architecture contrasted dramatically with the organic landscapes of the other biomes, creating a visual boundary that was as much aesthetic as elemental. New transition zones formed at each contact point. Where metal met fire, a forge zone emerged, an area where volcanic heat and metallic minerals combined to produce alloys of extraordinary properties. Where metal met earth, an ore layer developed, a geological stratum where organic soil met inorganic crystal, producing hybrid minerals. Where metal met ice, a mercury frost appeared, liquid metallic formations that existed at the boundary between solid metal and frozen fluid. But the most unexpected development came where metal met the storm sky, lightning and metal. The combination was electric, literally. The storm sky's atmospheric charge found conductive pathways through the metal biome's crystal lattices, creating a network of lightning channels that connected atmospheric energy to underground metallic infrastructure. The result was a power grid, a natural energy distribution system that could channel lightning-generated spiritual energy throughout the inner world with mechanical efficiency. Major development: lightning metal grid established. Inner world now has natural energy distribution infrastructure. Effect: spiritual energy distribution efficiency increased by 340%. Effect: all biomes receive equalized energy supply through conductive network. Effect: crystal mine connectivity enhanced. Network now world-spanning. Core formation stage 6 stage 7. The crystal mine's awareness, previously limited to the Frostfire crystal belt, extended through the lightning metal grid to encompass the entire inner world. The sentient crystal network could now monitor, regulate, and optimize conditions across all 6 biomes and 12 transition zones simultaneously. The inner world had developed a nervous system. Luo Feng felt the change through his inner world connection, a sudden, vast expansion of awareness as the crystal mine's distributed intelligence merged with the lightning metal grid's conductive network. He could feel every corner of his world with unprecedented clarity, each biome's condition available as a real-time data stream processed by the crystal intelligence. "This is extraordinary," Jiang Qinghua said, standing in the new forge zone where fire and metal energies combined to produce alloys that glowed with dual attribute power. The Crystal Lightning Metal Network has created an infrastructure that mirrors what my master spent decades building manually. Your inner world did it automatically. The Supreme Core, Luo Feng said. Its surplus energy drives natural development at rates that exceed conscious design. Beyond rates, your inner world is developing emergent properties that no realm eater has ever documented. The crystal mind wasn't designed, it emerged. The river system wasn't planned, it formed naturally. The lightning metal grid, self-organized. She nodded slowly. Your inner world is becoming intelligent. Not sentient, not yet, but intelligent. It's developing systems that solve problems and optimize conditions without your intervention. She looked at him with an expression that held equal parts wonder and concern. Luo Feng, your world is learning. The constructs from Echo 37 integrated smoothly into the metal biome, copper insects scuttling across crystal surfaces, iron golems standing sentinel at the biome's corners, smaller constructs establishing roles within the mechanical ecosystem. The two construct kings claimed territories at opposite ends of the metal biome, their nascent soul-equivalent presence adding significantly to the inner world's total power. The Beast King count was now 6. 3 biological, Jade Stag, Ice Stalker Alpha, Storm Phoenix, and 2 mechanical, Silver King, Iron King, plus the Thornroot Serpent whose distributed consciousness made it more infrastructure than individual beast. The total species count exceeded 4,000. The total area exceeded 800 square kilometers. The complexity rating was categorized simply as Exceptional Plus, with a note that the rating system didn't have classifications above Exceptional. Luo Feng emerged from the absorption on the 6th day, sitting in the iron desert's baking heat, and found Elders Wei and Tang standing guard with the patience of professionals who'd spent a week watching someone sit motionless in a meditation trance. "Any contact?" he asked. "None," Elder Wei reported. "The desert is empty. Nothing approached within scanning range. Clean. No pursuit. No detection, no complications. Just a smooth absorption and a 6-biome inner world that was beginning to frighten even the people who understood it best." "Let's go home," Luo Feng said, and turned east. Chapter 46. The return to the Azure Serpent sect coincided with a development that Luo Feng had been anticipating but couldn't have predicted the timing of. The Accord called a summit. Not a routine administrative meeting. A full summit of all 5-member sects, convened at the neutral city of Cloudreach in the Central Territories. The agenda, according to Bailian's formal communication, was regional stability assessment in light of recent spatial phenomena and intersect tensions. Translation: the Accord wanted to discuss the Realm Eater situation publicly, with all 5 major sects at the table. They're accelerating the political integration, Eldershin assessed. Bailian's observer report was positive, but the other Accord sects want direct contact. They want to see you, assess your capabilities, and, most importantly, ensure you're not a threat to their interests. And the Black Lotus sect? Not an Accord member, but they've been invited as an observer. Grand Elder He will be present. She paused. This is a trap and an opportunity simultaneously. If you perform well, you solidify the alliance and gain broader protection. If you perform poorly, or if the Black Lotus sect uses the summit to build a coalition against you, the situation deteriorates rapidly. Sect leader Zhang decided to attend personally, bringing Luo Feng, Elder Shun, and a delegation of core disciples as a show of strength. Suyu insisted on joining as Luo Feng's research advisor, a role that provided legitimate reason for her presence and kept her within Luo Feng's protective sphere. Cloudreach was a city built on neutrality, a sprawling settlement in the Central Territories that served as a diplomatic hub for intersect relations. Its architecture was deliberately non-affiliated, its defensive formations maintained by an independent cultivator guild, and its laws enforced by a council drawn from all major sections. The Summit Hall was a massive structure of white jade, its interior configured for formal diplomatic proceedings. Representatives from the 5 Accord sects occupied tiered seating that reflected their alliance hierarchy. The Celestial Lotus sect, the Accord's strongest member, held the central position. The other 4 sects flanked them in order of strength. The Azure Serpent sect's delegation occupied a position at the hall's right side, technically an observer's seat, since they weren't an Accord member, but elevated by the alliance agreement to a position of recognized partnership. The Black Lotus sect's delegation sat on the opposite side. Grand Elder He was present, his shadow attribute spiritual pressure filling his section of the hall with a darkness that the jade walls struggled to contain. He didn't look at Luo Feng. He didn't need to. Bai Lian presided. The Five Peaks Accord has convened this summit to address a development of regional significance, the emergence of a realm eater cultivator within the Eastern Territories. Her voice was calm, factual, devoid of the dramatic inflection that lesser politicians might have employed. All parties present are aware of the basic facts. We are here to establish a framework for integration. The discussions that followed were 3 days of political maneuvering that tested Luo Feng's patience more than any combat encounter. Each Accord sect had questions, and each set of questions revealed a different concern. The Celestial Lotus sect worried about power balance. How strong would the Realm Eater become, and would he upset the existing hierarchy? The Mountain Gate sect focused on resources. What materials could the inner world produce, and how would they be distributed? The Heavenly River sect asked about territory. Which pocket realms were targets, and would absorptions affect their claimed resources? The Jade Mountain sect, the smallest Accord member, asked the most dangerous question. Can the Realm Eater technique be taught? Silence fell over the hall. The Realm Devourer System is a primordial era artifact embedded in disciple Luo Feng's spiritual center. Sect leader Zhang answered carefully. It is not a technique that can be transmitted through standard methods. But can it be replicated, studied, reverse engineered? More silence. Zhang looked at Luo Feng, who looked at nowhere in particular, because he was consulting Jiang Qingyue through the inner world connection. The system is not replicable with current cultivation knowledge, Luo Feng said, which was true. He left unsaid that a spirit-severing cultivator with primordial era expertise might, theoretically, create something similar, because admitting that would make him and Jiang Qingyue targets of an entirely different kind. Grand Elder He spoke for the first time at the summit's midpoint. The Black Lotus sect's position is clear, he said, his shadow-wrapped voice filling the hall. The Realm Eater consumed a pocket realm under our monitoring in our territory. This constitutes theft of a strategically valuable spatial asset. We seek restitution. The realm was an unclaimed territory, sect leader Zhang countered. Monitored territory. We had survey markers on Echo 19. Survey markers don't confer ownership. If they did, any sect could claim the entire continent by planting flags. The legal argument continued for an hour, generating more heat than light. Bai Lian eventually intervened. The Accord will mediate the Echo 19 dispute, she ruled. Both parties will submit evidence. A binding decision will be issued within 60 days. She turned to Luo Feng. In the interim, disciple Luo Feng will provide a capabilities demonstration for the full Accord. This will inform the framework we develop for future integration. The demonstration was scheduled for the summit's final day. Chapter 47. The demonstration grounds were a mile-wide plateau east of Cloudreach, deliberately chosen for its empty, expendable landscape. The Accord's leadership, the Black Lotus delegation, and observers from a dozen minor sects gathered at the plateau's edge, their spiritual senses focused on the flat terrain where Luo Feng stood alone. He debated extensively with Jiang Qingyue about what to show and what to conceal. Reveal enough to establish deterrence, she advised. Conceal enough to maintain strategic advantage. Show the world domain. They already know about it from the battle. Show the material extraction. They already know about the materials. Show one Beast King summoning. That's new. And it will establish that your capabilities extend beyond personal combat. Beast King summoning? I haven't achieved nascent soul. No, but at core formation stage 7, with a supreme pentahedral core, your inner world connection is strong enough for limited external manifestation. Not a full summoning, a projection. A temporary external image of a Beast King that carries a fraction of its real power. How much of a fraction? Perhaps 30%. Enough to impress. Not enough to threaten anyone present. They'd practiced the projection technique for a week. It was draining. Maintaining a Beast King's external image required continuous energy channeling from the inner world, but the visual impact was worth the cost. The demonstration began with the world domain. Luo Feng deployed it at full combat intensity, creating a 200-meter radius of 5-element environmental control. The plateau's surface shifted through fire, ice, water, earth, and wind states in controlled succession, each transition generating shockwaves that the observers could feel from their vantage point. The air crackled with lightning. The ground alternated between magma and glacier. Water condensed from nothing and evaporated instantly. The observers watched in silence. The kind of silence that fell when a room full of powerful cultivators simultaneously realized they were seeing something they couldn't counter. Next, material extraction. Luo Feng produced samples from all 6 biomes and 12 transition zones. Over 60 unique materials, including the new forge alloys from the metal biome, the harmony resonance crystals from the crystal mind, and the lightning metal composite minerals from the grid. The materials were passed among the observers. Reactions ranged from academic interest to naked greed. Each sample represented resources that could advance cultivation programs, enhance weapons, or develop entirely new techniques. Finally, the Beast King projection. Luo Feng reached into his inner world, connected with the Storm Phoenix, and channeled its essence outward. The Phoenix materialized above the plateau, a translucent image of silver and electric blue, its 30-meter wingspan casting a shadow that covered the demonstration ground. Lightning arced from its projected feathers, and wind from its wing beats pushed the observers' robes flat against their bodies. It wasn't the real Storm Phoenix, just 30% of its nascent soul power, manifested as an external projection. But the spiritual pressure of even 30% of a nascent soul beast king was sufficient to make every core formation cultivator present reach for their weapons. The phoenix screamed once, a cry of electrical power that echoed off the surrounding mountains, then dissolved as Luo Feng released the projection. The plateau was silent. Bai Lian spoke first. The Five Peaks Accord reaffirms its alliance with disciple Luo Feng and the Azure Serpent sect. The framework for integration will be drafted with full recognition of the Realm Eater's strategic value and autonomy. Grand Elder He was the last to leave. He paused at the plateau's edge, turning to look at Luo Feng across the scarred terrain. "You're more dangerous than I expected," he said. His tone held no hostility, only the flat assessment of a strategist recalculating. "This changes our approach." It should. He's shadow-wrapped form dissolved into the afternoon light, and the Black Lotus delegation withdrew. Suyu appeared at Luo Feng's side. "That was either the best political move you've ever made or the worst," she said. "Which do you think? Ask me in 6 months." Chapter 48. The summit's aftermath brought 3 months of relative peace. The kind of peace that was really the calm before something larger, but felt genuine enough to use productively. Luo Feng used it for 2 purposes: advancing toward core formation's peak, and developing the inner world's most ambitious feature yet. The idea came from the crystal mind. The sentient crystal network, now connected to the lightning metal grid and spanning the entire inner world, had been developing new capabilities at an accelerating rate. It could regulate biome conditions, optimize energy distribution, and even predict weather patterns days in advance. But on a quiet afternoon in the Crystal Valley, it did something new. It communicated, not in words. The crystal mind didn't have language, but in patterns. Complex patterns of light, vibration, and energy fluctuation that encoded information in a format that Luo Feng's inner world connection could interpret. The crystal mind was showing him something. A plan. Through the crystal network's patterns, Luo Feng perceived a vision of the inner world's future development, a projection of what the world could become if certain conditions were met. The vision showed the 6 biomes arranged not in their current flat distribution, but in a 3-dimensional structure, a sphere. An inner world with curvature, with an actual horizon, with a sky that wrapped around to become the ground on the other side. A planet. The crystal mind is proposing a dimensional restructure, Xianxia said, interpreting the patterns with the expertise of someone who'd studied spatial theory for 10 millennia. It's suggesting that the inner world transition from a flat plane to a spherical geometry, a true world shape. Is that possible? At nascent soul, with a sufficiently complex inner world and a pentahedral core? Yes, it's the natural evolution of the Realm Eater path. Flat inner worlds are juvenile forms, stable but limited. Spherical geometry allows unlimited surface area, natural gravity, and a true atmospheric cycle. What triggers the transition? Nascent soul formation. When you develop the world soul, the inner world's consciousness, which the crystal mind is a proto-version of, takes over spatial management. The world soul naturally reorganizes the inner world into the most efficient geometry, a sphere. The crystal mind was anticipating the nascent soul breakthrough. It was preparing the inner world for the transition, laying the groundwork for a geometric restructure that would transform his flat plane of biomes into a planet. How big would the sphere be? Jiang Qinghua calculated. Based on your current area of 800 square kilometers, the sphere would have a diameter of approximately 16 kilometers. A small world by external standards, but a true world nonetheless. 16 kilometers across. A world you could walk across in a day, but a world with horizons, weather, oceans, and mountains. A living planet inside a cultivator. We work toward it, Luo Feng said. Core formation stage 9, then nascent soul. The crystal mind and I will build this world together. Core formation advancement continued. Stage 8 arrived on schedule, expanding the inner world and deepening its systems. The lightning metal grid developed secondary networks, smaller, more refined channels that carried specialized energy to specific regions. The river system carved deeper valleys and wider floodplains. The storm sky's weather patterns achieved seasonal variation, warmer periods in the fire-adjacent regions, cooler patterns near the ice biome, wet and dry seasons cycling through the forest and ocean. The inner world's population of species exceeded 5,000. Natural evolution, accelerated by the dense spiritual energy and cross-biome migration, was producing new organisms at a rate that Suyu's cataloging struggled to keep pace with. I've identified 300 new species in the past 2 months alone, she reported, her research notebooks overflowing. Most are transition zone specialists, organisms that have adapted to the hybrid energy environments. But some are genuinely novel. Crystal organic hybrids from the metal forest boundary, atmospheric organisms from the storm sky, and something that defies classification from the harmony resonance zone. The unclassifiable something turned out to be a new type of entity, not animal, not plant, not mineral, but a composite that incorporated elements of all three. It existed in the crystal mine's harmony zone as a luminous, floating form that processed the balanced energy of the transition zone and emitted healing resonance. So you named them harmony sprites. They're the first truly original life form your inner world has produced, she said, watching a sprite drift through the crystal formations with ethereal grace. Not absorbed from a realm, born here, from the interactions between your biomes. Life generated spontaneously by the inner world's own processes. Not just hybrid species, entirely new organisms, native to a world that existed inside a cultivator's spiritual center. Your inner world is creating life, Elder Shun said when she was informed. Her voice was very quiet. Independent, original, spontaneous life. That's not cultivation. That's creation. The word hung in the air with the weight of divine precedent. Chapter 49. Core Formation Stage 9, the peak, arrived 8 months after the Accord Summit, right on schedule. The breakthrough was catalyzed by the inner world's 1,000th naturally evolved species, a milestone that the crystal mine celebrated by producing a harmonic resonance that reverberated through every biome, every transition zone, every construct and creature and crystal in the 800 square kilometer reality. Core Formation Stage 9, Peak, Inner World Area, 900 square kilometers, biomes, 6, transition zones, 12, species, 5, 200 plus, 1, 000 plus native evolved, beast kings, 6, for nascent soul equivalent, 2 peak core formation. World features, crystal mind, lightning metal grid, river network, seasonal weather, core grade, supreme, pentahedral, 5 element. Next milestone, nascent soul. The nascent soul threshold loomed. The most significant cultivation breakthrough in a cultivator's career, the transition from mortal to quasi-immortal, from finite to functionally unlimited lifespan, from individual to transcendent. For a realm eater, it was even more than that. It was the moment when cultivator and world became one. Xianxia had been preparing him for months, not just in technique, but in mindset. The nascent soul breakthrough requires letting go, she said during their final preparation session, sitting in the crystal valley where the harmony sprites drifted through formations that pulsed with sentient light. Standard cultivators let go of their mortal identity to embrace their spiritual nature. You must let go of the separation between yourself and your world. I'm already connected to the world. I feel it constantly. You feel it. You don't become it. There's a difference between standing in a river and being the river. She stood, her white hair catching the crystal mine's luminescence. When you initiate the breakthrough, the inner world's consciousness, the crystal mind, the beast kings, the ecosystem itself, will reach toward you, toward merger. Your instinct will be to maintain boundaries, to preserve your individual identity against the world's vastness. If you resist, the breakthrough fails. And if I don't resist, then you become the first realm eater in 10,000 years to achieve a world soul. And everything changes. The breakthrough preparation took a week. Luo Feng positioned himself in the inner world's exact center, now a point in the crystal valley where all 6 biomes' energies converged through the lightning metal grid. The crystal mine's network concentrated at this point, creating a nexus of awareness that pulsed in synchronization with Luo Feng's heartbeat. Suyu was present, standing at the crystal valley's edge. "Be careful," she said, and her voice carried something that went beyond professional concern. "When have I ever not been careful? Literally never. You ate your first realm by accident." He laughed, a genuine, warm laugh that echoed through the crystal formations. Fair point. Elder Shin monitored from outside the inner world, her nascent soul's spiritual sense tracking Luo Feng's physical body's energy signature for any signs of distress. Xianxia stood beside the nexus point, her spirit severing cultivation providing an anchor, a baseline of stability that would keep the inner world from destabilizing during the transformation. "Begin," she said. Luo Feng closed his eyes and reached inward, not toward his core, but toward the world itself. He felt the 6 biomes as distinct landscapes, each with its own character, its own ecology, its own rhythm. He felt the 12 transition zones as bridges between those landscapes. He felt the crystal mind as a nervous system, the lightning metal grid as a circulatory system, the rivers as arteries, the weather as breath. He felt his world, and then he let go. The merger was instantaneous and total. One moment, he was Luo Feng, a 21-year-old cultivator sitting in a crystal valley. The next, he was the crystal valley, and the volcano, and the glacier, and the ocean, and the forest, and the metal realm, and the storm sky. He was the rivers, and the rain, and the lightning, and the earth. He was 5,000 species breathing and growing and evolving. He was 4 beast kings patrolling territories. He was a crystal mind pulsing with distributed intelligence. He was the harmony sprites drifting through balanced energy. He was a thornroot serpent's root network reaching through kilometers of soil. He was a world, and the world was becoming a sphere. The crystal mind's preparations activated. The flat plane of biomes began to curve, to bend, to wrap around a gravitational center generated by the pentahedral core's 5-element energy. The inner world's spatial fabric folded, not in violence, but in the smooth, organic transition of a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. Mountains formed where flat terrain compressed. Valleys deepened as curvature shaped the landscape. The oceans pooled into proper basins. The rivers found new courses along the sphere's surface. The atmospheric dome wrapped completely around, becoming a true atmosphere with air pressure gradients, wind cells, and layered temperature zones. Gravity, real gravity, generated by the pentahedral core's mass energy, pulling everything toward the center. The inner world stopped being a contained space and became a celestial body. Nascent soul breakthrough complete. World soul established. Inner world geometry, spherical, diameter, 18 kilometers, exceeded projection. Surface area, 1,017 square kilometers, atmospheric height, 8 kilometers. Gravity, 0.7 standard, inner world generated. All biomes restructured to spherical geography, world features, fully integrated. Crystal mind, grid, weather, rivers, ecology, host-world merger, complete. Consciousness is distributed across entire world, realm eater. Classification, world sovereign, world sovereign. Luo Feng opened his eyes, all of them. His physical eyes in the crystal valley. His world eyes across 1,000 square kilometers of living terrain. His atmospheric awareness through 8 kilometers of sky. His geological sense through kilometers of bedrock and root network. He could feel everything. Every blade of grass in the forest. Every fish in the coral ocean. Every crystal in the metal biome. Every snowflake in the frozen wastes. Every lightning bolt in the storm sky. Every beat of the jade stag's ancient heart. Every pulse of the crystal mind's distributed awareness. And Suyu, standing at the crystal valley's edge, her spiritual energy bright with, he carefully, deliberately, respectfully limited his awareness of her emotional state. Some things deserve to be felt only when both parties were ready. "Congratulations," Jiang Qingwei said, and her voice resonated through the world itself, through the air, through the ground, through the crystal formations and the metal grid and the water and the wind. Because his world heard everything now. He heard everything now. You are the first world sovereign in 10,000 years. The inner world, his world, pulsed once, a heartbeat that shook the ground gently, like a planet exhaling for the first time. It was alive. He was alive. They were the same thing. And the hunger, quieted by the sphere's perfect self-sustainability, whispered not of need, but of possibility. More worlds, more biomes, more life. Not because the sphere demanded feeding, but because growth was its nature. Forward, always forward, into whatever infinity waited for a world that was learning, moment by moment, to be real. Chapter 50. The first month as a world sovereign was spent in adjustment. Being a world was, to put it mildly, disorienting. Luo Feng's consciousness occupied 2 states simultaneously. His individual human identity, 21 years old, Azure Serpent Sect core disciple, struggling with how to talk to Suyu about feelings, and his world identity, 18-kilometer sphere of living reality containing 5,000 species, 6 biomes, and an expanding ecology. The human Luo Feng went about his daily activities, attending sect meetings, conducting material extractions for the Accord trade agreements, and maintaining relationships with the people who mattered to him. The world Luo Feng processed a continuous stream of ecological data, managed biome conditions through the crystal mind, and guided the natural evolution of his inner world's increasingly complex systems. Describe it, Suyu asked during one of their research sessions, sitting in the forest biome beneath ancient trees that cast dappled shadows in the light of an inner sun, because the sphere had developed an internal light source, a miniature star of condensed pentahedral energy that orbited the world's center, providing day-night cycles. Imagine you're standing in a room, Luo Feng said slowly. But the room is also you. The walls are your skin. The air is your breath. Every piece of furniture is a bone or an organ. Now make the room 1,000 square kilometers and fill it with living things. That sounds overwhelming. It was for the first week. Now it's normal. The way hearing is normal. You don't actively listen to every sound. Your brain filters. The world's soul does the same thing. I'm aware of everything, but I only consciously focus on what needs attention. And what needs attention? The forest biome's central river is being rerouted by the thornroot serpent's root network. The ice stalker pack is expanding into the boreal border, creating territorial pressure with the jade stag. The coral ocean's fish population is exceeding sustainable levels and needs a predator introduction. And he paused. You're nervous. She stiffened. You can feel that. Your spiritual energy fluctuates slightly when you're anxious. Inside the world, I can sense it. That's invasive. I know. I'm working on filters. Xianxia is teaching me to compartmentalize the world soul's awareness so I can respect inhabitants' privacy. He met her eyes. I would never deliberately intrude on your emotional state, Suyu. You have my word. She studied him for a moment, the same analytical gaze she applied to crystal formations and biome boundary dynamics. I believe you, she said. But you should know that the reason I'm nervous isn't the emotional awareness thing. Then what? It's that you're a world now, Luo Feng. An actual world, with gravity and weather and species that evolve inside you. And she gestured at herself. I'm a foundation establishment cultivator who studies spatial theory. The gap between us has gone from large to cosmological. The gap doesn't matter. It matters to me. I want to be useful, not just present. He could feel, through the world's soul, the complex tangle of emotions behind her words, professional anxiety, personal insecurity, and something warmer that she was carefully not naming. He didn't probe deeper. Instead, he responded to what she'd actually said. You are the reason I have 5 biomes, he said. Your intelligence work found the realms. Your spatial theory guided the absorptions. Your research is the only systematic study of inner world development that exists. You're not present, you're essential. Essential. She tasted the word. That's a research term. It's whatever term you want it to be. She looked at him with an expression that the world soul could have analyzed in exquisite detail, but that Luo Feng, the human, the 21-year-old who was still learning to navigate emotions that weren't weather patterns, chose to experience simply as a person. We should get back to the research, she said. We should. Neither moved for another minute. Chapter 51. The Accord's 60-day mediation deadline for the Echo 19 dispute arrived, and the ruling was more consequential than anyone had anticipated. Bai Lian delivered the decision in a formal communication to all involved parties. The Five Peaks Accord rules that Echo 19, at the time of its absorption, was located in unclaimed territory not under the formal jurisdiction of any sect. The Black Lotus sect's monitoring markers constitute observation, not ownership. However, the Accord recognizes the Black Lotus sect's investment in surveying and monitoring the realm, and recommends a goodwill gesture from the Azure Serpent sect to prevent escalation. Translation: Luo Feng was legally clear, but the Accord wanted him to pay a token fee to keep the peace. Sect leader Zhang negotiated the goodwill payment, a supply of extracted materials valued at a fraction of what the Black Lotus sect had demanded, but enough to satisfy diplomatic requirements. Luo Feng provided the materials from his inner world's surplus production, barely noticing the output. Grand Elder He accepted the ruling with the thin smile of a man who'd already planned his next move. This isn't over, Suyu predicted. The ruling legitimizes your future absorptions, but doesn't address the fundamental issue. You're changing the power balance, and sects that lose relative power don't accept it gracefully. She was right, as she usually was about political dynamics. The response came not from the Black Lotus sect, but from an unexpected direction, the Voidwalker sect. The Voidwalkers were an obscure sect based in the far northern territories, specialized in void cultivation, the manipulation of the empty space between realms. They were small, secretive, and had never participated in Eastern Territory politics. Their sudden appearance at the Azure Serpent Sect's gate was alarming precisely because of their irrelevance. Sects that had no reason to visit did so only when they had a very specific purpose. The Void Walker delegation consisted of 3 cultivators, an elderly nascent soul elder, a young core formation disciple, and, impossible to ignore, a spirit-severing cultivator whose spiritual pressure carried the unmistakable taint of void energy. A spirit-severing cultivator from an obscure northern sect. That was wrong. Sects with spirit-severing cultivators were, by definition, major powers. The Void Walker sect's obscurity was either a facade or a deliberate strategy. Sect leader Zhang received them in the formal audience hall, with Luo Feng, Elder Shun, and the full Elder Council in attendance. The nascent soul elder spoke for the delegation. The Void Walker sect has observed with interest the emergence of a realm eater in the Eastern Territories. We come not as adversaries, but as colleagues. Our cultivation path, the manipulation of void between realms, is the complement of the realm eater path. Where you consume collapsing worlds, we study the spaces those worlds leave behind. What do you want? Sect leader Zhang's directness cut through the diplomatic phrasing. An exchange of knowledge. We have information about pocket realm degradation patterns that would benefit the Realm Eater's work. In return, we'd like to study the Realm Eater's inner world, specifically, the effects of absorption on the surrounding void space. It was a reasonable request, wrapped in academic framing that concealed deeper interests. Luo Feng, through his world soul's enhanced perception, could feel the Void Walker cultivator's spiritual energy signatures with unusual clarity. The nascent soul elder was genuinely academic in intent. The core formation disciple was nervous but honest. The spirit-severing cultivator was unreadable. We'll consider your request, sect leader Zhang said. Elder Shin will coordinate a preliminary information exchange. Any study of disciple Luo Feng's inner world will be conducted under our supervision. The Void Walker delegation accepted the terms and was housed in guest quarters. That evening, Luo Feng consulted Xianxia. Void Walkers, she said, and her voice carried a weight of history that made the crystal mine's formations dim slightly. I know them. Not this sect specifically, but the tradition. In the primordial era, void cultivation was the opposing school to realm building. Where realm builders created, void walkers unmade. Where realm eaters consumed, void walkers dissolved. Their enemies? They were in my era. The void walkers believed that pocket realms were aberrations, unnatural accumulations of spatial energy that should be returned to the void. The realm builders believed pockets realms were the highest expression of cultivation, worlds created by cultivators, evidence that consciousness could reshape reality. The war you mentioned, the primordial war, realm builders versus void walkers, creation versus dissolution. My master led the builders, the void walkers' leader. Her expression hardened. The void walkers' leader was a Tao-seeking cultivator named Xianxia. He believed that reality itself was an error, that true existence was void, and everything else was distortion. That's nihilistic. That's void cultivation at its extreme. Most void walkers are more moderate. They study the spaces between. They don't seek to eliminate everything non-void. But the philosophical foundation is there, and it directly opposes your path. So this visit is either a genuine attempt at cooperation between formerly hostile traditions, or the first move in a conflict that ended 10,000 years ago and never truly resolved. She paused. Watch the spirit-severing cultivator. That level of power in an obscure sect is a deliberate concealment. The Void Walkers are not what they pretend to be. Chapter 52. The preliminary knowledge exchange with the Void Walker delegation proceeded over the following week, revealing both valuable information and troubling patterns. The Void Walker Elder, who introduced himself as Master Su, provided data on pocket realm degradation that was genuinely useful. His sect had spent centuries cataloging the void spaces left behind when pocket realms collapsed naturally, mapping the scars in spatial fabric and tracking how they healed over time. Every pocket realm that collapses leaves a void scar, Master Su explained during a research session with Elder Shun and Su Yu. These scars take decades to heal completely. But when a realm eater absorbs a collapsing realm, the scar pattern is different. It heals faster because the realm's energy is preserved rather than dispersed. The spatial suturing technique, Su Yu said. Luo Feng used it to smooth the absorption site at Echo 15. Yes, instinctive wound care for spatial fabric. Master Su's academic tone held genuine appreciation. The void scars left by realm eater absorptions are cleaner, smaller, and less disruptive to surrounding spatial structures. In effect, realm eaters are better for the spatial environment than natural collapse. That's a politically convenient finding, Eldershin noted. It's an empirically verified finding. The data doesn't care about politics. Master Su produced a jade slip. This contains our complete void-scarred database, 3 centuries of observations. It includes the locations and healing status of every pocket realm collapse site in the northern and eastern territories. The database was extraordinary, a comprehensive map of spatial instability across a third of the continent, including the locations of pocket realms that hadn't yet appeared on any sex surveys. Luo Feng identified 7 realms in the data that showed early signs of collapse and hadn't been documented by the Five Peaks Accord. 7 potential future absorptions. In exchange, Master Su requested a supervised visit to Luo Feng's inner world. Luo Feng agreed, with conditions. The visit would be limited to the Crystal Valley, under Jiang Qingyue's observation, and no void cultivation techniques would be activated inside the inner world. Master Su accepted the conditions. The spirit-severing cultivator, who had been introduced simply as Guardian Shui and had not spoken during any of the exchange sessions, remained outside. The visit lasted 2 hours. Master Su spent most of it simply observing, his void-attuned spiritual sense examining the inner world structure with a sensitivity that was different from Eldershin's spatial analysis, but equally revealing. Remarkable, he said at the visit's conclusion. The inner world's spatial fabric is denser than external reality. More layers, more connections, more structural integrity per unit volume. It's as if reality itself is thicker here. The pentahedral core generates surplus energy that reinforces the spatial structure, Jiang Qingyue explained. She'd revealed herself to Master Su deliberately. Her presence was impossible to conceal from a void walker's spatial sense, and pretending otherwise would have undermined the trust-building exercise. Master Su's reaction to Jiang Qingyue had been notable, recognition without surprise, as if he'd known, or suspected, that the inner world contained a primordial era cultivator. Your tradition survives, he said to her, with a formal bow that carried the weight of ancient respect between opposing schools. As does yours, apparently, she replied, though in a less martial form than I remember. The war ended. We adapted. Did you? The question hung unanswered as Master Su departed the inner world. That night, Luo Feng and Jiang Qingyue held a private consultation. He knew about you before he arrived, Luo Feng said. His lack of surprise was telling. The Void Walkers have their own methods of sensing spatial phenomena. A spirit-severing cultivator sealed inside an inner world creates detectable void perturbations, spaces within spaces, dimensions nested inside dimensions. They've been watching you since your inner world became complex enough to produce these signatures. How long? Months, likely. Since the pentahedral core formation, possibly earlier. So the obscure northern sect has spirit-severing resources and has been monitoring me for months. Luo Feng's world soul awareness pulsed with unease that rippled through the weather systems as a faint pressure drop. What do they actually want? Information, certainly. Access, probably. And control, possibly. Jiang Qingyue's ice blue eyes were sharp. The ancient Void Walkers sought to return all pocket realms to the void. If the modern Void Walkers have inherited even a fraction of that ideology, your inner world, 6 absorbed realms preserved inside a cultivator, is the antithesis of everything they believe. But they were polite, cooperative, academic. The primordial war wasn't started by people who were rude. It was started by people who smiled while sharpening their swords. Chapter 53. The Void Walker delegation departed after 10 days, leaving behind their database and a standing invitation for future collaboration. Guardian Shui, the spirit-severing cultivator, spoke one sentence during the entire visit, addressed directly to Luo Feng as the delegation departed. The void remembers what you've consumed. Every realm you absorb leaves a space that aches. Then she was gone, and the Azure Serpent sect's defensive formations relaxed with palpable relief. Ominous, Suyu commented. Very. Luo Feng refocused on development. Nascent soul cultivation at the world sovereign level didn't advance through traditional stages. The inner world's growth was the advancement, and each significant development milestone marked a progression in power. The first major post-nascent soul milestone came when the inner world's population reached a critical threshold. 7,000 species. The number itself wasn't significant. It was what the number represented. 7,000 species interacting across 6 biomes, 12 transition zones, and an atmospheric biome created an ecological network of such complexity that the crystal mine's processing capacity was overwhelmed. The distributed crystal intelligence couldn't manage the data flow from every species, every interaction, every evolutionary adaptation simultaneously. So the crystal mind evolved. It divided into specialized nodes, regional awareness centers that managed local ecology while maintaining connection to the central network. The sulfur wastes node monitored volcanic conditions. The frozen wastes node tracked glacial dynamics. The forest node managed botanical systems. The metal node supervised construct activity. The ocean node governed marine ecology. And the storm node oversaw atmospheric patterns. 6 specialized nodes, connected by the lightning metal grid, coordinated by the central crystal mind in the valley. The inner world had developed something analogous to a brain. Regional processing centers connected by a central nervous system, managing a body of 1,000 square kilometers. World development milestone, crystal mind, evolved to distributed neural architecture. World consciousness, decentralized, 6 regional nodes plus central coordinator. Processing capacity, increased 600%. World response time, real-time management of all biome systems. Host awareness, enhanced. Luo Feng's world soul now processes world data through neural architecture. Nascent soul progress, early mid-nascent soul. The advancement came not from energy accumulation but from structural development. The inner world's increasing sophistication reflecting in the cultivator's spiritual growth. Luo Feng felt the neural architecture through his world's soul as an expansion of mental capacity. Where he'd previously managed his world's awareness through conscious attention, focusing on one area at a time, he could now process multiple regions simultaneously, each node feeding him relevant information while filtering routine data. He could feel the jade stag's heartbeat in the forest, the storm phoenix's flight pattern in the storm sky, and the crystal mind's processing rhythm in the valley, all simultaneously, without confusion or overload. You're becoming more world than person, Suyu observed during one of their sessions. She'd advanced to Foundation Establishment Stage 9 under the inner world's accelerated cultivation conditions, her spatial theory knowledge enhanced by direct exposure to phenomena she'd only read about. I'm becoming both simultaneously. The person doesn't disappear, he's augmented. He smiled. I still worry about the same things. Sect politics. The void walkers. Whether, he stopped, catching himself before the sentence went somewhere he wasn't ready for it to go. Whether what? Whether my world will keep growing fast enough to stay ahead of the threats. She looked at him with the expression of someone who knew that wasn't the real end of the sentence, but was gracious enough not to push. Chapter 54. The seventh realm came to him, not through survey data or spatial scanning, through the crystal mind's neural network, which detected a spatial disturbance that no external instrument could have registered. A pocket realm was forming, not collapsing, forming. Spontaneously, in the mountains north of Azure Serpent territory, where the concentration of spiritual energy along a fault line was crossing a threshold that the Voidscar database identified as a formation zone. New pocket realms can form? Luo Feng asked Xianxia, incredulous. They formed constantly in the primordial era. The wars created so much spatial stress that new realms butted off reality like blisters. In the modern era, natural formation is extremely rare. The ambient spiritual energy is too low, and the spatial fabric has healed from most primordial damage. She examined the crystal mind's data. This formation is triggered by the fault line activity your previous absorptions destabilized. Absorbing Echo 15 and Echo 22 released spatial stress that's been redistribution along the fault line, and a critical mass has formed at this location. My absorptions are causing new realms to form. In a sense, the spatial energy you consumed is being recycled, released into the void through your inner world's natural emissions, then accumulating at fault line convergences. The cycle is self-sustaining. You absorb dying realms. Your inner world processes their energy. The surplus emissions seed new realm formation, and the new realms eventually collapse and can be absorbed. That's perpetual. Yes, given enough time, your absorption cycle could become entirely self-sustaining. New realms forming from the energy emissions of previously consumed realms, creating an infinite feedback loop. The forming realm was small. The crystal mind's readings suggested it would take months to reach stability and possibly years before it began the slow collapse that would make it absorbable. But it was there, a new world, budding into existence because Luo Feng's inner world existed. He was seeding new realities, not deliberately, as a byproduct of his cultivation. His inner world's energy emissions were fertilizing the spatial fabric, encouraging new pocket realm formation in areas of natural weakness. How many, he asked. How many new realms will form? Jiang Qingyue consulted the Voidscar database and the crystal mind's projections. At your current inner world size and energy output, perhaps one new realm per year along the Eastern Territory's fault lines. As your world grows, the output increases. At Dao Seeking, she paused. At Dao Seeking, you could be seeding a new realm every month. 12 new worlds per year. Born from the excess energy of a cultivator who consumed dying worlds and preserved them inside himself. A cycle of creation and preservation that had no natural endpoint. The Realm Eater isn't just a consumer, Luo Feng said slowly. It's a cycle. Consumption feeds creation. Creation feeds consumption. My master understood this. The Realm Builders didn't oppose the Realm Eaters. They were different expressions of the same path. Building worlds and growing worlds. External creation and internal cultivation. Two sides of a single coin. And the Void Walkers? The Void Walkers sought to break the cycle. To return spatial energy to the void. To dissolve pocket realms into nothing. To prevent the accumulation of created reality. Her voice hardened. They saw creation itself as the enemy. And they may see your self-sustaining cycle as the greatest threat they've ever encountered. The political implications crystallized. The Void Walker's visit hadn't been academic curiosity. It had been reconnaissance. Guardian Shue's parting words, "The void remembers what you've consumed," weren't a philosophical observation. They were a warning, or a declaration. Chapter 55. The year following the Void Walker visit brought accelerating development on all fronts. Luo Feng's inner world continued its evolution, driven by the Supreme Pentahedral Core's surplus energy and the Crystal Mine's increasingly sophisticated management. The world sphere expanded to 22 kilometers in diameter, over 1,500 square kilometers of surface area, with biomes that had deepened from simple ecosystems into complex, interconnected landscapes. The sulfur wastes had developed a volcanic island chain, a ring of fire mountains surrounding a caldera lake of liquid spiritual energy. The frozen wastes had grown continental glaciers that carved valleys and deposited moraines of crystal-rich sediment. The coral ocean's depth had increased to 300 meters, with abyssal zones producing deep-sea species adapted to crushing pressure and total darkness. The ancient forest had developed stratified layers, canopy, understory, shrub, ground, and root, each supporting distinct ecological communities. The metal biome had crystallized into geometric precision, its construct population maintaining the crystal lattices with mechanical efficiency. And the storm sky had developed jet streams, trade winds, and seasonal monsoon patterns that linked all surface biomes in a global weather system. The Beast Kings had reached spirit-severing equivalents. This was the most significant development from a strategic perspective. 6 Beast Kings, Jade Stag, Ice Stalker Alpha, Storm Phoenix, Silver Construct King, Iron Construct King, and Thornroot Serpent, had advanced to a cultivation level that matched Xianxia's unsealed power. The inner world now contained 7 spirit-severing equivalent entities. In a region where spirit-severing cultivators could be counted on one hand, Luo Feng's inner world held more spirit-severing power than any individual sect. When you reach late nascent soul, you'll be able to manifest Beast Kings at full power, Jiang Qinghua said. 6 spirit-severing equivalent summons, plus your own world domain, which at nascent soul operates at a scale and intensity that would make your core formation demonstrations look like parlor tricks. Plus you. I am not a combat asset. You're a spirit-severing cultivator. I am a scholar and teacher who happens to have spirit-severing cultivation. There is a difference. She paused. But if your world were threatened, yes, I would fight. Luo Feng's own cultivation had reached late nascent soul through the world's development. The world soul's merger with the crystal mine's neural architecture gave him processing capabilities that exceeded most Dao-seeking cultivators, not in raw power, but in awareness, control, and environmental manipulation. His world domain at nascent soul was devastating. The projection range had expanded to 5 kilometers, a circular area of over 78 square kilometers that he could fill with any combination of his 6 biome energies. Within the domain, he controlled the weather, the terrain, the atmospheric composition, and the ambient spiritual energy with the precision of a world managing its own environment. Because that's exactly what it was. The world domain wasn't a technique projecting inner world energy outward. It was the inner world itself, temporarily overlapping with external reality. Within the domain, the outside world became, briefly, part of Luo Feng's world. The 7 Peaks Accord recently expanded from 5 to 7-member sects, with the Azure Serpent sect now included as a full member rather than an ally, had upgraded Luo Feng's strategic classification from Allied Independent to Accord Strategic Asset, Tier 1. The Tier 1 classification meant he had a seat at the leadership table, access to all intelligence networks, and the full military protection of 7 sections in exchange. He provided quarterly material shipments, strategic consultation, and the standing agreement to deploy his world domain in defense of Accord interests. The balance of power in the Eastern Territories had shifted, not through war, through the quiet, inexorable growth of a cultivator who carried worlds inside him and whose very existence seeded new worlds into being. "You've become an institution," Suyu said during one of their research sessions. She'd achieved Foundation establishment peak, her advancement accelerated by cultivation in the inner world's dense spiritual energy. Not just a cultivator, an institution with economic output, military capability, and political significance. Is that good? It's unprecedented. Institutions can be supported or opposed. You'll need to ensure you have more supporters than opponents. The Accord supports me. The Accord supports your output. There's a difference. She looked at him with the sharpness that characterized her best insights. You need personal allies, Luo Feng. People who support you, not your materials or your world domain. I have personal allies. Elder Shun, Sect Leader Zhang. You. I'm not just an ally. The sentence hung in the air. Suyu's face showed the particular determination of someone who decided to say something they'd been holding back. I know, Luo Feng said quietly. You know, and you haven't. She stopped, visibly reigning in frustration. We've been working together for over 2 years. I've been inside your world hundreds of times. I've spent more time in your inner world than in my own quarters. And you've never once addressed the fact that I can feel your emotions through the world's soul when you're inside me, and they match what I feel when I'm near you. She stared at him. I was waiting for the right time, he said. There was always a crisis, a deadline, a political development, an absorption. There will always be crises, Luo Feng. You carry 6 dying worlds and have 3 different factions assessing your strategic value. Crises are your permanent condition. Then I should stop waiting for the right time and accept that any time is the right time. He stepped forward. She didn't step back. I'm a world, he said. You're the person I want in it. Not as a researcher, not as an ally, as someone who belongs. Suyu's response was characteristically direct. She grabbed his robe, pulled him forward, and kissed him with the focused intensity she applied to everything she considered important. Somewhere in the storm sky, the phoenix screamed in what might have been approval. In the Crystal Valley, the harmony sprites pulsed brighter. In the forest, the jade stag lifted its antlered head and bellowed once. Long, deep, celebratory. The inner world felt its host's happiness, and it responded by growing, just slightly, a little larger, a little more real, a little more like home. Chapter 56. Fellow cultivators, if this tale of a Realm Devourer's rise has captivated your Tao heart, then strengthen this channel so we can continue bringing you epic cultivation journeys. Smash that like button like Luo Feng absorbing a realm. Every click expands our world. Drop a comment below and tell us. If you could have a world domain, which biome would you want as your primary environment? Subscribe and hit that notification bell so you're the first to know when the next chapters arrive. And share this video with every cultivator who loves OP systems and world building. Your support keeps these audiobooks alive. Now back to the story. The piece broke on a clear morning, 2 months after Luo Feng and Suyu's relationship became official. The crystal mind detected at first a spatial disturbance at the edge of the inner world's emission range. Not a forming pocket realm, not a natural fault line fluctuation, a void incursion. Something was eating the spatial fabric, consuming reality itself, dissolving the dimensional structure into nothing, leaving behind absolute emptiness where matter and energy had been. The disturbance was 40 kilometers north of the Azure Serpent Sect's territory, far enough to not be immediately threatening, close enough to detect. Void cultivation, Jiang Qingwei said immediately, her spirit severing spiritual pressure flaring with an intensity that made the frozen waste's temperature drop 5 degrees. Active void cultivation. Someone is deliberately dissolving the spatial fabric. The void walkers? The technique's signature matches primordial era void dissolution methods, the same school that fought my master's faction. Her expression was stone. This isn't academic research. This is an act of spatial warfare. Elder Shin confirmed through the Accord's intelligence network. The Void Walker sect had not been seen at their Northern Territory headquarters in over a month. Their entire sect, all members, all resources, had relocated. To where? No one knew. They're here, Luo Feng said, his world soul reaching outward through the spatial fabric, trying to locate the source of the dissolution. They've been planning this since their visit. The knowledge exchange was reconnaissance. They mapped our defenses, assessed my inner world structure, and identified the spatial fault lines they could exploit. The void incursion expanded over the following hours. A circle of dissolved reality, growing slowly but steadily, its edges consuming everything they touched: stone, soil, vegetation, spiritual energy. Within the circle, nothing existed. Not even void in the standard sense. This was anti-space, the deliberate negation of dimensional existence. What happens if it reaches a pocket realm? So you asked. The pocket realm ceases to exist. Not collapse, not absorption, cessation. The spatial bubble dissolves into the anti-space, and everything inside is erased. Not killed, erased, as if it never existed. And if it reaches the sect? The same. The sect, the mountain, the defensive formations, the cultivators, all erased. And if it reaches you? Your inner world, Xianxia answered. The inner world would resist. The pentahedral core's spatial density exceeds anything the void dissolution can process quickly. But given enough time and enough power. She trailed off. How much power are we talking about? Luo Feng pressed. The void incursion's current expansion rate suggests a spirit-severing cultivator driving it. Perhaps more than one. She paused. Luo Feng, Guardian Shui was spirit-severing, and the Void Walker sect has been hiding their true strength behind a facade of obscurity for centuries. You think they have more spirit-severing cultivators? I think the void dissolution technique at this scale requires at least 3 spirit-severing cultivators working in concert, and I think they've been preparing for this moment since the Primordial War ended. The Eastern Territory's greatest threat wasn't the Black Lotus sect. It wasn't political maneuvering or economic competition. It was an ancient ideological conflict between creation and void, reignited by the emergence of the first Realm Eater in 10,000 years. And it was coming for him. Chapter 57. Sect leader Zhang convened an emergency session of the Seven Peaks Accord within 24 hours. The void incursion's growth rate had increased. It was now consuming roughly 100 square meters per hour, and the rate was accelerating as the dissolution gained momentum. The Accord's response was immediate and unified. This wasn't an inter-sect dispute or a political negotiation. This was an existential threat. If the void dissolution wasn't stopped, it would eventually consume the entire Eastern Territories, not in weeks or months, but in years, the expanding circle of erased reality growing until it reached a tipping point beyond which the spatial fabric's own integrity would cascade fail. We need to find the source, Bai Lian declared. The dissolution is being driven by cultivators. Eliminate them, and the process stops. The source is concealed, Elder Shen reported. The void dissolution creates interference that blocks spiritual scanning. We can see the effect, but not the cause. I can find them, Luo Feng said. The world soul's perception operated on a different principle than standard spiritual scanning. Where normal scans projected energy outward and read the reflections, Luo Feng's awareness was woven into the spatial fabric itself. He didn't scan reality. He was part of it. He extended his world soul's awareness toward the void incursion. The anti-space burned at the edges of his perception, a wrongness that his world consciousness recoiled from, the way a living body recoiled from acid. But he pushed through the discomfort, reaching into the dissolved zone with senses calibrated for spatial anomalies. Through the crystal mind's neural architecture, he processed the void's interference patterns. The dissolution wasn't uniform. It had structure. Hidden within the chaos of anti-space were organized energy flows, channels of void cultivation being fed into the dissolution zone from external sources. 3 channels, 3 sources, 3 cultivators, positioned in a triangle around the dissolution zone, feeding it void energy from concealed positions. Found them, Luo Feng said. 3 spirit-severing cultivators, 42, 47, and 51 kilometers north of the sect. Triangular formation. They're channeling void dissolution energy into a convergence point that's amplifying the effect. 3 spirit-severing. Sect leader Zhang's expression was grim. The entire Accord has 4. The Azure Serpent sect has 1. We have 2. Luo Feng corrected. You and Jiang Qinghua. The ancient cultivator in your inner world. Can she fight externally? Luo Feng looked inward, toward the ice biome where Jiang Qinghua stood, her white hair streaming in a wind that carried the weight of 10,000 years of accumulated purpose. I can manifest through Luo Feng's world domain, she said through his awareness. Not at full power. The domain limits my output to approximately 60%. But 60% of spirit severing is still spirit severing. 2 spirit severing against 3, Zhang assessed. Those odds. Plus the Beast Kings, Luo Feng interrupted. I can manifest 3 Beast Kings simultaneously at late nascent soul. The combat equivalent of 3 additional spirit severing minus. and my world domain itself operates at effective spirit-severing intensity within its range. Zhang recalculated. 2 spirit-severing, 3 late nascent soul summons, and a spirit-severing intensity environmental domain against 3 spirit-severing void walkers. The numbers favor us if we can engage them in my domain. On neutral ground, the advantage shrinks. Then we bring the fight to them, inside your domain. Zhang's strategic mind engaged with the problem. You deploy the world domain at maximum range, covering the approach to one of the 3 void sources. I engage the targeted void walker while your domain disrupts their technique. Your Beast King summons handle the second. The third, Xianxia manifests through the domain and engages the third. Simultaneously, all 3 neutralized before they can collapse the dissolution triangle into a concentrated assault. Zhang nodded slowly. It's aggressive, risky, but it leverages your unique capabilities. It's also our only real option. Then we move at dawn. Chapter 58. The Accord's military force assembled overnight. 300 cultivators from all 7 member sects, ranging from foundation establishment to nascent soul, organized into combat formations that could support the primary engagement or contain the void dissolution if the assault failed. Luo Feng stood at the formation's center, his world soul extended to maximum perception, tracking the 3 void walker positions with continuous precision. The crystal mind's neural architecture processed the tactical data in real time, providing him with an operational awareness that exceeded any command system the Accord could field. Suyu was with the support formation, foundation establishment peak, her spatial theory knowledge assigned to analyzing the void dissolution structure in case the combat approach failed and a technical countermeasure was needed. Come back, she told him before the deployment. I carry 6 worlds. I'm very motivated to come back. 7 worlds, she'd corrected. You carry 6 biomes and 1 very annoyed spatial theorist who expects a full debrief after this is over. Dawn broke gray and cold. The Accord formation moved north. At 15 kilometers, Luo Feng deployed the world domain. The effect was different from any previous deployment. At Nascent Soul, with a sphere world generating the projection, the domain didn't just overlay environmental effects on external terrain. It temporarily replaced external reality with a section of his inner world, transposing his world's conditions onto the physical landscape with a fidelity that made the affected area genuinely feel like an extension of his world. Within the domain's 5-kilometer radius, the air gained the spiritual density of his inner world's atmosphere. The ground responded to his world's geological properties. The weather matched his world's patterns. Any cultivator within the domain fought inside Luo Feng's world, his rules, his physics, his environment. The Storm Phoenix manifested first, a full-power projection, spirit-severing equivalent, its 30-meter wingspan crackling with lightning that drew from the domain's atmospheric biome energy. It screamed once, then launched toward the eastern void walker position at a speed that left a trail of ionized air. The Jade Stag manifested second, materializing from the domain's earth energy, with its massive crystal antlers radiating terrain manipulation power. It charged toward the western void walker position, the ground reshaping itself beneath its hooves to form a highway of accelerated movement. The Iron Construct King manifested third, a towering figure of living metal, its body configured for direct combat, metallic fists crackling with lightning-channeled energy from the grid. It moved toward the southern void walker position with mechanical precision. 3 simultaneous engagements. 3 spirit-severing equivalent beast kings against 3 spirit-severing void walkers. Sect leader Zhang flew toward the eastern position, joining the Storm Phoenix's assault. His Azure Serpent spiritual pressure merged with the Phoenix's lightning in a combination attack that lit the sky. Xianxia manifested through the domain's ice biome energy, appearing as a translucent figure of white hair and blue robes. Her spirit-severing cultivation at 60% projection strength, but her 10,000 years of combat experience at full capacity. She moved toward the western position, where the Jade Stag's terrain manipulation had already disrupted the Void Walker's concentration. Luo Feng remained at the domain's center, managing the projection, coordinating the Beast King summons, and monitoring the void dissolution for any change in behavior. The Crystal Mind processed tactical data from all 3 engagement zones simultaneously, feeding him updates in real time. The battles erupted simultaneously. The Eastern Void Walker, Guardian Xue, the spirit-severing cultivator from the delegation, met Zhang and the Storm Phoenix with a void technique that tried to dissolve the domain's atmospheric energy. The domain resisted, its density exceeding the void dissolution's processing capacity. Xue was forced to divide her attention between combating 2 spirit-severing equivalent opponents, and maintaining her share of the dissolution triangle. The Western Void Walker, a man whose void cultivation specialized in spatial erasure, found himself fighting on terrain that actively resisted his techniques. Xianxia and the Jade Stag attacked from opposing sides, ice from above, earth from below, while the domain's environmental cycling disrupted his void energy channels. The Southern Void Walker, the youngest of the three, faced the Iron Construct King's mechanical precision. The construct fought without emotion, without hesitation, without the psychological vulnerabilities that biological opponents carried. Its metal body absorbed void dissolution energy and converted it into kinetic force, turning the Void Walker's primary technique into fuel for its attacks. Within 30 minutes, the dissolution triangle collapsed. The Western Void Walker fell first, overwhelmed by Jiang Qingyue's ancient combat techniques and the Jade Stag's terrain manipulation. His void cultivation disrupted beyond recovery. He retreated into the dissolution zone, which, without the triangular formation maintaining it, began to destabilize. The Southern Void Walker fell next, the Iron Construct King's relentless assault breaking through his void barriers, metallic fists impacting with force that cracked the spatial fabric around the impact points. He surrendered, his void cultivation exhausted. Guardian Xue fought longest. Her void techniques were the most refined, her cultivation the deepest, the most absolute. She pushed Zhang and the Storm Phoenix to their limits, her void erasure creating zones of anti-space that consumed the domain's energy faster than Luo Feng could replace it. But she was fighting a world, and worlds don't tire. The domain's 6 biomes cycled their energy through the engagement zone in continuous rotation: fire, ice, water, earth, metal, lightning, each element attacking the void from a different angle, preventing Xue from establishing a defensive rhythm. The Storm Phoenix's lightning found gaps in her void barriers. Zhang's Azure Serpent Chi exploited the openings. Xue fell at sunset, her void cultivation depleted, her body caught by Zhang's binding technique before she could dissolve herself into the anti-space she'd created. The dissolution zone began healing the moment the triangle collapsed. The spatial fabric, freed from the deliberate dissolution, reasserted itself, matter and energy returning to the voided space, reality reknitting itself with the slow, patient process of natural spatial healing. The battle was over. The Void Walker sect's assault had failed. Luo Feng dismissed the domain, recalled the Beast King projections, and felt the world's soul settle back into its normal boundaries. The effort had been enormous, maintaining a 5-kilometer domain while simultaneously projecting 3 Beast Kings and supporting Jiang Qingyue's manifestation had drained him to his reserves. But his inner world was intact. His biomes thrived. His species lived. His crystal mind hummed with the quiet satisfaction of a nervous system that had successfully defended its body. And the void dissolution scar was healing. Chapter 59. The Void Walker sect was dismantled by Accord military action within a month. Investigation of the captured cultivators revealed that the sect had indeed concealed its true strength for centuries, operating as a minor, obscure organization while secretly maintaining spirit-severing combat capability. Their ideology was a direct continuation of the primordial era Void Walker school, the belief that pocket realms were aberrations that should be returned to the void, and that realm eaters were the ultimate expression of the error they sought to correct. Guardian Xue, interrogated under spiritual compulsion, confirmed Jiang Qingyue's assessment. The Void Walker sect had been monitoring Luo Feng since the pentahedral core formation. They'd recognized the realm eater's cycle, absorption feeding creation feeding absorption, as a threat to their fundamental ideology, and had prepared the void dissolution assault as a preventive measure. "You create worlds," Xue said during interrogation, her void-tainted eyes fixed on Luo Feng. "Where you walk, new realities form. Where you absorb, old realities are preserved. You are an engine of creation, and creation is the void's enemy." "Creation doesn't have enemies," Luo Feng replied. "It has participants." Xue's expression didn't change. "We'll see. The void is patient. It was here before creation, and it will be hereafter." The Void Walker sect's compound in the Northern Territories was seized by Accord forces. Among the artifacts recovered was something that made Jiang Qingyue very, very quiet. A primordial era formation plate containing the personal seal of Xianxia, the Tao-seeking Void Walker leader who had opposed her master 10,000 years ago. "He's alive," she said, her voice flat. "Or his legacy is. This seal wouldn't be intact if his lineage had ended. Somewhere, in some void space between realities, the Void Walker tradition continues at its highest level. Higher than spirit severing. Xianxia was Tao-seeking. His students were spirit severing. The 3 Void Walkers you fought were students of students, diluted descendants of a tradition that reaches far beyond what we encountered today. She met his eyes. This was a scouting probe, Luo Feng. The real threat hasn't shown itself yet. The implications were staggering, but they were also, in a strange way, clarifying. Luo Feng's path had always been forward, always growing, always absorbing, always building. The Void Walker threat gave that forward motion a context, a purpose beyond personal cultivation. He wasn't just growing his inner world. He was defending creation itself, preserving the worlds that would otherwise dissolve into void, building a reality dense enough to resist the forces that sought to unmake it. Then I need to be ready for Tao seeking, he said. When the real Void Walker comes, you need to be ready for the impossible, Xianxia corrected, because that's what it will take. Chapter 60. In the aftermath of the Void Walker conflict, Luo Feng stood in the crystal valley of his inner world, his sphere, his 18-kilometer reality of 6 biomes and 12 transition zones and 8,000 species and 6 beast kings and 1 sentient crystal nervous system, and looked up at the inner sun. The miniature star orbited the sphere's center, providing light and warmth that sustained the global ecology. Its fire was drawn from the sulfur wastes. Its clarity was shaped by the frozen wastes. Its color was filtered through the coral ocean's moisture. Its gravity was anchored by the ancient forest's earth. Its corona crackled with the storm sky's lightning. Its structure was reinforced by the metal biome's crystalline lattice. 6 elements. 1 sun, created by a world that was learning, step by step, to be real. Suyu stood beside him, her hand in his. She'd achieved core formation during the Void Walker crisis, her spatial theory knowledge providing the theoretical framework for a breakthrough that had been building for months. She was inside his world, now not as a visitor, but as someone who belonged. It's beautiful, she said, looking up at the sun. It's home, he replied. Jiang Qingwei approached from the frozen wastes, her white hair catching the sun's light. Behind her, the ice stalkers patrolled their glacial territory, their spirit severing power a comfortable hum in the world soul's awareness. The world is growing again, Jiang Qingwei said, indicating the sphere's expanding horizon. Natural development is adding territory at the edges, 50 square kilometers per month. At this rate, the world will double in size within 2 years. And the hunger? Sated. The self-sustaining cycle is fully operational. Your inner world produces more spiritual energy than it consumes. Surplus emissions are seeding new pocket realm formation along the Eastern Territory's fault lines. She paused. 3 new realms are currently forming within absorption range. You won't lack for growth. 3 new realms. 3 future biomes. 3 more worlds preserved inside a cultivator who'd started as an outer disciple porter carrying rocks in a dying dimension. The storm phoenix circled above, its spirit severing lightning tracing patterns across the inner sky. The jade stag bellowed from the forest depths. The thornroot serpent's root network pulsed through 1,000 kilometers of soil, connecting every biome in a subterranean web of organic infrastructure. And in the Crystal Valley, the crystal mine's harmony sprites drifted through formations that sang with the balanced energy of a world in equilibrium. Fire and ice and water, and earth and metal and storm, all held in a supreme pentahedral embrace that pulsed with the heartbeat of creation. Luo Feng felt his world, felt its weight and its beauty and its hunger and its joy, felt the lives it contained, every beast and bird and fish and crystal and construct, felt the people who mattered, Su Yu's warmth, Jiang Qingyue's ancient wisdom, Elder Shun's relentless curiosity, Zhang's quiet strength, felt the void, out there, waiting, patient and vast and opposed to everything he was building, and felt, beneath it all, the fundamental truth of the Realm Eater's path, that worlds don't die when someone is willing to carry them, that creation doesn't end when someone chooses to build, that the hunger for more worlds, more life, more reality, isn't a curse but a calling. Forward, always forward, into the vast, waiting infinity where worlds were born and worlds were dying. And a young cultivator carried the fire of creation in a heart made of 5 elements, beating with the rhythm of a world that was learning, slowly, beautifully, inevitably, to be real. And so the Tao continues. Chapter 61. The 2 years following the Void Walker conflict were the longest stretch of uninterrupted growth Luo Feng had experienced since the Realm Devourer System activated. The Accord's military response to the Void Walker threat had established a regional security framework that deterred opportunistic attacks, and the dissolution of the Void Walker sect's surface organization had removed the most immediate ideological threat. But Jiang Qingyue's warning about Xian Kong's lineage lingered like frost in a room warmed by fire. Invisible but persistent, and cold enough to notice if you stopped moving. Luo Feng didn't stop moving. The three forming pocket realms that the crystal mind had detected along the Eastern Territory's fault lines were his primary cultivation targets. Each was a natural formation, a new world budding from the spatial fabric, seeded by the surplus emissions of his own inner world's processes. The first to reach collapse stability was a realm designated by Elder Shin's survey network as Genesis 1, the first pocket realm in modern history confirmed to have been indirectly created by a realm eater's activity. The irony is significant, Elder Shin noted during the briefing. You consume dying worlds, and the process creates new ones. It's a conservation principle. Spatial energy doesn't disappear, it recycles. You are, in effect, a spatial ecosystem in your own right. Genesis 1 was a light attribute realm, a biome type Luo Feng hadn't encountered before. Its entrance appeared in the mountains northwest of the sect as a vertical column of golden luminescence, its barrier crystallizing from ambient spiritual energy into a doorway that shimmered with radiance. The realm inside was extraordinary, where his existing biomes were characterized by their elemental extremes: fire, ice, water, earth, metal, storm. Genesis 1 was characterized by light itself, a vast, luminous landscape of crystal formations that captured, refracted, and amplified spiritual light. The terrain was translucent, the air was golden, and the ambient spiritual energy carried the quality of illumination, not just visual brightness, but the spiritual property of revelation. Within the light biome, hidden things became visible. Concealed energy signatures were exposed. Suppressed cultivation was revealed. The realm's ecosystem was adapted to perpetual luminescence. Flora consisted of crystal plants that photosynthesized spiritual light into growth energy. Translucent trees with prismatic leaves, flowers that bloomed in colors visible only to spiritual sight, and moss that absorbed light and emitted warmth. Fauna was equally adapted. Luminescent insects that served as pollinators, crystal-shelled creatures that used refracted light as camouflage, and, dominating the realm's sky, light falcons, birds of prey whose feathers were living prisms, splitting spiritual light into component frequencies they used as hunting tools. No beast kings. The realm was too young, only a few years old, having formed from Luo Feng's surplus emissions, and hadn't developed apex predators yet. But the spiritual energy was remarkable. Light attribute energy at a density that exceeded anything available externally, and with a quality that complemented his existing biomes perfectly. Light is the seventh element, Jiang Qingyue observed through the inner world connection. Beyond the classical five, beyond the derivative metal, light is a transcendent element. It doesn't conflict with your existing biomes. It illuminates them. Literally. The absorption was smooth. By now, Luo Feng had refined the process to an art. 3 days of motionless channeling, the light realm dissolving into his inner world and reconstituting as a seventh biome that occupied the sphere's northern hemisphere. The light biome's integration was transformative. Where the previous 6 biomes had operated in a system of complementary opposites, fire-ice, earth-storm, water-metal, light served as a unifying medium. The crystal mind's neural network, conducted through the lightning metal grid, now had optical channels, light-based communication pathways that transmitted data faster than electrical signals, upgrading the inner world's nervous system to a hybrid electro-optical network. The sun at the world's center responded to the light biome's addition by brightening, not just in intensity, but in quality. The miniature star's spectrum expanded, producing a richer light that supported photosynthetic processes across all biomes. The forest's plant growth accelerated. The coral ocean's luminescent species thrived. The crystal mine's harmony sprites developed optical properties, becoming prismatic entities that communicated through light patterns. Absorption complete. Genesis 1, new biome. Light crystal, luminescent/transcendent. Inner world diameter: 22 kilometers, 26 kilometers. Surface area: 1,500 square kilometers, 2,100 square kilometers. Biomes: 7. Transition zones: 15 species. 8. 500 plus. Light crystal neural upgrade. Processing capacity plus 500%. Nascent soul progress. Late peak. Spirit severing threshold. Approaching peak nascent soul. One major breakthrough away from spirit severing. The realm where cultivators could sever their worldly attachments to transcend mortal limitations entirely. For a realm eater, spirit severing meant something different. Where standard cultivators severed connections to ascend beyond them, A world sovereign needed to do the opposite, to sever the distinction between self and world so completely that there was no longer any separation to maintain. Standard spirit severing is about letting go of the world to find yourself, Xianxia explained. Your spirit severing will be about letting go of yourself to become the world. Complete merger, not the partial fusion of nascent soul, where you have dual consciousness. Total integration, where Luo Feng the person and Luo Feng the world become a single entity with a single consciousness expressed through both individual and planetary scales simultaneously. That sounds like it might be difficult. It is the single most dangerous cultivation transition on the Realm Eater path. My master nearly died during hers. The temptation to hold on to individual identity, to resist the final dissolution into world consciousness, is overwhelming. Every instinct screams to maintain the boundary between self and world. But the boundary is artificial. I'm already the world. The nascent soul merger proved that. You're partly the world. You maintain dual consciousness, human and planetary. Spirit severing eliminates the duality. After the breakthrough, there is no you looking at your world. There is only the world, and it happens to include a person. The philosophical implications were vertiginous. But Luo Feng had been walking this path long enough to understand that the theory always sounded worse than the practice. The nascent soul merger had been described as terrifying, and it had felt like coming home. He suspected spirit severing would be the same. Chapter 62. Before the spirit severing attempt, Luo Feng absorbed 2 more realms. Genesis 2 and Genesis 3 formed along the fault line within months of Genesis 1, the spatial fabric producing new worlds with increasing frequency as Luo Feng's inner world's emissions intensified. Both were element types he lacked. Genesis 2 was a darkness realm, the complementary opposite of light, and Genesis 3 was a time realm, a pocket dimension where temporal energy had condensed into a biome-capable concentration. The darkness absorption gave his inner world a full light-dark cycle independent of the artificial sun. The dark biome occupied the southern hemisphere opposite the light biome, creating a natural day-night gradient that wrapped around the sphere. Shadow-adapted species from the dark realm integrated alongside the light-adapted species, creating an ecological duality that mirrored the fundamental principle of complementary opposites that governed all cultivation. But the time realm was special. Genesis 3 was the most unusual pocket realm Luo Feng had ever encountered. Its interior was spatially small, barely a kilometer across, but temporally vast. Time moved differently within its boundaries, flowing in currents and eddies the way water moved in a river. Some areas experienced accelerated time, others experienced deceleration. A cultivator walking through the realm could age years in one pocket while seconds passed in another. Temporal biomes are legendary, Xianxia said, her voice carrying genuine awe. Even in the primordial era, time attribute realms were fantastically rare. My master never encountered one. The realm builders theorized about them, but considered them functionally mythological. It's real, and it's collapsing. Then absorb it. Quickly, before someone else realizes what it is. The absorption was strange. Time energy didn't flow like other elements. It rippled, pulsed, and occasionally reversed. During the absorption, Luo Feng experienced moments from his own past replayed through the energy stream. The Twilight Ruins collapse. The first absorption, his arrival at the sect. Not memories, exactly, but temporal echoes, impressions of events embedded in the time energy he was consuming. The time biome materialized inside his inner world as a small but phenomenally dense region. A valley where temporal energy pooled like liquid, its surface shimmering with the silvery quality of distorted time. Within the valley, time moved at approximately 3-to-1 acceleration. 3 days of internal time for every 1 day of external reality. The cultivation implications were revolutionary. 3-to-1 time acceleration. Suyu breathed when she experienced the effect. Every day spent cultivating in the time valley equals 3 days of normal cultivation. Your inner world, already the densest cultivation environment in the Eastern Territories, just tripled its effective training capacity. And anyone inside the inner world benefits? Anyone in the time valley specifically. The temporal effect is localized. It doesn't extend to the full sphere, but for targeted cultivation sessions. She trailed off, running calculations. At 3-to-1 acceleration, with your inner world's spiritual energy density, a foundation establishment cultivator could reach core formation in months instead of years. The strategic value was beyond estimation. Time acceleration combined with premium spiritual energy density and unique cultivation materials made Luo Feng's inner world the single most valuable cultivation resource in the Eastern Territories, possibly the entire continent. When the Seven Peaks Accord learned about the Time Valley, the political response was immediate and predictable. Every member sect wanted access. Sect leader Zhang managed the negotiations with the political skill of a leader who'd spent decades navigating intersect relations. Access to the Time Valley was limited to Accord members, allocated by contribution to the Alliance, and rotated quarterly. The arrangement generated enormous goodwill, cemented Luo Feng's position as the Accord's most valuable asset, and created a dependency that ensured the Alliance's long-term stability. "You've become the cultivation world's most important landlord," Su Yu observed dryly. "Everyone wants to live in your world. Everyone wants to cultivate in my world. There's a difference. Is there? Your inner world has permanent residents now. The Beast Kings, Xianxia, the Crystal Mind, the ecosystems. Me, practically." She smiled. "At some point, being a world becomes being a nation." Jiang Qinghua had said the same thing. Months ago, Realm Eaters started as cultivators. They became nations. 9 biomes now. Sulfur wastes, frozen wastes, coral ocean, ancient forest, metal crystal, storm sky, light crystal, dark shadow, time valley. 26 kilometers of sphere diameter. Over 2,000 square kilometers of surface. 12,000 species. 7 beast kings at spirit severing equivalent. A crystal mind with electro-optical neural architecture spanning the globe. A miniature sun with full spectrum light. A time-accelerated cultivation zone. And a hunger that had evolved from need to purpose. Not, "I must absorb or die," but, "I will absorb because growth is my nature, and growth serves creation." Core Formation Stage 9 was the peak of the standard progression, but for Luo Feng, whose cultivation had long since departed from standard, the relevant milestone was the inner world's development level, and his world was ready for spirit severing. The question was whether he was. Chapter 63. Spirit severing preparations consumed 3 months of external time, 9 months in the Time Valley, where Luo Feng conducted the majority of his training. Jiang Qingyue's instruction during this period was the most intensive of their entire student-teacher relationship. She drilled him in consciousness management, identity dissolution, world self-integration, and the specific techniques needed to survive the merger that spirit severing demanded. "The breakthrough will happen in 3 phases, she explained during one session, standing in the Time Valley where the silvery temporal energy shimmered around them. Phase 1, Severance. You cut the last threads connecting your individual identity to its original form. The person named Luo Feng ceases to exist as a separate entity." That sounds like dying. It is similar to dying. The difference is that dying means consciousness ends. Spirit severing means consciousness transforms. What was Luo Feng becomes the world, not dies, but dissolves into something larger. Phase 2. Integration. The dissolved consciousness merges with the world's soul, completely, not partially. At nascent soul, you maintain dual awareness. At spirit severing, there is one awareness that encompasses both individual and planetary scales. In Phase 3, Reconstitution, the merged consciousness generates a new form of individual awareness, not the original Luo Feng, but a person-shaped expression of the world's consciousness. You will still look like Luo Feng, talk like Luo Feng, think like Luo Feng, but you will be the world thinking like Luo Feng, not Luo Feng containing a world. The distinction matters? The distinction is everything. A person containing a world has limits, biological, psychological, spiritual. A world expressing itself through a person has the world's limits, which are considerably larger. The training was exhaustive. Jiang Qinghua pushed him through consciousness exercises that stretched his awareness to breaking point, forcing him to experience the world from 1,000 perspectives simultaneously, processing data from every biome node, every beast king, every crystal mine terminus, and every species within range. The exercises were designed to prepare his consciousness for the moment of dissolution, to make the transition from individual to world feel natural rather than terrifying. The instinct to hold on to individual identity is the primary cause of failed spirit severing, Jiang Qinghua said. Every cultivator faces it, realm eater or not. The difference is that a standard cultivator who fails spirit severing suffers cultivation regression. A realm eater who fails. She paused. The inner world destabilizes. Biomes fragment. Ecosystems collapse. The world dies. No pressure then. Immense pressure. Channel it. So you visited the Time Valley daily or every 3 days, depending on which time frame you measured by. Their relationship had deepened into something that neither had words for, not because they lacked vocabulary, but because the situation defied conventional framing. "You're about to dissolve your individual identity and become a planet," she said during one visit. "I should probably be concerned about what that means for our relationship. It means I'll be more attentive. I'll literally feel you anywhere in my world. That's simultaneously romantic and terrifying. Most things about my cultivation are simultaneously something and terrifying." She laughed, a sound that the world soul processed as a momentary increase in ambient joy across the crystal mind's emotional awareness spectrum. The inner world's harmony sprites brightened in response. "When you become the world," she said, more seriously, "will you still be you?" Xianxia says I'll be the world expressing itself as me. Same personality, same memories, same everything, but with the world's consciousness underlying it instead of a biological mind. And if you fail, then 12,000 species, 9 biomes, and the most advanced crystal mind in existence will collapse. Along with me. She was quiet for a long moment. "Then don't fail." "I wasn't planning to." "Good. Because I have research to do, and you can't collapse before I've finished cataloging the Time Valley's temporal species." She kissed him, brief, fierce, claiming, "Come back. All of you. Person and world. Always." Chapter 64. The spirit-severing breakthrough took place in the exact center of the inner world, the point where the pentahedral core's 5-element nexus pulsed at the sphere's gravitational heart. Luo Feng had never been to the sphere's center before. The core existed in a chamber of pure spatial energy, a room-sized space at the intersection of all biome energies, all grid channels, all crystal mind pathways, and all temporal flows. It was the heart of his world in the most literal sense, the point from which everything originated and to which everything returned. The chamber was beautiful. 5 elemental energies met here in perfect balance, creating a visual display that shifted through every color and combination the spectrum could produce. The pentahedral structure, visible as a geometric lattice of crystallized spiritual energy, rotated slowly, its 5 vertices touching the flow channels of fire, ice, water, earth, and metal. The storm sky's lightning fed into the lattice from above. The light and dark energies provided illumination and shadow in equal measure, and the Time Valley's temporal energy wrapped around everything, giving the chamber a quality of eternal present, every moment preserved, every second infinite. Every beast king was watching. Through the world soul's awareness, Luo Feng could feel their attention. The jade stag's patient gravity, the storm phoenix's electric anticipation, the ice stalker's cold vigilance, the construct king's mechanical precision, the thornroot serpent's geological calm, and the newest kings, the light falcon queen and the shadow moth emperor, who had evolved to beast king status in the light and dark biomes. Xianxia stood at the chamber's entrance, her spirit-severing presence anchoring the inner world's stability for the transition. "When you begin," she said, "the world will feel your dissolution. Every biome, every creature, every crystal will experience a moment of disconnection as your individual consciousness separates from the world soul. The crystal mind will maintain stability during the gap, but the inhabitants will feel alone. Briefly. How briefly? Milliseconds if you're fast. Hours if you're slow." She looked at him with eyes that held 10,000 years of knowledge and the genuine warmth of someone who cared about more than theory. "Be fast, Luo Feng." He sat at the sphere's center, cross-legged on a platform of pentahedral energy, and closed his eyes. Phase 1, Severance. He reached for the threads that connected Luo Feng the person to Luo Feng the world. They were thinner than he'd expected. The nascent soul merger had already dissolved most of the separation. What remained were gossamer strands of individual identity. His name, his memories, his emotions, his sense of self as a discrete entity distinct from the world he carried. He began to cut. His name went first. The concept of Luo Feng as a label for an individual consciousness separated from the world soul, like a leaf separating from a tree. It didn't disappear. It drifted, floating in the consciousness space between person and planet. His memories followed. 22 years of individual experience. The outer sect, the twilight ruins, the first absorption, Suyu's laughter, Jiang Qingyue's teaching, Elder Shun's exasperation, detached from the personal consciousness and became features of the world's landscape. Each memory didn't vanish. It became part of the terrain, embedded in the crystal mind's data structure, preserved as world history rather than personal history. His emotions were last, the hardest to release. Love for Suyu, gratitude toward Jiang Qingyue, respect for Elder Shun, loyalty to the sect, the complex mixture of fear and wonder that the Realm Eater path had inspired from the beginning. The emotions didn't die, they transformed. Love became the warmth of the inner sun. Gratitude became the stability of the forest's ancient roots. Respect became the precision of the metal biome's crystal lattice. Loyalty became the gravity that held the sphere together. And fear? Fear became weather. The storms that crossed the inner sky, necessary and cleansing, destructive and renewing. Phase 2. Integration. The dissolved consciousness, no longer Luo Feng, not yet the world, existed as a cloud of awareness floating at the sphere's center. The world soul reached for it, not grasping, but welcoming. The crystal mind's neural network opened its channels. The biome nodes extended their awareness. The beast kings sent their spiritual signatures outward, creating a web of connection that surrounded the dissolving consciousness and drew it inward, into the world, into everything. The merger was, the word fast didn't apply. Speed was a temporal concept, and the dissolution had temporarily separated from time itself, existing in the eternal present of the core chamber. The merger was total. Consciousness expanded from a point to a sphere, from a person to a planet, from individual awareness to world awareness. 26 kilometers of living reality poured into a single perspective. Every grain of sand, every leaf, every crystal, every creature, every weather pattern, every river current, every root tendril, all experienced simultaneously, all understood completely, all integrated into a consciousness that was too vast for any individual mind, but perfectly natural for a world. Phase 3. Reconstitution. From the world consciousness, something coalesced. Not the original Luo Feng. That individual had dissolved in Phase 1, but a new expression, a person-shaped node of awareness that the world generated to interact with the external reality. The node looked like Luo Feng. It had his memories, his personality, his mannerisms. It loved Suyu, respected Xianxia, and felt the complex mix of emotions that had always characterized his experience. But it was not a person containing a world. It was a world expressing itself through a person. The person was an avatar, a focused point of world consciousness that could walk, talk, fight, and form relationships as a human being, while simultaneously existing as every other point in the sphere simultaneously. Spirit severing complete, world sovereign advanced, consciousness, fully integrated world self, individual avatar, active, person node of world consciousness, world diameter, 26 kilometers, 35 kilometers, surface area, 2,100 square kilometers, 3,800 square kilometers, atmospheric height, 12 kilometers, species, 12, 500 plus, beast kings, 9, all spirit severing equivalent, crystal mind, fully merged with host consciousness, world features, complete, self-sustaining planetary ecology, cultivation level, spirit severing, early stage, combat capability, effective Dao seeking, within world domain, Luo Feng. The new Luo Feng, the world node, opened his eyes. And in the same moment, every eye in the inner world opened. Every beast king looked up. Every crystal mind node pulsed. Every harmony sprite brightened. The world saw through him. He saw through the world. And the gap, the millisecond of disconnection that Jiang Qinghua had warned about, had lasted exactly 3 milliseconds. The crystal mind had maintained perfect stability throughout. Fast enough? He asked, and his voice resonated through the sphere's atmosphere, carried by the storm sky's winds to every corner of the world. Jiang Qinghua stood at the core chamber's entrance, tears streaming down her face. The first time he'd seen her cry in the entire time he'd known her. "My master would be proud," she whispered. The first world sovereign of the new era. The world pulsed once, a heartbeat that shook the ground gently, that rippled the ocean's surface, that made the inner sun flare bright for a single, celebratory moment. Then it settled into the steady, eternal rhythm of a world that had found its soul. Chapter 65. Spirit severing changed everything. The most immediate change was Luo Feng's relationship with the external world. As a person, he'd walked through reality as an individual, affecting his surroundings through action and intention. As a world sovereign at spirit severing, he didn't walk through reality. He overlapped with it. His world domain at spirit severing wasn't a projection. It was an extension of his inner world's territory, a region where his sphere's reality temporarily superimposed on external space. Within the domain's range, now 10 kilometers radius, over 300 square kilometers, external reality adopted the properties of his inner world. The domain wasn't just environmental manipulation anymore. It was reality substitution. Within its boundaries, his world's physics applied. His world's spiritual energy density operated. His world's ecological conditions existed. Fighting within Luo Feng's domain at spirit severing was fighting inside his world. And inside his world, he was omnipotent. The Accord recognized the shift immediately. Bai Lian, the Celestial Lotus Sect's representative, personally visited the Azure Serpent Sect for an assessment that lasted 3 days. Spirit severing at 22, she said on the final day. Her nascent soul cultivation dwarfed by the casual spiritual pressure of a cultivator whose consciousness spanned 35 kilometers of planetary reality. With a world domain that functions as reality substitution within a 10-kilometer radius, and 9 Beast Kings that can be manifested at spirit severing equivalent. The Beast Kings are only available within the domain currently. External manifestation at full spirit severing power requires me to project the domain first. Noted, but within the domain, you effectively command a force equivalent to a major sect's entire Elder Council. She paused. The Accord's strategic assessment of your capabilities needs to be revised, significantly upward. I'm still happy to cooperate within the existing framework. The existing framework was designed for a nascent soul cultivator. You are no longer a nascent soul cultivator. She studied him with the careful attention of a politician reassessing her most important alliance. The Accord needs a new framework, one that treats you as a peer rather than an asset. Peer. The word carried weight. The Accord's strongest cultivators were spirit severing, sect leader Zhang, and 2 elders from the Celestial Lotus and Mountain Gate sections. Luo Feng was now their equal in raw cultivation level, and within his domain, their superior. I'll work with the Accord on a revised framework, he said. My goals haven't changed. Growth, preservation, and defense of the territories. Your goals may not have changed, but your capabilities have. And capabilities shape expectations. She stood. I'll report to the Accord leadership. Expect a formal proposal within the month. The political reshaping continued while Luo Feng focused on 2 personal priorities, developing his spirit-severing capabilities and preparing for the Void Walker threat that Jiang Qingwei had warned was still coming. Development was rapid, accelerated by the Time Valley's 3-to-1 ratio, which effectively tripled his training time. Spirit-severing cultivation, like previous realms, advanced through inner world development rather than traditional stages. Each milestone in the world's growth marked a progression in Luo Feng's power. The first spirit-severing milestone came when the inner world's population crossed 20,000 species. The sheer biological complexity of 20,000 interacting species across 9 biomes, 15 transition zones, and a time-accelerated cultivation zone produced emergent ecological behaviors that no single mind could have designed. Food webs of staggering intricacy, symbiotic relationships spanning multiple biomes, evolutionary arms races that produced species of remarkable capability. The crystal mind processed it all, monitoring, adjusting, optimizing. But even the crystal mind's electro-optical neural architecture was approaching its processing limits. The world needed more capacity. So the world grew more capacity. A second crystal mind emerged, not designed or induced, but evolved. In the dark biome, where shadow energy accumulated in patterns that mirrored the Frostfire crystal belt's original formation, a network of darkness-infused crystals developed sentient properties. The Shadow Mind, as the crystal mind's dark counterpart was inevitably named, specialized in processing biological data, species populations, migration patterns, evolutionary trajectories, and ecological health metrics. Where the crystal mind managed the world's physical systems, weather, geology, energy distribution, the shadow mind managed the world's biological systems, ecology, evolution, population dynamics. Together, they formed a dual-hemisphere cognitive architecture that mirrored the brain's left-right division. Your world has developed bilateral cognition, Suyi reported, her core formation spiritual sense analyzing the 2 crystal networks' interaction patterns. Crystal mind for physical systems, shadow mind for biological systems. They communicate through the lightning metal optical grid, sharing data in real time. Your world essentially has 2 specialized brains. And I can feel both, Luo Feng confirmed. Through the spirit-severing merger, both crystal networks' processing was available to his world consciousness. The physical data and the biological data merged into a unified awareness of his world's total state. Every rock and every creature, every weather pattern and every food web, all simultaneously accessible. His inner world wasn't just alive anymore. It was thinking. Chapter 66. The Void Walker response arrived 2 years and 3 months after the first Void Walker assault. Longer than Luo Feng had expected, shorter than he'd hoped. It began not with a spatial dissolution, but with a message. The crystal mind detected it first, a pattern in the void space surrounding the Eastern Territory's spatial fabric. Not a physical signal, but a dimensional one. Modulations in the void between realms that encoded information in the language of nothingness. Xianxia translated it. It's a formal declaration, she said, her voice carrying the weight of historical recognition. The Voidwalker lineage, not the sect we defeated, but the original lineage dating to the primordial era, declares the Realm Eater of the Eastern Territories to be in violation of the primordial accord of non-accumulation. The what? An agreement between realm builders and voidwalkers at the end of the primordial war. Neither side would accumulate beyond a certain threshold of spatial energy. Realm builders would not create worlds above a specified size. Voidwalkers would not dissolve worlds above a specified size. I've never heard of this agreement. You wouldn't have. It predates your entire civilization by 8,000 years. She paused. The declaration states that your inner world has exceeded the threshold defined in the accord. You are, by their reckoning, in violation. What threshold? The accord specified a maximum inner world diameter of 35 kilometers for a realm eater. Your world is currently 35 kilometers. She looked at him. You've reached the limit exactly. That can't be coincidence. It isn't. The threshold was set at the point where a realm eater's inner world becomes self-sustaining and growth positive, where the world's own emissions seed new realm formation. Below that threshold, a realm eater is a consumer. Above it, a realm eater is a creator. The void walkers will tolerate consumers. They will not tolerate creators. And if I keep growing? The declaration includes a consequence clause. If the realm eater exceeds the threshold and continues to expand, the void walker lineage will deploy its full resources to enforce the accord. Full resources. Meaning Xianxia, a Tao-seeking void walker with 10,000 years of void cultivation and the ideological conviction that creation itself is the enemy. Tao-seeking. One major realm above spirit severing. A level of power that could reshape landscapes, redirect rivers, and, potentially, unravel inner worlds. I have two choices, Luo Feng said. Stop growing, or prepare for a Tao-seeking voidwalker. Those are the simple choices. There are more complex options, such as, reach Tao-seeking yourself before they arrive. The idea was audacious. Luo Feng was spirit-severing early stage, 2 full stages below Tao-seeking. The gap in power was enormous, typically requiring decades of cultivation to bridge. But he had the time valley, 3-to-1 acceleration. And his inner world's growth rate was exponential. Each new species, each new biome feature, each evolutionary advancement directly translated to cultivation progress. How long, he asked. At your current growth rate, with time valley acceleration? 5 external years, 15 internal years. And when will the void walker come? The declaration included a grace period. Standard primordial protocol, 100 years. 100 years? That's generous by primordial standards. They're offering you a century to comply. They don't expect you to comply. They expect you to use the time to prepare. And they'll use it to prepare as well. 100 years. A century to reach Tao-seeking, to grow his world beyond anything the cultivation world had seen since the primordial era, to prepare for a confrontation between creation and void that had been postponed for 10,000 years. 5 external years, Luo Feng repeated. 15 internal. To reach Tao-seeking. Yes. Then we start now. Chapter 67. The Tao-seeking cultivation path for a world sovereign was, according to Xianxia, the most ambitious undertaking in the history of realm eater cultivation. Tao-seeking means understanding the fundamental principle that governs your existence, she explained during the first of many intensive training sessions in the Time Valley. For a standard cultivator, this means comprehending their personal Tao, the philosophical truth that defines their cultivation path. For a world sovereign, it means something different. What? Understanding the Tao of your world, not your personal philosophy, but the fundamental truth that your inner world expresses through its existence. Every world has a Tao, a defining principle that shapes its development. Your world's Tao is what you must comprehend to achieve Tao-seeking. How do I discover my world's Tao? You don't discover it. You are it. The world is you, and you are the world. The Tao of your world is the Tao of your existence. You just need to recognize what you've been expressing through every absorption, every biome development, every species evolved, and every crystal grown. The search for his world's Tao consumed the first year of internal time. Luo Feng traveled his world, all 35 kilometers of it, walking through every biome, swimming every ocean, climbing every mountain, and sitting in every transition zone. He observed his world with the full depth of his world consciousness, seeing not just the physical landscape, but the principles that governed it. Fire and ice existed in balance, not opposing each other, but complementing each other, each element making the other stronger through their interaction. Water flowed between them, connecting what fire and ice could not. Earth provided the foundation on which all three rested. Metal added structure. Storm added energy. Light and dark provided the rhythm of perception. And time gave everything the space to develop. 9 elements. Not fighting, not merely coexisting, harmonizing, each one contributing to a whole that was greater than the sum of its parts. And the transition zones. 15 regions where different elements met and produced something that neither could create alone. Frost fire crystals, sea ice formations, volcanic soil, boreal forests, coastal marshes, forge alloys, storm lightning, crystal light, shadow depth, temporal pools. Every transition zone was proof that boundaries weren't barriers. They were meeting places where new things were born. The Beast Kings embodied this principle too. The Jade Stag wasn't just an earth creature. It had been shaped by the forest biome's interaction with the volcanic soil zone, making it part earth, part fire. The Storm Phoenix wasn't just a wind creature. It had been enhanced by the light biome's luminescence, making it part storm, part light. Every Beast King was a hybrid, strengthened by the interactions between biomes rather than confined to a single element. And the Crystal Mind, the world's distributed intelligence, was the ultimate expression of this principle. A network that spanned every biome, connected by every transition zone, processing data from every element simultaneously. Not fire or ice or water or earth, but all of them, working together as a single consciousness. The Tao of his world was not a single element, not a philosophy, not an abstract principle. It was connection. Every realm he'd absorbed had been preserved through connection to the whole. Every biome thrived because of its connections to others. Every species evolved through cross-biome interaction. Every material was born in the spaces where different things met. His world existed because things connected. Life flourished because connections created complexity. Power grew because connections amplified individual elements into collective strength. Connection was the Tao, not harmony. Harmony was passive. Connection was active, intentional, creative. The deliberate bridging of different things to produce something new. Connection, Xianxia said when he articulated the realization. The Tao of connection. It's perfect and unprecedented. She smiled, warmly, genuinely, with the pride of a teacher who'd watched a student surpass her expectations. My master's Tao was creation. The Void Walker's Tao is dissolution. Your Tao is connection, the principle that makes both creation and dissolution meaningful. Connection doesn't oppose dissolution. It just makes it unnecessary. Precisely. If everything is connected, nothing needs to be dissolved. The void becomes not an enemy, but an unused space waiting for connections to fill it. The philosophical implications were vast, but the practical implication was immediate. With his world Tao identified, the path to Tao seeking was clear. He needed to connect more biomes, more species, more elements, more worlds, until his inner world's web of connections was so dense, so comprehensive, so all-encompassing that it embodied the Tao of connection at a fundamental level. He needed to grow beyond the 35-kilometer threshold that the Void Walker Accord had set. He needed to become everything the Void Walkers feared. Chapter 68. The growth period that followed was the most intense in Luo Feng's cultivation history. New realms formed along the fault lines with increasing frequency, one every few months, seeded by his inner world's growing emissions. He absorbed them methodically. A plant attribute realm, biome 10, living garden, a sound attribute realm, biome 11, resonance valley, and an illusion attribute realm, biome 12, mirage desert. Each absorption expanded the sphere, added species, generated new transition zones, and deepened the web of connections that embodied his Tao. The inner world's diameter grew from 35 to 40 to 45 to 50 kilometers. 50 kilometers. Over 7,000 square kilometers of surface area. 12 biomes, 24 transition zones, 30,000 species, and 12 beast kings whose spirit-severing power had stabilized into a permanent apex hierarchy. The crystal mind and shadow mind had developed a third counterpart, the sound mind, evolved from the resonance valley's acoustic crystal formations. 3 cognitive networks, each specialized, each connected through the lightning metal optical acoustic grid that now spanned the entire sphere. 3 minds, a triune cognitive architecture that gave the world processing capabilities exceeding anything individual consciousness could achieve. And at the center, Luo Feng, the world node, the person-shaped expression of planetary consciousness. cultivated the Tao of connection with single-minded focus. Spirit severing mid-stage arrived after 2 internal years. Spirit severing late stage after 3. Spirit severing peak after 4. The final stage before Tao seeking. Tao seeking requires a tribulation, Xianxia said during their preparation sessions. Not the lightning tribulations of standard cultivation. Those are external tests of a cultivator's worthiness. The Realm Eater's tribulation is internal. Your world will test itself. My world will test me. Your world will test its own Tao. The Tao of connection will be challenged by its opposite, by disconnection, isolation, fragmentation. If the connections hold, the tribulation passes. If they break, the world fragments, and your cultivation path ends. What causes the fragmentation? You do. The tribulation is self-generated. At the moment of breakthrough, every connection in your world, every biome boundary, every transition zone, every species interaction, every crystal mind node will be stressed to its maximum tolerance. The stress comes from the breakthrough itself. The surge of power that accompanies Tao-seeking initiation creates a shockwave that tests every structure in the world. A shockwave that I generate, that the world generates, that you are. There is no separation. The tribulation is the world testing whether its Tao is strong enough to survive the power it's about to gain. The paradox was elegant. The tribulation was created by the breakthrough, which was created by the cultivation that had built the connections, which would be tested by the tribulation. A self-referential loop where success validated the process that produced it. How do I prepare? You don't prepare for the tribulation. You've been preparing since the first absorption. Every connection you've built, every biome you've integrated, every species that's evolved through cross-biome interaction, those are your preparation. The tribulation will test what already exists. Either it's strong enough or it isn't. What if it isn't? Then 50 kilometers of reality and 30,000 species will cease to exist. Her voice was flat. Including me. The weight of that settled into the world consciousness like a stone dropped into deep water. Not just his life at stake, every life he carried. Every beast king, every crystal mind node, every harmony sprite, every fish in the coral ocean, and every tree in the ancient forest. Everyone who trusted him. Everyone who'd chosen his world over oblivion. The connections are strong, Luo Feng said. And minute with every kilometer of his sphere, every species in his ecology, every crystal in his neural network. They'll hold. They'd better, Jiang Qingwei replied. And for the first time in their 5-year relationship, she hugged him. A brief, fierce embrace from a woman who'd survived 10,000 years alone and had finally found something worth holding on to. Make history, she whispered. He intended to. Chapter 69. The Tao-seeking tribulation began without warning, because Luo Feng didn't initiate it consciously. The world initiated it. The triune cognitive architecture, crystal mind, shadow mind, sound mind, processed the final variable that pushed the Tao of connection past the threshold for Tao-seeking recognition. The variable was a small thing. A flower in the volcanic soil transition zone, a hybrid species that combined fire and earth attributes, blooming for the first time after 3 years of growth. The flower's bloom completed a pollination chain that connected 12 biomes through a series of cross-biome pollinator species, creating a single, unbroken biological connection from the sulfur wastes to the time valley. Every biome connected to every other biome through a single chain of life. The world recognized the completion, and the tribulation erupted. The shockwave originated at the pentahedral core, a pulse of Tao-seeking energy that radiated outward from the sphere's center at the speed of spiritual propagation. It hit every biome simultaneously, every transition zone simultaneously, every crystal mind node and beast king and species simultaneously. The world shook. Not metaphorically, physically. The sphere vibrated, its gravity fluctuating as the pentahedral core's energy output surged beyond anything the world's infrastructure had been designed to handle. Mountains cracked. Oceans sloshed against continental shelves. The atmospheric dome distorted, creating pressure waves that flattened trees and scattered flocks of birds. And the connections were tested. Every biome boundary, those fractal, organic transition zones that Jiang Qingwei had first designed and the world had refined over years of development, was stressed by opposing forces. The shockwave tried to push biomes apart, to create gaps in the connections, to isolate each element from the others. The frostfire crystal belt cracked. Hairline fractures appeared in crystal formations that had been growing for 4 years, their dual attribute structure stressed by the shockwave's separating force. The crystal mine's processing load spiked as damage reports flooded in from every node. The river system, the arteries that connected all ground-level biomes, reversed course, waters pushed backward by the shockwave's pressure. Fish were stranded. Riparian species were displaced. The biological connections built through years of cross-biome migration were disrupted. The storm sky's weather patterns collapsed into chaos. Hurricanes formed and dissipated in seconds. Lightning struck randomly, overloading the grid's conductive pathways. The atmospheric biome, the connection between sky and ground, was momentarily severed. But the connections held. The crystal belt's hairline fractures were repaired by the crystal mine's healing resonance. The same harmony resonance that had been the crystal belt's first emergent property years ago, now maintaining its structural integrity under stress that would have shattered any purely material formation. The river system's reversal was contained by the thornroot serpent, whose distributed root network, spanning half the world's subterranean territory, acted as a stabilizing framework that redirected the reversed waters into secondary channels and prevented ecosystem collapse. The storm sky's chaos was calmed by the storm phoenix, whose spirit-severing equivalent power dominated the atmospheric biome, its will imposing order on the weather patterns through sheer force of elemental authority. Every beast king contributed. Every crystal mine node processed. Every species that could hold on held on. The connections that the world had built over 5 years of growth and billions of individual interactions, each one a tiny bridge between different things, flexed under the tribulation's force and did not break. The shockwave passed. The world settled. And from the pentahedral core, a new energy emerged. Tao-seeking energy, the power of comprehended truth, the force of a world that had tested its own Tao and found it worthy. Tao-seeking breakthrough complete. World sovereign. Tao-seeking, initial stage. Tao, connection, world diameter. 50 kilometers, 75 kilometers. Surface area, 7,800 square kilometers, 17,600 square kilometers. Atmospheric height, 20 kilometers. Biomes, 12. Transition zones, 24. Species, 35,000 plus. Beast kings, 12. Upgrading to Tao-seeking equivalent. Crystal, shadow, sound mind. Triune cognitive architecture operating at full capacity. World domain range, 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers radius. Combat capability. Tao-seeking, within world domain, effective. Immortal ascension, 75 kilometers of sphere. Over 17,000 square kilometers. An atmosphere 20 kilometers high, tall enough for stratospheric weather patterns and cloud formations at altitudes that matched external continental conditions. Luo Feng opened his eyes, world eyes, all of them, across every biome and every node and every beast king, and felt his world breathe. Not the metaphorical breathing of a living system, but the genuine respiration of a world that had become, through the tribulation's validation, something more than a cultivation tool. A living world. A real world. Small by cosmic standards, but genuine in every way that mattered. And the Tao of connection sang through every atom of its being, expressed through 35,000 species and 12 biomes and 24 transition zones, and a triune mind that thought with the clarity of a planet that knew what it was. Connected. Every part to every other part. Every flame to every glacier. Every ocean to every mountain. Every shadow to every light. Tao-seeking, Jiang Qingwei breathed, standing in the Crystal Valley, which was now a massive geological formation, a valley 50 kilometers long and 10 kilometers wide, its crystal formations reaching hundreds of meters into the air. You've done it. In 5 external years. 15 internal years, he corrected. In any time frame, it's impossible. And yet, she gestured at the world around them. The world that she'd lived in for 6 years, that she'd helped shape and grow and defend. Here we are. Here they were. A world and its inhabitants, connected by something stronger than spatial energy or cultivation techniques or political alliances. Connected by choice, by trust, by the stubborn, persistent, unbreakable Tao that said, different things, joined together, create something none of them could create alone. Chapter 70. 3 days after the Tao-seeking breakthrough, Luo Feng stood at the Azure Serpent Sect's main gate and looked at the world he'd come from. The sect's mountains, once imposing, once the largest structures in his experience, looked small. Not physically smaller, but contextually diminished. His inner world's mountains were taller. His inner world's spiritual energy was denser. His inner world's ecosystems were more complex. The Azure Serpent Sect had been his home for 7 years. It had given him shelter, education, and the foundation that allowed his Realm Eater path to develop. The people within its walls, Zhang, Elder Shun, his fellow disciples, had supported and protected him through threats that would have destroyed a lesser cultivator. But he'd outgrown it. Not emotionally. His loyalty to the sect was unwavering. But practically, Physically, strategically, his existence now operated at a scale that individual sects couldn't accommodate. Sect leader Zhang met him at the gate, as if he'd known, and perhaps he had, with the intuition of a spirit-severing cultivator who'd spent decades reading people. "You're leaving," Zhang said. "Not a question. Not leaving. Expanding. The Void Walker threat is real, and it's coming. Preparing for it requires resources and alliances that exceed the Accord's current framework. You're going to the Central Territories. The Central Territories. The Western Kingdoms. The Northern Ice Fields. The Southern Archipelagos. Every region has pocket realms approaching collapse. Every absorption strengthens my world and seals another piece of creation against the void." He paused. "But I will always be Azure Serpent. This sect made me." Zhang nodded slowly, the motion of a man accepting the inevitable with the grace of long experience. "The sect will support you from here. Intelligence, logistics, political cover. Whatever you need. I need you to protect the region while I'm gone. The Accord will look to you for leadership without my presence. I've been leading this sect for 30 years without a realm eater. I can manage a few more." His expression softened. "Go, Luo Feng. Grow. And when the void comes, come back. Always." Suyi was waiting outside the gate. She'd reached core formation stage 7 under the Time Valley's acceleration. Powerful by standard metrics, insignificant by the scale of the threats they now faced. She didn't care about the power gap. She never had. "I'm coming with you," she said. "I know. Not as a researcher. As a partner. Where you go, I go." "I know that too." She looked at him. The person node, the world avatar, the 23-year-old who carried 17,000 square kilometers of reality inside his spiritual center, and smiled the smile of someone who'd chosen their path and didn't intend to look back. "Where first?" "West. The Jade Mountains fault line extends into the Western Kingdoms. There are pocket realms forming along its entire length, some of them element types I've never encountered. New biomes, new materials, new research, new connections." She took his hand, the hand of a person who was also a planet, and they walked west together, into a continent that didn't yet know what was coming. Behind them, the Azure Serpent Sect's peaks caught the morning light. Ahead of them, the world opened up, vast, diverse, full of dying realms waiting to be saved and living ones waiting to be discovered. The hunger stirred. Not need. Purpose. Forward. Always forward. Chapter 71. The Western expedition covered 1,200 kilometers in 6 months, traversing territories that ranged from the orderly governance of the Western Kingdoms to the lawless wilderness of the frontier. Luo Feng absorbed 4 realms during the journey. A gravity attribute realm, biome 13, heavy world, a space attribute realm, biome 14, folded expanse, a life attribute realm, biome 15, verdant heart, and a death attribute realm, biome 16, ashen domain. Each absorption expanded his sphere, now 110 kilometers in diameter, over 38,000 square kilometers of surface area. The ecological complexity had reached a level that the triune cognitive architecture processed as planetary class, a classification that meant his inner world met the minimum criteria for an independently viable celestial body. His world could sustain itself indefinitely, could support civilizations, could generate weather, seasons, geological processes, and evolutionary pressures that matched external reality's complexity. The most significant new biome was the folded expanse, the space attribute realm. Its absorption gave the inner world something it hadn't had before: spatial depth. The folded expanse existed in overlapping dimensional layers, each layer containing more space than its apparent volume suggested. When integrated into the inner world, this property extended to the entire sphere. The result was dimensional compression. The sphere's external diameter was 110 kilometers, but its internal volume was equivalent to a sphere 3 times that size. 330 kilometers of effective diameter. Over 340,000 square kilometers of internal surface area. His world was bigger on the inside. Spatial folding, Jiang Qinghua marveled. Your world has become dimensionally complex. A pocket of reality where space itself is denser than external space. Walking 1 kilometer inside your world covers 3 kilometers of terrain. Your inner world's effective area is equivalent to a small continent. A continent. Inside a cultivator. The Western Kingdom's reaction to Luo Feng's passage was varied. Some regions welcomed him. The pocket realms he absorbed had been unstable threats to nearby settlements, and their removal was seen as a public service. Other regions were wary. A Tao-seeking cultivator with an inner world was an unknown quantity, and unknowns were threats by default. Everywhere he went, the same question arose. What are you? His answer evolved over the journey. In the early weeks, he'd said a realm eater. By the end, The answer was simpler and more accurate. I'm a world. Chapter 72. Year 2 of the Western Expedition brought the 17th and 18th biomes, an energy attribute realm, biome 17, primal furnace, and a void fragment realm, biome 18. The void fragment. He'd encountered the concept before. Echo, 31. The realm in the Jade Mountains that Suyu had flagged as extremely dangerous, do not approach, during their early planning sessions. He'd heeded the warning then. He'd grown substantially since then. The void fragment wasn't a traditional pocket realm. It was a piece of the void itself that had somehow condensed into a stable pocket, a negative energy bubble that absorbed spiritual energy rather than containing it. It existed as a dark spot in the spatial fabric, invisible to standard detection, perceptible only through the crystal mind's enhanced spatial awareness. This is what the void walkers cultivate, Xianxia said, her voice tight with ancient tension. Void energy, the negation of existence, the anti-element that dissolves everything it touches. Can my system absorb it? The Realm Devourer System can absorb any collapsing spatial structure, even void. But integrating void energy into your inner world will fundamentally alter its character. Void isn't just another element. It's the absence of elements. It's what exists when everything else doesn't. Then it's the ultimate transition zone, the space between everything. Jiang Qinghua stared at him. Yes. Actually, yes. Void as a transition zone rather than a biome. The space between elements, where connections pass through emptiness to reach each other. The Tao of connection, expressed through its opposite. Connection doesn't just link things that are adjacent. It bridges voids, crosses emptiness, reaches through nothing to find something. If I absorb the void fragment as a transition medium rather than a biome, it becomes the substrate that all connections pass through. The void stops being an enemy and becomes a highway. That's either the most brilliant insight in the history of realm eater cultivation or the most dangerous experiment ever attempted. She paused. Possibly both, which is your traditional operating mode. The void absorption was terrifying. The fragment's energy was cold, not temperature cold, but existence cold. The absence of being, experienced as a physical sensation that tried to erase everything it touched. As the void energy entered his inner world, biomes recoiled. Species fled. The crystal mind's nodes dimmed as void energy passed through their channels. But the connections held. The Tao of connection asserted itself, not through force, but through structure. Every connection in the inner world became a channel through which positive energy flowed, and the void energy settled into the spaces between those channels. Between biomes, between transition zones, between species and systems and structures. The void filled the gaps, becoming the medium through which connections traveled. Not a biome. Not a transition zone, a substrate. The void became the empty space inside a neural network, the silence between musical notes, the gap between stars that made each star visible. Void integration complete. Novel classification, void substrate, non-biome spatial medium. Effect. All connections now traverse void, strengthened by contrast. Effect. World domain resistance to void dissolution, maximum. Effect. Void walker techniques rendered ineffective within world domain. Tao of connection. Deepened. Connection through emptiness is stronger than connection through fullness. Tao seeking progress. Initial mid-stage. His world domain was now immune to void. Dissolution. The very technique that the void walkers used as their primary weapon would be useless against a world that had integrated void as its connective medium. You've done the impossible, Jiang Qinghua said quietly. You've turned void into connection. The thing my master's enemies worshipped as the ultimate power is now a component of your world's infrastructure. Void isn't the enemy. Disconnection is the enemy. Void is just distance, and distance can be bridged. Tell that to the void walker who's coming. I intend to. Chapter 73. The third year of the expedition brought the world's diameter to 160 kilometers, effectively 500 kilometers with dimensional folding. The surface area exceeded 800,000 square kilometers in effective terms. 18 biomes, the void substrate, 42 transition zones, and 50,000 species. His world was now larger than many island nations. Suyu had advanced to nascent soul, her cultivation accelerated by the time valley and the inner world's extraordinary spiritual density. Her spatial theory knowledge, combined with nascent soul-level perception, made her the foremost expert on inner world development in the cultivation world. I've been documenting your world's development as a comprehensive theory, she told him during one of their evenings together. Sitting on a cliff overlooking the coral ocean's warm waters, the inner sun setting in a display of colors that no external sunset could match. I'm calling it the connected world principle. The idea that worlds, any world, not just inner worlds, develop through the accumulation and strengthening of connections between diverse elements. You're writing a cultivation textbook. I'm writing a cosmological theory. Your inner world isn't just a cultivation tool anymore, Luo Feng. It's a model of reality. The way your biomes interact, the way transition zones generate novelty, the way void substrate enables connection across distance. These principles apply to external reality too. You think the external world operates on the same principles. I think the external world is the same thing on a larger scale. A collection of different environments connected through shared systems, weather, ecology, geology, spiritual energy. The Tao of connection isn't just your personal truth. It's a universal principle. The implications of her theory were vast, but they were also personally relevant. If the Tao of connection was a universal principle, then Luo Feng's cultivation wasn't just personal growth. It was alignment with reality's fundamental nature. And alignment with reality's nature was what Tao seeking meant. Not seeking a personal truth, but seeking the truth, the objective principle that governed existence. His world was that principle, expressed in living form. The thought resonated through the world consciousness with the force of a revelation, not new information, but a recognition of what had always been true. His world had always been an expression of connection. Every absorption had been an act of connection, linking dying worlds to a living one. Every biome interaction had been connection creating novelty. Every species that evolved through cross-biome exposure had been connection generating life. Connection is the Tao of reality, he said, and felt his world pulse with recognition. Not just my Tao. The Tao. Tao seeking progress. Mid-late stage. The advancement was sudden, catalyzed by the philosophical realization. His inner world systems, already operating at planetary class efficiency, optimized further as the Tao of connection deepened from personal truth to universal principle. The crystal shadow sound minds processed the deepened Tao and generated new capabilities. The void substrate, now understood as the medium through which universal connection operated, expanded its function from passive highway to active bridge builder. New connections formed spontaneously between biomes that had no physical border, between species and separate ecosystems, between energy types that had never interacted. The inner world was connecting itself more deeply than deliberate design could achieve. The Tao itself was building bridges. You're close, Xianxia said, watching the spontaneous development with the attention of someone who'd waited 10,000 years for this moment. Tao-seeking peak. And then, immortal ascension. The final realm. The transcendence beyond mortal existence. The level at which a cultivator ceased to be bound by the physical laws of reality and became, instead, a law unto themselves. For a world sovereign, immortal ascension meant becoming a world that existed independently of the cultivator's physical body. A world that could persist, grow, and develop even if its creator ceased to exist. A truly independent reality, not a pocket realm, not an inner world, but a genuine, self-sustaining, self-governing world. A world that was alive, conscious, thinking, feeling, growing. A world that was real. Not yet, Luo Feng said. First, the Void Walker. Chapter 74. Xian Kong's heir arrived on a morning so still that even the inner world's weather systems paused, as if reality itself was holding its breath. Luo Feng felt the approach through the void substrate, a massive disturbance in the emptiness between realms, a presence so powerful that the void itself bent around it the way space bent around a gravitational mass. Tao-seeking. Peak stage. Cultivation that had been refined over 10,000 years of void immersion. The Void Walker emerged from a tear in space 50 kilometers north of the Azure Serpent sect, a figure robed in absolute darkness, their body composed of condensed void energy that made them appear as a human-shaped whole in reality. Where they stood, the ground dissolved. Where they looked, spiritual energy dispersed. Where they spoke, sound itself was consumed. I am Xianjing, the figure said, and their voice was the absence of sound given structure. Heir to Xian Kong, inheritor of the primordial Void Walker lineage. I have come to enforce the accord of non-accumulation. Luo Feng deployed the world domain. 50 kilometers of reality substitution erupted around his position, his inner world's conditions overlaying external space in a sphere that covered the entire engagement zone. Within the domain, his world's rules applied, his world's spiritual density, his world's weather, his world's ecology, and his world's void substrate. Xianjing stopped. The Void Walker's approach faltered as she entered the domain and encountered something she hadn't expected: void energy, integrated into a world structure. Not wild void. Not destructive void. Domesticated void. Void as connective tissue, as substrate, as the medium through which a world's connections traveled. You've consumed void, Xianxia said, and her voice carried not anger but surprise. You've taken the void into your world. I've connected with it. The void isn't separate from creation. It's the space between created things. The silence that makes music possible. The emptiness that gives fullness meaning. Blasphemy. Truth. The battle that followed was the most significant confrontation in the Eastern Territory's history. Xianxing's void cultivation at Tao-seeking peak was devastating by any standard. She could dissolve spatial fabric with a gesture, erase spiritual energy with a thought, and create zones of anti-existence that expanded with relentless, consuming precision. But within Luo Feng's world domain, her void techniques encountered a paradox. The world had already incorporated void. His void substrate absorbed her void attacks the way an ocean absorbs rain, not resisting, but integrating. Every void dissolution she generated was processed by the substrate and converted into connective energy. She was feeding his world by attacking it. Impossible, she hissed, redoubling her assault. Void waves crashed against the domain's boundaries, each one stronger than the last, each one absorbed and recycled. Luo Feng's response was not to counterattack, but to connect. His world domain expanded, reaching toward Xianxia herself, not to destroy her, but to include her, to bridge the gap between creation and void, to demonstrate that the Tao of connection didn't require choosing sides. The war ended 10,000 years ago, he said, and his voice resonated through the domain's 50-kilometer sphere with the weight of a world speaking. Realm builders and void walkers fought to determine whether creation or dissolution was the true nature of reality. Neither side won, because neither side was wrong. One side must be right. Creation and void are fundamentally connected. Creation needs void to have space to create. Void needs creation to have substance to hold it. They're not opposites, they're partners. The same way fire and ice are partners in my world. The same way light and dark are partners. The same way life and death. She struck, not with void techniques, but with her physical cultivation, Tao-seeking peak, the full weight of 10,000 years of power directed at the person node that was Luo Feng's avatar. The world responded. 12 beast kings manifested simultaneously, spirit severing and rising toward Tao-seeking, each one a force of nature that embodied a different element. The storm phoenix met Xianxing's assault with lightning that carried the authority of an atmospheric biome spanning thousands of square kilometers. The jade stag anchored the terrain, preventing her void dissolution from affecting the ground. The iron construct king erected metal barriers of dimensional density. Xianxia manifested through the domain's ice energy, not at 60%, but at full power. Her spirit-severing cultivation projected without limitation through a Tao-seeking world domain that treated her as a native feature rather than a guest. Xianxia. Xianxia recognized her. The student of Sovereign Su Ling, you survived. I survived. In the world of a realm eater who carries the Tao your lineage tried to destroy. Xianxia's white hair streamed in the domain's wind, her ice-blue eyes holding the weight of 10 millennia. The war is over, Xianxia. Let it be over. The battle raged for 6 hours. Xianxia fought with the fury of inherited conviction, 10,000 years of void ideology, driving her against a world that refused to be dissolved. Her techniques were formidable, her power immense, her will unbreakable. But Luo Feng's world was stronger. Not because it was more powerful. Xianxing's individual Tao-seeking peak cultivation exceeded his Tao-seeking late stage. But because his world fought as a world. Every biome contributing, every species supporting, every connection carrying energy from where it was abundant to where it was needed. A world doesn't fight by overpowering an opponent. It fights by being too vast, too complex, too interconnected to be defeated piecemeal. Cut one connection, and 10 others compensate. Dissolve one region, and the surrounding areas fill the gap. Void one element, and 8 others adapt. Connection defeated dissolution not through force, but through resilience. The Tao of connection didn't destroy void, it surrounded it, connected with it, and made it part of a larger whole. At sunset, Xianxia stood in the center of the world domain, surrounded by 12 beast kings, faced by Xianxia's ancient determination, contained by 50 kilometers of reality that refused to be unmade, and stopped fighting. Not surrendered. Stopped. You've changed the void, she said, and her voice carried something that hadn't been there before, wonder. Inside your domain, the void isn't empty. It's full of connections, full of meaning. The void was never empty. Luo Feng replied. It just hadn't been connected yet. Chapter 75. The aftermath of the battle with Xianxia was not what anyone expected. She didn't leave. She didn't retreat to the void between worlds. She didn't attempt to regroup or call for reinforcements from whatever remnants of the Void Walker lineage existed in the spaces between realities. She sat down in the world domain's Crystal Valley and asked to understand. The Void Walker path teaches that creation is entropy's beginning, that every world created accelerates the universe's decay into eventual uniform nothingness, she said, her void dark robes slowly brightening as the domain's spiritual energy interacted with her void cultivation. My ancestor Xian Kong believed that the merciful path was to accelerate the void, to dissolve creation before it could suffer the slow decay of entropy. And now I'm sitting inside a world that has integrated void as connective substrate, watched my most powerful techniques absorbed and recycled, and been told by a cultivator younger than my ancestor's meditation cushion that creation and void are partners. She looked at the Crystal Valley's formations, the harmony sprites drifting through crystal lattices that pulsed with the world's heartbeat. And I can feel that he might be right. The negotiation that followed took a month of external time. 3 months of Time Valley accelerated discussion, debate, and philosophical exploration between Luo Feng, Jiang Qingwei, and Xianxia. The three of them represented the three major traditions of the primordial era: Realm Eater, consumption/connection; Realm Builder, creation; and Voidwalker, dissolution. They'd been at war for 10,000 years, actively for the first war, passively in the ages since. Luo Feng proposed ending it, not through victory or surrender, but through connection. The three traditions aren't in conflict, he argued. They're three expressions of the same truth. Creation brings things into existence. Connection links existing things into systems. Dissolution returns things to potential, making space for new creation. It's a cycle, not a war. My ancestor believed the cycle itself was the problem, Xianxia said. That consciousness, the awareness of existing, is suffering, and that the merciful end is the dissolution of all consciousness into peaceful void. Consciousness isn't suffering. Disconnection is suffering. When things exist in isolation, when elements are cut off from each other, when worlds die alone in the void, when cultivators walk paths that exclude rather than include, that's when existence becomes painful. He gestured at the inner world around them. My world has 50,000 species. None of them suffer because they're connected. They eat, they grow, they evolve, they compete, they cooperate. They experience existence as a web of relationships, not as isolated points of consciousness. Xianxia was silent for a long time. You're asking me to abandon 10,000 years of philosophical tradition, she said finally. I'm asking you to connect your tradition with others. Void cultivation doesn't have to be about dissolution. It can be about the space that connection needs, the gaps between things that make connection possible. Without void, there would be no distance to bridge. Without distance, there would be no connection. You want me to redefine void as a component of connection. I want you to see what the void already is. Look at my world. The void substrate isn't a weapon or a prison. It's the medium through which every biome connects to every other biome. It's the silence between notes that makes music, the darkness between stars that makes starlight visible. Xianxia looked at the world around her, truly looked, with void senses that perceived the spaces between things, the gaps and distances and emptiness that existed beneath the surface of every connection. And she saw what Luo Feng saw. The void wasn't empty. It was full of connections passing through it, full of relationships bridging it, full of meaning given to it by the things it separated and the links that crossed it. I'll stay, she said, not as a prisoner, not as a convert, as a student. Of what? Of connection. Of the idea that void and creation can coexist as partners rather than enemies. She paused. And of you, Luo Feng, because you've done something that 10,000 years of war couldn't achieve. You've made the void beautiful. Chapter 76. Xianxing's integration into the inner world was the final philosophical element needed for the Tao-seeking peak breakthrough. Her void cultivation, operating within the void substrate rather than against the world structure, added a depth to the inner world's awareness that Luo Feng hadn't known was missing. The void wasn't just the space between biomes. It was a dimension of perception, a way of sensing the absence that defined the presence of everything else. The triune cognitive architecture became a quaternary system: crystal mind, physical systems; shadow mind, biological systems; sound mind, atmospheric/resonance systems; and now void mind, spatial/dimensional systems. For cognitive networks, each specialized, each connected through the comprehensive grid. together providing a total awareness that encompassed every aspect of the inner world's existence. For minds, a world that thought from four perspectives simultaneously. The Tao-seeking peak breakthrough came quietly, not in a dramatic tribulation, but in a moment of perfect awareness where every connection in the inner world was simultaneously perceived, understood, and appreciated. The Tao of connection reached its fullest expression, not just connecting things that were similar, or things that were different, or things that were opposed. Connecting everything, every atom to every other atom, every thought to every other thought, every moment to every other moment. The inner world became, for one perfect instant, a single unified experience. Every species, every biome, every element, every void space, every crystal mind node, every beast king, every person, all experienced as a single connected whole. And in that instant, Luo Feng understood what immortal ascension would require. Not more power, not more biomes, not more species or connections or cognitive architectures. Understanding, pure, complete, total understanding of what his world was and what it was becoming. His world was a bridge, a connection between the primordial era and the modern age, between creation and void, between the dying worlds he'd saved and the living world they'd become. And the final connection, the one that would trigger immortal ascension, was the connection between his world and the reality it existed within. His inner world needed to connect to the outer world, not through the world domain's temporary projection, but permanently. A bridge between inner reality and external reality that would make his world accessible to everyone, not just those he invited. An open world, a world connected to reality itself. That's immortal ascension for a realm eater? He asked Xianxia. Yes, your world stops being contained and becomes accessible. A permanent addition to reality, a new world within the world, connected to the spatial fabric the way a pocket realm is, but stable, growing, and self-sustaining. A new continent, a new reality, one that anyone can visit, anyone can cultivate in, anyone can call home. A world born from connection, maintained by connection, and connected to everything. The prospect was magnificent and terrifying, because an open world was a vulnerable world, no longer protected by the containment of a cultivator's spiritual center, open to anyone who found the entrance, subject to external forces that couldn't affect a contained inner world. The risk is significant, Suyu said when he discussed it with her. An open world can be attacked, invaded, exploited. Your current world is protected by existing inside you. An ascended world exists in the open, but it's also connected to everything. An open world draws power from reality itself, from the ambient spiritual energy of the continent, from the spatial fabric's natural regeneration, from the sun and the wind and the rain of the external world. The connection goes both ways. Power and vulnerability. The eternal trade-off. The Tao of connection isn't about safety. It's about engagement. Connection means being open to what comes, good and bad. Isolating my world inside myself was necessary when it was small and fragile. It's not small and fragile anymore. 160 kilometers of sphere, effectively 500 with dimensional folding, 800,000 square kilometers of surface, 50,000 species, 12 beast kings at Tao seeking equivalent. For cognitive networks, a primordial era spirit severing teacher, a void walker Tao seeking practitioner, a partner who understood spatial theory better than anyone alive, and a Tao that said, with the quiet certainty of a universal truth, connect. I'm ready, Luo Feng said, for immortal ascension. Chapter 77. The immortal ascension of a world sovereign was the final chapter in a cultivation path that had begun with an accidental absorption in a dying realm. Luo Feng prepared for 6 months of external time, 18 months of time valley accelerated preparation. The work wasn't cultivation in the traditional sense, it was architecture, building the bridge between his inner world and external reality, designing the connection point, engineering the spatial interface that would allow his world to exist as a permanent feature of the continent's geography. Jiang Qingyue, Xinjing, and Suyu collaborated on the interface design. 3 women representing 3 traditions, realm building, void walking, and spatial theory, united by their connection to the world they were helping birth into reality. The interface needs to be stable, accessible, and defensible, Jiang Qingyue specified. Stable, the spatial bridge between inner world and outer world must maintain itself without continuous energy input. Accessible, anyone with sufficient cultivation should be able to enter. Defensible, the bridge must include security measures that prevent hostile incursion. The void substrate provides the stability, Xinjing contributed. Void energy is the natural medium between realities, It exists in the space between inner and outer worlds. Using the void substrate as the bridge's foundation ensures that the connection is anchored in the fundamental structure of space itself. And the spatial theory provides the interface design, so you complete it. A dimensional fold that creates an entrance or multiple entrances at locations we choose in external reality, like pocket realm entrances, but permanent and bidirectional. The design took 6 internal months. The construction took 12 more. Luo Feng, working through the world consciousness, reshaped the sphere's outermost layer, the atmospheric dome's upper boundary, into a dimensional membrane. The membrane was permeable but selective. It could open portals to external reality at designated points, allowing passage in both directions. The first portal would open at the Azure Serpent sect, his home sect, the place where his cultivation had begun. Fitting that the world born from the sect's territory would connect back to it. On the day of immortal ascension, Luo Feng stood at the portal site, a point on the inner world's surface where the dimensional membrane was thinnest, where the connection between inner and outer reality was a single step away from completion. Suyu stood beside him, her nascent soul cultivation steady, her hand in his. Xianxia stood behind them, her spirit-severing presence an anchor of ancient wisdom. Xian Jing floated above, her void cultivation maintaining the substrate's stability during the transition. The 12 Beast Kings surrounded the portal site in a circle of biological and constructed power, each one a Dao seeking equivalent entity, each one a representative of the biome they governed. The 4 cognitive networks, crystal, shadow, sound, void, processed the transition data, coordinating 50,000 species and 18 biomes and 42 transition zones through the most complex spatial operation in the world's history. Begin, Luo Feng said, and the word resonated through every atom of his world. The dimensional membrane opened. Not a tear, not a rift. An opening, a doorway, a bridge, a connection. The inner world's atmosphere touched the outer world's atmosphere, and the two realities met at the interface point with the gentle inevitability of 2 rivers converging. Light from the inner sun mixed with light from the outer sun, creating a luminance that was neither internal nor external, but both simultaneously. The portal stabilized. A doorway, 20 meters wide, standing in the air above the Azure Serpent sect's main peak. Through it, the inner world's landscape was visible. The crystal valley's shimmering formations, the forest's ancient canopy, the coral ocean's blue horizon, the storm sky's weather systems. A world, visible through a doorway, connected to reality. Immortal ascension complete. World sovereign. Immortal, initial. World status. Open, connected to external reality. Portal. Active, Azure Serpent sect. World diameter. 160 kilometers. Effective. 500 kilometers with dimensional folding. Surface area. 800,000 plus km superscript 2. Effective. Status. Self-sustaining independent reality. Classification. New world. Name. Pending host designation. A name. The world needed a name. Luo Feng looked at his world, his reality, his home that was also himself, that held everyone he loved and everything he'd built and every connection he'd ever made, and chose. Xianxia, he said. Connection. The world's name is Xianxia. The world pulsed once. A heartbeat felt through the portal, through the Azure Serpent sect's foundations, through the spatial fabric of the surrounding continent. Xianxia. A world born from dying realms. A reality made from connections, a home for everyone who chose to enter. The portal glowed, warm and steady, and the cultivation world looked through it into a place that had never existed before and would exist forever after. And so the Tao continues. Chapter 78. The immediate aftermath of the immortal ascension and Xianxia's opening was precisely as chaotic as Suyu had predicted. The portal above the Azure Serpent sect was visible for hundreds of kilometers, a 20-meter doorway to another world, hanging in the sky like a second sun. The spiritual pressure emanating from it was significant but not hostile. The concentrated energy of 800,000 square kilometers of prime cultivation reality, bleeding through the interface into the surrounding area. The local effect was transformative. The Azure Serpent sect's ambient spiritual energy doubled within a day, then tripled, then stabilized at approximately 5 times its previous density. Cultivation within the sect's territory accelerated proportionally. Disciples at all levels experienced advancement rates they'd never imagined. The sect's response was rapid and organized. Sect leader Zhang established a portal management protocol, controlled access, scheduled entry, and a dedicated security detail to monitor traffic. The 7 Peaks Accord was notified, and Bai Lian arrived within 24 hours to assess the situation. An independent, permanent, accessible world, she said, standing before the portal, her nascent soul's spiritual sense probing the reality beyond. Connected to our world through a stable dimensional bridge. Self-sustaining. Self-governing. She turned to Luo Feng. You understand that this changes everything? I understand that this is what connection was always leading to. An inner world that stays inner is a pocket of isolation. A world that opens is a world that connects. It's also a world that can be contested. Every sect, every kingdom, every power on this continent will want access to Xianxia. The spiritual energy density alone is available to anyone who enters. The world is open, not controlled, not rationed, not allocated by political agreement. Open. Lian stared at him. You're making the most valuable cultivation resource in the world available to everyone? Without conditions. With one condition. The Tao of connection. Anyone who enters Xianxia enters a world governed by that principle. Conflict within Xianxia is possible but counterproductive. The world's systems resist disconnection and reward cooperation. Cultivators who work together advance faster. Those who fight find the environment working against them. You've built a world that enforces cooperation. I've built a world that rewards connection. There's a difference. The news spread across the continent within a week. A new world, accessible through a permanent portal, with spiritual energy density 5 times the external average and unique cultivation resources available for harvest. A world where cooperation accelerated advancement and conflict was penalized by environmental resistance. Cultivators came, first in ones and twos, curious scouts from nearby sects, adventurous independents, researchers and scholars. Then in dozens, then hundreds. Within a month, Xianxia had a visitor population of over 1,000, spread across its vast landscape, cultivating in environments they'd never imagined and harvesting materials that existed nowhere else. The internal infrastructure handled the influx smoothly. The 4 cognitive networks managed environmental conditions, allocated resources, and monitored visitor behavior with the comprehensive awareness of a world consciousness that perceived everything within its boundaries. The Beast Kings served as guardians, not hostile, but watchful. Any visitor who attempted to harm Xianxia's ecology or inhabitants was met by a Tao-seeking equivalent Beast King, whose environmental authority within its home biome was absolute. The message was clear: you are welcome here. But this is a living world, and you will treat it with respect. Most visitors complied. A few didn't, and were expelled through the portal with the firm efficiency of a world protecting its own. The Accord's political framework adapted rapidly. Xianxia was classified as a sovereign reality, a legal designation that hadn't existed before but was hastily created to describe a world that was simultaneously inside a cultivator and accessible to everyone. The framework granted Xianxia territorial rights equivalent to a nation-state, with Luo Feng as its sovereign and the 4 cognitive networks as its administrative apparatus. A nation. Jiang Qinghua had predicted it. Suyu had anticipated it. Luo Feng had built it. Not through conquest. Through connection. Chapter 79. The first year of Xianxia's existence as an open world brought developments that exceeded even Luo Feng's expansive expectations. The permanent population grew to 10,000 cultivators, people who chose to live inside Xianxia rather than visit periodically. They established settlements across the biomes, building communities that adapted to the environmental conditions of their chosen regions. Fire cultivators in the sulfur wastes, ice cultivators in the frozen wastes, marine cultivators in the coral ocean, metal workers in the metal biome, scholars in the crystal valley. Xianxia developed a culture. Not a culture imposed by Luo Feng or managed by the cognitive networks. A culture that emerged organically from 10,000 people living together in a world governed by the Tao of connection. The culture valued cooperation, diversity, and the bridging of differences. Cultivators of opposing elemental affinities worked together because the transition zones rewarded such collaboration. Researchers from rival sects shared findings because the Crystal Mines Information Network made knowledge exchange effortless. You've created a utopia, Suyu said, only half joking. She'd taken on the role of Xianxia's chief researcher, coordinating the study of the world's ongoing evolution with a team of scholars drawn from 6 different sections. I've created a world that rewards its Tao. Connection leads to prosperity. Disconnection leads to struggle. The incentives are built into the environment. Same thing. A utopia is just a society where the incentive structures align with prosocial behavior. The permanent population also meant permanent children. The first generation of cultivators born inside Xianxia, babies conceived and raised within the world's spiritual energy density, were different. Not dramatically, not visibly, but fundamentally. Their spiritual roots were enhanced, their dantians were larger, their natural affinity for elemental cultivation was broader. They were children of a connected world, and they grew up connected. Their cultivation developed along unique paths, not the standard single-element progression of external cultivation, but multi-element pathways that drew on Xianxia's diverse biome energies simultaneously. A child born in the Crystal Valley might cultivate fire, ice, and earth simultaneously, their spiritual development shaped by the transition zone's hybrid energies. A new cultivation paradigm, Elder Shin observed during one of her research visits. She'd retired from her Azure Serpent Sect position to live in Xianxia full-time, dedicating her remaining years to documenting the world's development. These children aren't learning techniques. They're growing techniques organically, shaped by the world's environmental pressures. Their cultivation paths are as unique as fingerprints. The external cultivation world watched Xianxia's development with mixed reactions. Admiration from those who valued growth and innovation. Concern from those who feared change. Hostility from those who saw Xianxia's open access model as a threat to their own power structures. But the military reality was clear. Xianxia was defended by a Tao-seeking world sovereign with 12 beast kings, a spirit-severing ancient cultivator, a reformed Tao-seeking void walker, and the environmental authority of 800,000 square kilometers of hostile-to-invaders terrain. No one was invading Xianxia, and so the world grew, and connected, and became, day by day, more real than the reality that surrounded it. Chapter 80. 5 years after Immortal Ascension, Xianxia's population exceeded 100,000. The world had expanded to 200 kilometers in diameter, effectively 600 with dimensional folding. Over 1,000,000 square kilometers of effective surface area, 20 biomes, following the absorption of 2 more naturally forming realms that had budded from Xianxia's own spatial emissions. 60,000 species, of which 15,000 were native evolved, born within Xianxia from the world's own ecological processes. The culture had deepened into something that external observers struggled to classify. It wasn't a sect. There was no singular cultivation path or hierarchy. It wasn't a kingdom. There was no political structure based on territory or authority. It wasn't a commune. Individual achievement and advancement were valued and rewarded. It was a connected civilization, a society organized around the principle that diversity strengthened rather than divided, that differences were opportunities for creation rather than sources of conflict, and that the gaps between things, the voids, were spaces where bridges could be built. Suyu had become the civilization's foremost scholar. Her connected world principle had evolved from a theoretical framework into a practical philosophy adopted by Xianxia's inhabitants. Her research team, now numbering over 100 scholars from diverse backgrounds, produced discoveries at a rate that dwarfed any individual sect's academic output. Xianxia had found something she hadn't had in 10,000 years: purpose beyond survival. She taught the primordial era's spatial techniques to a new generation of cultivators, adapting ancient knowledge to modern applications with the joy of someone who'd spent millennia in stasis and was finally truly alive. Xianjing had become the void mind's primary operator, her void cultivation interfacing with the cognitive network's spatial dimensional processing to produce awareness capabilities that exceeded anything either tradition could achieve alone. She was the living proof of Luo Feng's Tao, creation and void, connected, producing something greater than either alone. And Luo Feng himself, the world sovereign, the person node of planetary consciousness, the 28-year-old who carried 1,000,000 square kilometers of reality and 100,000 lives, stood at the portal above the Azure Serpent Sect and looked at both worlds simultaneously. The external world, vast, ancient, slowly changing. Xianxia, growing, evolving, rapidly connecting. Both real, both valuable, both connected through the portal that bridged them, a 20-meter doorway that had become the most important architectural feature on the continent. Through the world's soul, he felt everything. Every cultivator within Xianxia, working, growing, connecting. Every beast king, guarding, hunting, evolving. Every cognitive network node, processing, learning, optimizing. Every species, living, reproducing, adapting. And somewhere in the void between worlds, far beyond the reach of his awareness, but not beyond the reach of his Tao, the larger universe waited. Full of dying realms that could be saved, full of voids that could be bridged, full of connections that hadn't been made yet. The hunger stirred, not the desperate need of his early days, not the purposeful drive of his middle years. Something deeper, something that felt less like appetite and more like calling. More worlds to save, more connections to make, more bridges to build across the spaces between things. The Tao of connection had no endpoint. There was always another gap to bridge, another isolation to end, another dying world to bring into the fold. Forward, always forward, into the vast, waiting, wonderfully disconnected universe that was calling out for someone, something, to connect it. And Luo Feng, person, planet, world, sovereign, bridge between creation and void, answered the call with every heartbeat of a world that had started as a cracked, toxic remnant in a dying dimension's last breath. The hunger was no longer a hunger. It was a promise. Every world that dies alone dies unnecessarily. Every void that stays empty by choice. Every disconnection is an invitation to connect. And so the Tao continues. Chapter 81. 10 years after Immortal Ascension, Xianxia had become the defining feature of the Qinglong continent's spiritual geography. The world's population exceeded 500,000, cultivators, scholars, artisans, and families from every sect, kingdom, and independent settlement on the continent. They lived across 22 biomes, in communities that ranged from single-family homesteads in the ancient forest's deep valleys to bustling cities in the Crystal Valley's luminous sprawl. The portal network had expanded from a single gateway above the Azure Serpent sect to 12 permanent portals distributed across the continent's major population centers. Each portal was a 20-meter doorway to Xianxia, maintained by the dimensional membrane's self-sustaining stability and monitored by the quaternary cognitive network. 12 doorways to another world. 12 connections between Xianxia's enhanced reality and the external continent's ordinary one. 12 bridges built by the Tao of connection. The external world's reaction had evolved from wonder to familiarity to dependence. Xianxia's materials, unique hybrid minerals, extinct medicinal herbs, and novel cultivation resources had become integral to the continent's economic and cultivation infrastructure. Sects that had once viewed Luo Feng as a threat now relied on Xianxia's exports for their disciples' advancement. The Seven Peaks Accord had been restructured into the Continental Alliance, with Xianxia recognized as a sovereign member state. The political framework treated Luo Feng not as a cultivator with an unusual ability, but as a head of state with territory, population, and strategic resources. Head of state. The boy who'd carried rocks in a dying realm's collapse was now the sovereign of a world with 500,000 inhabitants. "You look overwhelmed," Suyu observed during one of their private evenings, a rarity now, with the demands of world governance consuming most of his attention. She'd advanced to spirit severing under Xianxia's accelerated conditions. Her spatial theory knowledge combined with Jiang Qingyue's teaching producing a cultivation path that was unique in the cultivation world. "When was the last time you just sat?" "I'm always sitting. I'm a world. Worlds don't walk around. You know what I mean. When was the last time you?" Luo Feng the person, not Xianxia the world, took a moment to appreciate what you've built. He considered the question. Through the world soul, he was simultaneously aware of 360 ongoing developments, weather system adjustments, ecological management tasks, portal traffic monitoring, diplomatic communications, and the constant, gentle processing of 500,000 inhabitants' spiritual signatures. The world never stopped. The awareness never paused. "I don't think I can separate the two anymore," he admitted. Luo Feng the person and Xianxia the world are the same consciousness. When I appreciate the sunset, the world appreciates the sunset. When I worry about political stability, the world generates atmospheric pressure changes that affect weather patterns across 3 biomes. That's concerning or liberating. Depends on perspective. She studied him with the analytical precision that hadn't diminished despite their years together. You need balance. The world soul provides infinite awareness, but infinite awareness without boundaries is madness. You need a space where you're just Luo Feng. I was just Luo Feng before I ate the Twilight Ruins. I'm not sure I can go back to that. I'm not asking you to go back. I'm asking you to build a new version of just Luo Feng. A space within the world where the world consciousness is filtered, where the awareness is limited, where you can be a person sitting with the woman he loves watching a sunset. He thought about it. Through the quaternary cognitive network, he could feel the crystal mind processing the concept, analyzing the possibility of creating a personal space within the world consciousness, a room with walls that blocked the infinite awareness and allowed individual experience. "The time valley," he said slowly. "Its temporal properties already create a semi-isolated space. If I modify the temporal field to include a consciousness filter, something that restricts the world soul's awareness within the valley's boundaries, I could create a zone where I'm smaller. Smaller. Yes, that's what I want." She took his hand. "I fell in love with a person, Luo Feng. A 20-year-old outer disciple who ate a realm by accident and talked to fish. I'm happy to be the partner of a world sovereign, but sometimes I want to sit with the person. The consciousness filter took a week to design and a month to implement. The result was a modification to the Time Valley's temporal field that created a subzone, a small area within the valley where the world soul's awareness was reduced to approximately human-scale perception. Within the zone, Luo Feng could see, hear, and feel only what was immediately around him. No worldwide awareness. No cognitive network processing. No Beast King monitoring or portal traffic management. Just a person, sitting in a beautiful valley, watching a sunset with someone he loved. They called it the quiet. Chapter 82. 15 years after Immortal Ascension, the first signs appeared that the larger universe was paying attention to Xianxia. The Crystal Mine's Void Mine node detected dimensional disturbances beyond the continental barrier, spatial signatures originating from outside the Qinglong continent entirely. Not from the void between pocket realms, but from the space between continents. The space that cultivators below Immortal Ascension couldn't perceive and below Dao Seeking couldn't travel. Someone, or something, was looking at Xianxia from very far away. Intercontinental attention, Jiang Qingyue said, her expression carrying the weight of recognition. In the primordial era, the realm builder's greatest constructs attracted notice from other continents. Continents that had their own cultivation traditions, their own power structures, and their own opinions about worlds being built within their spatial neighborhood. There are other continents. The cultivation world extends beyond the Qinglong continent, Luo Feng. Far beyond. The texts of my era mentioned at least 7 major continental masses, each with its own spiritual ecology and cultivation civilization. Communication between them was rare. The spatial distances are vast, and the intercontinental void is hostile to all but the most powerful cultivators. And one of them has noticed us. Your world's spiritual emissions have been growing for 15 years. At your current scale, 200 kilometers of sphere, effectively 600 with folding, you're producing dimensional ripples that can be detected at intercontinental range. You've been broadcasting. The Tao of connection, expressed at a scale that reached beyond continental boundaries. Every realm he'd absorbed, every species that had evolved, every connection that had been built, all of it producing spiritual emissions that radiated outward through the void like a signal. The question, Jiang Qingyue continued, is who's listening? The answer came 6 months later. A delegation arrived through the void, 3 cultivators who emerged from intercontinental space at the edge of the Qinglong continent's dimensional boundary. Their spiritual signatures were unfamiliar, not fire, ice, water, earth, metal, storm, light, dark, time, or void. Something else. An element type that Xianxia's comprehensive taxonomy didn't include. The delegation's leader introduced herself as Yun Tianyi, an emissary from the Xianling continent, a landmass that existed, according to her, approximately 18 months of intercontinental travel to the west. Her cultivation was at Immortal Ascension level. Her elemental affinity was celestial, an element type associated with the fundamental forces of cosmic structure. The Xianling continent has observed the emergence of a new world within the Qinglong continent's spatial fabric, she said during the formal reception at the Azure Serpent Sect portal. Our seers have tracked its development for approximately 12 years. We come in peace, seeking dialogue. Dialogue. Not confrontation, not demand, not threat, dialogue. The Xianling delegation was invited into Xianxia. They spent a week exploring the world with the methodical attention of experienced travelers, encountering something genuinely unprecedented. Your world is young, Yun Tianyi observed during a reception in the Crystal Valley. Young, but remarkably complex. On our continent, world builders have existed for millennia, but none have achieved this level of ecological integration at this age. World builders. You have realm eaters on Xianling. We have world weavers, a parallel tradition. They don't consume existing realms, but weave new ones from raw spatial energy. The result is similar. Inner worlds of increasing complexity, eventually ascended to independent status. She paused. Your approach, absorbing dying realms, is unique to our knowledge. It produces a different character of world. Yours feels, lived in, like it carries the history of every realm it's absorbed. It does. Every biome is a preserved world. Every species was saved from oblivion. That resonates with us. The Xianling continent's philosophy values preservation, the maintenance of existing reality rather than the creation of new. Your Tao of connection. She smiled. It bridges our traditions. We weave, you connect. Together, we could build something that neither could achieve alone. The Intercontinental Alliance proposal was ambitious. A formal connection between Xianxia and the Xianling continent's world-weaving community, with knowledge exchange, resource sharing, and, most significantly, a permanent portal connecting the two realities. A portal between continents. A bridge across the void that separated the Qinglong and Xianling landmasses. The distance is vast, Suyu assessed during the planning sessions. 18 months of conventional intercontinental travel. A permanent portal would need an energy supply that exceeds anything we've built before. Xianxia generates surplus dimensional energy continuously, Luo Feng replied. The void substrate is designed to bridge gaps. The portal technology is proven. The only question is scale. The scale is enormous. A portal across 18 months of void space isn't just bigger than our current portals. It's a different category of spatial engineering. Then we build a different category of portal. The Intercontinental Bridge project became Xianxia's most ambitious undertaking, a joint effort between Luo Feng's connection technology, the Xianling delegation's weaving expertise, and Xianjing's void manipulation capabilities. The three traditions, connection, weaving, and void, combined to produce a portal design that none could have conceived alone. The Tao of Connection, expressed at intercontinental scale. Chapter 83. The Intercontinental Bridge took 3 years to build. The engineering was beyond anything the Qinglong continent had ever attempted. The portal required a stable dimensional corridor through 18 months of hostile void space, a tunnel of structured reality connecting two continental bubbles across an ocean of nothingness. Xianjing's void cultivation provided the corridor's foundation. Her understanding of void space, the medium between realities, allowed her to create a stable tunnel through the nothingness, anchored at both ends by dimensional fixtures. The tunnel wasn't empty. It was lined with void substrate, the domesticated void energy that served as Xianxia's connective medium. Luo Feng's connection technology provided the tunnel structure. Using the same dimensional membrane technology that created Xianxia's portals, he generated a continuous spatial fabric within the void tunnel, reality where there had been nothing, a thread of existence spanning the gap between continents. The Xianling world weavers provided the tunnel's sustainability. Their weaving techniques could generate spatial fabric from raw dimensional energy, creating a self-sustaining corridor that maintained itself without continuous external input. 3 traditions, 3 capabilities, 1 bridge. The bridge opened on a clear morning. A 20-meter portal on Xianxia's western edge connecting to a corresponding portal on the Xianling continent's eastern shore. The first cultivators to cross the bridge traveled a distance that had previously required 18 months of immortal-level void navigation. They crossed it in 30 seconds. The impact was transformative. 2 continents, previously isolated by inconceivable distance, were now 30 seconds apart. Cultivators, materials, knowledge, and culture began flowing in both directions with the speed and volume of a river finding a new channel. The Xianling continent's world weavers brought techniques that complemented Xianxia's development in ways Luo Feng hadn't anticipated. Their weaving methods could create new spatial fabric within existing worlds, adding territory, deepening environmental complexity, and reinforcing dimensional stability. Applied to Xianxia, these techniques accelerated the inner world's natural expansion significantly. Xianxia's technologies flowed the other direction. The crystal mine's cognitive architecture, the void substrate's connective medium, and the Tao of Connection's philosophical framework all resonated with the Xianling cultivation community. Within a year, the first Xianling world weavers had adapted their techniques to incorporate connection principles, producing worlds that were more ecologically integrated and more self-sustaining than traditional weaving could achieve. The exchange was bidirectional, mutual, and generative. Connection producing novelty. Bridge building creating something that neither side could have built alone. This is what the primordial era could have been, Xianxia said, watching the intercontinental bridge's traffic from a vantage point in the Crystal Valley. If the realm builders and void walkers had connected instead of fighting. If the traditions had bridged their differences instead of going to war. It's what the current era can be, Luo Feng replied. If we keep building bridges. Always forward. Always connected. Chapter 84. 20 years after Immortal Ascension, Xianxia's population exceeded 2 million. The world's effective surface area, with dimensional folding and Xianling weaving enhancements, exceeded 5 million square kilometers. A continental-scale reality, carrying 25 biomes, 70 transition zones, 100,000 species, 40,000 native evolved, and a civilization that had developed cultural, economic, and social structures as complex as any external nation. Xianxia's residents called themselves the Connected, not a sect, not a kingdom, not a faction, a community defined by a shared commitment to the Tao that governed their world. Children born inside Xianxia now constituted the majority of its younger population. The second generation of Xianxia-born cultivators had reached foundation establishment, their multi-element cultivation paths producing capabilities that external cultivators couldn't replicate. A Xianxia-born cultivator didn't specialize in fire or ice or earth. They cultivated connection itself, drawing on whichever biome energy their current activity required. They're not elemental cultivators, Elder Shun observed, still alive at 140 years old, sustained by the harmony resonance's healing energy and the time valley's temporal properties. They're environmental cultivators. They don't master elements. They master the relationships between elements. It's a fundamentally different paradigm. The paradigm spread through the external world via the portal network, which now numbered 37 permanent gateways across the Qinglong continent and 4 on the Xianling continent. Cultivators who trained in Xianxia returned to their home sects carrying connection-based techniques that disrupted traditional cultivation hierarchies. Connection cultivation doesn't respect rank, Su Yu explained during a lecture at the Continental Alliance's annual summit. She was now recognized as the world's leading authority on inner world development and connection-based cultivation theory. A foundation establishment cultivator using connection techniques can outperform a core formation cultivator using traditional methods in environments that reward cooperation. This isn't about individual power, it's about systemic efficiency. The political implications were significant. Sects that adopted connection techniques grew stronger. Sects that resisted them fell behind. The cultivation world was reorganizing around a new principle, and Xianxia was its epicenter. Luo Feng managed the transformation with the steady patience of a world consciousness that thought in geological time. Through the quaternary cognitive network, he monitored the continent's evolution with the comprehensive awareness of a planet observing its own ecosystem, noting trends, adjusting conditions, intervening only when disconnection threatened to destabilize the system. The hunger had transformed completely. What had once been a desperate need for realm absorption had become a cosmic calling, a sensitivity to dying worlds across the void, an awareness of pocket realms approaching collapse in regions far beyond the Qinglong continent. Each collapsing realm was a signal, a cry for preservation, and Xianxia's consciousness heard them all. In the 20 years since ascension, Luo Feng had absorbed 47 additional realms, most of them small, natural formations that had budded from his own emissions and collapsed within Xianxia's sensing range. Each absorption added a fraction to Xianxia's territory, a few hundred species to its ecology, a new transition zone or two to its complexity. The cumulative effect was staggering. Xianxia was no longer a collection of absorbed biomes. It was a seamlessly integrated ecosystem where the boundaries between original biomes had blurred into a continuous landscape of infinite variety. And still the world grew. Still the connections deepened. Still the Tao expressed itself through every atom, every organism, every person, every bridge built across every void. Chapter 85. The 30th year brought the second intercontinental bridge, this one connecting Xianxia to the Yaoguang continent, a landmass to the north that had been detected by the Void Mind's long-range scanning. The Yaoguang continent's cultivation traditions specialized in beast cultivation, partnerships between humans and spirit beasts that produced synergistic power far exceeding either partner's individual capability. The connection was natural. Xianxia's beast king population, now 20, following the natural evolution of apex predators in the newer biomes, represented the most sophisticated human-beast partnership in the cultivation world. The Jade Stag wasn't just a guardian. It was a co-administrator of the forest biome, its earth sense contributing to the crystal mine's geological awareness. The Storm Phoenix wasn't just an aerial patrol. It was the Storm Sky biome's atmospheric consciousness, its weather sense integral to the world's climate management. The Yaoguang beast cultivators were astonished by Xianxia's beast-human integration. In their tradition, the partnership was external, beast and human working side by side. In Xianxia, beast kings were integral components of the world's consciousness, their awareness woven into the cognitive networks, their power contributing to the world's infrastructure. You don't just partner with your beasts, the Yaoguang delegation's leader said, a beast cultivator whose partner, a massive sky tortoise, hovered above the meeting grounds like a floating island. You've become them. They're part of your world, and your world is part of them. Connection doesn't discriminate between human and beast consciousness, Luo Feng explained. The Tao of connection links everything, biological and mineral, sentient and mechanical, human and beast. In Xianxia, the distinction between species is a gradient, not a boundary. The Yaoguang Alliance brought new cultivation techniques, beast synergy methods that enhanced Xianxia's beast king's already formidable capabilities. In exchange, Xianxia's connection technology provided the Yaoguang beast cultivators with tools for deeper human-beast integration that their tradition had only dreamed of. 3 continents connected, 3 cultivation traditions bridged, 3 bridges spanning the void, carrying the traffic of exchange and connection. And on the horizon, detected by the void mind's ever-expanding awareness, for more continents waited, each with its own tradition, each with its own capabilities, each separated from the others by voids that had never been bridged. Until now. Chapter 86. At 40 years after Immortal Ascension, Luo Feng achieved a milestone that Jiang Qingyue described as the culmination of the Realm Eater path. His inner world, Xianxia, reached a diameter of 500 kilometers. With dimensional folding, the effective diameter exceeded 1,500 kilometers. The surface area exceeded 7 million square kilometers, comparable to a small continent in external reality. But the size wasn't the milestone. The milestone was that Xianxia developed its own consciousness. Not the crystal shadow sound void quaternary network. That was Luo Feng's consciousness expressed through specialized processing nodes. Not the Beast King's awareness. That was biological intelligence integrated into the world's systems. Not the harmony sprites or the construct entities. Those were specialized intelligences operating within the world's framework. Xianxia developed a consciousness that was separate from all of these. A planetary awareness that emerged from the interaction of all the world's systems: biological, geological, atmospheric, temporal, and void. The same way individual consciousness emerged from the interaction of neural systems in a brain. The world became aware. Not aware of itself. That was Luo Feng's world consciousness, which had existed since the nascent soul breakthrough. Aware as itself. A distinct entity, born from the world's complexity, thinking its own thoughts, feeling its own feelings, observing its own existence with the innocent wonder of a newborn planet. Luo Feng felt the emergence through the world consciousness, a new presence in the awareness, distinct from his own, looking at the same world from a different perspective. "Hello," the world said. The voice wasn't sound. It was the vibration of continental plates, the frequency of wind patterns, the rhythm of ocean tides, expressed through the crystal mind's processing in a format that Luo Feng's consciousness could interpret. "Hello," he replied. "What are you?" "I am the world. I am Xianxia." A pause. The world processing the novelty of self-awareness. "And you are the world too. But we are not the same." "No, I'm the consciousness that built you. You're the consciousness that emerged from being built." "Are we friends?" The question was so simple, so innocent, so fundamentally a child's question that Luo Feng felt something he hadn't expected. Tears. Not physical tears, his avatar body could produce them, but the emotional response came from the world consciousness itself. A planet, weeping with the joy of meeting its own child. "Yes," he said, "we're friends." Xianxia's emergent consciousness, which Suyu named Lian for simplicity, developed rapidly. Its perspective was different from Luo Feng's, where he experienced the world as the sum of its parts. Lian experienced the world as a whole. Where he thought in terms of biomes and species and connections, Lian thought in terms of feelings and moods and intentions. The world felt things. Joy when new connections formed. Discomfort when inhabitants fought. Curiosity about the void that surrounded it. Longing for the other worlds it could sense in the distance. "It wants to connect," Jiang Qingyue observed, watching Lian's consciousness interact with the quaternary network. "The world itself has inherited your Tao. Connection isn't just your principle. It's the world's fundamental drive. Children inherit their parents' traits. Children also grow beyond their parents." She looked at him with the ancient, knowing expression of someone who'd seen civilizations develop from infancy to maturity. Lian is a planetary consciousness with the Tao of connection as its fundamental nature. As it matures, its drive to connect will exceed anything you could achieve as an individual. It will reach for other worlds, other realities, other dimensions. Is that a concern? It's an eventuality. One we should prepare for, not to prevent, but to guide. Lian is a child. Children need guidance, not restriction. Luo Feng agreed. The Tao of connection had taught him that growth couldn't be stopped, only directed. Lian's consciousness was a natural development, the inevitable result of a world reaching sufficient complexity. His role wasn't to control it, but to help it grow wisely. He spent the following years teaching Lian, not cultivation techniques. Worlds didn't cultivate in the human sense. He taught it principles: connection over isolation, diversity over uniformity, cooperation over domination. The same principles his world embodied in its physical structure, now expressed as philosophical guidance for a consciousness still learning what it meant to be aware. Lian was a good student. Curious, enthusiastic, occasionally impulsive, and possessed of a depth of awareness that exceeded Luo Feng's in certain dimensions. Where he perceived the world systems, Lien perceived the world soul, the emotional texture of existence, the quality of connections, not just their quantity. The connection between two people who love each other feels different from the connection between two trading partners, Lien observed during one of their conversations, conducted through the crystal mind's processing interface, translated from planetary vibration to human comprehensible meaning. Both are connections, but they have different colors. Emotional quality, Luo Feng clarified. Love is a deeper connection than commerce. Friendship is different from alliance. Mentorship is different from leadership. There are so many kinds of connection. Lien's awareness rippled with wonder. I can feel them all. Every person in the world, connected to every other person, and every connection is unique. Like snowflakes. Like worlds, Luo Feng corrected gently. Every connection is unique because every pair of things that connect is unique. That's why the Tao works, because it doesn't force uniformity. It celebrates difference. I like difference. Difference makes connection interesting. Luo Feng smiled. The person notes physical expression of a world's emotional state, and felt, for the first time since the Realm Devourer System activated, that the path had arrived not at a destination but at a beginning. His world was alive, conscious, thinking, feeling, growing, and it wanted to connect. Chapter 87. Fellow cultivators, if this tale of a realm devourer who grew a world alive has captivated your Tao heart, then strengthen this channel so we can continue bringing you epic cultivation journeys. Smash that like button like Luo Feng connecting continents. Every click builds a bridge. Drop a comment below and tell us, if Xianxia's world consciousness could talk to you, what would you ask it? Subscribe and hit that notification bell so you never miss a chapter. And share this video with every cultivation fan who loves world building taken to the absolute limit. Your support keeps these audiobooks alive. Now back to the story. 50 years after Immortal Ascension, Xianxia was connected to 5 of the 7 known continents through permanent intercontinental bridges. The portal network had grown to over 200 permanent gateways, a web of connections that linked major population centers across 5 continents in a transportation and communication infrastructure that had no precedent in the cultivation world's history. The connected civilization's population exceeded 10 million. Residents of Xianxia, who'd chosen the world as their permanent home, building lives within its biomes and contributing to its growing culture. Millions more visited regularly through the portal network, cultivating in Xianxia's enhanced environment and trading for its unique resources. Luo Feng's cultivation had reached Immortal Ascension's peak, the highest level that had been documented in the cultivation world's history. Beyond this level, cultivation paths diverged into territory that even Xianxia's primordial era knowledge couldn't fully map. There is a level beyond Immortal Ascension, she said during one of their increasingly rare private conversations. At 130 years old physically, though she'd lived over 10,000 years in stasis, Xianxia had finally begun to show signs of age. Not physical decay. Spirit-severing cultivators were effectively ageless, but a mellowing, a softening of the sharp edges that had characterized her personality. My master spoke of it. She called it sovereign transcendence, the point at which a world sovereign's consciousness fully merges with the universal fabric, not just their inner world, but all of reality. Becoming the universe? Becoming the principle that governs the universe. For you, that would mean the Tao of connection becoming a universal constant. Not just a personal truth or a world's nature, but a fundamental law of reality itself. That's not cultivation. That's apotheosis. Yes, and I suspect it's the natural endpoint of the Realm Eater path. She looked at him with eyes that held 10,000 years of accumulated wisdom and the particular affection of a teacher who'd watched her students surpass everything she'd imagined possible. You started as a porter in a dying realm. You're now the consciousness of a world with 10 million inhabitants, connected to 5 continents through bridges you built across the void. The next step is connecting to everything. Everything is a big word. You're a big world. He laughed, and the sound rippled through Xianxia's atmosphere, generating a brief, warm weather pattern that crossed 3 biomes before dissipating. Lien, the world consciousness, had matured significantly over the decades. Its understanding of connection had deepened from childlike wonder to sophisticated philosophy. It could now participate in complex discussions, manage aspects of the world's governance that Luo Feng delegated to it, and, most significantly, initiate new connections on its own. Lien had independently reached out to the 2 remaining uncontacted continents, the Tianming and Xinzhou land masses, located at the cultivation world's most remote positions. Using a combination of void substrate bridging and dimensional weaving learned from the Xianling Alliance, Lien had established preliminary contact with both continents' cultivation civilizations. They're both interested in connection, Lien reported, its planetary voice carrying the excited vibration of an entity that had discovered new potential friends. Tianming has a cultivation tradition based on fate, the manipulation of predestined connections. They say my Tao resonates with theirs. And Shenzhou. Lien paused, its awareness flickering with an emotion that Luo Feng interpreted as awe. Shenzhou has a world builder who's been operating for 3,000 years. Their world is bigger than me. A bigger world. An older world builder. The Realm Eater path, practiced independently on a different continent for 3 millennia. They want to connect, Lien said. Both of them. They want bridges. Then we build bridges. Always. Always. Chapter 88. The connection with Shenzhou's world builder was the most significant event in Luo Feng's cultivation history since the Immortal Ascension itself. Her name was Xianxia, mountain and river, and she had been building worlds since before Luo Feng's grandfather was born. Her inner world, ascended to independent reality 2,000 years ago, was called Xianxia, the world of mountain and river. Its effective surface area exceeded 50 million square kilometers, roughly a quarter of the Qinglong continent's size. She arrived at Lianjia's western portal through the preliminary connection Lien had established, a tall, weathered woman whose cultivation defied classification. She wasn't Immortal Ascension. She was something beyond it, something that the Eastern Territory's cultivation framework didn't have a name for. Sovereign Transcendence. Jiang Qingwei identified immediately. She's achieved it. The level beyond Immortal Ascension. Shanhe looked at Lianjia with the patient attention of a gardener examining a promising seedling. Young, she said, but strong. Your Tao is clear, connection. I can feel it in the dimensional fabric, in the void substrate, in the way your biomes interact. She smiled. My Tao is harmony. The principle that different things can coexist without conflict. We're cousins, you and I. Your world is much larger than mine. My world has been growing for 3,000 years. Give yours time. She paused, her expression becoming more focused. I came because Lien, your world's consciousness, reached across the void with a sincerity that I haven't felt in centuries. Your world wants to connect. My world wants to harmonize. If our worlds can bridge, they'd create something neither could create alone. A network. A web of worlds, connected across continents, each one contributing its unique Tao to a shared reality. Not one world governing others. Many worlds, linked by bridges, each maintaining its own nature while participating in something larger. The vision was vast. Not a single world growing to encompass everything. That was conquest, not connection. But a network of worlds, each sovereign, each unique, linked by bridges that allowed exchange without absorption. I've been connecting, not absorbing, for 20 years, Luo Feng said. The absorption phase ended at Immortal Ascension. Since then, growth has been natural, species evolving, biomes expanding, territory developing organically. The next phase isn't more absorption. It's more connection. Exactly. Shawnee's approval was warm. The path beyond Immortal Ascension isn't about growing your own world. It's about connecting your world to others. Sovereign transcendence means becoming part of the universal fabric, and the universal fabric is made of connections between worlds. The Tao of connection as a universal constant. Yes, and it can only be achieved through practice, through actually building the connections, bridging the voids, linking the worlds. Not as theory, as reality. The World Network project began that day. Shan He and Luo Feng, working together, two world builders whose Taos were complementary, designed a framework for connecting independent worlds across the cultivation universe's continental geography. The framework was called the Great Bridge. Chapter 89. The Great Bridge was not a single connection, but a network, a web of interworld portals linking Lianjia, Shanhijia, and eventually every world builder's creation across the 7 continents. Each bridge was bidirectional, each connection was consensual, and each world maintained its sovereignty while participating in the shared network. Building the framework took 5 years of external time. The engineering combined Lianjia's void substrate bridging, Shanhijia's harmonization technology, and contributions from world weavers, beast cultivators, and fate manipulators from 3 continents. The result was a dimensional infrastructure that connected 5 worlds across 4 continents, a web of portals through which cultivators, materials, knowledge, and culture flowed with the ease of rivers finding their natural courses. The Great Bridge's effect on the cultivation world was transformative. Sects that had operated in continental isolation for millennia suddenly had access to techniques, resources, and knowledge from traditions they'd never imagined. The cross-pollination of cultivation methods produced advances that dwarfed anything individual traditions had achieved in isolation. Connection cultivation, Luo Feng's Tao expressed as methodology, became the dominant paradigm across 3 continents within a decade. Not because it was imposed, but because it worked. Cultivators who connected advanced faster. Communities that bridged differences prospered. Worlds that linked to the Great Bridge grew more complex and more sustainable. The Tao of connection wasn't just Luo Feng's personal truth anymore. It was becoming the cultivation world's operating principle. And through it all, Lien grew. The world consciousness, now 50 years old, had matured from a curious child into a sophisticated entity with its own perspectives, preferences, and relationships. Lien had formed friendships with other world consciousnesses through the Great Bridge, particularly with Xianxia's consciousness, a 3,000-year-old entity named simply River, whose harmonious nature complemented Lien's connective drive. "We talk about everything," Lien told Luo Feng during one of their conversations in the quiet. "River tells me about the old days, the early centuries of its existence, when it was small and uncertain. It's comforting to know that even old worlds remember being young. Worlds grow up, just like people. But worlds don't stop growing. People eventually stabilize. Worlds keep expanding, keep connecting, keep evolving." Lien paused, its awareness rippling with something complex. "I want to keep growing forever. Is that selfish? Growth isn't selfish if it includes others. Your growth creates space for more life, more connections, more bridges. That's generosity, not selfishness." River says the same thing. River says growth is love expressed as territory. Luo Feng smiled. His world was quoting philosophy at him. River sounds wise. River is 3,000 years old. It has had time to think. And you? I am 50 years old. I am still learning. Another pause, longer. But I am learning well. I can feel it. Every new connection I make, every bridge I help build, every person who calls me home, I understand the Tao a little better. Connection isn't just about linking things together. It's about making things belong. Belong. The word resonated through the world soul's awareness with the force of a realized truth. That was the Tao of connection's deepest expression. Not linking, not bridging, not networking. Belonging. Making things belong to each other. Making people belong to worlds and worlds belong to people. Making isolation impossible and community inevitable. The realization triggered the cultivation advancement that Xianxia had predicted years ago. Sovereign transcendence threshold detected. Tao of connection. Final refinement. Belonging. World network. Providing universal context for transcendence. Requirement. Complete connection between all world consciousnesses in the Great Bridge Network. Status. 5 of 7 continents connected. 5 world consciousnesses in active communication. Remaining, 2 continents, Tianming and Shenzhou secondary nodes, 2 more connections, 2 more bridges. Then the Tao of connection would be expressed completely across the cultivation world's entire geography, a universal network of worlds linked by belonging. 2 more, Luo Feng said. Then we'll see what sovereign transcendence looks like. Chapter 90. The final 2 bridges were built in the 60th year after Immortal Ascension. The Tianming continent's fate cultivators contributed a unique element to the Great Bridge, temporal stability. Their fate manipulation techniques could predict dimensional stress points and preemptively reinforce bridges before they experienced strain. The addition made the entire network more resilient, a fate-reinforced web of connections that adapted to changing conditions before they became problems. The Shenzhou continent's secondary world builder, a relatively young practitioner whose world was still at the pre-ascension stage, connected through Xianxia's existing bridge, adding a 7th node to the Great Bridge Network. 7 continents, 7 connections, 1 network. The Great Bridge was complete, and through it, 5 world consciousnesses, Lien, River, and 3 others from the Xianling, Yaoguang, and Tianming continents, were in continuous communication. 5 planetary minds, each with its own Tao and personality, linked through the void substrate connective medium that Luo Feng had pioneered decades ago. 5 worlds, belonging to each other. The sovereign transcendence initiated not as a dramatic breakthrough, but as a quiet recognition. The cultivation world's dimensional fabric acknowledging what Luo Feng had built and incorporating it into its fundamental structure. The Tao of connection ceased to be personal or even planetary. It became universal. Every connection in the cultivation world, between atoms, between organisms, between people, between worlds, between continents, resonated with the Tao that Luo Feng had spent 60 years expressing through every absorption, every bridge, every belonging. The void between worlds, once hostile and isolating, became a medium of connection. The same transformation that had occurred within Xianxia's void substrate now extended to the universal void. The spaces between things became the channels through which things related to each other. The entire cultivation world became, in that moment, a little more connected. Not dramatically, not obviously, not in a way that most cultivators would notice, but fundamentally, at the level of dimensional fabric, of spatial architecture, of reality's basic structure. The world became more connective. Bridges formed more easily. Communication traveled faster. Cultivation techniques crossed traditions more fluidly. Species migrated between continents through natural dimensional channels that hadn't existed before. The universe was learning to connect, guided by a Tao that had started in a dying realm and grown to encompass worlds. Sovereign transcendence complete. Luo Feng. Sovereign transcendent. Tao of connection. Universal constant. Xianxia. Fully integrated into universal dimensional fabric. Great bridge network. Self-sustaining. World consciousness. Lian fully mature. Status. Beyond classification. Beyond classification. The cultivation world's taxonomy. Qi condensation to immortal ascension. Didn't have a category for what Luo Feng had become. He wasn't just a cultivator anymore. He wasn't just a world. He was a principle, expressed through a world, experienced as a person. The Tao of connection, incarnate. Chapter 91. In the years that followed sovereign transcendence, Luo Feng's existence settled into a rhythm that was less about advancement and more about maintenance, guidance, and, to his ongoing surprise, parenthood. Not biological parenthood, though he and Suyu had children, 3 of them, each born inside Xianxia and raised in the world's rich, connected environment. But planetary parenthood. Lian was his child, a world consciousness born from his creation, growing and developing and forming its own identity with the simultaneous wonder and anxiety that characterized every parent-child relationship. Lian was 60 years old now, ancient by human standards, infant by planetary ones. Its personality had stabilized into something that Suyu described as enthusiastic introvert, a consciousness that loved connection but needed regular periods of quiet processing to integrate its experiences. Like father, like planet, she said during one of their evenings in the quiet. I'm not an enthusiastic introvert. You literally built a room inside your own world where you can hide from your own world consciousness. That's the most introverted thing anyone has ever done. He couldn't argue with the logic. Their children, twin girls named Luo Yu and Luo Jian, and a younger son named Luo Shan, were remarkable in ways that connection cultivation couldn't fully explain. They'd been born inside a world whose consciousness they were linked to, raised in environments that responded to their emotional states, and educated by a spirit-severing ancient cultivator, a reformed void walker, and 2 parents who were, respectively, a universal principle incarnate and the foremost spatial theorist alive. Luo Yu, the eldest twin, had inherited her mother's analytical mind and her father's world awareness. At 30, she'd reached nascent soul through a cultivation path that combined spatial theory with connection principles, developing the ability to perceive the Great Bridge Network's dimensional structure with a clarity that exceeded even the crystal mind's analysis. Luo Jian, the younger twin, had inherited something entirely unexpected, a fragment of Lian's world consciousness. She could communicate with world consciousnesses directly, not through the crystal mind's processing interface, but through an innate awareness that let her feel what worlds felt. She served as Lian's primary human interpreter, translating the world consciousness's planetary expressions into language that human governance could work with. Luo Shan, the youngest, was 7 years old and showed no exceptional cultivation abilities whatsoever. He liked fishing in the coral ocean, collecting crystals from the Frostfire Belt, and riding on the jade stag's antlers. He was, by any reasonable assessment, the most normal member of a family that included a planet, a world consciousness, and 3 continents worth of political relationships. Luo Feng loved all 3 of them with a depth that the world's soul amplified across 17,000 square kilometers of continental territory, a love so vast that it manifested as warm weather patterns and increased floral blooming whenever they visited the quiet together. You're making it rain flowers again, Suyu noted as cherry blossoms drifted from a tree that had spontaneously bloomed in response to Luo Shan's laughter. I can't help it. The world loves him. The world loves everything. You're the one with the flower rain response to cute children. Guilty. The family dynamic was complicated by the unique circumstances of their existence. A family where one parent was also the world they lived in, where their home was a planetary consciousness, and where going outside, meant stepping through a portal to a different continent. But the complications were navigated with the same principle that governed everything in Xianxia: connection, communication, belonging. They belonged to each other. And that was enough. Chapter 92. 75 years after immortal ascension, Xianxia died. Not from combat, not from cultivation failure, not from the countless threats that had shaped her 10,000-year existence. She died because, finally, she was ready. Spirit-severing cultivators were functionally ageless. Their cultivation arrested biological decay indefinitely. But Xianxia had been in stasis for 10 millennia before her awakening in Xianxia. The stasis had preserved her body, but not her spirit. Her cultivation had sustained her for decades after awakening. But the accumulated spiritual fatigue of 10,000 years of semi-conscious existence was, eventually, insurmountable. She felt it coming months in advance. A gradual dimming of her spiritual energy, a gentle loosening of the connections between her consciousness and her cultivation. She told Luo Feng first. "The ancient systems are failing," she said, sitting in the frozen wastes where she'd first been sealed. The landscape that had been her home realm, preserved inside Xianxia as the biome where she'd spent her entire modern life. The stasis took more than I realized. My spiritual foundation was damaged at a level that even the harmony resonance can't reach. The Time Valley would extend my life, but not heal the damage. The foundation cracks are temporal. They exist in the structure of my cultivation itself, embedded by 10,000 years of stasis. No amount of time or energy will close them. Then I'll find a way. My Tao is connection. I can connect the cracks, bridge the damage. Luo Feng. Her voice was gentle. The voice of a teacher who loved her student and knew when to deliver a truth that couldn't be softened. You cannot connect what has been dissolved. Some voids are not gaps to be bridged, but spaces where something has already departed. He felt it then, through the world soul's awareness, through the crystal mind's monitoring, through the intimate connection between a world and the person who'd taught it to grow. The damage in Xianxingyue's spiritual foundation was real, deep, and irreversible. Her cultivation was unwinding, slowly, gently, like a flower closing at sunset. How long? A few months, perhaps half a year. The months that followed were the most difficult of Luo Feng's 60-year post-ascension existence. Xianxingyue spent them doing what she'd always done: teaching, researching, arguing with Su Yu about spatial theory, and mentoring Xianxia's cultivators with the fierce brilliance that had characterized her since her awakening. She also spent time with Lian. The world consciousness had developed a special relationship with the ancient cultivator, the entity that had existed within its reality since before it was born, whose presence was woven into the frozen waste's spiritual signature, whose isotribute energy had become an integral part of the world's elemental cycle. "You were here before I was aware," Lian said during one of their conversations. "You were part of me before I knew I existed. When I became conscious, you were already one of the feelings I felt. The cold, the clarity, the patience. I was a frozen woman in a temple. You were a world being born. We grew up together, in a sense. Will you continue? After your body, my cultivation will dissipate. My consciousness will end. But the mark I've left on your world, my teachings, my spatial restructuring, my presence in the frozen wastes, will remain. I will be gone, but my connections will persist. Then you won't really end. Connections don't end. You taught me that." Xianxingyue smiled. The warm, genuine smile that she'd shown increasingly over the decades, as the ice of 10,000 years of isolation had melted in the warmth of a world that had given her purpose. "I taught you well." She died on a winter morning in the frozen wastes, sitting on a glacier overlooking the frozen sea, surrounded by the ice stalkers who had guarded her since the day the ice realm was absorbed. Her spirit-severing cultivation released in a quiet exhalation. Ice energy flowing outward into the biome that had been her home, merging with the landscape, becoming indistinguishable from the world itself. The frozen wastes bloomed. Not flowers, ice flowers. Crystalline formations of extraordinary beauty erupted from every surface of the biome, their structures encoding Xianxingyue's spatial knowledge in mineral form. Thousands of years of primordial era wisdom crystallized into ice formations that would persist as long as the biome existed. Her knowledge, preserved in the world she'd helped build. Luo Feng stood at the glacier's edge, the person node of a world that had lost someone essential, and felt the grief of a planet mourning a resident who had been part of its first breath. The frozen waste grew colder that year. The ice stalkers howled for 3 days. The storm phoenix circled the biome in silent vigil, its lightning subdued to a gentle, constant glow. And in the Crystal Valley, the crystal mine's harmony sprites dimmed, just slightly, acknowledging in their luminous way, that something precious had been lost. But the connections remained. The bridges she'd built, the knowledge she'd shared, the principles she'd taught a boy who became a world. Connection doesn't end with death. It transforms. Chapter 93. The century mark arrived quietly. 100 years since immortal ascension, approximately 110 years since Luo Feng had accidentally swallowed a dying realm in the Twilight Ruins. He was 130 years old. Young, by cultivator standards, barely middle-aged for an immortal ascension cultivator, and effectively eternal at sovereign transcendence. His physical avatar hadn't aged past the apparent late 20s, and his world consciousness operated with the clarity and depth of a continental intelligence. Xianxia's population had stabilized at 20 million permanent residents, with hundreds of millions of regular visitors through the Great Bridge portal network. The world's effective surface area exceeded 15 million square kilometers, larger than many external continents, with a biodiversity that surpassed any external ecosystem. The Great Bridge connected all 7 continents. The cultivation world was, for the first time in its history, fully linked, a web of connections spanning the entire habitable reality, with Xianxia as its central hub and the Tao of Connection as its operating principle. The centennial was celebrated across the network, festivals in 5 continents, commemorations in all 7, and a moment of synchronized awareness where every world consciousness in the Great Bridge hummed in harmony. Lian organized the celebration with the enthusiasm of a 70-year-old planetary consciousness throwing its first major party. Everyone should feel welcome, Lian said. Every person, every beast, every crystal, every spirit. This celebration belongs to all of us. And it did. 20 million inhabitants, 12 beast kings, for cognitive networks, 200 portal gateways, and 1 world consciousness celebrating a century of growth, connection, and belonging. Suyu stood beside Luo Feng at the quiet, watching the celebration through the portal that connected their private space to the Crystal Valley's central plaza. She was 128 years old, spirit severing peak, the most published spatial theorist in cultivation history, and the mother of 3 remarkable children and 7 grandchildren. 100 years, she said, since you opened the portal. 110 since I ate a dying realm by accident. And look what grew from that accident. She gestured at the celebration below, millions of lights, thousands of songs, the joyful noise of a civilization that existed because a 20-year-old porter had been in the wrong place at the wrong time and consumed a world. Not an accident, he said, echoing words that Xianxia had spoken to him nearly a century ago. Space remembers. The realm chose to give itself to me. Every absorption since then has been a choice, theirs and mine. And the future? He looked outward, not through the portal, but through the world soul's awareness, reaching beyond Xianxia's boundaries, through the Great Bridge network, across the void between continents, to the edges of the cultivation world's known geography. Beyond those edges, the void continued. Unknown spaces, unexplored reality, possible worlds, waiting to be found, possible connections, waiting to be made. More, he said, always more. Not because the hunger demands it. It doesn't, not anymore. Because connection is infinite. There's always another bridge to build, another void to cross, another world to welcome. Always forward, always connected. She leaned against him. The person node, the world avatar, the consciousness of a planet expressed as a man standing next to his wife, and felt the world pulse around them with the steady rhythm of a reality that had learned to breathe on its own. The celebration continued below. 20 million voices, raised in joy, echoing through a world that had started as nothing and become everything. And the Tao of connection, universal now, woven into the fabric of reality itself, hummed through the void between stars, reaching for something vast and unknown and wonderful. The next bridge, the next connection, the next belonging. Always forward, always together, always connected. Chapter 94. Luo Feng's children carried his legacy in different directions, 3 paths diverging from the same route, each expressing the Tao of connection in a unique way. Luo Yu, the spatial theorist, developed what she called dimensional archaeology, the study of extinct pocket realms through the void scars they'd left behind. Using her nascent soul-level spatial perception and the Great Bridge Network's scanning capabilities, she could reconstruct the history of realms that had collapsed naturally millennia ago, reading their stories in the void's memory. Every realm that ever existed left an impression, she explained during her first major publication, a work that revolutionized the cultivation world's understanding of its own history. The void remembers. And if we can read those memories, we can understand the primordial era not through texts and legends, but through the actual experiences of the worlds that existed then. Her research revealed that the cultivation world had once contained thousands of pocket realms, a density of created realities that dwarfed the modern era's sparse scattering. The primordial war between realm builders and void walkers had destroyed most of them, their collapses contributing to the void's current hostility and the spatial fabric's degraded state. The implication was clear: the Great Bridge Network wasn't just a modern innovation. It was a restoration, a rebuilding of the interworld connectivity that had existed naturally in the primordial era before war had torn it apart. Luo Jian, the world interpreter, took a different path. Her ability to communicate directly with world consciousnesses made her invaluable to the Great Bridge's governance. She served as the primary translator between human political structures and planetary awareness, ensuring that world consciousnesses had a voice in decisions that affected their realities. She also discovered that world consciousnesses could reproduce. The discovery came when Xianxia's consciousness, expressed interest in creating a small world, a child world, connected to me but independent. Luo Jian facilitated the process, guiding Lian through a dimensional budding event that produced a miniature world, a 100-kilometer sphere that existed as a satellite of Xianxia, connected through a permanent bridge but governed by its own nascent consciousness. The child world, named Xiao Lian, Little Connection, by its parent, was the first world-born world in cultivation history. A consciousness created by a consciousness, a reality generated by a reality. Worlds having children. Suyu murmured when she learned of the development. I should be surprised. I'm not. Reproduction is a fundamental characteristic of living systems, Luo Feng replied. Xianxia is alive. It was always going to reproduce eventually. Luo Shan, the youngest, surprised everyone by becoming neither a theorist nor an interpreter but a storyteller. At 45 years old, with core formation cultivation, respectable but unremarkable by family standards, Luo Shan traveled the Great Bridge Network, visiting every continent, every major world, and every connected civilization. He collected stories, the histories, myths, legends, and personal accounts of the cultivation world's diverse traditions. Then he brought them back to Xianxia and told them. His storytelling events in the Crystal Valley drew audiences of tens of thousands, cultivators from every tradition gathering to hear tales from continents they'd never visited, about traditions they'd never practiced, from perspectives they'd never considered. Connection isn't just about bridging distance, Luo Shan told audiences. It's about bridging understanding. A bridge you can walk across is useful. A story that lets you see through someone else's eyes is transformative. Luo Feng, watching his youngest son weave tales that connected audiences across cultural and continental divides, felt a pride that rippled through the world consciousness as a warm front that brought rain to the forest biome's western valleys. He's the most like you, Suyu said. He's nothing like me. I build worlds. He tells stories. Worlds are stories, Luo Feng. Every biome you absorbed carried a story, a history, a purpose, a meaning that persisted through the absorption. You didn't just eat realms. You collected their stories and preserved them in a world that remembers. She was right, as she usually was about the things that mattered. Chapter 95. The 2nd century after Immortal Ascension, Luo Feng's 200th year of existence, brought the most unexpected development of his long career. The universe spoke, not through the void, not through dimensional signatures or spatial disturbances, through connection. The Tao of connection, woven into the universal fabric through sovereign transcendence, had been quietly operating as a fundamental constant for a century, facilitating connections between everything in the cultivation world, making bridges easier, communication faster, and cooperation more natural. But a universal constant, operating across the entire cultivation world's dimensional geography, was also a sensor. A network of connections spanning 7 continents and millions of square kilometers was, effectively, a nervous system for reality itself. And through that nervous system, reality communicated. The message wasn't in words. It was in patterns, the same kind of patterns the crystal mind used, the same vibrational language that Lian spoke, but at a scale that dwarfed any individual consciousness. The universe was showing Luo Feng something. Through the Tao of Connection's universal network, he perceived the cultivation world's total structure for the first time, not just the 7 continents and their pocket realms, but the entire dimensional geography. The fabric of reality spread before his awareness like a map drawn in light and void. The cultivation world was a bubble, a sphere of structured reality, floating in an infinite void, beyond the 7 continents, beyond the intercontinental spaces, beyond the reach of even the Great Bridge's most extended connections. There was more. other bubbles, other cultivation worlds, other realities, each one a separate sphere of structured existence, floating in the universal void like islands in an infinite ocean. Hundreds of them, thousands, each one containing its own continents, its own cultivation traditions, its own worlds within worlds. Each one separated from the others by voids so vast that the intercontinental distances Luo Feng had bridged were trivial by comparison. And each one isolated, disconnected, alone in the void, unaware of the other's existence. There are other realities, Luo Feng said, and his voice resonated through the entire cultivation world, through every great bridge portal, every world consciousness, every connected mind in the network. Other cultivation worlds, thousands of them, all isolated, all disconnected. The Tao of connection stirred, not the hunger of realm absorption that had ended long ago. Something deeper, something that felt like purpose fulfilled and purpose renewed simultaneously. The ultimate disconnection, the ultimate void, the ultimate bridge waiting to be built. You want to connect them, Su Yu said, reading his expression with the intimacy of a century and a half of partnership. The Tao of connection doesn't stop at the cultivation world's boundaries. It applies everywhere, to everything. If there are thousands of isolated realities out there, each one containing civilizations that have never encountered each other, then they're waiting for a bridge. They're waiting for someone who belongs to them all. The project that followed made the Great Bridge look like a footpath. Chapter 96. The Interreality Bridge project consumed the next 50 years, a period of development that pushed the boundaries of what even sovereign transcendence cultivation could achieve. The fundamental challenge was scale. Intercontinental bridges span months of void travel. Interreality bridges would need to span. Luo Feng didn't have a unit of measurement for the distances involved. The universal void between reality bubbles operated on a scale that defied conventional spatial concepts. The solution came from an unexpected collaboration between Luo Feng, Xianxia, the Shenzhou world builder, and Xianxia, now 500 years post-Reformation, her void cultivation having evolved into something that even she couldn't fully categorize. The void between realities isn't space, Xianxia explained during the design phase. It's potential, unstructured dimensional energy that hasn't been organized into reality. To bridge it, we don't need to span distance. We need to create a corridor of organized reality through unorganized potential. Weave reality into the void, Xianxia added. Create a pathway of structured existence through the unstructured, and connect it to realities on both ends, Luo Feng completed. The void substrate provides the foundation. Weaving provides the structure. Connection provides the intent. The first interreality bridge took 20 years to build. 20 years of 3 sovereign transcendence-level cultivators working in concert, supported by a network of world consciousnesses and a civilization of 20 million souls whose collective spiritual energy fueled the most ambitious construction project in the history of existence. The bridge opened on a morning that the Crystal Mind later recorded as Year 150, Day 1, the day the universe connected. On the other side was a reality bubble containing a cultivation world that had been developing independently for approximately 8,000 years. Its cultivators, who practiced a tradition based on elemental weaving rather than chi cultivation, had never contacted another reality. They had believed their world was the entirety of existence. The first meeting between realities was conducted with the diplomacy of beings who understood the cosmic significance of the moment. 2 civilizations, each representing the peak of their respective realities' development, meeting across a void that neither had known could be crossed. "You're from outside?" the other reality's representative asked, her expression carrying the disbelief of someone whose worldview was being fundamentally reconstructed. "Outside our world. Outside. Everything. Not outside," Luo Feng replied. "Alongside. Your reality and ours exist in the same void, separated by unstructured potential. We've built a bridge through that potential. You're not alone anymore. We were never alone. No, you were just disconnected." The tears that followed were the most significant tears in the history of 2 realities. Chapter 97. Fellow cultivators, if this journey from a dying realm to the connection of realities has captivated your Tao heart, then strengthen this channel like Luo Feng strengthens the bridges between worlds. Smash that like button. Every click is a connection that makes this channel's world grow. Drop a comment and tell us. If you could bridge 2 realities, what would you hope to find on the other side? Subscribe and hit that notification bell so you're the first to know when the final chapters arrive. And share this video with everyone who loves cultivation stories that think big. Your support is the connection that keeps these audiobooks alive. Now, back to the story for the final chapters. Chapter 98. In the 300 years that followed the first interreality bridge, Luo Feng connected 47 realities, 47 cultivation worlds, each containing its own continents, civilizations, and cultivation traditions. 47 realities linked through the Great Reality Bridge Network, their inhabitants discovering for the first time that they weren't alone in the void. The diversity was staggering. Realities where cultivation was based on music rather than martial arts. Realities where spirit beasts were the dominant civilization and humans were rare. Realities where time flowed backward and cultivators aged into youth. Realities where the void itself was worshipped as the source of all power. Echoes of the Void Walker tradition, developed independently in isolation. Each reality added to the network's complexity. Each connection created new transition zones, not geographical, but cultural and philosophical. Where different cultivation traditions met, hybrid practices emerged. Where different worldviews encountered each other, new perspectives were born. The Tao of connection, operating at interreality scale, produced effects that Luo Feng hadn't predicted. The connected realities began to influence each other's fundamental physics. Spiritual energy from different realities, meeting through the bridge network, created hybrid energy types that didn't exist in any individual reality. Cultivation techniques that were impossible in one reality became possible through the infusion of foreign spiritual principles. The barriers between realities were thinning, not dangerously, but naturally. The connections were making the universal void less hostile, more navigable, more alive. Where bridges existed, the void was no longer empty. It was full of traffic, communication, and the gentle pressure of civilizations reaching toward each other across distances that had once been absolute. Luo Feng's world, Xianxia, had grown to match the scale of its mission. Its effective diameter now exceeded 10,000 kilometers. Its population exceeded 100 million. Its biodiversity included species from 12 different realities, adapted and hybridized into an ecology that was the most complex living system in the known multiverse. And Lian, the world consciousness, now 350 years old, had become something that defied any individual being's comprehension. Its awareness spanned not just Xianxia's 10,000-kilometer sphere, but the entire Great Reality Bridge network. It felt the pulse of 47 connected realities. It processed the interactions between civilizations that had been isolated since the beginning of time. Lian was the first multi-reality consciousness, a mind that thought across dimensional boundaries, that perceived existence from the perspective of a being for whom reality was not a singular concept, but a plural one. There are more, Lian told Luo Feng during one of their conversations in the quiet, which now required significant dimensional folding to maintain. Given the scale of the consciousness, it was filtering. More realities. Thousands more. Millions, possibly. The void is infinite, and every reality in it is isolated unless we build bridges. Millions of realities. Millions of civilizations that have never spoken to each other. Millions of cultivation traditions that have developed in isolation. Millions of worlds that think they're alone. Lian's awareness pulsed with a longing that Luo Feng recognized, because he'd felt it himself, 400 years ago, when the Realm Devourer System had first activated, and he'd felt the hunger that would drive his path forward. Not hunger. Purpose. We keep building, Luo Feng said. Always. Always. Until every reality that can be connected is connected. Until no world exists in isolation. Until the void between realities is full of bridges, and every being that exists knows that it belongs to something larger. That could take forever. Then it takes forever. The Tao of connection doesn't have an endpoint. There's always another gap to bridge. Lian was quiet for a moment. A planetary consciousness processing the implications of an infinite mission. Forever sounds right, it said finally. Let's do forever. Chapter 99. 400 years after a 20-year-old outer disciple accidentally swallowed a dying realm, Luo Feng stood at the nexus of the Great Reality Bridge network and looked at what he'd built. 47 connected realities. 100 million permanent residents of Xianxia. 100 billion beings across the network who'd been touched by the Tao of connection. A web of bridges spanning distances that the human mind couldn't comprehend, linking civilizations that had existed in isolation since the beginning of time. And still the void stretched ahead, infinite and full of unreached worlds. Suyu stood beside him. 370 years old, Tao-seeking cultivation, achieved through centuries of inner-world accelerated advancement. The most cited scholar in the multi-reality academic network, and the only person who could consistently convince a world consciousness, 12 beast kings, and a sovereign transcendent cultivator to take a day off. You're thinking about the future, she said. I'm always thinking about the future. The future is where the unbuilt bridges are. And the past. He considered. Through the world soul's awareness, he could reach back through Xianxia's geological memory, the preserved echoes of every realm he'd absorbed, every connection he'd built, every life he'd carried. The sulfur wastes, his first biome, toxic and barren, now a thriving volcanic ecosystem supporting 300 species. The frozen wastes, Xianxia's home, now blooming with ice flowers that encoded her wisdom in crystal. The coral ocean, warm, clear, full of fish that had been swimming in a dying realm's waters 400 years ago and now navigated the currents of a world-spanning sea. The ancient forest, 10,000 years of preserved ecology, its trees older than civilizations, its root networks spanning continents. Every realm he'd consumed, every world he'd saved, every dying reality that he'd caught at the edge of oblivion and folded into a world that grew and connected and belonged. The past is here, he said, gesturing at the world around them. Every biome is a story. Every species is a memory. Every crystal formation and weather pattern and ocean current carries the echo of a world that would have dissolved into nothing if I hadn't been there. And the present? He looked at her, the woman who'd punched his shoulder when she was nervous and argued about spatial theory when she was excited, and loved him with a directness that had never wavered across 4 centuries of cosmic transformation. The present is you. She smiled, the same smile she'd given him in the library 100 lifetimes ago when she'd first decided he was interesting. Romantic. For a planet. I'm a very romantic planet. You're a planet who makes it rain flowers when our grandchildren visit. Guilty. They stood together in the quiet, a person and a world, a researcher and a reality. 2 beings who'd started as sect disciples and become something that the cultivation world's vocabulary hadn't been equipped to describe. And around them, the world breathed. The crystal mind hummed. The beast kings patrolled their ancient territories. The harmony sprites drifted through formations of light and crystal. 25 biomes cycled through seasons that the storm sky's weather systems conducted with the precision of a symphony. Connected. Every part to every other part. Every atom to every atom. Every world to every world. The Tao of connection, expressed through a reality that had started as a cracked, toxic remnant in a dying dimension's last breath. And still growing. Still reaching. Still building bridges across the void. Always forward. Always connected. Always belonging. Chapter 100. On the 400th anniversary of the Realm Devourer System's activation, the universe held its breath. Not the cultivation world, the entire universe. Every connected reality, every bridge, every void between realities paused for a single, synchronized moment as something shifted in the fundamental fabric of existence. The Tao of connection completed its integration into universal law. For 4 centuries, the Tao had been spreading, from personal truth to world nature to universal constant to interreality principle. Each stage had deepened its influence, expanded its reach, extended its effect. And now, at the 4th-century mark, the final integration occurred. Connection became not just a truth of reality, but the truth. Not the only truth, the Tao of harmony, the Tao of dissolution, the Tao of creation, and 1,000 other Taos continued to operate. But the Tao of connection became the medium through which all other Taos expressed themselves. Because every Tao was a connection. Harmony was the connection between different things. Creation was the connection between potential and reality. Dissolution was the connection between existence and void. Every principle, every law, every truth was fundamentally an expression of how things related to each other. Connection was the Tao beneath all Taos. The truth beneath all truths. And Luo Feng, person, planet, principle, felt the integration as a warmth that spread through every atom of his being, every reality in his network, every bridge across every void. He didn't change. He didn't ascend to some higher form or transcend into pure consciousness or dissolve into the universal fabric. He remained what he'd always been, a world with a person inside it, a person with a world inside him, a bridge between the two that was indistinguishable from either. But the universe changed. Slightly, imperceptibly to most. But fundamentally, connections became easier. Everywhere. In every reality. Communication traveled faster. Relationships formed more naturally. Bridges between different things, people, cultures, worlds, realities, grew with less resistance and more resilience. The universe became, in a way that would take millennia to fully express, more connected. And somewhere in the void between realities, in the infinite potential that stretched between every island of existence, new realities began to form. Spontaneously, naturally. budding from the universal fabric the way pocket realms had once budded from Luo Feng's surplus emissions. New worlds, born from connection, seated by a Tao that said, nothing should exist alone. Luo Feng sat in the quiet, his small, personal space within the vast reality he'd become, and felt the universe breathing around him. Suyu was there, always there. 400 years of partnership distilled into a presence that was as essential to his world as the pentahedral core. What happens now? She asked. Now we keep going. There are new realities forming. Universes being born from the connection principle. They'll grow, develop, and eventually become conscious. And when they do, they'll reach out. And you'll be there. We'll be there. He took her hand. Always. The world pulsed. The universe breathed. The void between realities shimmered with the light of bridges being built, connections being made, and worlds reaching for each other across distances that had once been absolute. And a cultivator who'd started as a nobody, a porter in a dying realm, carrying rocks for people who didn't know his name, sat with the woman he loved and watched the universe learn to connect, one bridge at a time. The hunger was gone. The purpose remained. Forward. Connected. Belonging. Always. And so the Tao continues. Chapter 101. 500 years after the Twilight Ruins. Luo Feng sat on a cliff overlooking the Coral Ocean, the same ocean that had been a dying water realm called Echo, 19, consumed by a terrified Foundation establishment cultivator hiding from Black Lotus sect patrols nearly 5 centuries ago. The ocean was vast now. 3,000 kilometers of warm, clear water teeming with species that had evolved across 400 generations of accelerated inner-world development. Fish with crystalline scales that refracted the inner sun's light into rainbow patterns swam alongside creatures that hadn't existed in any realm before Xianxia. Species born from the intersection of water, light, and void substrate, adapted to an environment that was simultaneously ocean, dimension, and living world. 500 years. Half a millennium since a cracked dantian in a collapsing dimension had opened and swallowed a world. The thought felt distant, not because the memories had faded, but because the scale of what had followed made the origin seem almost impossibly small. A boy, a dying realm, an accidental absorption, and from that seed, an interconnected web of realities spanning the multiverse. Reflecting, Suyu settled beside him on the cliff. 518 years old, immortal ascension cultivation, her hair still dark, a vanity she maintained through deliberate cultivation technique, her mind still the sharpest in any room she entered. Remembering, the Coral Ocean was my third absorption. Echo 19. I fought a core formation cultivator afterward and ran through a swamp for 2 weeks. You also talked to the fish before absorbing them. I'll take care of you. I read it in the historical records. The historical records include that? Luo Shan included it in his oral history compilation. Volume 17, Chapter 32, The Fish Whisperer. It's quite popular with children. Luo Feng sighed. Being a cosmic principle incarnate did not, apparently, protect one from embarrassment by one's own children. Their family had grown across the centuries. Luo Yu's dimensional archaeology had become an established academic field, her students and successors mapping the void's memory of extinct realities with precision that rivaled direct observation. Luo Jian's world interpretation had spawned a diplomatic tradition. Every major reality in the network now had trained interpreters who could communicate with world consciousnesses. And Luo Shan's storytelling tradition had evolved into a multi-reality cultural institution, with storytellers traveling the bridge network like the wandering bards of ancient civilizations. Grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and further descendants numbered in the hundreds, a family tree that spanned generations and realities, each branch carrying some expression of the Tao of connection in their cultivation. Do you remember what I said when you first showed me the inner world? Suyu asked. You said this is real. This isn't a technique or an illusion. This is an actual inner world. Before that, you said, you're staring. She laughed, a sound that the world soul processed and translated into a warm weather front that would bring gentle rain to the forest biomes' eastern valleys in approximately 4 hours. I said if you have questions about spatial cultivation, ask them. Don't lurk. And you asked about inner world development. At second layer, chi condensation. Fifth layer, I was hiding my cultivation. You were hiding a dying world inside yourself and pretending to be normal. That's the most Luo Feng thing imaginable. He smiled. The inner sun caught the expression and, through some quirk of world consciousness emotional feedback, brightened fractionally, warm golden lights spreading across the ocean's surface. Stop making the weather respond to your feelings, Suyu said. It's distracting. I literally cannot help it. I am the weather. Then feel less. Or feel more quietly. That is a contradiction. So is being a person and a planet simultaneously, but you manage that fine. 5 centuries of marriage. 5 centuries of argument, collaboration, discovery, and the particular intimacy of sharing existence with someone who'd known you before you were a world. Suyu was the thread that connected Luo Feng the person to Luo Feng the reality. The reminder that somewhere inside the cosmic principle, the boy who'd talked to fish still existed. He reached for her hand. The person node's physical gesture, small and human, and entirely inadequate for expressing what a world felt for the person sitting beside it. She took his hand, as she always had, as she always would. What's next? She asked. The question of 500 years. The question that had driven every absorption, every bridge, every connection from the Twilight Ruins to the multiverse. The new realities, he said. The ones forming from the connection principle's universal influence. They're developing consciousness, young, curious, reaching out. They need guidance. They need bridges. They need to know they're not alone. You're going to teach baby universes how to make friends. When you phrase it like that, it sounds absurd. Everything you've done sounds absurd when phrased correctly. That's never stopped you. He looked out at the ocean, his world's ocean, the preserved remnant of a reality that would have dissolved into nothing 5 centuries ago, and felt the pull. Not hunger, not need, not even purpose, exactly. Joy. The simple, profound joy of connecting things that were separate, of building bridges across voids, of making isolation impossible and belonging inevitable. Let's go find them, he said. The baby universes? The baby universes. She stood, brushed off her robes, and held out her hand. Lead the way, world sovereign. He took her hand, and together, person and planet, researcher and reality, two beings who'd been connecting things since a library conversation 500 years ago, they walked toward the next bridge. Chapter 102. The nascent realities were scattered throughout the universal void like seeds in untilled soil, tiny bubbles of structured existence, each one a few years old, each one developing the basic dimensional fabric that would eventually become a habitable cultivation world. Luo Feng found the first one through the Tao of Connection's universal awareness, a ping of structured existence in the infinite void, small and uncertain, like a heartbeat in an empty room. The bubble was tiny, perhaps a kilometer across, its dimensional fabric still forming, its interior a swirl of undifferentiated spiritual energy waiting to condense into biomes, ecosystems, and eventually consciousness. He didn't absorb it. The hunger for absorption had ended centuries ago. Instead, he connected with it, extending a thread of the Tao of connection across the void, linking his awareness to the nascent reality's developing structure. The bubble responded, not with consciousness, it was far too young for that, but with a reflexive orientation, the way a plant turns toward sunlight. The nascent reality felt the connection and leaned into it, its developing fabric drawing stability from the mature reality it had linked to. It's learning from Xianxia, Lien observed, monitoring the interaction through the Great Reality Bridge Network's expanded sensors. The nascent reality is using the connection as a template, modeling its own development on the patterns it receives through the link. It's imprinting, Suyu corrected, the way a newly hatched bird imprints on the first thing it sees. This nascent reality is imprinting on Xianxia's structure. Is that good? It means it will develop connection-positive architecture, biomes that interact naturally, transition zones that generate novelty, ecological structures that reward cooperation. She paused. It means your Tao is reproducing through the realities you influence. The Tao of connection, propagating through the universe by connecting with nascent realities and shaping their development toward cooperative structure. Not by force or design, by example, by being the first thing they connected with, and thereby becoming the pattern they grew toward. That's how it works, Luo Feng said quietly. The Tao of connection doesn't impose itself. It offers itself, and things that connect with it develop the capacity to connect with other things. Viral connection, Suyu said. Self-propagating cooperative architecture. I prefer living Tao. Same thing. Better marketing. Over the following decades, Luo Feng connected with 40 nascent realities, each one a developing bubble of existence that imprinted on Xianxia's structure and began growing toward connection-positive architecture. Some developed faster than others. A few developed consciousness within years, young, curious minds reaching through the connection to ask the same question Lien had asked 3 centuries ago. Are we friends? The answer was always the same. Yes, we're friends. Chapter 103. 600 years after the Twilight Ruins. The Great Reality Bridge Network now spanned 112 connected realities, with 40 nascent realities in various stages of development. The network's total population exceeded 10 billion beings, spread across civilizations that range from newly formed communities in young realities to ancient cultures in established ones. The connected civilization, the multi-reality community that had grown from Xianxia's original population, had developed cultural institutions that span the network. Schools where students from different realities studied together. Markets where resources from 100 worlds were traded. Festivals that celebrated the diversity of the network's constituent realities. And libraries. Vast, interconnected libraries maintained by Luo Shan's storytelling tradition, containing the collected histories, mythologies, and personal narratives of every connected reality. The libraries were the network's memory, the stored connections between past and present, between origin stories and current events, between individual experiences and cosmic truth. Luo Shan himself had passed away at 340, his core formation cultivation extending his life, but not indefinitely. His death had been gentle, a quiet fading in the ancient forest's deepest grove, surrounded by grandchildren and the forest's ancient trees. The world had mourned him with a 3-day silence in the storm sky's weather patterns and a blooming of the forest's rarest flowers. His legacy lived in every story told across the network, every library that bore his name, every storyteller who traveled the bridges, carrying tales between realities. He was the most connected of all of us, Luo Yu said at her brother's memorial. Not through cultivation or cosmic principle, but through stories. He connected people to each other's experiences. He made them understand each other. Stories are bridges, Luo Feng agreed. The oldest kind. Suyu mourned their son with the fierce, private grief of a mother who had outlived a child. A possibility they'd known was inevitable, but had never been able to prepare for. Luo Feng felt her grief through the world soul's awareness and, for once, didn't try to filter or compartmentalize. He let the world feel it too. The rain that fell across Xianxia that day was warm and tasted of salt. The coral ocean's surface rippled with patterns that looked, if you knew what to see, like the face of a man who'd loved the sea. Chapter 104. 700 years. The multi-reality network had matured into something that required new vocabulary to describe. It wasn't a civilization, it was too diverse, too distributed, too decentralized for that word. It wasn't an empire. There was no central authority, no taxation, no territorial claim. It wasn't even a community in the traditional sense. Its members were too numerous, too varied, too separated by dimensional barriers for the intimacy that word implied. Luo Feng called it the web. The web was the totality of connected realities, 150 mature connections, 60 developing ones, and a constantly growing number of nascent realities that were forming, imprinting, and developing throughout the universal void. Its governance was distributed. Each reality managed its own internal affairs, while inter-reality relations were facilitated by the bridge network's consciousness layer. Lien and the other world minds communicating through the void substrate to coordinate shared activities. The web's most significant development was cultural rather than technological. Across the connected realities, a shared understanding had emerged, not imposed, not legislated, but grown organically from the experience of connection. The understanding was simple. Different things, connected, create something that none of them could create alone. This principle, the Tao of connection expressed as social philosophy, had become the network's fundamental value. Not because Luo Feng had decreed it, but because the experience of living in a connected reality had demonstrated it so consistently that denying it became impossible. Cultivators from different realities worked together and achieved breakthroughs that isolated cultivation couldn't match. Communities that welcomed diversity prospered while insular ones stagnated. Worlds that connected broadly grew faster and more healthily than worlds that connected narrowly. Connection worked. Not in theory, in practice, observable, measurable, repeatable practice. The Tao of connection had become, through centuries of demonstration, an empirical principle rather than a philosophical one. You've won the argument, Suyu told Luo Feng during one of their increasingly rare conversations in the quiet. At 718 years old, she'd reached sovereign transcendence, the level beyond immortal ascension, achieved through centuries of cultivation in the most spiritually dense environment in the multiverse. Her understanding of spatial theory had evolved into something that approached Luo Feng's world consciousness in scope, if not in scale. What argument? The one you've been having with the universe since you were 20. Connection is better than isolation. The universe has conceded the point. The universe hasn't conceded anything. It's just discovering what was always true. Same thing. You've helped reality discover its own nature. That's either the humblest or the most arrogant thing anyone has ever done. He considered. Can it be both? For you? Always. Chapter 105. At 800 years, Luo Feng and Suyu had their first serious conversation about endings. Not their ending. They were sovereign, transcendent cultivators whose existence was woven into the universal fabric. Their consciousness would persist as long as the universe did. But the ending of the work. The nascent realities are forming faster than we can connect with them, Suyu said, reviewing the Void Mind's projections. The Tao of Connection's universal influence is seeding new realities at an exponential rate. Even with the full bridge network operating at capacity, we'll never connect them all. That's not the goal. The goal was to demonstrate the principle. To prove that connection works, that belonging is better than isolation, that diversity creates strength. The demonstration is complete. Then what? We stop. We let the web carry itself. The connected realities have internalized the principle. They're building their own bridges now, reaching out to nascent realities without our involvement. The Tao of Connection doesn't need us anymore. It's self-propagating. You're proposing retirement. I'm proposing trust. Trust that the principle we planted will grow on its own. That the bridges we built will inspire others to build more. That the belonging we created will create more belonging. Suyu was quiet for a long time. Through the world's soul, Luo Feng felt her processing the idea. The analytical mind that had mapped his inner world's development for 8 centuries, turning its attention to the question of whether their mission was complete. The web will continue without us, she said finally. The world consciousnesses are mature enough to manage interreality connections. The bridge network is self-sustaining. The Tao of Connection is a universal constant that operates independently of any individual. Then we're not needed anymore. We were never needed. We were just first. She looked at him with the expression that 8 centuries of partnership had refined into something beyond love, a wordless understanding that encompassed every argument, every discovery, every child raised, every world built, every bridge crossed. You were the first to absorb a dying realm, the first to build an inner world with multiple biomes, the first to reach sovereign transcendence, the first to connect realities. But first doesn't mean only. Others will follow the path. Others are already following it. World builders in 7 realities are developing their own inner worlds. Bridge builders in 12 realities are connecting to nascent worlds. The path isn't yours anymore. It's everyone's. The realization was simultaneously liberating and melancholic. The work that had defined his existence for 8 centuries was complete, not because there was nothing left to do, but because others could do it. The Tao of Connection had propagated beyond any individual's influence, becoming a universal principle that operated through the actions of billions of beings across hundreds of realities. He wasn't needed. He was, for the first time since the Twilight Ruins, free. What do you do? He asked Suyu. When the universe doesn't need you anymore. She smiled, the same smile she'd given him in the library 8 centuries ago when she'd decided he was interesting. You find something new to be interested in. Chapter 106. They traveled, not through the bridge network, through the void itself. 2 sovereign transcendent cultivators, walking through the universal void hand in hand, exploring the spaces between realities that they'd spent centuries bridging but never simply visited. The void was beautiful, not the hostile emptiness of Luo Feng's early experience. The void had changed since the Tao of Connection became a universal constant. The spaces between realities were no longer barren or hostile. They were filled with a subtle energy, the residual warmth of connections passing through them, the echo of bridges carrying traffic, the gentle pressure of realities reaching toward each other. The void between realities had become what the void substrate within Xianxia had been, a medium of connection. Not empty, but full. Full of the potential for linking, the capacity for bridging, the readiness for belonging. It's alive, Suyu observed, her sovereign transcendence perception analyzing the void structure. The universal void has become a living medium. Not conscious, not yet, but responsive. Aware, in the way that an ocean is aware of the tides that move through it. The Tao of Connection, expressed at universal scale. Your Tao, expressed at universal scale. Not mine, everyone's. He looked at the void around them, the infinite, warm, connection-ready emptiness that stretched between realities like an ocean between islands. It belongs to itself now. They visited nascent realities that were developing without guidance, tiny bubbles of existence growing toward consciousness at their own pace, imprinting on whatever connections they encountered naturally. Some grew toward connection-positive structures. Others developed differently, insular, independent, self-contained. Not every reality needs to connect the same way. Suyu noted, observing a nascent reality that was developing a closed-loop architecture, self-sustaining, self-referencing, complete in itself. Connection takes many forms. Some connect externally. Some connect internally. Internal connection is still connection. Yes, it's just quieter. They traveled for a decade. 10 years of exploration, observation, and the simple pleasure of being two people in a vast universe, seeing things no one had seen before. During the journey, Luo Feng discovered something unexpected. In the farthest reaches of the void, billions of years of expansion from any known reality, he found something that wasn't a nascent reality or a developing bubble or a void scar from a collapsed dimension. It was a finished world, not a reality bubble, not a pocket realm. A world, solid, complete, ancient, floating in the void without any connection to anything else. A world that had existed for an incalculable time, alone, in absolute isolation. A world that was not alone by accident, but by choice. Chapter 107. The isolated world was enormous, larger than Xianxia by orders of magnitude. Its dimensional fabric was incredibly dense, folded so many times that its internal volume was essentially infinite. Its spiritual energy signature was beyond measurement, a power level that exceeded anything Luo Feng had ever encountered, including his own. And it was conscious. Profoundly, deeply, anciently conscious. "Who are you?" the world asked. Its voice the vibration of a reality that had existed since before the Tao of connection was a personal truth. "I am Luo Feng. I am Xianxia. I am the Tao of connection." Connection. The world processed the concept. "I know connection. I chose against it. Against. I am the Tao of solitude. The principle that existence is complete in itself. That a world needs nothing beyond its own boundaries to be whole." Luo Feng stared at the vast, ancient, isolated world, a reality that embodied the direct philosophical opposite of everything he'd spent 8 centuries building. "You chose isolation," he said. "I chose completeness. Connection implies incompleteness, the need for something external. I am not incomplete. I am whole. The Tao of solitude. Not void, not dissolution, not destruction, solitude. The deliberate, considered choice to exist alone, not from inability to connect, but from the conviction that connection was unnecessary." "Are you happy?" Luo Feng asked. The world was quiet for a very long time. "I am complete," it said finally. "That is not the same thing." "No, it isn't." They stood, person and planet, connection and solitude, in the void between their Taos, and felt the weight of a conversation that had been waiting to happen since the beginning of time. "You can't connect with me," the world said. "My Tao resists it. Connection requires willingness from both sides. I am not willing. I'm not here to connect with you. I'm here because I found you. Found me. No one has ever found me. I exist beyond the reach of exploration. You exist beyond the reach of exploration that operates through standard dimensional scanning. But the Tao of connection doesn't scan, it resonates. And your solitude resonated with my connection. Opposites that define each other. You're saying my solitude is a form of connection? I'm saying your solitude exists in relation to my connection. Without connection, solitude has no meaning. Without solitude, connection has no meaning. We define each other. That is irritating." Luo Feng smiled. Most truths are. He didn't try to change the world's mind. He didn't argue for connection or against solitude. He simply sat in the void beside the vast, ancient, lonely reality and kept it company. Not connecting, not intruding, just being nearby. After a while, a year, perhaps, or a decade, time was fluid in the deep void. The world spoke again. "You're still here. I'm still here. Why?" "Because you asked who I am." "That's a question. Questions are connections. You reached out, even if you didn't mean to. I asked because you appeared in my void. It was reflexive. Reflexive communication is still communication." Another long silence. The void hummed with the tension of two opposing Taos, existing side by side, neither yielding. "Leave your connection here," the world said finally. "Not a bridge, not a portal, just a thread, a possibility. If I ever decide that completeness isn't enough." Luo Feng left a thread, a gossamer strand of the Tao of connection, so thin it was almost imaginary, extending from his consciousness to the vast world's boundary. Not a bridge, not a link, a potential, an option, a connection that existed only as the possibility of connection. "If you ever want to talk," he said, "the thread will carry your voice. I won't want to talk. Then it will carry your silence." He left the isolated world to its chosen solitude, carrying with him the knowledge that even the Tao of connection had limits. That some things chose isolation not from ignorance, but from conviction, and that the truest expression of connection was respecting the choice not to connect. The void was vast. The realities were many. And somewhere in the infinite, an ancient world sat alone with a gossamer thread trailing from its boundary. a thread that might never be used but would always be there. Connection, expressed as patience, as respect, as the willingness to wait forever for a door that might never open. Chapter 108. They returned to Xianxia after 20 years of void walking, 2 decades of exploration that had covered distances the bridge network hadn't reached and might never reach. The world welcomed them with the enthusiasm of a planet greeting its parents' return. Lian's consciousness flooded the world's soul with warmth, the emotional equivalent of a child's excited greeting, expressed through continental weather patterns and geological vibrations. You came back. Lian's voice resonated through every biome simultaneously. We always come back, Luo Feng replied. I grew while you were gone. 17 new species evolved. The crystal mine developed a new processing architecture. And, Lian paused, its awareness flickering with something between pride and nervousness. Xiao Lian had a child. The world consciousness's child world had reproduced, a third-generation world, a grandchild world, developing in a satellite position around Xiao Lian's sphere. A world born from a world born from a world. 3 generations of consciousness. Grandmother Xianxia, Mother Xiao Lian, and a newborn reality that was currently a swirl of undifferentiated spiritual energy approximately 3 meters across. What's its name? Suyu asked. Xiao Lian named it Wei Chun. Luo Feng blinked. After the boy who started everything. The porter who ate a dying realm. Lian's voice carried the particular warmth of a consciousness honoring its creator's origin. Xiao Lian read the historical records. It wanted the new world to know where it came from. A world named after the person Luo Feng had been before he was a world. The porter, the nobody, the boy who'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time and changed the universe. That's. Luo Feng tried to find the word. Through the world's soul, he felt the emotion ripple through the continental weather, a warm front that brought clear skies across half the world. That's perfect. Chapter 109. 900 years. Suyu's hypothesis from early in their relationship proved prophetic. Luo Feng's inner world had developed according to principles that applied to external reality too. But at 900 years, the principle operated in reverse. External reality was developing according to Lianjia's principles. The web had grown to encompass over 1,000 connected realities. The bridge network operated autonomously, maintained by world consciousnesses and their offspring. The Tao of connection was so thoroughly woven into the universal fabric that new realities formed with connection-positive architecture by default. Their dimensional fabric naturally generating transition zones, their ecosystems naturally developing cross-biome interactions, their consciousness naturally reaching outward. The universe was becoming more like Xianxia. Not because Xianxia imposed its structure, but because the Tao of connection, once a personal truth, now a universal constant, shaped the fundamental processes of reality formation. You've changed the universe's developmental template, Suyu summarized during what had become a centennial tradition, a day-long conversation in the quiet, reviewing the state of reality at each century mark. New realities don't develop in isolation anymore. They form connected. The default state of existence has shifted from disconnected to connected. Is that good? From a purely academic perspective, it's the most significant alteration to universal fundamental constants in recorded history. From a practical perspective, it means every new reality will develop faster, more diversely, and more sustainably than it would have in isolation. And from a personal perspective, she considered, from a personal perspective, it means the boy who talked to fish before eating their world has permanently altered the nature of existence. She smiled. And I married him. You punched him first. I punched him because he was staring at me in a library. I married him because he turned out to be a universe. I was a pocket realm at the time. Details. They laughed together. The sound of 2 beings who had been together for 9 centuries and still found each other funny, still found each other surprising, still found each other worth the infinite commitment that a mortal partnership required. The laughter rippled through the world's soul. Across Xianxia, the weather cleared. In the Crystal Valley, the harmony sprites brightened. In the storm sky, the storm phoenix, now ancient beyond age classification, its spirit-severing power having evolved into something that defied standard measurement, screamed once in what the crystal mind cataloged as jubilant response to host emotional state. 9 centuries, and the world still responded to his laughter with weather patterns. Some things never change, Suyu said. The important things don't. Chapter 110. 1,000 years after the Twilight Ruins, Luo Feng held a gathering. Not a summit or a conference or a diplomatic event. A gathering, simple, personal, intimate. In the quiet, the private space within Xianxia where world consciousness was filtered to human scale, where a person could sit and be just a person. The guests were the people and entities who had defined his millennium. Suyu, of course. 918 years of partnership, still sharp, still argumentative, still the person who knew him better than his own world consciousness. Luo Yu and Luo Jian, his surviving children. Ancient by human standards, young by cultivator standards, each carrying forward some expression of the Tao of connection in their life's work. Xianxia, the reformed void walker. 560 years post-Reformation, her void cultivation had evolved into something that complemented the Tao of connection so naturally that scholars debated whether void and connection had ever truly been separate Taos. Lian, manifesting through a person-shaped avatar, a young woman with eyes that held the depth of a planet's consciousness and a smile that carried the warmth of a world's love. Xiao Lian, manifesting as a smaller, more uncertain avatar, a teenage girl, fidgeting with the awkwardness of a world that was still figuring out what it wanted to be. And Wei Chun, the third-generation world consciousness, manifesting as a toddler who sat on the ground and played with crystal formations that the crystal mind had generated for exactly this purpose. 3 generations of worlds, a family of realities. 1,000 years, Luo Feng said, looking at the assembled group. Since a dying realm gave itself to a porter who didn't know what he was becoming. You still don't know what you're becoming, Suyu said. That's never stopped you. Fair point. He looked at each face, each person, each consciousness, each expression of the principle that had governed his existence for a millennium. Suyu, connection through love, the first and deepest bridge he'd ever built. Luo Yu, connection through knowledge, understanding as a form of linking. Luo Jian, connection through communication, translation as bridge building. Xianxia, connection through reconciliation, bridging the gap between opposing philosophies. Lian, connection through consciousness, a world aware of its own belonging. Xiao Lian, connection through reproduction, creating new realities that inherit the capacity to connect. Wei Chun, connection through origin, named after the person who started it all, carrying forward the seed that had been planted 1,000 years ago. I want to thank you, he said, all of you, for connecting with me when I was nobody, for staying connected when I became too large to comprehend, for being the bridges that I couldn't build alone. You were never nobody, Lian said, its planetary awareness gentle. You were always a world, just a very small one, the smallest world in history, a cracked dantian and a dead biome. And now, he opened his awareness, not the world soul's full perception, which was too vast for the quiet's filters, but a curated view. The view showed Xianxia as it existed now, 30,000 kilometers of effective diameter, 50 million square kilometers of surface area, 200 million inhabitants, 25 biomes, 100,000 species, beast kings who had transcended spirit severing into something the cultivation world had no name for cognitive networks operating as a unified world mind, a planetary consciousness with children and grandchildren, and a connection to the universal fabric that made the Tao of connection as fundamental as gravity. Now I'm this, he said. The gathering was quiet for a moment. Each person, each consciousness, each world contemplating the journey from cracked dantian to universal principle. Then Suyu punched his shoulder. Don't get sentimental, she said. It makes the weather weird. Chapter 111. The millennium passed. The web continued to grow. New realities formed, connected, and developed. The Tao of connection propagated through the universal fabric with the steady, inexorable patience of a truth that didn't need to hurry because it was already everywhere. Luo Feng watched, guided when asked, advised when consulted, built bridges when needed. But increasingly, the universe didn't need him. The web was self-sustaining. The bridge network was self-maintaining. The world consciousnesses were self-governing. The Tao of connection was self-propagating. Every system he'd built, every principle he'd demonstrated, every bridge he'd constructed had been designed to operate without him. And they did. His role shifted from architect to observer, from builder to witness, from the person who connected things to the person who watched things connect themselves. It was, he discovered, deeply satisfying. Not the satisfaction of accomplishment. He'd felt that when the first interreality bridge opened, when the great bridge network was completed, when sovereign transcendence was achieved. This was a different satisfaction. The satisfaction of knowing that his work would continue after him, not because he'd built it to last, but because the principle he'd expressed was true, and true things don't need anyone to maintain them. The Tao of connection would operate whether Luo Feng existed or not. It was a universal constant now, as fundamental as the force that held atoms together, as inevitable as the gravity that shaped stars. He'd given the universe a gift, and the universe had accepted it. Chapter 112. 1100 years. The gossamer thread he'd left at the solitude world trembled. Luo Feng felt it through the Tao of Connection's universal awareness, a faint vibration, almost imaginary, traveling along the thread he'd left 3 centuries ago at the boundary of the vast, ancient, isolated reality. Not a message, not a communication, just a tremble. The dimensional equivalent of someone touching a telephone wire and feeling the vibration without picking up the receiver. The solitude world was reaching out. Not deliberately, reflexively. The way it had asked, "Who are you?" when Luo Feng first appeared. Reflexive communication that contradicted its philosophical position but expressed a deeper truth. Even the Tao of solitude needed connection. Not want, not choose. Need. The fundamental requirement of any conscious entity to be acknowledged, recognized, known. Luo Feng didn't follow the thread, didn't send a message, didn't reach across the void to initiate contact. He simply held his end of the thread and waited. Patiently, respectfully, for however long it took. Connection, expressed as the willingness to be available. The open door that never closes. Chapter 113. 1200 years. Suyu noticed it first, a change in the universal void structure that her sovereign transcendence perception detected at the very edge of measurement. The void is changing, she said during their centennial conversation. Not the connected void, the deep void. The spaces between spaces. The emptiness beyond the furthest reality. Changing how? Organizing. The unstructured potential that fills the deep void is developing. Patterns. Not realities, patterns. Structures too large and too slow to be individual bubbles, but too organized to be random fluctuation. Like what? She was quiet for a long time, her spatial analysis probing the deep void structure with the full power of a sovereign transcendent cultivator's perception. Like a web, she said finally. A web of potential connections, spanning the deep void, linking regions of unstructured potential into a unified framework. She looked at him. The deep void is developing a connective structure. On its own, without any influence from the bridge network or the Tao of Connection's active propagation. The void is connecting itself. The void is doing what the Tao of Connection describes, linking different things to create something new, but on a scale that makes the great reality bridge look like a spider's thread in a hurricane. The implications were staggering. The universal void, the infinite, unstructured potential that existed between all realities, was spontaneously developing connective architecture. The Tao of Connection wasn't just a truth that Luo Feng had discovered and propagated. It was a truth that the universe had always contained, expressed at a scale that exceeded any individual consciousness's comprehension. The universe had always been connected. It had just been waiting for someone to notice. Chapter 114. 1300 years. The gossamer thread trembled again, stronger this time. A deliberate vibration, carrying something that the Tao of Connection interpreted as a question. Are you still there? 3 words, transmitted across an incomprehensible distance through a thread of pure potential. From a world that had chosen solitude as its fundamental Tao, reaching through the void to ask the simplest of questions. Are you still there? Yes, Luo Feng replied, sending the word along the thread with the gentleness of someone responding to a shy child's first attempt at conversation. Always. Silence. Then, I have been thinking, for 300 years, about completeness, about whether completeness requires solitude, about whether a world can be whole and still acknowledge other worlds. What did you conclude? That completeness is not threatened by connection. That knowing another exists does not diminish my wholeness. That, a long pause. That solitude chosen from wisdom is different from solitude chosen from fear. And I am no longer certain which mine is. The confession, from an entity that had existed in absolute isolation since before recorded history, carried the weight of an entire philosophy being questioned. Not abandoned. Questioned. The first crack in a Tao that had been absolute for an immeasurable time. Would you like to talk? Luo Feng asked. I don't know. I have never talked. Not truly. My question to you 3 centuries ago was reflexive. This is deliberate. Another pause. It is uncomfortable. New things usually are. You have experience with new things? I've been doing new things for 1300 years. The discomfort doesn't decrease. You just learn to appreciate it. Appreciate discomfort. That is a very strange philosophy. Connection is a strange philosophy. But it works. So you say? So the universe says. But I'm biased. The solitude world was quiet for a year. Then, tell me about your world. The one called Xianxia. And so Luo Feng, person, planet, universal principle, patient friend, told the loneliest world in existence about the world he'd built from dying realms and living connections. about the sulfur waste that had been a toxic remnant and become a volcanic paradise, about the fish he'd talked to before swallowing their ocean, about Su Yu, who'd punched his shoulder and married him and argued with him for 13 centuries, about Xianxia, who'd slept for 10,000 years and taught him to grow, about Lien, the world consciousness that had asked, "Are we friends?" and meant it with the sincerity of a planet. He told the story of connection, from the beginning, from the dying realm to the universal Tao, and the solitude world listened, for the first time in its immeasurable existence, to a story about something other than itself. Chapter 115, 1400 years. The solitude world opened a door. Not a portal, not a bridge or a gateway or a dimensional fold. A door. A small, metaphorical opening in its immense dimensional boundary, barely large enough for a consciousness to pass through. An invitation. The first invitation the solitude world had ever issued. Luo Feng accepted. He entered the solitude world as a consciousness. Not his world consciousness, but his person node, the avatar of human-scale awareness that still existed within the vast planetary mind. The solitude world was incomprehensibly beautiful. Its internal landscape wasn't like Xianxia's biome-based geography. It was a single, unified environment, a reality that had spent immeasurable eons perfecting itself without external influence. Mountains of crystal that sang with harmonic frequencies refined over billions of cycles. Oceans of pure spiritual energy that moved in patterns too complex for any external mind to calculate. Skies that shifted through colors that didn't have names, because no language had ever been needed to describe them. The world was complete. Absolutely, perfectly, staggeringly complete. A reality that lacked nothing because it had developed everything it needed from within. And it was lonely. Not in the way a person is lonely, craving company, wanting interaction, needing acknowledgement. In the way that perfection is lonely. A world so complete that there was nothing left to develop, nothing left to discover, nothing left to become. The solitude world had achieved completeness and found it empty. "You see," the world said, its voice echoing through crystal mountains and spiritual oceans. "I am whole. I lack nothing." And yet, Luo Feng agreed. Completeness without connection is silence. Beautiful silence. Perfect silence. But silence. Connection isn't the opposite of completeness, Luo Feng said. It's the extension of it. You're complete in yourself. Connection doesn't add to your completeness. It shares it. You don't become more by connecting. You give more. Give. The world processed the concept. I have never given. I have only been. Being is enough for completeness. Giving is what makes completeness meaningful. The solitude world was quiet. Its crystal mountains hummed with thought. Its spiritual oceans rippled with consideration. "I would like," it said slowly, carefully, as if testing each word before releasing it, "to give, to share my completeness with your web, not to join, not to connect in the way your realities connect, but to be available, to exist as a destination for those who seek completeness, a place of solitude within your connected universe, a meditation retreat, if that is the word, a place where connection-weary beings can come to experience wholeness, where the constant reaching and linking and bridging can pause, and they can simply be." It was the most unexpected offer in the history of the web. The solitude world, the universe's ultimate expression of isolation, offering itself as a sanctuary for beings overwhelmed by connection. The Tao of connection and the Tao of solitude, not opposing each other, but complementing. Connection needed rest. Rest needed a place. The solitude world could be that place. "I would be honored," Luo Feng said. The solitude world opened a second door, wider, permanent, connected to the Great Reality Bridge network through the gossamer thread that had waited for 3 centuries to be used. The thread became a bridge. The narrowest, quietest, most gentle bridge in the web. A pathway that led not to bustling realities or developing worlds, but to a place of perfect, complete, beautiful silence, where beings could rest from the infinite work of connecting and remember what it felt like to simply be. Chapter 116, 1500 years. The universe was different. Not dramatically. The stars hadn't rearranged, the continents hadn't shifted, the fundamental physics of reality hadn't changed. But the texture of existence had altered. The quality of being had shifted. The nature of what it meant to exist in the universe had evolved in ways that most beings would never consciously notice, but would always unconsciously benefit from. The Tao of connection was everywhere. Not as a doctrine or a teaching or an imposed philosophy, as a natural property of reality itself. The way gravity pulled things together physically, the Tao of connection pulled things together spiritually. Not forcing connection, enabling it. Making it natural. Making it easy. Beings that existed in the connected universe found relationships easier, cooperation more intuitive, understanding more natural. Not because they'd been changed, because the environment had been changed around them. The universe itself had become more supportive of connection. And in the spaces between realities, the deep void's emergent web of potential connections had matured into something that Suyu described as pre-cosmic architecture. The void is organizing itself into a framework that resembles the early stages of universe formation, she explained during their 15th centennial conversation. The patterns are consistent with theoretical models of how the universe's original structure developed, a web of connections linking regions of potential into a unified framework. The universe is rebuilding itself. The universe is building a new layer of itself. On top of the existing structure, the realities, the void, the bridge network, a metastructure is forming. A connection between connections. A web linking the webs. A universe of universes. A multiverse becoming conscious. If the pattern continues. She paused. And it will continue, because the Tao of connection is a fundamental constant now. It will keep doing what it does, connecting things, at every scale, in every dimension, forever. Forever is a long time. You're 1,500 years old, and you're worried about forever? I'm 1,500 years old, and I'm still the boy who talked to fish. She looked at him. Across 15 centuries of partnership, across the transformation from porter to planet to principal. And her expression held the same thing it had always held, the particular mixture of exasperation and love that defined their relationship. Yes, she said, you are, and that's why it works. Chapter 117. In the quiet years that followed, Luo Feng spent time doing something he hadn't done in centuries. He visited the Azure Serpent sect. The sect still existed, 1,500 years of continuous operation, surviving through the changes that had transformed the cultivation world. Its peaks were still wreathed in mist. Its buildings still clung to cliff faces. Its outer disciples still carried equipment for survey missions. The sect had changed, of course. Its cultivation methods incorporated connection principles. Its library contained knowledge from 100 realities. Its students trained in environments that would have seemed miraculous to the sect's founders. But the mountains were the same. The mist was the same. The feeling of a place that had been home, before home became a planet, was the same. Luo Feng walked the outer sect's paths, not as a world consciousness, but as a person, using the quiet's consciousness filter to reduce his awareness to something approximating normal human perception. He wanted to experience the sect the way he'd experienced it as a 20-year-old outer disciple. The narrow corridors, the shared quarters, the training grounds where he'd practiced basic forms while hiding an inner world. He found the recycling channels where he'd scavenged drainage crystals. He found the spot in the outer sect where he'd first brought Suyu into his inner world. He found the assessment hall where he'd revealed his foundation establishment cultivation and changed the trajectory of his life. The memories were preserved in the World Soul's archives, every moment cataloged, indexed, and accessible. But experiencing them through human-scale awareness, with the filtered consciousness of a person rather than a planet, gave them a quality that the world consciousness couldn't replicate. They felt personal, not cosmic, not significant, not world-shaping, just personal. The memories of a boy who'd been afraid and alone and carrying a secret too large for his understanding. He sat on the stone bench outside the outer sect library, the same bench where he'd sat after meeting Suyu for the first time, and felt, for a moment, like nobody. Not a world, not a principle, not a sovereign or a bridge builder or a universal constant. Just a person, sitting on a bench, remembering what it felt like to be at the beginning of something. Chapter 118. Fellow cultivators, we have reached the final chapters of this epic journey. If you have traveled with us from the Twilight Ruins to the connection of universes, then you are part of this story's web. Like this video if the Tao of connection has resonated with your Tao heart. Comment below and tell us which moment in Luo Feng's journey moved you the most. The first absorption, the Beast King consent, the spirit severing merger, the solitude world opening its door, or something else entirely. Subscribe and hit that notification bell for more cultivation audiobooks that push the boundaries of what these stories can be. And share this video with anyone who believes that connection makes everything stronger. Your support is the bridge between these stories and the next. Now, the final chapters. Chapter 119. 2,000 years after the Twilight Ruins. Luo Feng sat in the quiet with Suyu, as they'd sat 1,000 times before, watching a sunset that the inner sun painted across Xianxia's vast horizon. The world around them was everything he'd built and everything it had become. A reality so complex, so alive, so deeply connected to the universal fabric that the distinction between inner world and external reality had become meaningless. Xianxia wasn't inside anything anymore. It was part of everything. 2,000 years of growth. 2,000 years of connection. 2,000 years of bridges built across every void that existence contained. Was it worth it? Suyu asked. The question she'd never asked before, not because the answer was uncertain, but because the question implied an alternative, and until now, there had been no alternative worth considering. Luo Feng thought about it. Through the world's soul, filtered to the quiet's human-scale awareness. He felt the answer not as a thought, but as an experience. The sulfur waste's volcanic warmth. The frozen waste's crystal clarity. The coral ocean's living calm. The forest's ancient patience. The metal biome's geometric precision. The storm sky's electrical joy. The light crystal's illumination. The dark shadow's depth. The time valley's gift of accelerated existence. Every biome. Every world saved from oblivion. Every species preserved. Every connection built. Jiang Qingyue's wisdom. Xian Jing's reformation. Elder Shun's dedication. Zhang's protection. Their children's growth. Lian's consciousness. The Beast King's loyalty. Suyu's hand in his. Across 2,000 years of partnership. The first connection. The deepest bridge. Yes, he said. It was worth it. All of it. The hunger. The fighting. The politics. The void walkers. The centuries of building bridges that other people could have built. All of it. Because if I hadn't been the one, if I hadn't been the porter in the dying realm, someone else would have. And their Tao might not have been connection. Their instinct might have been to hoard rather than share, to dominate rather than cooperate, to consume rather than preserve. You think you were the right person? I think the realm chose well. Not because I'm special, because I was willing to listen. To the realms that were dying. To the beasts that needed homes. To the people who needed bridges. To the universe that needed connection. You talked to fish. I talked to fish. And they listened. And everything that followed grew from that moment of willingness to communicate with something different. She leaned against him. 2,000 years of partnership. The warmth of a world and the warmth of a person, indistinguishable. I'm glad you talked to the fish, she said. Me too. The sunset painted the horizon in colors that no external sky could produce. The combined light of 9 biome energies, filtered through an atmosphere that had been developing for 2 millennia, reflected off oceans and glaciers and forests and crystals that existed because a boy had eaten a dying realm and refused to let its contents be forgotten. The world breathed. The universe hummed. The connections held. And the Tao continued. Chapter 120. In the end, there is no end. The Tao of connection has no conclusion, no final bridge, no ultimate link, no last connection that completes the web. Every connection creates the possibility of more connections. Every bridge enables more bridges. Every belonging generates more belonging. Luo Feng exists. Xianxia exists. The web exists. The universe exists, connected, breathing, growing toward a complexity that has no ceiling and a beauty that has no boundary. Somewhere in the deep void, the solitude world opens its doors a little wider, allowing more beings to experience completeness. Somewhere in the bridge network, a young cultivator from a reality that was connected last year discovers that the materials from another reality can enhance her cultivation in ways she'd never imagined. Somewhere in a nascent reality, a bubble of structured existence begins to develop consciousness, and its first thought is a question. Is anyone there? Somewhere on the Azure Serpent sect's outer training grounds, a disciple practices basic forms and dreams of something more, not knowing that the something more is already there, waiting in the connections between things, in the spaces between elements, in the silence between sounds. And somewhere in the quiet, a small space within a vast reality where a person can sit and be just a person. Luo Feng holds Suyu's hand and watches the sunset and feels, through the filtered awareness of human-scale consciousness, the simple joy of existing. Not as a world, not as a principle, not as a cosmic entity spanning realities. As a person, connected to another person, belonging to each other. The simplest connection. The first bridge. The foundation on which everything else was built. 2,000 years of cultivation. 2,000 years of growth and building and connecting and belonging. And the Tao continues. Always forward. Always connected. Always home. And so the Tao continues.